Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. 7 Ed Chapter 235. To take Konoha, attack Ichiraku Ramen first. As night falls, all lights are on in every house, and the bustling Konoha village has a sense of comfort, as everyone looks forward to tomorrow's event. Liu Yun took a sip of wine and smiled at the prosperity. It's just a cover-up after all. The root is rotten. It only needs a spark and a big fire to crush this comfort in an instant. Watch the fight. A heavy punch came down from the sky and hit Liu Yun directly on the head, making Liu Yun's eyes dizzy. Liu Yun suddenly woke up and saw who was coming. The girl with a red ponytail and wearing a green short coat is none other than Uzumaki Kushina. Kushina lifted up Liu Yun's collar and said fiercely, "You dared to hit Minato and sent teacher Jiraiya to the hospital. Don't you take my blood red pepper seriously?" Liu Yun looked at Kushina, who looked like a little tigress protecting her food. She looked so adorable. "What? Are you standing up for them?" Kushina stretched out two fingers, pinched Liu Yun's cheek, and said aggressively, "Of course, you must give me an explanation, otherwise you can't leave today." Liu Yun replied, "I won't leave, I'll go to your house, I'll give you an explanation." "Stop talking nonsense, why did you attack Jiraiya-sensei and Minato?" Liu Yun looked Kushina in the eyes and said, "Didn't they give you an answer?" "Minato said you caused a commotion in the Fire Kingdom capital and killed the daimyo's son." Liu Yun smiled and said, "I didn't just kill the daimyo's son, I also killed the daimyo of the Land of Fire." Kushina was shocked, the news was under wraps, Minato hadn't told her yet. "You are so bold. If you kill the daimyo, you will become a traitor." Liu Yun pulled Kushina's hand away, took a sip of wine, and walked towards his base. "Do they dare to label me a traitor? Advertisement?" Kushina followed, wanting to know the rest of the story. "What happened next? What happened next? What happened after you killed the Fire Country daimyo?" "Later, the nobles of the capital came out again, begging to serve the Fire Country daimyo, and of course I had to fulfill their wishes." "You were so brave. I'm afraid the entire Fire Nation sees you as an enemy now. How dare you return to the village? Why don't you run away?" Liu Yun took a big gulp of wine, and his heroic spirit soared to the sky. "A real man should dare to do and take responsibility. Why are you running away? If I just get a whim, this country will have a new owner tomorrow." Kushina looked at Liu Yun. "What are you going to do tomorrow?" Liu Yun did not hide his intentions at all. "Tomorrow I will launch a mutiny and drive the old monkey out of the position of Hokage." "You?" Kushina looked at Liu Yun in shock. "You're serious?" Liu Yun smiled and said, "Go tell Sarutobi to behave himself. Let me, Sister Tsunade, take over and find a coffin to bury myself in." Even if his intentions were exposed, what would happen? He could even shout in the village, "I will rebel tomorrow." The plan for the coup was just a spur-of-the-moment idea, so we have to go ahead with it. Kushina was a little worried. In such a big matter, which side should Minato and I stand on? This silly girl. Liu Yun smiled. "Shouldn't we report this to the third generation? Let them send someone to capture Liu Yun." Kushina grabbed her hair in distress. A big change was about to happen. She was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and Minato was the successor of the Flying Thunder God. Neither of them could escape this storm. Like the Uchiha clan, they also have to face the choice of standing on the side. Kushina couldn't think of a solution, so she could only ask Liu Yun, "Which side do you think I should stand on then?" Liu Yun replied, "Of course you're on my side. What can Sarutobi use to fight me?" Kushina thought about it carefully. Advertisement. Ryun's fighting power is invincible, and he has countless secret techniques. Minato, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru are no match for him. Liu Yun had caused the top management to suffer so many setbacks, and they had no choice but to endure it. From the above, it can be seen that Ryun has a greater advantage than the third Hokage and his friends. Kushina used his excellent brain and finally came to the conclusion that he should bet on Liu Yun, and instantly wanted to join Liu Yun's camp. Liu Yun, I stand on your side." Liu Yun waved his hand and said, "Okay, now you are my female military advisor. Tell me how we should capture Konoha village." Kushina became interested. He had read an ancient samurai war novel a few years ago and acted like a counselor in the novel. "To take Konoha, you must first obtain Ichiraku Ramen. It is the control center of the entire village, the most important place. As long as you control Ichiraku Ramen, the entire Konoha village will be at your fingertips." Cloud Shinobi couldn't help but smile. "Does this tomato like Ichiraku Ramen so much?" He said generously, "Tomorrow I will give you 500 soldiers. You will be the vanguard and lead the people to capture Ichiraku Ramen." Kushina laughed out loud. "Don't worry. I have signed a military order and I guarantee that I will complete the mission. Take down Ichiraku Ramen, grab the hand beater and calamus, and you won't have to pay for ramen anymore." "Does Advisor Uzumaki have anything else to add?" Kushina rolled his eyes and said, "We also need to take down those clothing stores on the central street, as well as the cake shop and snack street." Liu Yun said directly, "Good fellow, it turns out that you, Kushina, wanted to take advantage of the chaos to do $0 shopping." Liu Yun and Kushina were walking on the street, and Kushina was pointing at some shops that were still open at night. "This one is also good, they sell 3-color meatballs, let's grab one tomorrow." Liu Yun remembered that the previous 3-color meatball shop was bought by him and converted into a public toilet, so how come he opened a new one? Liu Yun nodded. "Okay, Rob him tomorrow. And this one, we want to rob it too. If this woman Kushina were in the Green Forest, she would definitely be a big bandit, nicknamed Blood Red Pepper, a professional robber. Chapter 236 Come Out, Nine Tails. The passing lights were getting fewer and fewer, and were gradually moving away from the central area of Konoha village. On the way, Liu Yun asked Kushina, "Do you hate Sarutobi and the others?" Kushina's nose turned up, and her temper came out. "Of course, Danzo used to look at me like a tool, and wanted to put a collar around me. The top brass are all like this. They don't allow me to go here or there. They restrict me so much. You have to overthrow them all. Then I can do whatever I want." Liu Yun laughed softly. As a Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Kushina can even be said to be the treasure of Konoha village, and the top management is very concerned about the fox in its belly. Speaking of foxes, the Nine-Tails chakra in Liu Yun's body seemed to be summoned by a chakra, and the two resonated. Liu Yun's mind moved and he came to a place. It is a golden world with floating clouds around, just like the heavenly palace. Kushina's inner world is not like Naruto's sewer. She had a pretty good childhood, and the only discrimination she faced was from people from other villages. In the center, there is a large stone pillar with a large orange-yellow fox tied to it with iron chains. A large stone pillar was inserted into its belly, and stone pillars were also inserted into its tail and arms. When the giant beast saw Liu Yun, its eyelids opened and its fiery red pupils looked as if it wanted to bite people. "Human, how come you have my chakra?" Liu Yun took a sip from the wine flask, looked at the huge creature tied to the stone pillar, and greeted it. "Hello, big fox." "Human, answer me." Liu Yun's figure flickered, and when he appeared, he had already jumped onto the big stone pillar on Nine-Tails' belly. Liu Yun sat down, looked at Nine-Tails below and smiled. "You claim to be the scourge of mankind, but in the end you are still locked up here like a kitten." Nine-Tails was furious and said, "Human, stop being so arrogant. When I get out, I will tear you into pieces." Liu Yun took a sip of wine and said, "Then you have to be able to get out too. Damn it. If it weren't for Senju Hashirama, how could I be imprisoned here?" Looking back on the past, Nine-Tails' face was filled with resentment. It used to sleep peacefully in a volcano, but Uchiha Madara, with red eyes, strengthened it and took it to fight Senju Hashirama. Uchiha Madara was finally defeated, and Nine-Tails was also judged by Senju Hashirama. Sentenced to life imprisonment, this life is over, just waiting for an opportunity to escape. Advertisement Nine-Tails' face was filled with anger when he thought of Senju Hashirama. They said it was too powerful and could cause too much harm, but in the end a big Buddha on the other side subdued it with one hand. Tell lies with open eyes. Nine-Tails happened to see the Senju logo on Liu Yun's clothes and became angry. It was like a raging tiger. "Senju's little brat, let me out now, I want you to see how powerful I am." Liu Yun chuckled. "You really want to come out?" Nine-Tails nodded, "Of course. If you meow like a cat, I'll let you out." Nine-Tails was furious. "You're kidding me." Liu Yun smiled and said, "Learn to meow like a cat, Nine-Tails." Liu Yun opened Mangekyo directly, and the blood-red eyes instantly broke Nine-Tails' defense, causing them to curl up and tremble. Liu Yun's Sharingan turned, Nine-Tails was controlled, and couldn't help but yelled, "Meow." Liu Yun took back the Sharingan and said with a smile, "You are quite smart." Sharingan is very restrained against Nine-Tails. Obito can subdue Nine-Tails with just Mangekyo, let alone Ryun. Roar, Nine-Tails roared to the sky, and the violent roar blew away the yellow clouds around him. "Human, you are playing tricks on me, degree D-degree." Liu Yun's Sharingan opened again, and Nine-Tails' throat seemed to be choked by a rag, and he dared not roar anymore. "Damn it, if you have the guts, don't use your Sharingan." Liu Yun closed the Sharingan and snapped his fingers. In an instant, huge trees grew out of nowhere around Nine-Tails, and those trees devoured its chakra crazily. "Damn, with the Sharingan and wood style, are you the offspring of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama?" Liu Yun jumped down from the big stone pillar on its belly and landed on Nine-Tails' head. From this perspective, Nine-Tails looked even more oppressive, with one of their heads taller than him. Liu Yun patted Nine-Tails' face and said, "You've been locked up here for decades and still haven't learned your lesson. Behave better in there and be nicer to the Jinchuriki. If the village is happy, maybe they will reduce your sentence." Nine-Tails responded, "Humph, carrot. You humans are all kind-hearted but evil-minded. You have deceived me time and time again. I will never believe you." Advertisement Liu Yun looked at this arrogant fox and felt that it was quite pitiful. "You really want to get out, HMPH, Nine-Tails closed his eyes. Liu Yun patted its head and said, "I can let you out, but you have to be my summoning beast." Nine-Tails opened his eyes, and his huge red pupils looked at Liu Yun's eyes seriously. "Are you serious?" Liu Yun nodded. It would be better to keep Nine-Tails' huge power for himself than to leave it to others. He could keep it with him and have it as a fox pet. Nine-Tails confirmed again. "Really? Not underscore not." Liu Yun nodded. "I have never told a lie." Nine-Tails was overjoyed. He finally found someone to R***** among humans. It wasn't easy. It immediately responded loudly. "I promise you, as long as you let me out, I will work like a slave for you." Liu Yun waved his hand to refuse. "Don't be a slave, I will give you grass, just be my pet." Okay, whatever you say is fine." Nine-Tails nodded quickly. In fact, it had its own plan in mind. As soon as Liu Yun released it, it would regret it on the spot, tear Liu Yun into pieces, and eat it as sausages. Liu Yun jumped onto the stone pillar again. How to remove the seal of 9 tails. He didn't have a deep understanding of the sealing technique, so Liu Yun threw his mind aside after not thinking for long. System, use all the remaining experience points to improve my sealing skills. Okay, ding. Upgrade successfully. The host's sealing technique has reached the maximum level, and the 4-symbol seal, 5-element seal, and 3-way seal are granted. Nearly 6,000 experience points directly brought Liu Yun's sealing technique to the maximum level, and also gave Liu Yun a series of sealing techniques. Liu Yun released a huge amount of chakra from his body, his palms were dyed golden, and he touched the huge stone pillar on Nine Tails' belly. Unsealed. With a thought, the chains on Nine Tails broke into pieces, and the stone pillars on his belly and tail also slowly broke. Come out. Nine Tails. Roar, Chapter 237. Susanoo-clad Buddha, 2 people destroy 4 countries. In the past, there was a demon fox that harmed the human world. The demon fox had 9 tails. When the fox moved its tails, mountains collapsed and tsunamis occurred. The people suffered greatly. This is the description of the 9 tails fox demon in history books, from which we can see how terrifying the 9 tails, known as the natural disaster, is. Roar, 9 tails has been sealed for about 40 years, with 2 Jinchuriki replaced in the middle. Today, with the help of the traitor Liu Yun, they finally see the light of day again. 9 tails was full of resentment when he was born, and he kept roaring in Kushina's mind, venting the anger that had been suppressed for many years. Liu Yun looked at 9 tails, which looked like a natural disaster. Its haki was exposed, making it suitable as a mount. It would be great if I could turn into a woman like Yakamiko, so I could both sit and ride, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The strangeness in Kushina's mind space finally made her alert. Kushina's consciousness entered the spiritual space and saw the huge orange fox in an instant. Jew, 9 tails. Kushina turned to look at Liu Yun. What's going on? How did the seal of 9 tails get lifted? Liu Yun looked at 9 tails with bloodshot eyes and replied to Kushina calmly, I let it go, and now you will be free. Kushina's eyes widened. 9 tails is free of the seal, which means, I'm not a Jinchuriki anymore. Liu Yun nodded. Ha ha ha, 9 tails laughed wildly, and the 9 tails behind him danced like demons. Kushina, congratulations on being able to break free from my control, but don't forget, Jinchuriki who is unsealed will die. Upon hearing this, Kushina's joy instantly turned into depression, and she held her head with both hands as if she was about to cry. Jinchuriki is connected to the seal, and once the seal is lifted, Jinchuriki will die without any surprises. What should I do? What should I do? I'm going to die without 9 tails, I won't be able to eat Ichiraku ramen after I die, woo woo woo. The light of her consciousness dimmed, her red hair lost its luster, and it seemed as if her life was slowly fading away. Liu Yun, remember to send the hand-beating master down as well. Kushina quickly gave his last words, Minato, yeah, let him come down and keep me company too. Liu Yun was speechless, the Mangekyo in his eyes spun rapidly, and the huge pupil power slowly acted on Kushina's body. Don't worry, I'll give you a life. Liu Yun activated the Mangekyo reincarnation illusion, and at the cost of his own life, gave Kushina a life. Kushina looked at Liu Yun in shock. Liu Yun, what are you doing? The light of the flowing cloud became dim, like a faded panda, and the whole person seemed as if he could be blown away by a gust of wind. 9 tails laughed out loud when he saw this. Ha 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 ha. You're sacrificing your life for a mere woman. You're nothing special, little brat. Advertisement. A layer of vibrant light covered Kushina's body, and her light, which had been dim just now, regained its color. Kushina was not happy. She looked at the clouds that turned into stars, tears streaming down her face. You big idiot, why did you risk your life to save me? A strong wind blew past 9 tails, and the figure of Liu Yun completely disappeared from Kushina's spiritual space. 9 tails' huge paw landed next to Kushina, and the fox head like a mountain approached Kushina, looking at the tearful red-haired woman. 9 tails' heart was filled with hatred. Kushina, I will kill you. Its huge claws struck down and were about to land on Kushina. Kushina is still reeling from the thought of Liu Yun's death. Kushina raised his head and looked at a fiery red giant in front of him, blocking the attack of 9 tails. In the crystal on the giant's head was Liu Yun, who was holding his hands and looking proud. Kushina breathed a sigh of relief. You really scared me to death. Liu Yun smiled and turned to look at 9 tails, who had a bad temper. 9 tails, those who break their promises must be judged by the law of the eater of rocks. 9 tails bared its fangs, and tremendous strength surged out of its body, pouring into its 2 claws. Human, please stop overstepping your authority. I am the strongest tailed beast, 9 tails, and it is not up to you to judge me. 9 tails opened his mouth, and the purple black-tailed beast bomb gathered inside. He believed that one shot would be enough to shatter Susanoo in the flowing cloud. Liu Yun made hand seals with both hands, wood-style wooden golem jutsu. A huge wooden golem arhat jumped up from below, its size comparable to 9 tails and Liu Yun's Susanoo. 9 tails' tailed beast bomb was like a rocket erupting. Wooden golem caught 9 tails' tailed beast bomb with one hand, took it back, and pressed it directly on 9 tails' head. Boom! When the huge explosion sounded, Kushina's spiritual space seemed to tremble. Kushina encouraged Liu Yun from behind. Come on, that's it, subdue this big fox. Liu Yun controlled Susanoo to turn around and made a V sign with his huge arms, indicating that there was no problem. Nine Tails took this opportunity to jump and bump into Susanoo, knocking her to the ground. Its sharp claws grabbed Susanoo's crystal like a sword, and it mocked, "Little boy, you can't be distracted when fighting. Don't be so arrogant, you jerk." Liu Yun became serious, making hand seals with his hands. The wooden golem who was waiting on the side suddenly took action, condensed a wooden spear in his hand and stabbed towards Nine Tails. Wood-style 1,000 years of death. The wooden golem's spear stabbed towards Nine Tails' butt. The position was very dangerous. If it was hit hard, Nine Tails might not even be able to move. Nine Tails noticed the wooden golem's actions, his face darkened, and he quickly jumped away. After dodging the 1,000 years of death from the wooden golem, Nine Tails cursed at Liu Yun. Young people have no moral principles. If it had been slower, it would have been ruined. Advertisement. Dress wood-style Susanoo. Susanoo of Liu Yun and wooden golem merged together. It's simply the Susanoo-Buddha. The two of them destroyed the 4 countries, and the Great Fire added to the tree world, and the whole world became Konoha. The fusion of the two does not mean putting Susanoo on wooden golem, as that would be redundant because wooden golem's defense is inherently stronger than Susanoo. Susanoo's armor became materialized, and he was put on wooden armor, with a wooden dragon hanging around his neck, which made him 20 meters taller than before. Combining the defense of the wooden golem with the mobility of Susanoo, the resulting Susanoo is not as agile as the Nine Tails armor, but its defense is very strong. It can be considered as defense at the expense of agility. Liu Yun controlled wood-style Susanoo to transform into a huge wooden spear and waved at Nine Tails. Come again. Nine Tails looked at the giant that was a combination of wood-style and Susanoo. His red pupils shrank slightly. The power of this form of flowing cloud was infinitely close to 6 paths. Humph. Don't underestimate me. Kurama is a fox of iron will. He has never given up. Nine Tails opened its mouth wide, and a huge-tailed beast bomb condensed above its head. It was so huge that it directly occupied a part of Kushina's mental space. Liu Yun's wooden spear dissipated and turned into a huge wooden shield. Come on, Nine Tails. Nine Tails shrunk the tailed beast bomb and instantly launched it towards Liu Yun. The tailed beast bomb hit the wooden shield and then exploded. The huge energy instantly turned Kushina's mental space into a mess. Kushina looked worriedly at Liu Yun in the thick smoke. Such a powerful attack could even break the mountains and seas. I hope Liu Yun will be okay. Nine Tails curled up his lips into a smile. Taking on the tailed beast bomb in its strongest form head-on wasn't that courting death? The smoke dissipated, and according to the law of no harm where there is smoke, Liu Yun should be unscathed. But Susanoo was in tatters, half of it was smashed, and it remained in a shrunken state. Liu Yun was still too confident. You have to know that this is the complete form of Nine Tails. Even Uchiha Madara doesn't dare to take the full power tailed beast bomb. Nine Tails frowned. After taking a high-powered tailed beast bomb from it, Liu Yun should have been destroyed, but he still retained half of Susanoo. This human is a bit difficult. Nine Tails mode on. Liu Yun took a deep breath, and the Nine Tails chakra located in his heart appeared out of thin air, instantly dyeing him golden. Weijuang Susanoo. A huge golden Nine Tails energy body appeared out of thin air, and was then carried on the back of a layer of fiery red armor. The authentic Susanoo in power suit is very similar to the combination of Naruto and Sasuke during the Fourth War. Chapter 238 Nine Tails. I decided to make a decision that goes against my ancestors. Nine Tails' red pupils looked at the giant beast of the same size as itself in the distance, covered with a layer of fiery red armor. Nine Tails asked in a low voice, your chakra is the same as mine, and you don't have a tailed beast in your body. Wood style, Sharingan, plus my chakra, can you tell me your origins? Nine Tails had lived since the Six Paths era and had seen a lot, but he had never seen a ninja as accidental as Liu Yun. This kind of power combined together should not appear in one person. Liu Yun smiled in the fox head. Who knows, maybe I am the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths. Liu Yun was just joking, but Nine Tails took it seriously and sniffed the scent of Liu Yun carefully with his fox nose. You smell like Ashura. Ashura, also known as Otsutsuki Ashura, the youngest son of the 6 great sages, is the ancestor of the Senju and Uzumaki. Liu Yun has Ashura sage body, so it's no surprise that Nine Tails can smell it. Liu Yun said, Nine Tails, submit to me, only I can give you freedom. Nine Tails snorted, you want to use me again? Don't dream. Even if the old man comes, I won't give him face. Nine Tails roared and pounced towards Liu Yun like a hungry tiger descending from the mountain. The man and the beast fought again. After a long while, Liu Yun wiped his head and regained his peak state. He couldn't help but laugh and said, it's so satisfying. He is worthy of being the strongest tailed beast Nine Tails. Liu Yun hasn't had such a great time fighting since he took off. Jiraiya, Orochimaru and the others couldn't arouse Liu Yun's interest. Nine Tails has thick skin and tough muscles, and his chakra is almost endless, so it is naturally very enjoyable for Liu Yun to fight him. Liu Yun was happy, but the Nine Tails on the opposite side looked like a castrated eggplant, and its color was a little duller. Liu Yun did not dodge every attack from Nine Tails. although it could cause damage to him. Liu Yun recovered in a blink of an eye. Although Nine Tails has a huge chakra, it cannot withstand such consumption. Seeing Nine Tails' laziness, Liu Yun controlled Nine Tails in his powerful suit and rushed over quickly, pressing Nine Tails under him, just like a male fox does to a female fox. Advertisement. Liu Yun pressed Nine Tails' neck with his two claws and yelled at it, "Are you convinced?" Nine Tails still had a little bit of stubbornness left, and he still held his head high and refused to admit defeat. Liu Yun formed seals with his hands, and a huge piece of wood grew out of the ground, and the vines bound Nine Tails. There was another wooden golem standing nearby with a wooden spear in his hand. Liu Yun stood on the head of the wooden golem, controlling the wooden spear to move towards Nine Tails' butt. "If you still don't surrender, this place will be in danger." Nine Tails' pupils widened to their maximum. Devil. How could there be such hateful people in the human race? Their lowest level has already been so low, yet we still think that their evolution is from low to high. People like Liu Yun have completely gone in the wrong direction in their evolution. Hand over the summoning contract quickly. It's good for you, me and everyone else. Seeing that the wooden spear was about to attack, Nine Tails would be doomed for the rest of his life. In order to save the rest of his life, Nine Tails decided to make a decision that went against his ancestors. Stop. Stop. I give up. I give up. Liu Yun stopped the wooden spear and put down Nine Tails. After being freed, Nine Tails didn't plan to fight back anymore because he couldn't fight anymore and had no strength left. He had completely surrendered to Liu Yun. Hand over the summoning scroll. Nine Tails nodded weakly, opened his mouth, and spit out a huge scroll. When Uchiha Madara forced it to sign the summoning contract, the scroll was still in its stomach. Liu Yun opened the scroll and looked at the four big characters on the first line. Uchiha Madara. Liu Yun produced a brush, dipped it in ink and painted Uchiha Madara's words black. Liu Yun asked, "Will this remove the summoning between Uchiha Madara and you?" Nine Tails shook his head, "I don't know either." Liu Yun didn't think any more and wrote his name on it. He waved again for Kushina to come over. Advertisement. Kushina was a little afraid of Nine Tails and kept shrinking back, not daring to come forward. Liu Yun pulled her over directly and said, "What are you afraid of? I have never seen a prison guard who is afraid of a prisoner." Liu Yun pointed at the summoning scroll and said, "You are its second Jinchuriki after all, please sign it." "Me?" Kushina pointed at herself. Liu Yun nodded and snatched Naruto's biggest cheat. Liu Yun felt a little embarrassed, so he gave Kushina a guarantee. Nine Tails was furious and yelled at Liu Yun, "What kind of fox do you take me for? I only serve the strong. Kushina is too weak. I don't want to be a babysitter for the rest of my life." Even though it was embarrassing to be subdued by Uchiha Madara and Ryun, they were still the strongest men in the ninja world. "Kushina, you've locked it up for so many years and you haven't come to terms with her yet?" Liu Yun folded his hands and responded, "You just said you would submit to me, but now you're turning hostile. You don't take my wood-style 1,000 years of death seriously." A huge wooden spear immediately appeared above Liu Yun's head. When Nine Tails saw this, he immediately shrank down and lay on the ground obediently. Liu Yun smiled at Kushina and said, "It's just a little fox, there's nothing to be afraid of." Kushina was holding the huge Nine Tails and was speechless in front of Liu Yun. He felt as if he had been whipped by the landlord and felt a little aggrieved. Kushina's fear of Nine Tails immediately dissipated, and he happily wrote his name on the summoning scroll. After she finished writing, she said with full energy, "From now on, I also have a summoning beast, and it's Nine Tails. This must be the strongest summoning beast." Liu Yun smiled and said, "Although Nine Tails is your summoning beast, it is still a question whether you can command it." Nine Tails snorted coldly, closed his eyes, silently recovered his strength, and fought with Liu Yun, almost killing it. Liu Yun patted Nine Tails' head and said, "I'll call you Jor from now on." "Kushina. What do you say?" Kushina nodded. "That's a good name." Nine Tails snorted again, "I have a name." Liu Yun knew this of course, but he still wanted to tease Nine Tails. "Your name?" "Nine Trumpets, of course I know it." Nine Tails opened his eyes and immediately shouted, "It's a llama, not a trumpet." Chapter 239. Nine Tails wants to recite a poem after taming Nine Tails. Liu Yun was ready to take it out, so he asked, "Nine Tails, can you become smaller?" Nine Tails nodded. "Okay. It is not uncommon for the tailed beasts to become smaller. In the Boruto legend, Shukaku can even become smaller with the help of a seal. Many people were wondering if Shukaku was being stewed in a pot. Then follow me out after you become smaller, good." Nine Tails' deep voice sounded, and in the blink of an eye, his huge body slowly shrank. Finally, it became the size of a puppy, with Nine Tails standing behind it, looking extremely cute. The cute Nine Tails directly hit Kushina's cute spot. She couldn't help but want to grab Nine Tails and hold him in her arms and jerk him off. Nine Tails quickly jumped away and landed on Liu Yun's shoulder, and said to Kushina seriously, "Kushina, be careful, I am the strongest tailed beast, not those cats and dogs." After Nine Tails became smaller, Kushina's previous fear disappeared, and she smiled, "If you were like this, the first Hokage would never have sealed you away." Snort. Nine Tails snorted. It was a proud-tailed beast, how could it possibly get away with it by being cute? Nine Tails said to Liu Yun, "Get out. I have been sealed for so many years, and I don't know what is happening in the human world." Liu Yun nodded, and with a thought, his consciousness returned to his body. He opened his eyes and saw the night falling. The Konoha village in the dark night was surging like a turbulent current beneath the calm water. At Liu Yun's shoulder, a fiery red object appeared out of thin air, with 9 tails standing upright. It was 9 tails. As soon as he got to the outside world, 9 tails was fascinated. "Ah, fresh air, I really want to recite a poem." Liu Yun smiled and said, "What do you, a fox, know about elegance?" "Humph. I've lived for 1,000 years and have seen everything. Many years ago, a poet even wrote a poem praising me." "What's your name?" "Ah, that giant fox, you are so huge." As soon as Liu Yun heard it, he knew it was a doggerel, and it was not as good as what he wrote. Kushina also regained consciousness. She calmly pulled open her shirt, revealing her white and tender belly. "The seal has been lifted, it's really lifted, what just happened was not a dream." 9 tails said to Liu Yun, "Take me to have a look. I want to see what new and interesting things humans have created." Advertisement. Liu Yun turned his head and looked at the fox on his shoulder. "You really are a master." He still agreed to 9 tails' request. If he didn't satisfy the fox's curiosity, it would definitely suffocate to death. "Ms. Kushina, are you in the mood to accompany me for a night walk?" Liu Yun performed a gentlemanly gesture and handed his hand to Kushina. Kushina pulled Liu Yun's hand away and said immediately, "You are going to rebel tomorrow. Do you still feel like shopping tonight?" Liu Yun responded, "You don't understand. Rebellion is rebellion, shopping is shopping, and playing is playing." Kushina nodded. "You pay, no problem." The two men, along with the fox, headed back toward the village center. It was not too late at night and many shops were still open. Passing by a snack street, Kushina's appetite worked up and he vowed to eat Liu Yun out of money. 9 tails also became interested and tasted some human food. Once he started eating it, he became completely addicted. Both the man and the fox had huge appetites, and Liu Yun looked at them with great interest. After passing the snack street, we went to the amusement park, where we caught goldfish, shot targets, and drew fortunes. After playing for about half an hour, Kushina was tired and her body was covered with rewards from the game. She said, "That's all for today. We have to get up early tomorrow to discuss raising the army." 9 tails snorted, "How weak." Kushina didn't argue with 9 tails and just looked at the flowing clouds. Liu Yun nodded and said, "Have a good rest. Tomorrow will be a revolution. You, Kushina, will be a participant in this revolution. Your name will be passed down to future generations." "Haha. That's awesome." Kushina laughed. "Goodbye then." "Goodbye." The two of them left in different directions and slowly disappeared into the crowd. 9 tails squatted on Liu Yun's shoulder, eating an octopus ball happily. It even had the leisure to say to Liu Yun, "I still don't know your name?" Advertisement, Mew Liu Yun. "Just call me Liu Yun." 9 tails hit the nail on the head. "You like Kushina?" Liu Yun paused, remembering Kushina's carefree smile and innocent and lively personality. "It's not like I like you, it's more like greed. I'm a very greedy person. When I see something beautiful, I will take it for myself, just like your power." 9 tails nodded. "Indeed. I just heard that you were planning to destroy Konoha village?" Liu Yun passed by a figure and shook his head. "I'm not going to destroy Konoha, but to change Konoha. I'm going to start a revolution." "Revolution? How big can it be?" Liu Yun looked at the bustling crowd and whispered, "I will completely subvert the entire ninja world. I will deny Senju Hashirama's one country, one village system." 9 tails was surprised. "It's such a big deal, denying the entire ninja world. I'm afraid it will be another war similar to the Sengoku era." "No, I'm the only one needed. No one in this world can stop me." 9 tails thought about it carefully, and it was just as Liu Yun said, he was now the sage of 6 paths in the world. After thinking for a while, 9 tails suddenly felt a sense of revenge. "I want to join the ninja world that Senju Hashirama has determined." Liu Yun smiled. He naturally knew 9 tails' hatred for Senju Hashirama. "No problem, I'll take you to wreak havoc in Konoha village tomorrow." "Good." The man and the fox slowly moved among the crowd until Liu Yun saw 2 familiar figures. Gakuho, Shi Zhenhong and Hong also noticed Liu Yun and immediately came over to greet him. "Liu Yun." Hong's eyes were full of surprise, and she immediately held Liu Yun's hand. Liu Yun looked at the middle-aged man next to Hong. "Uncle Zhenhong, you?" Shi Zhenhong smiled and said, "I was transferred back to the village. I don't know what happened. The front line suddenly stopped fighting and many ninjas were transferred back to the village." Liu Yun didn't say much, nor did he want to think about the reasons behind this. Any conspiracy or tricks were useless to him. Shi Zhenhong looked at Liu Yun carefully, her face full of surprise. "It's only been a month since we last met, and you've changed so much." If it weren't for Hong's explanation, Shi Zhenhong would not have recognized Liu Yun at all. Chapter 240. Crouching Dragon and Phoenix are finally remembered. Liu Yun explained, "I entered puberty a little early, so my development was a little fast." Yui Shinku complained in her heart that this development was not a little bit too fast. Hong said to Liu Yun, "Because my father is back, I have moved out of the death forest now." Liu Yun nodded. Hong was a family member now, and Shiri Zhenhong couldn't just leave her outside. Shiri Zhenhong patted Liu Yun on the shoulder and said, "Perform well tomorrow and try to make a name for yourself." Liu Yun laughed in his heart. If his deeds had not been blocked by the higher-ups, he would have been famous in the ninja world by now. However, in Sand Shinobi's eyes, Liu Yun had long been on the wanted list. Hong noticed an orange-yellow fox on Liu Yun's shoulder, chewing on a meatball. Little stars appeared in the red eyes. What a cute little fox, Liu Yun, where did you find this? Shi Zhenhong also noticed it and said with a smile. Why are you, a man, carrying such a small animal? Are you going out to pick up girls? Nine Tails had just finished chewing a meatball, and when he heard what Shi Ri and his daughter said, he immediately snorted, Human, I am Nine Tails, the fox demon. Ha ha, Yui Shinku laughed. Of course he didn't believe that this cute little fox was the Nine Tails fox demon. Liu Yun, this little fox of yours is quite funny, how could it be a Nine Tails demon fox? Liu Yun shook his head and smiled. This was the world of ordinary people. As a big boss, he unconsciously wanted to show off. Seeing Yui Shinku's ridicule, Nine Tails immediately became angry. It used to ignore this weakling. It was a blessing to be able to talk to it, yet you had the audacity to laugh at it. Nine Tails' fox pupils stood up, and there was a huge sense of oppression on his body, like thunder descending to the world. As an elite Jonin, Yui Shinku became extremely alert in an instant, and every pore on her body was breathing heavily. This feeling is like being on the battlefield, lying in the flames and shivering. Shi Zhenhong quickly protected Hong and focused his attention on the little fox on Liu Yun's shoulder. The feeling that made people feel nauseous and unable to breathe came from the little fox. Kurama, stop. Liu Yun ordered. Nine Tails stopped releasing the oppression in his body and turned his head away, no longer looking at the weak ant. Advertisement Shi Zhenhong approached Liu Yun, pointed at Nine Tails uncertainly and said, It. Liu Yun nodded. It's Nine Tails. In an instant, a chill ran up from the soles of my feet to my heart. Yui Shinku looked at the little fox with fear on her face. Nine Tails' reputation has always been negative from ancient times to the present. It can be said that wherever there is Nine Tails, there will be killing and blood. Yui Shinku didn't know how powerful Nine Tails was, but she must not get close to this legendary creature. Ryun, isn't Nine Tails sealed in Uzumaki Kushina's body? Liu Yun replied. I just let it out. Will this get out of control? Liu Yun was about to reach out and touch Nine Tails' head. Nine Tails tried to dodge, but Liu Yun's eyes became sharp, and Nine Tails immediately squatted down obediently. Liu Yun stroked Nine Tails. Uncle Zhenhong, look, Nine Tails is very well behaved. Yui Shinku swallowed her saliva and dared not look directly into Nine Tails' murderous eyes. Liu Yun, I remember that I haven't collected the clothes at home yet, so Hong and I will leave first. Yui Shinku really didn't dare to stay with Nine Tails, so she immediately grabbed Hong and ran away. Before leaving, Hong said, Liu Yun, let's work hard together on the exam tomorrow. Liu Yun waved his hand in response. After watching Shiri Zhenhong and Hong walk away, Liu Yun turned into a hawk, and the two of them glided into the sky, taking Nine Tails to the Forest of Death. Soon, Liu Yun arrived at the Forest of Death. Looking down from above, the entire military base was filled with a fiery atmosphere. There are tanks, cannons, and groups of shadow clone soldiers marching. This force will detonate the entire village tomorrow. Flowing clouds fell from the sky, and Dr. Snake and the academic master surrounded them. Main body, we now have 5,000 soldiers, 100 tanks, 1,000 cannons. I don't think this amount of force is enough to take down the entire Konoha village. We should create more shadow clone. Liu Yun nodded. No problem, my chakra is endless, plus I have 9 tails now. Advertisement, 9 tails. Dr. Snake and Shueba noticed the little fox on Liu Yun's shoulder. 9 tails felt a chill in his heart. The looks in their eyes made him feel as if he had been dissected hundreds of times. Liu Yun asked, where is Tsunade? The anger provoked by Makoto and Kushina was still accumulating in his heart, and he needed someone to vent it. Boss, Princess Tsunade is in a meeting with Shigezaburo and the others? Liu Yun nodded and told them, continue training and hide in the village. Okay. Boss. Liu Yun's figure flashed and went to the place where Tsunade and the others were having a secret meeting. Deep in the bamboo forest, several civilian ninjas dressed in the uniforms of Senju family retainers were on guard. Shizune is holding a kunai with a serious look on his face, which makes him extremely cute with his tender little face. Liu Yun appeared behind her in a flash and locked her with one arm. Shizune's heart skipped a beat and she panicked, but Ryun's voice soothed her heartbeat. Little Shizune, you're still far from it. Shizune quickly turned around and looked at Liu Yun happily. Liu Yun, you're back. Liu Yun, Teacher Tsunade is in there, discussing something important. You stay here and I'll go take a look. Okay. Liu Yun led 9 tails into the depths of the bamboo forest. The breeze blew gently and the bamboo leaves rustled. Liu Yun walked on the soft ground in the bamboo forest, with the fragrance of bamboo in the air, and he finally remembered something. My 2 pandas are still in the snow country. Tomorrow we are going to do something big, and we can't be without the 2 gentlemen, Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick. Summoning Technique. Chapter 241, The Third Month's Big Draw. A cloud of smoke rose, and 2 panda babies, Wolong and Fengshu, appeared, chewing bamboo shoots. Degree. The 2 iron-eating beasts were frightened by suddenly appearing in an unfamiliar environment. Bear Eyes calmed down when he saw Liu Yun. Yeah, Fengshu jumped to Liu Yun's feet and rubbed them gently with his claws. After not seeing it for nearly 2 days, it missed its owner a little. Liu Yun bent over and stroked the phoenix chick, then said to Nine Tails, please help me take care of these two. Nine Tails nodded and jumped off Liu Yun's shoulder. Liu Yun stretched and walked slowly towards where Tsunade was. In a quiet place, Tsunade discussed tomorrow's coup with Shigezaburo and a dozen other Jonin. Shigezaburo and his friends were very loyal, and when they learned that Tsunade was going to deal with the top leaders, they resolutely followed. Fansaburo suggested, the village is on alert now, and most of the ninjas on the front line have been transferred back to the village. It would be unwise to launch a coup at this time. Tsunade frowned. At that time, Liu Yun just fooled her and she agreed. Now that she thinks about it, it will take a lot of preparation to take over Konoha village. A confident voice rang in everyone's ears. The more people there are, the better. Otherwise, how can I have fun? Everyone's eyes were fixed on the young man in a gray short coat, with his hands folded, like a silver moon, and behind him was the entire starry sky. Lord Liu Yun, Fan Sanlang and the others bowed respectfully. Ryun nodded and moved closer to the Konoha strategy map that Tsunade and the others were discussing. He said calmly to everyone, does it need to be so serious? I can take down the entire Konoha right now if I feel like it. The reason why I have to take the exam in Chunin is to make it more ceremonial. Tsunade frowned, the village is deeply rooted and has many hidden cards. You must not be too proud, Liu Yun. Liu Yun smiled and said, now that Nine Tails is in my possession, what other cards do Old Monkey have? Nine Tails? Everyone was puzzled. Liu Yun snapped his fingers, and an orange-yellow fox with crouching dragon and phoenix chick wrapped around its tail appeared on the scene. Allow me to introduce you to the strongest tailed beast in the ninja world, Nine Tails, who will also be joining this coup. Nine Tails raised his head proudly and squinted his eyes at people. Be prepared to receive worship from mortals, advertisement. Tsunade approached Rukumo and looked at the cute little fox next to him. The girlish heart in Tsunade was immediately awakened, and she hugged Nine Tails in her arms. Where did this little fox come from? It's so cute. Nine Tails' face was filled with anger, and in an instant he released a terrifying aura that startled all the birds and animals in the bamboo forest. 2 minutes later, Liu Yun finally explained the origin of Nine Tails. Tsunade and Fanzaburo were all shocked. Tsunade could get close to Nine Tails, while Fanzaburo and the others just stayed away from her. Nine Tails turned up his nose. Humph. Human. Tsunade's eyes were full of joy. With Nine Tails' help, we will be able to take over the entire village tomorrow. Then, everyone discussed the arrangements after the coup was successful. Liu Yun listened with little interest, rubbing Nine Tails' fur out of boredom. Of course a proud fox like Nine Tails would try to break free, but every time he did so he would be caught back by Liu Yun. Crouching Dragon and Phoenix were chewing bamboo shoots nearby, chewing harder and harder, their bare eyes fixed on Nine Tails. There can't be two tigers in one mountain, and animals are very territorial. Wolong and Fengshu feel that their status is threatened, and they must make the new partner sensible and put himself in a proper position. Yeah, Feng Shu called out, meaning to let his younger brother test the fox first. Wolong dropped the bamboo shoots, stood up with his arms and legs bared, stomped his feet, and walked towards Nine Tails with his hips twisted. Tsunade and the others finished their talk, and Fanzaburo and the others fled away. When they found out that the little fox beside Liu Yun was Nine Tails, they didn't dare stay for even a second longer. Nine Tails also had two panda babies who were not interested in mating between the monkeys, so Wolong and Fengshu surrounded Nine Tails. Meh. Wolong raised his sharp claws, his bare eyes full of sharpness, as if warning Nine Tails to be more obedient here in the future. Nine Tails closed his eyes. Those two stupid bears were not worth his attention. In the darkness of Konoha village, a conspiracy against Liu Yun quietly unfolds. A candle was burning in the dark room. The high-ranking officials of Konoha village and the chiefs of the major ninja clans are all here. Advertisement, have you decided? The voice came from Mitokado Homura. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. We can't let him do whatever he wants. If I had discovered this kid's talent earlier, we wouldn't be in this situation today. Sarutobi Hiruzen regretted not discovering Ryun's talent earlier, if only he had known that Ryun had such potential. He will directly accept him as a disciple and keep him closely by his side. Udadane Kaharu's face was full of fierceness. He killed the daimyo, the fire country will not let him go. The new daimyo asked us to execute him quickly, otherwise all war supplies will be cut off. When everyone heard this, a cold murderous look appeared on their faces. Sarutobi Hiruzen said firmly, tomorrow, 10,000 ninja soldiers will surround him. Even if we are tired, we will tire him to death. In order to completely solve the problem of Liu Yun, he also asked Orochimaru to lend a helping hand. And Sarutobi Hiruzen also has insurance, that is his Shiki Fujin. The time, location and people are all right, we just have to wait to burn incense to Liu Yun. There was no conversation that night, except for the distant chirping of cicadas and the rhythmic calls of apes. The next morning, Liu Yun put on his clothes and smiled at Tsunade who was still sleeping. Bite. The 1-month period has expired, and host can participate in 3 lucky draws. The system's voice suddenly reminded Liu Yun. It's another big lottery. Before I knew it, Liu Yun has been here for 3 months. It feels like 7 or 8 years. He looked at Tsunade, who was still sleeping soundly on the bamboo bed, and his mind was filled with thoughts. Eternity can stretch time very long, but every node in it will become extremely fragile. Is he satisfied? System. Draw a lottery. Although Liu Yun's voice was the same as before, it had become much firmer without people noticing. Perhaps he has shed his virginity and started evolving into a veteran. The lottery begins. Liu Yun looked at the big turntable. Although he was almost invincible now, he was still very interested in some techniques and bloodline limits. The big turntable is like a whirlpool of fate, and every time the pointer passes through it is like a judgment. When the pointer stopped, Liu Yun looked at the text above. Chapter 242. Youth is coming, even Kishimoto is afraid. Open black lens bracket dead bone pulse close black lens bracket the bloodline limit dead bone pulse is based on Kagaya Kimimaro. The bloodline realm of physical skills is extremely powerful. If Kimimaro can overcome the bloodline disease, I believe you will have a place in the ninja world. This bloodline limit is also very useful against Ryun, and can even be applied to Susanoo to enhance defense. If developed well, it can summon an army of undead bones, and Liu Yun can also play the role of the Lich King. The thought flashed like lightning, and in a blink of an eye, dead bone pulse merged with the flowing clouds. Liu Yun could feel the activity of the bone cells in his body. With a thought, a layer of white bone armor was put on his body. Liu Yun touched his bone armor, which was extremely hard. He possessed the Ashura Sage body, and his bone cells were extremely active. If Liu Yun activates Zaob Dance, the bones will have the characteristics of the descent of the tree world and can devour the enemy's chakra. Liu Yun dispersed his bone armor and started the second draw. Forbidden technique. Tengai Shinsei. This ninjutsu really surprised Liu Yun. This is the forbidden technique that Uchiha Madara activated with the power of the Rinnegan, and paired with Susanoo, summoned a giant meteorite. The explosion had an extremely wide range, nearly several thousand meters, and almost wiped out the 4th division of the allied ninja forces. The system split the Tengai Shinsei, allowing Ryun to perform spells without relying on the Rinnegan. This technique is not omnipotent, and some powerful ninjas can still dodge it. For example, Minato's Flying Thunder God, Onoki can also dodge it by flying with the Super Light Heavy Rock technique. But it is indeed a very powerful technique, and it can be called a magical skill in clearing the minion line. Tengai Shinsei was quickly absorbed by Liu Yun, who from then on mastered another forbidden technique. If you fancy a pretty girl, you can just drive the Tengai Shinsei to their village and snatch her away. Third draw. The system's dial began to spin, and Liu Yun watched carefully. According to past experience, 1 out of 3 draws will definitely be of spiritual attribute. I wonder who it belongs to. Open black lens bracket might guy's youth close black lens bracket. You exist, deep in my mind. Bebe bebe, a melody seemed to ring in Liu Yun's heart, and he became full of energy, as if he was interested in everything he did. He even felt that the previous battles were a waste of time and he should have started with a big move from the beginning. There were 8 big ones in one game, and even Ben was scared. Is this the horror of Guy? Advertisement, Liu Yun said very lively. At noon, Konoha village resumed normal operations. There are a lot of merchants coming and going today, and the whole village is filled with a prosperous atmosphere. On the street, a young man and 2 girls walked side by side. Shizune seemed to want to make Liu Yun's face bloom. Liu Yun asked in confusion, is there something on my face? Liu Yun, why are you so energetic today? Liu Yun usually looks lazy and can't even lift his eyelids, just like Kakashi. But today he is in high spirits and seems to be interested in everything. Liu Yun smiled and said something philosophical. Don't look back at the past or look forward to the future, but cherish the poetry of the present. Oh. Shizune and Hong moved their little heads, carefully thinking over Liu Yun's words. Liu Yun showed a slight smile and looked around carefully. Small vendors hawking their wares and passers-by. With the bonus of youth buff, he is interested in everything. Soon, the 3 of them arrived at the area responsible for the Chunin examination. There were already 70 or 80 ninjas standing here, including teenagers, young men and middle-aged men. Liu Yun, an Uchiha boy wearing goggles, greeted loudly. This is Obito. Obito came up with Kakashi and Lin. Obito patted Liu Yun on the back and said affectionately, I haven't seen you for a few days. Where have you been? Liu Yun smiled and greeted Kakashi and Lin. Kakashi frowned slightly. Someone like Liu Yun came to take the Chunin exam, which was simply leaving no chance for others to survive. Obito said, Liu Yun, you protect me later. Ryun could even beat his teacher Minato, so passing a Chunin exam shouldn't be a piece of cake for him. Kakashi complained. The first exam is a written test, how can you ask others to help you? That's right. Obito scratched his head, feeling distressed again. When I was in school, I always ranked last in written exams. It's just like math, if you can't do it, you really can't do it. Advertisement. Obito looked at Liu Yun and said, Liu Yun, have you figured out a solution for the first written test? In Obito's memory, Liu Yun, Guy and he were all brothers in school. Liu Yun smiled, his Jonin template was quite sophisticated, so a Chunin test was not a piece of cake. Liu Yun suddenly noticed that Minato was not there. Because Tsunade was the Hokage's assistant, he did not accompany Liu Yun and the others. But Minato, as the Jonin who guides Obito and the others, shouldn't be late. So Liu Yun asked, where's Minato? Why can't I see him? Obito replied, There's an emergency at the border, and Minato-sensei has been very busy these past 2 days. Liu Yun nodded. After the old monkey transferred the ninjas on the front line back to the village, there would definitely be loopholes in the battle line. They could only rely on Minato's flying thunder god's quick reflexes to at least survive today. A watermelon-headed figure came into view, dispelling Liu Yun's thoughts. Guy walked to Liu Yun's side, smiling shyly. Liu Yun, help me later. When it comes to the written test, no matter how young the guy is, he has to beg for mercy. Liu Yun waved his hand and said, no problem, I will let everyone pass by then. Although he has the bonus of youth, Liu Yun is still deeply rooted in the whole scene. Shiranui Genma and Ebisu were with Guy, and when they heard Liu Yun's words, they asked, let everyone pass. How do we do that? Mew Liu Yun, you're bragging again. A coquettish voice sounded, and a cute girl with light purple hair appeared before his eyes. It's little Anko. Anko was accompanied by 2 of his teammates, a cute girl with dark purple hair, and a boy with dark circles under his eyes. If Liu Yun remembered correctly, it should be Mao Yu Shiyan and Yu Guang Ji Feng. They are a very tragic couple. Liu Yun smiled at Anko and said, oh, little Anko doesn't believe me. Anko put her hands on her hips and snorted, of course I don't believe you. You are just a boaster. What are you betting on? Liu Yun suddenly became addicted to gambling. Anko thought about it carefully, and suddenly said, 200 skewers of Anko meatballs. Liu Yun complained, you really like eating meatballs. Just tell me if you dare or not. Liu Yun nodded. Okay, if I lose, I'll treat you to 200 skewers of meatballs. If you lose. Anko turned up her nose and snorted, you name the terms. Let's talk about it after I win, humph. You were just scared. Chapter 243 Anko is teased. Ahem. Moonlight Gale coughed twice and looked at Liu Yun in surprise. Anko, he is Mew Liu Yun. Everyone knew that Liu Yun was the last place student in the school. HMPH. Anko hummed in approval. Yu Guang Jifeng and Mao Yue Xian looked at Liu Yun for a while longer, and were surprised at his growth. Candidates taking the Chunin exam, assemble here. The examiner was notifying the students to gather, and a crowd of people was surging, and Liu Yun and the others followed. Soon the examiner announced the first test. Like previous exams, it is a written test. Within 2 minutes, all the candidates gathered in a classroom. Liu Yun sat at the very back, next to Anko, who had his head tilted in a puffy face. Liu Yun smiled and said to Anko, little Anko, you won't be able to copy me later. Anko snorted, who would copy a laggard like you? You might have copied me, but I won't let you copy me. Liu Yun shook his head, held the back of his head with both hands, and returned to his previous leisurely look. The smell of the school really gave him a sense of familiarity, as if he had returned to his previous life, hiding in the classroom and playing with his phone. Liu Yun looked at the candidates in the classroom. On the far left, there is a boy with black hair and a turtleneck sweatshirt. It's Shisui. Shisui's senses were very sharp. When he felt Liu Yun's gaze, he turned around and smiled at him. Liu Yun looked around again. Obito sat at the first table, his whole body seemed to have faded, shivering in the silent wind. Liu Yun smiled. When he was in college, he was most afraid of sitting at the first table at the end of the semester because any operation was full of unexpected events. Hey, can you tell me, how did you grow so tall? A girl's voice sounded. Liu Yun looked forward and saw a person with purple hair. It was none other than Mao Yu Shiyan from before. Next to him was the moonlight breeze, also looking back at the flowing clouds. They were both very curious about the changes that had taken place in Liu Yun. Liu Yun replied to Xian. Read more and stay up late less every day, this is my method. Oh. Xian curled her lips, obviously not believing it. But Ji Feng continued to ask, can we become healthier by reading more and staying up late less? Liu Yun did not answer, but looked straight at Ji Feng's face. Ahem. Noticing Liu Yun's observation, Ji Feng coughed and said, it's a disease I've had since I was a child. Advertisement, oh. Liu Yun nodded and looked at Xian again. Ji Feng is so lucky to have such a lovely girl. Unfortunately, Ji Feng is short-lived. Who knows who he will benefit from in the future? On the other side, Liu Yun saw 2 more familiar faces. Asuma, Nara Yuji. He just glanced at the flowing clouds and then looked away. The earth-crawling snake was not worth his attention. But Nara Yuji was very concerned about Liu Yun, and whispered to Asuma beside him. Compared to a month ago, he has changed a lot. Asuma clenched his fists. Only he who truly knew the truth would understand how powerful Liu Yun was. The army on the Konoha front emphasized that they returned to the village because of him. However, no matter how strong you are, you can't stop so many people. Red is still mine. The classroom was noisy until the examiner yelled at him. Now. The exam begins. Upon hearing this, Obito trembled while holding the pen. He looked around and saw that they were all people he didn't recognize. He immediately felt despair. The test papers were handed out one after another. Liu Yun looked at Chunin's test questions, written in black and white, and couldn't help but recall the past. The youth of that time is gone forever. The examiner was not Ibiki's type, and he needed to be a flashy ninja to test him. It is a hard test. You can cheat if you are capable, and leave on the spot once you are caught. The above questions are very basic and Liu Yun can answer them at a glance. But he didn't write, instead he looked at Anko next to him. Anko always finishes her schoolwork on time, so the questions are not very difficult for her. She began to write furiously. Liu Yun suddenly felt a sense of evil and prepared to play a trick on Anko. His eyes suddenly turned red, and the three Magatama quickly spun and combined into a dart. Illusion. Elementary school student torture technique. Anko suddenly realized that the questions on her test paper had changed without her noticing. Dense formulas, square roots, countless solutions. Anko got a headache after just one look at the questions because she couldn't answer any of them. Anko looked to the side quietly and saw Liu Yun writing on the test paper. The writing moved smoothly and with ease, and you can tell at a glance that he can do it. Anko asked quietly, Liu Yun, is your test paper the same as mine? Look, advertisement. Liu Yun tilted the test paper slightly so that Anko could see it clearly. There were some illusions performed by Liu Yun on it, and Anko saw that it looked exactly like his own. Anko was confused. How could that be? It was so easy just now. She looked around and saw that everyone was writing. A sense of panic rose in her heart. It's going to cool down. The sound of flipping papers made Anko anxious, like an ant on a hot pan. In a hurry, she stopped being angry with Liu Yun and pleaded in a low voice. Liu Yun. Pull it open quickly so I can take a look. No. Liu Yun refused directly. Anko didn't expect Liu Yun to reject her directly. She was a little anxious. Liu Yun, we are from the same school. We will meet each other sooner or later. Don't be so ruthless. Liu Yun laughed at that time and said softly, all the candidates here are from the same school, don't bother talking to me. Anko pinched the desk tightly, as if the desk was a flowing cloud and she wanted to strangle him to death. Liu Yun suddenly made a request. As long as you call me brother Liu Yun, I will show you the answer. This was a very shameful request, and Anko would never agree to it given her pride. But she was so anxious at the moment that she didn't care. Anko blushed and whispered to Liu Yun, brother Liu Yun. The voice was as thin as a mosquito's buzz, but it was like a breeze blowing through Liu Yun's heart. One more time, Liu Yun, don't go too far. Anko's voice was a little urgent, causing some commotion. Realizing that his behavior was inappropriate, Anko quickly shut his mouth and lay down on the table obediently. Xian glanced back. She just heard Anko call Liu Yun brother and was a little confused. Liu Yun said to Anko, I won't lie to you anymore, now take a look at the test paper. Anko listened to Liu Yun's words and began to look at her test paper. The test paper changed again, becoming the same basic one as before. Anko finally realized what was wrong and immediately glared at Liu Yun with murderous eyes. You just used an illusion on me. Liu Yun smiled and did not deny it. Just wait, I'll make you pay after the exam. Liu Yun looked at Anko. Just you, Anko threatened. I will feed you to the snakes later. By the way, didn't you say you wanted to let everyone pass? Let's see how you're going to do it. Chapter 244I, Orochimaru, will also dance. Liu Yun chuckled, stood up and prepared to get started. As he stood up, all the candidates turned their eyes to him, including the chief examiner and the deputy examiner. Classmate, what are you doing? Liu Yun's eyes flashed red, and instantly all the examiners were pulled into the illusion. He walked towards the podium with his hands behind his back, like a teacher. Liu Yun stood on the podium, holding a piece of chalk in his hand. He coughed twice and said, now let Teacher Mew teach you how to do it. Except for the examiner, all the candidates were very surprised. Some people recognized Liu Yun, the last in the ninja school. Liu Yun, what do you want to do? Liu Yun, do you think the teacher is blind? Liu Yun, does your dad know that you are so arrogant? Obito looked at Ruyan, who started writing the answers on the blackboard. I was shocked. Liu Yun had already had diarrhea while riding on the examiner's head, and they didn't care. He looked around, and all the examiners seemed not to have noticed Liu Yun, and they still looked as serious as before. The examiner was stunned. Obito guessed so and was about to try it wildly, but a cold voice directly stopped him from trying to commit suicide. Candidate in the third row, second column, get out, an examiner said sternly. It turned out that the candidate just now thought that the examiner was a robot, so he directly snatched the paper from the candidate next to him and started copying it roughly. The examinee was furious. Why? The guy above just copied the answer right here. The examiner did not reply to him, as if everyone except Liu Yun could see it. In a flash, he kicked the examinee out. Many people were surprised by the examiner's abnormality, but some outstanding ninjas noticed it. Nara Yuji figured it out in an instant. All the examiners fell for his illusion. How powerful. Shisui was a little shocked. You have to know that the examiner was a Jonin, and a Jonin from the torture unit, who had been trained in illusion to fight against it. With just one look, he was able to make a Jonin and many Chunin fall into illusion. His attainment in illusion was already higher than that of Uchiha. Obito and Guy didn't care about anything and just took the answer that Liu Yun copied on the blackboard as a life-saving straw. Many people followed suit and started copying. Anko clenched her fists below. I didn't expect him to be so strong. Advertisement. She wanted to teach Liu Yun a lesson, but now she was shocked by Liu Yun's illusion. If the other party was using an illusion to trick her, then to be precise, he had already used an illusion to trick her. After Liu Yun finished writing, he rubbed the chalk dust on his palms with satisfaction. The examiner next to him even stretched out his hand and shook hands with Liu Yun, causing many people to break out in cold sweat. Liu Yun sat back in his seat and winked at Anko. I won. Anko started to cheat. You didn't win, one of you was eliminated. Then you have to include the unlucky guy in this? Of course. Anko turned up his nose, returning to his previous haughtiness. She also reminded Liu Yun. Remember 300 skewers of meatballs. Liu Yun was speechless and could only agree with her. Okay. After a long time, the examiner announced loudly. The exam is over. All the candidates stood up and left the examination room one after another. After everyone left, an adjutant stared at the blackboard with wide eyes. Captain, look. The examiner turned his head and looked at the blackboard filled with answers, and was subconsciously stunned for a moment. Finally, he smiled bitterly. I have been hunting birds all day and today I encountered an eagle. This class is very strong. The test papers were corrected quickly, and only one was eliminated, breaking the record of Chunin examinations for many years. Everyone was brought along by the examiner for the second exam. A group of people gathered around Liu Yun, and they were full of worship for him. Teasing the examiner was the first time in Konoha's history. Obito patted Liu Yun on the back and said, Good brother, I was right about you. Guy also had a cheerful look on his face, as if youth was written all over his face. Yeah, it was so easy to pass the first exam. Obito nodded. That's right, it's a pity that so many people have passed the test. The second test will definitely be bloody. Liu Yun smiled and said, Do you want me to take you through the customs? Advertisement. Obito and Guy both shook their heads in denial. No need, we will rely on our hard power in the second exam. Guy is a confident person. He is very strong in physical skills and now he has mastered the 8 inner gates. He is very confident in actual combat. As for Obito, he is extremely confident. However, he has Kakashi on his team, and Kakashi became a Chunin at the age of 6, and now his strength is basically above that of a special Jonin. With a big boss leading him, Obito is naturally very confident. The second exam was a field exercise, originally planned to be held in the Death Forest. But the Death Forest was occupied by Liu Yun, so the village chose another training ground, which was not as dangerous, but also very large. When we arrived at the destination, the examiner quickly explained the rules. It was different from the Chunin exam that Liu Yun remembered. Only 5 scrolls were distributed this time, somewhere in the forest. Candidates need to find it within 3 hours and hand it over to the examiner to pass the test. In other words, only 5 teams can pass in the end. Everyone quickly became familiar with the rules and entered the examination room. In the Hokage building, a group of people watched the examinees enter the forest with calm eyes, but beneath the calm, who knows what kind of turbulent waves are brewing. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Tsunade, who was standing by. I always feel that my disciple, who usually acts like a normal disciple, has a bit more fierceness today for some reason, as if he is harboring a strong sense of aggressiveness. Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, How is Jiraiya doing? Tsunade replied, It's nothing serious. He just needs to stay in the hospital for another 2 weeks. He should be thankful that Liu Yun didn't use too much force. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent, still looking at the children in the crystal ball. Tsunade's words broke the silence. Teacher, do you think my Senju family is too soft? Sarutobi Hiruzen wondered, what does this mean? Nothing. Tsunade shook her head, hiding the murderous intent in her eyes. Orochimaru glanced at Tsunade and felt that she was different today than usual. But it doesn't matter, no unexpected events can stop the plan. Teacher, they can eliminate Liu Yun's hidden danger, and he can also get Liu Yun's body. When thinking of wood style and Sharingan, Orochimaru's eyes couldn't hide the deep greed. As long as he possesses that body, he can learn all the ninjutsu in the world, gain eternal life, and become the second sage of 6 paths. I, Orochimaru, will soon stand above the heavens. Chapter 245. Who dares to act recklessly when Susanoo is here? All the candidates rushed into the examination room impatiently, as if someone else would be able to grab the test paper in the next second. But one person stood in the way. It was Liu Yun. He folded his hands, with an expression of neither sadness nor joy on his face. 2 genins just tried to cross over, but their legs were instantly strangled by 2 vines and they were thrown back. Someone yelled, Mew Liu Yun, what are you doing? Shizune and Hong behind Liu Yun also looked confused, not knowing what Liu Yun was going to do. Liu Yun didn't say anything, but closed his eyes, acting like a master. Asuma walked out of the crowd and looked at Liu Yun coldly. Mew Liu Yun, what do you want to do by blocking the road? Nara Yuji analyzed. With so many of us, we only need to split into 5 teams. We will all be fighting in a melee anyway. Why don't we compete now and select the top 5 teams? Liu Yun opened his eyes and smiled at Nara Yuji. Talking to smart people means wasting your brain. That's what I mean. Don't look for them. Just leave 5 teams behind. Some people were dissatisfied. How shameless. Who do you think you are? Do you make the rules? Liu Yun folded his hands and looked coldly at the person who had just insulted him, his eyes slowly turning red. Since I can let you pass, I can also eliminate you. As soon as the Mangekyo illusion was released, the team that had just offended seemed to be possessed by a demon. Walking out of the examination room in a daze as if being paraded through the streets is an act of giving up one's qualifications. Nara Yuji looked into Ryun's eyes in shock. Red eyes, is this the Sharingan? He knew about Uchiha's Sharingan, but not Mangekyo. Asuma said, it's up to you. A melee will decide the 5 teams that remain. Liu Yun shook his head again. I have reserved 4 teams, and what you need to do is to compete for the remaining spot. Liu Yun's excessive demands directly caused a commotion. Liu Yun, Liu Yun, be careful, my family sells coffins. My family makes tombstones. My family is in the funeral business. Even the 3rd Hokage looks up to our team. Be careful that you might get sent away by our 3 great families. The higher-ups in the Hokage building watched silently but did nothing to stop it. That was the rule of the game, and any unauthorized changes were up to them. Ekaharu's face was filled with disgust. Who taught you to be so self-centered? Tsunade choked. I taught him, so what, in your opinion? Do you want him to be better and listen to you? Advertisement, Tsunade, Ekaharu pointed at Tsunade and prepared to curse. But when he saw the murderous look in the other person's eyes, he immediately swallowed his words. Tsunade was particularly angry today, as if he had sensed something. Sarutobi Hiruzen eased the atmosphere. Stop arguing and watch carefully. In my opinion, the 2nd exam will be over soon. Go and arrange the 3rd one. There was silence in the audience, and everyone was watching the actions of the group of candidates. Liu Yun began to allocate places to the 4 teams. Obito ran over with a big smile on his face and patted Liu Yun on the back. I want one too, right, Liu Yun? Liu Yun nodded. Obito was full of pride towards Kakashi and Lin. See, I was the main contributor to the 2nd exam. Kakashi's dead eyes showed neither praise nor disdain, just like a piece of wood, making Obito, who wanted to show off, feel like he had eaten a dead fish. Lin was somewhat happy. Obito, I'll remember your achievement. Okay. Obito instantly became excited. Ebisu walked over with Shiranui Genma and Guy, looking familiar. We are in the same class. I owe you money today. I will treat you a meal some other day. Liu Yun nodded and assigned another team. Now there is only one left. Liu Yun turned his attention to Team Enko. Enko glanced at Liu Yun. She also wanted to be chosen, but with her pride she would not beg Liu Yun. Hayate pushed Enko and said, you two have such a good relationship, let him give us a hand. The Enko team had just graduated not long ago, so they were naturally no match for the young genin in terms of fighting power. Enko wiped away her pride and walked in front of Liu Yun. Give us a spot and we'll treat you to meatballs some other day. Liu Yun reached out his hand and quickly gave Enko a head slap. Enko wanted to break free, but could only mechanically let Liu Yun rub her. Advertisement Liu Yun said to the rest of the people. I have already made my selection, and the rest will be given to you. Liu Yun's arrogant words caused discomfort to everyone. Many people clenched their fists in hatred, wishing they could cut Liu Yun into pieces. I can't stand it anymore. A young genin who had been wandering around genin for many years stood up and said loudly. Liu Yun, no matter how strong you are, can you beat so many of us? Brothers, unite and eliminate Liu Yun's team first. Yeah. Eliminate this B********* key first. Number matter whether they live or die, our 3 great families will take care of the aftermath. Everyone responded unanimously and started the Zai Lu conference. Team Shisui and Team Asuma retreated quietly, as if they had seen their end. Everyone, come on, at the command, everyone swarmed towards Liu Yun. Liu Yun folded his hands, as if he didn't take these people seriously. The attack was about to fall on him. Liu Yun opened his eyes and Mangekyo spun rapidly. Susanoo. A layer of fiery red light surrounded Liu Yun, blocking all shuriken attacks. Everyone was stimulated by the strong light and closed their eyes unconsciously. When they opened their eyes again, it was as if they were going home to find their mother. The fiery red giant, 100 meters tall, was wearing armor with a Karasu Tengu helmet on top, looking like a god of destruction from mythology. At this moment, some people were shocked, some were greedy, and some were full of murderous intent. Liu Yun stood in the crystal with his hands folded, overlooking the heads below. Now, can I decide your fate? What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? The only thing that came out of Obito's mouth was, FK. And he happened to be standing behind Lin, so his shout made Lin feel a little painful. What is this? What is this? It's so spectacular. No one answered Obito's question, and everyone was in shock. Although they knew that Liu Yun was very strong, but this is also. It's too exaggerated, it's totally a dimensionality reduction attack. Chapter 246 Wuukai requests to fight Nariyuji analyzed with his eyes wide open. Genjutsu? The leader just now thought the same thing, and rushed forward like an antelope, shouting loudly. Everyone, don't believe it, this is a group illusion, it's an illusion. The young man Genin punched Susanoo's calf, like an ant shaking an elephant. When he punched, it felt like he had hit steel and his hands were swollen. The young man Genin looked at his red hand with a puzzled look on his face. Why was it different from what he expected? Liu Yun looked down at the Genin. Although I admire his courage, being ignorant of the consequences is not a virtue. It's understandable that the 4th Raikage punched Susanoo, after all, his only output was that hand. You are just a Genin, and you punched my Susanoo. You have enough money to brag in this life, and when you are old, all the old men will look up to you. Liu Yun controlled Susanoo to give a light kick, directly kicking the young Genin out of the forest, instantly proving that his energy giant was not an illusion. Susanoo's merciless eyes looked at the people below who had become silent, all trembling as if they were in the company of a tiger. A huge pitchfork appeared in Liu Yun's hand and he drew a circle around these people. You guys are all eliminated. Everyone swallowed their saliva and didn't even dare to get angry. The only ones left are Team Asuma and Team Shisui. Liu Yun also disliked Asuma and drew a circle around his team with a pitchfork. You are eliminated too. Asuma clenched his fists, not daring to vent his anger at Liu Yun, and could only curse him in his heart. Shisui's team was quite happy as they got a qualification for no reason. Susanoo clapped her hands. Okay, the second test is over. Let's start the next one, what do you think? Liu Yun pointed his huge fork at the examiner hiding in the dark. The chief examiner jumped out and gave a stiff laugh. Since the test is over, that's great. Take a break and proceed to the third test. The flowing cloud disappeared Susanoo and jumped down from the sky. Obito and the others all rushed forward. Liu Yun, what kind of ninjutsu is this? Teach me. Okay, I'll ride Lin right in front of you now, why? The third test was held in the Colosseum in the center of the village, a large circular building that looked like a bullring in Spain, but in terms of elegance, it was more like the bullring in Guizhou's 72 villages. Many spectators walked into the audience stands one after another. There were probably thousands of people, among whom were many of Liu Yun's water armies, ready to set the pace. There were still about 20 minutes left, and Obito and Guy kept pestering Liu Yun, showing great interest in the fiery red giant that Liu Yun had just seen. Liu Yun looked up at the sky and saw a dark cloud covering the sun. The time has come. Advertisement, the Sarutobi family. The third Hokage wears light armor and a Hokage robe to cover the military uniform underneath. He slowly walked out the door, and a group of people wearing Anbu costumes knelt on one knee. Set up an ambush, don't let Liu Yun find you. As soon as Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, many figures disappeared from the spot. His cloudy eyes looked at the sky and became even sharper. The wind is blowing. Quack. I've waited so many days, I can't wait any longer. The Uchiha family. A group of ninjas with red eyes listened to Fugaku's rebellious speech. Since the founding of the village, my Uchiha family has been ostracized. If we don't explode in silence, we will perish in silence. It's time for us to put out the fire with our fans. Let's go. Konoha, ninjas are mobilized in different places. Beneath the peaceful Konoha village, a raging wave is brewing that will swallow up all those who look on. Forest of Death. The army was standing in large numbers, fully armed. There are countless tanks, planes, and cannons, which can fully support a modern war. Tsunade was dressed in military uniform, looking at the clouds below and said, My Senju family established Konoha since the Sengoku era, and has been working diligently to nurture the young tree of Konoha. But before I knew it, I was swallowed up by the root of darkness. I thought Konoha was a peaceful village, but when I saw that, it was dirty and stank of power. In that root of darkness, you have no way of knowing how much darkness there is, nor how many hidden Uzumaki there are. I am not raising an army today for my own personal ambitions, I want the peaceful village that it once was. The village that was once full of hope, the village that would not send its children to the battlefield and would not abandon the corpses of its heroes in the wilderness. Gentlemen, are you willing to help me? Tsunade's words instantly created a wave of controversy. We are willing to help Princess Tsunade, then, raise an army and besiege the city. The draw for the Chunin exam came out soon. Liu Yun is in the second game, and the opponent he is fighting against is Guy. Guy's face was full of excitement and he was not scared by the giant that Liu Yun had just created. Youth is not afraid of any monsters. Guy walked in front of Liu Yun with full fighting spirit, and his body seemed to be surrounded by a layer of youthful BGM. He almost resonated with Liu Yun's youth buff, which made him unable to help but shout out youth. Advertisement, Liu Yun, you have to use your strength later, otherwise I will be unhappy. Liu Yun nodded. Don't worry, I will be with you till the end of my youth. That's better, but Liu Yun disagreed, if he used all his strength. If you start a big game and directly use Tengai Shinsei, the entire Konoha village will be destroyed. The first exam is the most important one. The Uchiha family's genius Shisui will fight against Hitaki Kakashi. The reputations of both are well known. One is the genius Shisui, and the other is Kakashi, who broke the record for the fastest promotion to Chunin at the age of 6. The audience's emotions were aroused. Liu Yun's navy also began to set the pace. Come on, Wuakai, 50-50 is the best. Shisui and Kakashi standing in the middle of the field were wondering, who was 55-50? Kakashi looked at a large horizontal bar. Hitaki, 50-50, come on, 1,000 years of death, serve Shisui. Kakashi, wearing a mask, looked confused. It's me? Who am I evenly matched with? The examiner of the third test gave the order. Begin, fight beautifully. Generally speaking, the first two exams have basically determined Chunin's place. The third game was just a show to please the nobles so that they would obediently take out their wallets and entrust the ninjas. Kakashi and Shisui begin fighting. Kakashi is certainly stronger than Shisui, after all, he has been a Chunin for so many years, and even if he hasn't slept with a sow, hasn't he seen a pig run? With rich combat experience, he can get an 80-30 chance. But what I fear most is accidents. Ninjas are a group of assassins who specialize in sneak attacks and assassinations, unlike the samurai who fight with swords like a bunch of fools. The ninja war is full of surprises, like Kagaya having feelings for the harem technique and the men's football team losing to Vietnam. Everything in this world is full of surprises. So this match is 70-30 for Kakashi. Add to that Kakashi's mysterious nature, and in the end it's a 50-50 chance. It turns out that Shisui is not weak either. Most importantly, Shisui opened the Sharingan, which surprised many people, who secretly thought that he was worthy of being the Uchiha with so many talented people. Both of them used swordsmanship, and the fight on the field was sparking and lightning. Liu Yun played the role of a storyteller, constantly yelling into Anko's ears. It happened in a split second. Kakashi came up with a left kick and a right whip kick. Shisui got caught. Hey, as soon as I said that, he stood up. It was so fast. Anko scolded Liu Yun. I can see it, I don't need you to tell me. Oh well. Chapter 247 Liu Yun summons all the immortals to restore peace to the world. The two of them flew along with sparks and lightning, and gasoline batteries and electric wires. The audience watched with great interest, and Liu Yun's navy cheered loudly. Good job. It's a reward. In an instant, stacks of banknotes were thrown down from the audience seats, which made people jealous and thought that a bunch of rich men had come today. Kakashi saw the money, his attention was distracted, his rhythm was disrupted, and Shisui began to regain 10%. He attacked Kakashi with sword after sword, forcing him to retreat step by step. Obito cheered Kakashi up from above. Kakashi, you must win. If you win, the rewards will be yours. Kakashi was speechless. He performed an earth-style dog flow wall and took several steps back. He is a ninja, not a singing clown. Kakashi's ninjutsu once again caused a lot of discussion among the navy. There's also a dog head carved into the earthen wall, how exquisite. Why not just stop calling him Wuukai and call him Doghead Kakashi? In an instant, a wave of voices surged again. Konoha Doghead Kakashi, come on, Konoha Doghead. Konoha Doghead will win. The audience was also led astray and started shouting, go Konoha Doghead. Kakashi's face turned dark, he was affected again, and was beaten back step by step. Now the score was 40-60, and he was 40-60. Kakashi no longer has the will to win or lose, and with such an ugly nickname, he may never be able to get rid of it in his lifetime. His reputation was ruined. Fortunately, he was wearing a mask and no one recognized his true face. Ha ha ha, Obito laughed so hard that his body convulsed and he rolled on the ground with laughter. Kakashi got such a speechless nickname that he feels embarrassed to say his name when he goes out. Who is coming? Konoha Doghead Kakashi. Obito was too exhausted to complain just thinking about that scene. Liu Yun also had a smile on his face. The Navy did a good job and the Commander-in-Chief should be credited with the achievement. Kakashi finally managed to pull back 10% with his excellent ninja qualities. On the basis of a 50-50 chance, he used Chidori and got a 70-30 chance, directly eliminating Shisui. Advertisement. The two of them made a sign of reconciliation and turned to leave. Kakashi, carrying the ninja sword on his back, regained his previous demeanor of a lone figure on a cold river. Obito lay across the fence and yelled, Kakashi, give me some tips. Pick them up quickly. There are hundreds of thousands of Ryo. Kakashi seemed not to have heard and walked silently into the dark entrance. But he was not indifferent. His father didn't leave him much supplies, so he started killing people at the age of 6 and lived a very tight life. Summoning technique. 7 or 8 of Kakashi's dogs emerged from a layer of smoke. Parker, take all that money. Parker looked at Kakashi with disdain, and heard the audience calling Kakashi a nickname. You really deserve the name of Doghead Kakashi. Go quickly, or I'll shave you with my white fang short sword. Woof, go ahead, but you have to give us half and buy us some good dog food. Kakashi waved his hand. Okay, the second round of competition begins. Obito cheered Guy up, keep up your game, Guy. If you fight well, you'll get rewards from the audience. Guy pumped his fists, his eyes full of the fire of youth. Liu Yun pulled his sleeves and tightened his belt. The time has come, it's time to enter Guanzhong and take Shenyang. Guy took the lead, like a green beast coming out of the mountains, standing in the middle of the field with high morale. As soon as he appeared on the stage, he was immediately called out for his fame. Konoha youth brother, youth never ends, my youth will never fade. The song is right, the person is right, Chaoing is crushed. The song is not for the right person, the scum of youth. Musical note. An unexpected joy. Musical note seems to be musical note. A Navy soldier played the youth march on a large speaker, and suddenly the entire battlefield seemed to become youthful. Many people are so young that they seem to want to crush their own balls to defend their youth. When Guy heard this BGM, he immediately became excited and threw away the weights on his feet. In an instant, it seemed as if a house collapsed and huge smoke rose up. Advertisement people were all surprised. They didn't expect that this watermelon head guy was so powerful and could carry such a heavy weight. Liu Yun's Navy soldiers shouted, Brother Chingchun, as if this was his home court. Guy was waving to everyone around him off the field, expressing his gratitude for the cheers from everyone around him. Might Dai was so moved that he cried, Guy, you succeeded, and everyone recognizes you. You will definitely become a great ninja and make your youth shine. The sudden youth BGM changed again. A kind of suona and a mixture of various instruments, full of Huxia-style music sounded. Musical note, musical note, musical note, musical note, Zhongli. The listener everyone seemed to see a giant ink-red dragon on the ancient land, lying across the stone pillar, swallowing and spitting out the essence of the sun and the moon. Liu Yun walked out of the entrance slowly with his hands folded, followed by Wolong and Fengshu. The two panda babies were struggling to carry two large flags. One writes, stream, and the other writes, cloud. A cloud in the sky blocked the sun. As the cloud moved lightly, the cloud also moved slowly, leaving a piece of light for the cloud, as if God was also his navy. This boss-like look immediately shocked everyone, and they all wondered who this person was and how he could afford such an appearance fee. In the attic of a high-rise building in Konoha, Tsunade smiled. You were quite good at playing. She thought of Liu Yun's many rich movements and immediately came to her senses. Liu Yun's navy set the rhythm. In the ninja world at that time, there were great demons invading the sea, and evil dragons lurking in the mountains. No sooner said than done, there was thunder and lightning in the sky, and a real dragon appeared from nowhere, sweeping away the four directions, and bringing peace to the world. My father is a fortune teller. He said that this man is the reincarnation of the true dragon, the emperor of the ninja world. Hurry up and worship. If you are late, there will be no place to kneel. Yes, yes, yes. His father was very accurate in fortune telling. He said that I would have a lot of luck with love affairs. As a result, I met 3 beautiful women this morning. So awesome, aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning? Even the god of thunder is afraid of him and hides the goddess of lightning very well. I'll give you a good way to get rich. If your relatives, friends, or wives have something nice, pack it up and send it to them. If you're late, you'll have to wait in line. UB***************** D. Liu Yun stood on the ground with his hands folded, as if he had merged into one with his surroundings, and the whole world was responding to him. The examiner pleaded, can you please turn off your speakers? Liu Yun snapped his fingers, and the music that was lingering in the room slowly stopped. Wolong and Fengshu slowly climbed down, stuck the big flag on the ground, took out the bamboo shoots and started to eat them. Yeah, backquote, chapter 248 Guy's proof of youth. There was a commotion amidst the hustle and bustle of the crowd, but where the Uzumaki was, there lay the fangs of murderous intent. Ashura Sage Body's emotional perception could sense the malice in the air, and waves of murderous intent began to accumulate, waiting for an opportunity to strike. But he didn't care. He folded his hands and looked calmly at Guy, who was full of fighting spirit. In the audience, there were 2 beautiful women, one with long black hair and the other with red hair in a ponytail. They are Uchiha Makoto and Uzumaki Kushina. Also sitting next to Makoto is Uchiha Itachi. Itachi asked curiously, I wonder how strong brother Liu Yun can be. Itachi was born precocious and subconsciously believed that Liu Yun was very strong, but he had never seen him take action. Makoto was also full of curiosity. He had only heard about Liu Yun's power from hearsay, and all the information came from Fugaku. Kushina laughed heartily, that kid is the strongest person I've ever seen. Even Minato and Jiraiya were helpless against Nine Tails, but Ryun was able to subdue Nine Tails by himself. Makoto was surprised. Kushina, do you know Liu Yun well? Her question was met with a chorus of approval. Kushina nodded meaningfully. Of course, we're in the same boat now. She felt a little excited because she was about to rebel. Guy, come on, follow your ninja way. The guy with a big watermelon head above completely ignored the embarrassment of the people around him and shouted loudly to Guy, come on. Guy responded with a thumbs up. Got it, Dad, I will show Liu Yun my youth. The examiner said without saying anything, let's get started. Guy shouted to Liu Yun with full fighting spirit. Liu Yun, show us your full strength. Liu Yun smiled, and a youthful buff was superimposed on him. He suppressed his urge to start a big move, preparing to make Guy feel desperate in just one round. Guy, you have to catch it, or the whole stadium will be ruined. Bring it on. Liu Yun smiled, and a layer of blue flame ignited on his body. That huge chakra was like a blue sun, and the light of the entire world was concentrated on him alone. People who have never known Liu Yun would tremble just by feeling this huge chakra. Liu Yun has never used the earth element and is more proficient in the fire element. But ever since he mastered Tengai Shinsei, he has become interested in earth attribute chakra. After transforming Tengai Shinsei, Liu Yun obtained a small Tengai Shinsei. Although it was small, it was also a meteorite that fell from the sky. Advertisement. Liu Yun folded his hands, like a rock god of the ancient earth. Everything moves in the sky. The sky seemed to darken, and a dark cloud stretched across the sky, instantly turning the clear world into darkness. The audience looked up at the sky. What happened? A ninjutsu that changes the sky. Even if Uchiha Madara were alive, he wouldn't dare to dance here, right? This boy is so terrifying, he must not be allowed to stay. I would call him the strongest. A hole appeared in the black cloud, and a 10-meter-long meteorite fell from the sky, bringing with it a fiery red glow, as if it was going to whip the barren earth. At this moment, everyone watching the battle felt their own insignificance. Compared with the majestic sky above, they're just a group of insects crawling on the ground. Even the elite Jonin wouldn't dare block such a massive attack. Although Guy can dodge it, the range of the meteorite is the entire arena, and Guy can either give up or take it head on. Influenced by the youth buff, Liu Yun now likes to use his ultimate skill at the very beginning. No reason, just a happy mood. Almost everyone thought that Guy was defenseless because his small body could not withstand the attack from the sky. Guy stared at the sky with wide eyes. The meteorite was not far away from him. He asked Liu Yun to use his strength, but he didn't expect the other party to directly summon a meteorite. Youth. How to deal with it? Fool, what are you looking at? Run. Does this watermelon head guy really think he can stop a meteorite? Let's stay away, otherwise we will be affected by the explosion range of the meteorite. Susanoo-clad smoked a cigarette and silently looked at the meteorite falling from the sky. It's not very big and the scope is within control, he can handle it. However, this kind of ninjutsu that summons meteorites is really rare. If used well, it can become a powerful weapon on the battlefield. What a pity, I can't use it. Everyone was looking down on Guy, except for a guy with a big bowler head who was cheering him on loudly. Guy, don't give up, think about why you want to be a ninja. Might Day's voice suddenly awakened Guy's ninja way, and he seemed to see the sadness of the past. At first, Guy had a normal bull head. He would feel ashamed of his father's embarrassing behavior and would become depressed because of his own low ninja talent. Every time he cries alone, it is Might's effort to awaken him. Guy, keep working hard, youth will never let down those who work hard. Guy looked at his bandaged hands. Advertisement 10,000 kicks, 10,000 punches, 10,000 frog jumps every day. I just want to prove that genius can be caught up. Ah, a low growl sounded from Guy's throat. Liu Yun, my youth will never fade. First door, open. The second rest gate, open. The third life gate, open. Green energy began to radiate from Guy's body, glowing brightly under the gray sky. Obito was full of curse words. What the hell is this? What is this? Guy turned into light. Kakashi looked at it seriously. Guy had been following in his footsteps, and he had never expected to master such a powerful ninjutsu without realizing it. Not enough. Not enough. The power increase of just 3 gates was not enough to stop the flaming meteorite. Guy, come on. Might waved the flag alone. His spirit also inspired many people, and Liu Yun's navy promoted Guy. Brother Qingchun, come on, let's go BGM and cheer for Brother Qingchun. Ah, the 4th wound gate, open. At that moment, Guy was like a green light, welcoming the red meteorite falling from the sky. Liu Yun looked up at Guy, who was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. People who work hard should not be laughed at. Boom boom boom, a huge explosion sounded, and Guy blocked the meteorite falling from the sky. He wrote the word, youth, in the sky, and officially made everyone remember this watermelon-headed guy. A small figure fell from the sky. It was the unconscious Guy. Smoke was still coming out of his body and his whole body was covered with broken scars. It would be great if you could survive by resisting Liu Yun's attack with all your strength. Liu Yun was about to use wood style to catch Guy who was falling from the sky. But a much larger green light flashed across the sky and caught the unconscious Guy. The figure descended heavily on the ground again, creating a large hole about 1 meter wide. It was a large watermelon-sized head, which was worn by Guy's father Might. Might Dai just opened the 8 inner gates of the 6th gate in a split second, and then caught Guy steadily. This surprised many interested people that a 10,000 years genin could have such strength. They began to think of taking advantage of him again. Chapter 249, the Zai Lu conference is officially held. When Guy regained some consciousness, he saw his father with tears on his face. Dad, I lost, Guy, Might Dai called out with tears in his eyes. You didn't lose. You showed everyone your youth. You even broke through the 4th gate. You're the youth I am most proud of in my life. Woo woo woo. The two of them hugged each other and cried with tears in their eyes, which made Liu Yun so embarrassed that he wanted to pick his feet. He walked over and placed his hand on Guy's chest, and a flash of life flashed across his body. Guy's pale face slowly recovered. Might Dai looked at Liu Yun's magical hand. This is medical ninjutsu. Liu Yun replied. Guy slowly regained his youth, and the scars on his face disappeared in the blink of an eye. Might was full of gratitude. Thank you, Liu Yun, thank you so much. Liu Yun waved his hand. No need to thank me, after all, it was me who caused Guy's serious injury. No, a competition is a competition, and a favor is a favor. I have to thank you. After Chunan's exam, Guy and I will invite you to run 300 laps around the village together. Then don't thank me. Liu Yun shrugged and suddenly said, Uncle Dai, take Guy home and don't go out. What's wrong? Might was confused. Liu Yun looked at the changing situation with a serious look. Stop talking, Uncle Dai, and get out of here. Might Dai wanted to say something, but his legs were tied by a long vine and he was thrown out of the competition venue. A group of people wearing Anbu costumes appeared in the audience and suddenly cast an illusion on the grandfathers who were watching the game. Everyone fell into a deep sleep, except for some people who were very alert to illusions. The sound of footsteps could be heard, as if thousands of troops were crossing a single plank bridge. Advertisement in the blink of an eye, the area surrounding the Chunin exam finals venue was filled with ninjas. The innermost circle is the Anbu directly under the Hokage. There are a dozen people carrying large scrolls, and they are from the Sealing Squad. Surrounded by enemies in the sky and on the ground, it seemed that the flowing clouds had no way to retreat. On the platform, Tsunade questioned Sarutobi Hiruzen. Teacher, what are you doing? A gust of wind erupted from Sarutobi Hiruzen's body, tearing his Hokage robe into pieces. He didn't say anything, but Utatane Kaharu next to him snorted. After killing the daimyo of the Land of Fire, do you think Liu Yun will still be able to survive? The village only let him live for 2 more days? Tsunade clenched her fists. Are you guys preparing to deal with Liu Yun? Mitokado Homura pushed up his glasses. I'm sorry Tsunade, this is a decision made by the village higher-ups, and an order from the new daimyo. Liu Yun is indeed a rare talent in the village, but his instability also makes us worried. I'm afraid that one day he will destroy the village out of control. A deep voice sounded. Gua. Why waste so much time talking? Get rid of Liu Yun quickly so I can go back to Miaomu. A man with a bandage on his head and a gloomy face was surrounded by people. It is the Toad Zhang that the great Toad Sage refers to as the frog. Danzo. Tsunade's pupils shrank slightly. You're still alive. Danzo was executed by Liu Yun at the beginning, and not even a corpse was left. I didn't expect to see this person appear again today. Gamakura croaked. The great sage said that Liu Yun is a destabilizing factor for the entire ninja world. If he is allowed to grow, he will become the second Kagayahime. He must be completely eliminated. Liu Yun rolled his eyes and paid attention to the situation around him. Suddenly, he saw the old man wrapped in bandages on the platform. Danzo. He couldn't help but wonder, in order to prevent the Danzo Impure World reincarnation, not even a single cell of his was left. Why are you hanging out again now? Liu Yun observed more closely and suddenly found something strange. Danzo's chakra has a flavor of magic, concentrated in the body, and the chakra gas is in the shape of a toad. Seeing this, Liu Yun had basically figured out the problem. Advertisement, Mount Myoboku. Why do these damn toads want to get their hands on everything? Liu Yun made a decision in his heart at this time. When I have time in the future, I must go to Mount Myoboku and catch the great toad sage to make wine. Liu Yun, today is the day you die. Even if the sage of 6 paths comes, they can't save you. A somewhat familiar voice sounded in Liu Yun's ears, and Liu Yun noticed the person who spoke. He looks a bit like Konohamaru, the Sarutobi Shinosuke whose fingers he had chopped off before. Shinosuke's disabled hand had grown new fingers at this time, which seemed to be a superb treatment for ninjutsu. Liu Yun's rolling eyes suddenly radiated across the entire village, calculating the military strength deployed by the top leaders. The entire battlefield was filled with ninjas on 3 layers inside and outside, and there were more than a dozen black eagles flying in the sky, with flying ninjas on top. Moreover, ninjas were deployed to guard every street, and the entire village was blocked. Nearly 60% of the troops on the Konoha front were transferred back to the village. There are probably more than 10,000 ninja troops, and among them there are countless Jonin and elite Jonin. There was no fear in Liu Yun's eyes. You are so crazy to deal with me alone. I don't know if you are cautious or scared by me. Shinosuke chuckled and said, Liu Yun, the new daimyo specifically asked for your head as a sacrifice. Even if the war is lost, he will capture you. Liu Yun was somewhat disdainful. You guys are so arrogant to think you can deal with me. You are the arrogant one. These are the village's regular troops, ninjas who have experienced fighting on the front lines, not the trash you dealt with. Shinosuke didn't plan to say anything more and just waved his hand. A dozen sealed ninjas spread out the scrolls, and the scrolls danced like dragons and snakes, quickly attacking Liu Yun. Liu Yun's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly wanted to use his ultimate power to summon a large meteorite to directly destroy Konoha village. But he still suppressed the urge. Susanoo, Ryun's Mangekyo Sharingan manifested, and a fiery red giant loomed over him. Susanoo was known for its absolute defense, and those sealed ninjas who attacked were immediately repelled. Liu Yun stood in Susanoo's crystal, and said with a faint smile, Ants want to dance too? Chapter 250. The Hyuga family must be stable. The 100-meter-high Susanoo gives people a huge visual shock. Ordinary people would tremble and worship it when they saw it. The regular army on the Konoha front overcame Susanoo's momentum that could shake the mountains. They had fought their way out of a pile of dead bodies and had long since put life and death aside. Let's go together. Don't be afraid of him. His chakra can be infinite. Shinosuke took the lead, spitting out several huge rock cannons from his mouth. As big as a bucket, it crashed into the red giant with a loud bang. After a few popping sounds, the rock cannon turned into mud and sand. The hard stone could not break Susanoo's defense at all. Liu Yun folded his hands across his chest, looking down at the Konoha shinobi below, with no seriousness in his eyes at all. Is that all? It's really disappointing? Snort. Shinosuke snorted. Once I break your defense, I'll see if you still dare to be so comfortable. United Earth-style Yellow Spring Swamp. More than 20 Earth-style ninjas performed a spell together, instantly creating a large swamp under the flowing clouds. Join Water-style Water Wave. Another group of water-style ninjas sprayed water together. A steady stream of water gushes out from its mouth, mixing with the Yellow Spring Swamp to create a swamp with stronger absorption capacity. It seemed as if there was a big hand below, grabbing Susanoo's feet and sinking down. On top of the platform, Sarutobi Hiruzen summoned the Monkey King, and the Monkey King transformed into the Vajra Rui staff. Sarutobi Hiruzen took the stick in his hand and calmly looked at the fiery red giant that was about to fall into the swamp. Afterwards, Tsunade said coldly, Teacher, no, old monkey, I want to know something. Speak. Do you have anything to do with my grandfather Tobarama's death? Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked and turned to look at Tsunade, who had a cold face. How did you? Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't answer, but the expression on his face told Tsunade the answer. Orochimaru laughed evilly and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with an ambiguous expression, as if he had heard something incredible. This usually kind teacher has quite a lot of hidden secrets. Toad Zhang yelled, "Quack! Stop arguing, let's get down to business now. As for Tsunade, arrest him and detain him first, and we'll deal with Liu Yun later." Snort. Tsunade snorted, and a powerful aura burst out of her body, and black lines appeared on her face. This was her combat form. Tsunade said coldly, "Today, I will take back everything the Senju family has lost." Orochimaru chuckled, stood up, and looked at Tsunade with contempt. "Let me meet you, Tsunade." Orochimaru, "Today I'm going to beat you into a stinking snake." Advertisement. Snort. The war between the Sannin is about to break out. In Konoha Hospital, Jiraiya was wrapped in bandages and leisurely writing a small book. From time to time, he teased the young nurse who came to change the dressing, and from time to time he fantasized about the stories in the book. He glanced out the window. The sun was warm and the scenery was beautiful. Come to think of it, today is the Chunin exam. I wonder how it went. Jiraiya stopped writing, looked at the bandage on his chest, and suddenly sighed. Alas. I'm so old that I can't even beat a kid. It seems like I'm old enough to retire. Jiraiya is only in his 30s this year. Although he has an open-minded and cheerful personality, his heart is filled with countless worries. Liu Yun killed the daimyo of the Fire Country, which was tantamount to treason, but the powerful force he possessed was not something that ordinary people could deal with. Jiraiya saw it clearly. In the Sengoku era, the first generation in Uchiha Madara dominated the ninja world, and Ryun has grown to the position of those two people. The battle between the village and Liu Yun will surely be a thrilling battle between dragon and tiger. Suddenly, the faint sound of fighting in the air caught Jiraiya's attention. This was followed by a noise like that of a blower. Da da da, boom boom boom. It sounded like the roar of steel machines, accompanied by a cold sense of fighting. By the window, tanks were slowly moving across the street, with armed fighter jets on top. In every gap, you can see fully armed flowing clouds. Jiraiya's eyes widened. Could it be that the war begins today? When it was about to be swallowed up by the swamp, the flowing cloud turned into a ray of light and reappeared on the ground. As soon as he landed, hundreds of shurikens were thrown towards him. They are so dense that they look like locusts. Liu Yun rolled his eyes and assumed the posture of a Tai Chi master. 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. A huge amount of chakra was released from Ryun's body, spinning at high speed, creating a huge barrier like the Rasengan, which bounced all the shurikens back. Not only that, the clouds were spinning faster and faster, forming a huge whirlwind around them. Revolving heaven. A violent storm suddenly appeared, and the extremely fast wind blades were like swords. In the audience, Hyuga Hiyashi, who was not affected by the hypnosis illusion, stood up suddenly. Advertisement. Hyuga Hizashi next to him had his eyes full of Liu Yun's figure. Bai Yan, he actually has Bai Yan. The calmness on Hyuga Hiyashi's face was replaced by horror, wood style, Sharingan, and the white eyes of our Hyuga family. His existence is really hard to explain. Hyuga Hizashi asked, "Brother, why don't we get involved?" The third Hokage came to visit several times, but each time Hyuga Hiyashi hesitated and played Tai Chi. Neither helped Liu Yun nor interfere with Zai Lu's actions. Hyuga Hiyashi said quietly, "Hizashi, the most important thing for us in the Hyuga family is stability. With the Byakugan, whoever is in power in the village will make use of us. There is no need to gamble on a game where you don't know whether you will win or lose." More importantly, in Hyuga Hiyashi's white eyes, Liu Yun's face began to get excited. He was enjoying the battle. A living Uchiha Madara. This is not someone we can afford to offend. Hyuga Hiyashi saw clearly that Liu Yun was the proud son of the ninja world. His ninja template can be referenced from Uchiha Madara. They are equally arrogant, and they both disregard the world and the rules of the ninja world. The most unfortunate thing about Uchiha Madara is that there is another Senju Hashirama in the ninja world. Since the world was created, why did Madara come into being? The luckiest thing about Liu Yun is that he, Liu Yun, is the only one in the world. Relying on the method of stacking numbers to prepare to kill Liu Yun is an extremely stupid method. Don't forget that Liu Yun has wood style. He is now a combination of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. It's very difficult to defeat him, but it's not that there is no solution. Everyone has weaknesses, including relatives, friends, and lovers. If Liu Yun was still alone, he could be dealt with. This is also the reason why Hyuga Hizashi hesitated and had difficulty making a decision. Kill. The final venue of the Chunin exam had been dyed scarlet. Liu Yun took off his short coat and hung it around his waist. With a katana in hand and Mangekyo in hand, he charged into the chaos with nimble movements. Moving left and right, the vibrant lives were extinguished like candlelight. Fire style. Gorgeous flame technique. The raging fire completely submerged the flowing clouds. Jonan's eyes were filled with ecstasy when he performed fire style. If someone was covered by his extremely hot flames, they would definitely not survive for more than 10 seconds. The flames burned out, a cloud of smoke rose into the sky, and a figure slowly walked out of it. Liu Yun's skin was a little charred, and the burning pain on his body didn't make him grit his teeth once. I haven't felt pain for a long time. Every day I feel the sprint on horseback, and my body is almost becoming mechanical. Ashura Sage body activated. Chapter 251 It's time to end, Sarutobi. The huge vitality was like a dead tree coming back to life in spring, and the burnt skin of Liu Yun faded away, replaced by a layer of tender white. His new skin was even whiter than Tsunade's slime. Vajra Rui stick. A huge stick rushed over like a python, knocking Liu Yun out about 20 meters in an instant. After being hit in the air, Liu Yun released the force a few times and stopped steadily. He stood upside down on the contestant platform of the previous competition, looking at an old man in black military uniform. It was Sarutobi Hiruzen, the so-called strongest Hokage. Ryun's Mangekyo Sharingan met Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze, and Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly closed his eyes. Knowing how powerful Sharingan was, he didn't dare to look into Liu Yun's eyes. Attack! Shinosuke roared. In an instant, the ninja army threw shurikens, kunai, and poison needles. Liu Yun wanted to dodge, but suddenly saw a group of teenagers unconscious in the aisle. These are Obito, Kakashi and others. He was under an illusion and is still in a coma. Susanoo. Liu Yun opened Susanoo in an instant, and the fiery red giant protected Obito and the others. He's been pinned down, now's the time, someone shouted. In an instant, the attack became more violent like thunder and rain. There are at least thousands of ninjas in the battle, and over 1,000 ninjutsu outputs. There are water dragon bombs and fire dragon bombs mixed in. Although the power is not great, it cannot be underestimated when all of them are added together. Cracks began to appear in Susanoo's outer defenses, a sign that they were about to break. Liu Yun took a look and instantly burst out with even more powerful chakra. Nine Tails Wa. All the Nine Tails chakra in his body was drawn out, transforming into a golden Nine Tails, which merged with Susanoo. Weijuang Susanoo. The flaming red armored fox rolled up its tail and jumped into the sky with Obito, Kakashi and the others, avoiding the attack of the ninja army. The scope of the next battle will be even larger. Liu Yun ordered the navy lurking in the audience seats to start clearing the area. Advertisement: dozens of sailors stood up from the unconscious crowd and carried some innocent people on their backs. Two Marines walked over to where Kushina and Mikoto were lying. Pay special attention to these two people and take them away. The water army was saying dirty words, but unexpectedly a fist as big as a sandbag came punching at him, and the shadow clone was blown up on the spot. Kushina clapped his hands. I am a Jonin. How could I be defeated by such a low-level illusion? Mikoto also woke up and picked up Itachi. Kushina, let's go. This is not a place to stay for long. Kushina looked up at the sky. Liu Yun had already controlled the powerful Susanoo to fall down and fight with the ninja army. The ninja army on the ground was densely packed. When one group died, another group poured in from the entrance. The third Tsuchikage exhausted the third Raikage to death with 10,000 rock shinobi. Does that mean the third Hokage is also going to use 10,000 ninja soldiers to kill the Ryun? Kushina was a little worried. The only remaining navy soldier said to Kushina, military advisor Kushina, don't worry about the boss. You still have military duties to attend to. Don't interfere with the boss's work here. Besides, didn't you see how happy the boss was smiling? Kushina continued to look carefully. Liu Yun abandoned his powerful Susanoo armor and charged into the ninja army with his fragile skin. His face was full of enthusiasm and he laughed from time to time. One man is so brave that 10,000 men cannot break through. This is what a battle is like. Blood is splattering and it makes your blood boil. Ha ha ha. Konoha, give me some more. Kushina put aside his worries and returned to his calm self. Come on, Mikoto, I'll take you to attack Ichiraku Ramen and grab a big credit. Why? Ryun's majestic Susanoo dissipated into smoke, and his shadow clones rescued Kakashi and the others. A shadow clone suddenly noticed something strange and looked carefully at Kakashi, who was still in a coma. Kakashi, I'm going to take off your mask. Kakashi sat up gloomily. Are you pretending to sleep? I don't want to get involved in these troubles. Advertisement shadow clone was speechless and reminded, take Obito and the others to a safe place, the chaos will be over soon. Kakashi nodded, and as he left, he listened to the shouting and cursing in the fight. He couldn't help but wonder, what on earth did Liu Yun do to cause the third Hokage to gather such a large force to deal with him? Earth-style earth-flowing river. Sarutobi Hiruzen used the earth-style ninjutsu, and the earth flow carried rocks, hitting his body and causing burning pain. Liu Yun took a deep breath. Dead bone pulse bone king armor. A layer of white bones covered the body, blocking Sarutobi Hiruzen's hurling of rocks. Dead bone pulse. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils shrank. Liu Yun smiled and said, old monkey, I have countless cards up my sleeve. How many of them can you force out of me? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked around and saw a sea of blood and corpses. About 500 elite ninjas had died. These are the foundation of the village, and his heart bleeds with every death. Among them were quite a few people from Sarutobi's family, which made him even more heartbroken. But thinking of the danger of the flowing clouds, Sarutobi Hiruzen became more determined. Liu Yun, you were arrogant, you killed your compatriots, and you assassinated the Fire Nation daimyo. These crimes are enough to sentence you to death. You have no way to escape today. Sarutobi Hiruzen's judgmental words were echoed by many ninjas. Yes, Liu Yun, you are simply a scum of the ninja world. You have no regard for the law and no respect for elders. Today is definitely the day you die. Liu Yun, just surrender. Each of them seemed like the embodiment of justice, eager to judge Liu Yun. Liu Yun suddenly held his head and laughed, ha ha ha. He laughed so hard that he became an idiot, which made Sarutobi Hiruzen frown and many people grit their teeth. This kid, this smile is so annoying, it makes me want to bite him. Sarutobi Hiruzen pressed, Mew Liu Yun, what are you laughing at? Liu Yun rubbed his stomach which was aching from laughing, and slowly fell silent, looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen with sharp eyes. What am I laughing at? I laugh at the mask you wear as a clown mask. Behind your hypocritical elder status is a cruel and heartless person who eats people without leaving any bones. You always take a puff of cigarette and pretend to be an elder. There are so many more. I have long seen through your hypocrisy, so don't try to judge me with this face anymore. It's time to end this. Sarutobi, chapter 252. Where's the Liu Yun army? Shinosuke shouted, a righteous man has many supporters, while an unrighteous man has few. Mew Liu Yun, look around you. Who is following you? You are the Uchiha Madara of the past, a dog that has lost its home. Liu Yun looked around himself and found that there was indeed no one around. On the other side, behind Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shinosuke stood Konoha's ninja army. This feeling is just like when Six Paths Obito faced Naruto. Liu Yun laughed. In terms of numbers, you are still far behind? Liu Yun yelled, where is the Liu Yun army? In an instant, the whole world seemed silent. Boom boom boom, the noisy mechanical sounds were like gusts of strong wind, as if thousands of troops were rushing in like mad bees. In the Konoha army, many ninjas looked back. The audience area for the Chunin exam had already been shattered by fire and rocks. The ruins are strewn across the landscape, creating a desolate scene. Through the gap outside, you can clearly see the machines flying in the sky. What's this? Sand Shinobi's puppet, maybe. Many people speculated what this big black bird that suddenly appeared was. Before they could take a closer look, more large black birds circled in the sky. On the ground, hundreds of roller-type machines slowly rolled over, with an army armed to the teeth among them. Hurrah! 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 I heard about him before I saw him. Line up in the west, mechanical army, listen up. As if the soldiers were waiting for the emperor's inspection, the entire army stopped and all the cannons were pointed at the Konoha army. The noise brought by the mechanical army is more than that. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils were a little solemn. He knew about Liu Yun's puppet, which possessed extremely powerful explosion-style abilities. At that time, Liu Yun destroyed the Shimura family with only 20 tanks. Where is the skeleton army? The skeleton army was formed by Liu Yun using his Shikigami veins after he was bored and playing Tsunade last night and tired her out. Now, at Liu Yun's command, the undead army buried in the earth was like soldiers of hell. Boom boom boom, the whole earth was shaking, as if something was about to break out of the soil. A bony arm poked out of the dirt, holding a bone weapon, and then a skeleton emerged from the ground. More and more skeletons broke through the soil, like new shoots growing out of the ground. Advertisement: there are more than just human-shaped skeletons. Roar, a huge dragon roar was heard, and a bone dragon dug into the ground like a monster, raising mud waves dozens of feet high. Not just bone dragons. Bone saber-toothed tiger, mammoth, tyrannosaurus, pangolin. The bone dragon is the commander of the skeleton legion. It bowed its head towards Liu Yun and spoke in a hoarse voice. Line up in the east, skeleton army. Listen up. It was an army of more than several thousand people, and there was no way to completely destroy them unless all their bones were smashed. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought to himself. However, their mobility is ultimately inferior to others and their advantage is not obvious. Line up in the north, revolutionary army, listen to my orders. Besides, hearing the sound of a crowd gathering, Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils shrank slightly. The visitors were a group of humans. It's someone from the village. He was wearing a black short jacket with a round fan family crest on the back. The Uchiha clan. There is also a group of people wearing white short clothes and with the Senju clan emblem. They are Tsunade's supporters. The Senju and Uchiha joined forces to form the revolutionary army. There were quite a few people, including many civilian ninjas who joined the revolution because they could not stand being excluded by the village ninja clans. It can barely be considered a guerrilla force. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked coldly at the leading Fugaku. Uchiha, are you going to judge the village? Fugaku sneered. Third generation, your era is about to end, and you will be buried in the eyes of Mangekyo. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to look at Liu Yun again. Uchiha actually joined you? Liu Yun opened his Mangekyo Sharingan, because they know how powerful these eyes are. Sarutobi, the three armies of the west, east, and north are all here. What do you think will come from the south? Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't respond, his pupils slightly looking towards the south. There was no sign of the army closing in, nor was there the sound of iron hooves hitting the ground. Liu Yun said calmly, there are only 3 legions at present, but the last guest can form an army on his own. Come out. 9 tails, 9 tails? Sarutobi Hiruzen wondered if he had heard it wrong. 9 tails was clearly still sealed in Kushina's stomach, so why did Liu Yun call out 9 tails' name? Before he could even pause, a huge orange-yellow monster suddenly covered the sky, and its 9 tails looked like a group of dancing dragons, catching everyone's eyes. Advertisement. Roar, 9 tails roared wildly, and the strong wind he created completely blew away the entire finals arena. 9 tails. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened, he wondered if he was dreaming? This kind of natural disaster was actually released. As if venting years of anger, Ninetales' violent aura swept away like a strong wind, making many people feel uncomfortable. Liu Yun suddenly jumped on Ninetales' head, but Ninetales, the proud fox, didn't show any reaction, as if he really submitted to Liu Yun. Sarutobi, now, do you still have the advantage in numbers? Sarutobi Hiruzen scowled. Ninetales, Toad Zhang looked as if he had been soaked in wine, his face turning red with anger. My boss made a mistake. I didn't expect this fox to be so cowardly. Ninetales' huge size is very conspicuous in the village, and many people have seen this giant beast that was active during the Sengoku era. In the Revolutionary Army, Fugaku's face was filled with excitement. It's Ninetales. I didn't expect that Liu Yun-kun could actually subdue Ninetales. This time we have it secured. The two Hyuga brothers who were hiding and watching the fight were shocked and their eyes turned white. Brother, what are you waiting for? The third generation no longer has any advantage. We need to form a team quickly. Hisashi told Hiyashi to hurry up. The last train for power transition has arrived. If you don't get on it, you will miss the queue. Hyuga Hiyashi was a little nervous, but he managed to calm himself down. Hold on, Hisashi, and take another look at the situation. The village's background is not that simple. Northeast of Konoha village, a huge purple snake was flying around. It was Orochimaru's Monkara. With a sweep of its tail, dozens of houses were blown up in an instant. Ryun's group of shadow clones quickly evacuated the surrounding crowd to make room for Orochimaru and Tsunade to fight. Orochimaru had a sure win against Tsunade, but once he got started, he became careless. After spending about a month with Liu Yun, Tsunade is no longer the same Tsunade as before. After his Ren and Du meridians were opened, his power increased greatly. To be precise, it is cursed in ninja art, meiotic regeneration. Ninja art. Meiotic regeneration grants Tsunade super recovery ability, while curse sealing gives Tsunade even stronger power. At this time, Tsunade's body was covered with golden lines, and an extremely powerful aura burst out of her body, forcing Orochimaru to retreat step by step. Call. Orochimaru took 2 deep breaths, his chest shaking up and down. His gloomy snake eyes reflected Tsunade's heroic figure. Chapter 253 Sannin dismantled. Tsunade, the curse mark on your face? The corners of Tsunade's mouth slightly raised, revealing an arc. What Liu Yun gave me allowed me to possess the power of an immortal. In the sage transformation state, Tsunade is more than twice as strong as before. She could even sense the enormous life force within her body, and if she could channel it, she might be able to synthesize the wood style. Orochimaru said coldly, that kid, he studied science all his life, but he still couldn't understand the miracle of Liu Yun. God really loves him so much so that he was jealous and wanted to have the other person's body. Thinking of the twists and turns in the battle, Orochimaru had to speed up his efforts. He said coldly, Tsunade, you're not the only one making rapid progress. Now, I'll show you. Roar. The huge roar was deafening, like thunder from the sky. Orochimaru and Tsunade both looked towards where the roar came from. The huge orange-yellow fox howled towards the sky, as if declaring its resentment that had been sealed for many years. Orochimaru's pupils shrank slightly. Ninetales, isn't it sealed? Tsunade clenched her fists, making bones cracking sounds. Orochimaru, if you are ready to deal with Rukun, we are ready to deal with you. It's still unclear who will win. Orochimaru gritted his teeth. Tsunade, I'm going to finish you off. A loud voice rang out. Orochimaru, Tsunade, stop fighting. If you have anything to say, you can sit down and talk. Jiraiya's voice fell from the sky, accompanied by a water blue frog. It was Toad Hero. Tsunade looked at Jiraiya coldly. Jiraiya, Sannin is broken from today. Jiraiya tried to stop her. Tsunade, don't be so decisive. Tsunade sneered. Do you know the old monkey's secret? Back then? My second grandfather was signing a treaty with Cloud Shinobi, and was attacked by the Golden Horn and Silver Horn troops on the way. He needed someone to cover his retreat. As the Hokage, my second grandfather certainly can't live in disgrace, but even so, how could the Kinkaku and Ginkaku troops possibly keep him, who possesses the Flying Thunder God? Jiraiya was puzzled. What do you want to say? Tsunade spat out a few words coldly, because he was betrayed at that time. It was Sarutobi and Danzo who poisoned second grandfather together, making him unable to refine chakra and eventually died in battle. Advertisement. Jiraiya shook his head vigorously. Impossible, Sarutobi-sensei is not such a person, and Sarutobi-sensei has no basis to frame the second generation? Haha. Tsunade laughed twice. In accordance with? Isn't power the best proof? He was the Hokage after second grandfather died. The direction of the entire village was decided by those 4 people. Jiraiya continued to refute. It's your one-sided statement, there is no evidence. Orochimaru remained silent, occasionally sneering. It seems that Jiraiya is still as innocent as he was when he was a child. Tsunade pulled a notebook out of her pocket and tossed it to Jiraiya. This is an important secret found in the root, written by Danzo himself, please read it first. Jiraiya took it and quickly opened the old book. What comes into view is the distant past. Jiraiya's pupils contracted further and the further they rolled back, the more he understood the darkness in the village. There are not only the secrets of the plot to murder second generation, Nawaki, the death of Kato Dan, the castration of the Senju family, the death of White Fang. Finally, it is about the future disposition of the Uchiha family. The village has no intention of reusing them and is ready to get rid of them all when the opportunity arises. And Jiraiya's face was getting paler and paler. His illness had not yet healed and his breathing was a little rapid. Jiraiya did not doubt that the note was a forgery. All secrets have a beginning and an end. Combined with those things that start off well but end badly, 9 out of 10 times they are true. Sarutobi-sensei, the kind elder from before, has collapsed in Jiraiya's heart. Jiraiya turned to look at Orochimaru, who had a dark smile on his face. Orochimaru, is Sarutobi-sensei such a person? Orochimaru laughed. So what if it is, so what if it isn't? Jiraiya fell silent, and suddenly asked Orochimaru, Orochimaru, is this face of yours a disguise? Orochimaru once again played the role of a philosopher. Don't we all wear a mask in this world? The Sannin seem to have broken up, and Orochimaru is no longer acting. I'll tell you the truth. I'm no longer a human being in my heart. I want to learn more ninjutsu and I want to live forever. To achieve this, I can do whatever it takes. Jiraiya looked at Orochimaru, who had revealed his true face. Orochimaru, you. Orochimaru jumped back and landed on Manza's head, creating some distance between himself and Jiraiya. Advertisement snake, toad, Katsuyu. Standing in 3 directions, it seemed as if it had been destined. Tsunade is right. Although we Sannin may seem like a collective, there has actually been a deep rift running through us since the beginning. The snake eats the toad eats the Katsuyu, and the Katsuyu dissolves the snake. What is coming will eventually come, it just comes a little earlier. To borrow Tsunade's words, from today on, we are no longer Sannin. After I obtain Liu Yun's body, I will leave the village and find a place to study the secret of immortality. Orochimaru talked a bit too much, which was not his usual style. But Tsunade revealed everything, so he simply peeled off his snakeskin and let the naive Jiraiya see it. Sannin breakup. A pain came from my chest. It was the injury on Jiraiya's body. The physical pain was far less than the pain in my heart. Is everyone lying to me? Tsunade felt sorry for Jiraiya and said, Jiraiya, maybe you should travel around the ninja world. Your personality is not suitable for this kind of dark power struggle. Jiraiya was silent, and his eyes suddenly became sharp. I'm going to find Teacher Sarutobi. I want to ask him, is power really that important? In the central street of Konoha village, Liu Yun's shadow clones acted as firefighters and relocated all the villagers. Wherever the royal army passed, the people all welcomed them with food and drink. Sarutobi is a piece of shit. He didn't even tell Laozi that there was going to be a war. Laozi surrendered because of your loyalty to the rebels. Young man, I think you are quite handsome. I will leave my daughter-in-law, who has been a widow for several years, to you now. The careless Kushina ordered 500 axeman Liu Yun. Follow me and take down the core of Konoha, Ichiraku Ramen. Follow big sister Kushina and you'll never have to worry about food and drink. Yes, follow sister Kushina and buy for free. Kushina took the lead and began to sweep the streets, relying on his large numbers to grab everything he wanted. Makoto's face twitched as he watched from behind. Kushina, you're ruining Minato's reputation. What are you afraid of? The boss has already run away. Besides, after today, when the flag on the city wall changes, I will be considered a bully in the village, and Minato will also look up to me. Chapter 254. One-sided Liu Yun waved his hand down. Clear the area. Understood. In an instant, drums sounded and the horns of war suddenly sounded. Shinosuke was sweating with fear and took 2 steps back, bumping into Sarutobi Hiruzen. Father, what should I do? Even though they had the most elite ninja troops in Konoha, their small number of people was completely useless when faced with the vast and powerful Ryukumo army. The 9 tails alone were enough to overwhelm Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned pale, and the wrinkles on his forehead squeezed together. He didn't expect Liu Yun to have so many backup plans. 9 tails was also unblocked by him. What to do? Sarutobi Hiruzen frantically thought of a solution. That's right. The corpse ghost is sealed. As long as we use this sealing technique to seal the flowing clouds, everything will be easy. But first he had to get close to Liu Yun. Boom boom boom. The sound of the shells fired was like the popping of popcorn, and they fell into the Konoha ninja army one by one. Scatter, don't gather, a Jonin from the Sarutobi family shouted. The top leaders were not without precautions against Liu Yun, and they were also working hard to research ways to deal with Liu Yun. He even put a lot of effort into Liu Yun's shadow clone formation. Never concentrate this kind of dense artillery attack team. Use the body flicker technique to disperse them and try to make use of the body replacement technique and transformation technique. Liu Yun's mechanical troops are not omnipotent, and they will stop firing when they get tired. Shells came one after another, and the ninja army all used the body flicker technique to escape. Boom boom boom. Explosions rang out one after another, and the whole Konoha seemed to be shaking. After a round of artillery fire, the surrounding buildings were all reduced to ruins, with only residual fire and gunpowder smoke left. Still, dozens of ninja soldiers were killed and the troops were reduced to ashes. Thousands of bombs fell simultaneously, and all the ninjas who were unfamiliar with the body flicker technique were killed. Sarutobi Hiruzen escaped 100 meters from the bombing area with Shinosuke, accompanied by elite ninjas wearing Anbu costumes. Gamakura, Udatane Kaharu, Mitokado Homura, and the heads of several large families gathered together. They all had just escaped from the gunfire. What now? Mitokado Homura pushed his glasses anxiously, almost breaking the frame. Advertisement. Sarutobi Hiruzen said calmly. The most important thing now is to deal with Liu Yun. As long as we can control him, we can control his army. You create space for me, and I will deal with him. Okay. Everyone nodded. Just as they were performing the body flicker technique, a huge shadow suddenly enveloped them. When I looked up, my heart sank instantly. Ninetales' eyes were red, his fangs were exposed, and he said with a cold and evil look, Konoha, it's time to settle the accounts. Buzz buzz buzz, a tailed beast bomb quickly condensed in Ninetales' mouth, and it sprayed it violently, firing the tailed beast bomb rapidly. Run away. A huge explosion sounded, and a cloud of smoke rose up again. Ninetales ripped forward with his claws, creating a strong wind that blew away the smoke. Revealing the scene inside. The current patriarch of the Akamichi family just turned into a huge ball of meat to protect everyone, and he himself was blown into a pile of flesh and blood. Akamichi. Chief Nara's eyes were filled with pain, but he had no time to hate Ninetales, so he quickly fled from the range of Ninetales' claws. Human, go to hell. Ninetales was like a raging wild beast, constantly following Sarutobi and the others. Gamazo was so exhausted that he was panting. He took a breath and cursed at Ninetales from afar. It was Uchiha Madara who controlled you, and Senju Hashirama who sealed you. Why are you seeking revenge on us? Ninetales froze in place, and stopped his claws from tearing. Yes, it was the Uchiha and Senju who were playing with it. Why would it want to beat up a bunch of old immortals? If you want revenge, you should turn around and look for people with Senju or Uchiha emblems on their clothes. Ninetales glanced off into the distance. Liu Yun conjured up a throne, floating in the sky while eating popcorn with a watermelon next to him. A veritable spectator crowd. What do you care about me? Ninetales roared in anger, and swung its huge tail wildly, sweeping Toadzang and the others hundreds of meters away. In the final analysis, he is a bully who only bullies the weak and fears the strong. If he could beat Liu Yun, he would have swallowed him in one gulp. But not now, because the other party is his master. Seal class. Shinosuke roars loudly. In an instant, more than 20 figures appeared in front of Ninetales, and huge scrolls spread out, wrapping around Ninetales like snakes. This time, in order to deal with Liu Yun, Sarutobi and his men gathered all the ninjas in the village who were good at sealing techniques. Advertisement. Ants. Ninetales roared and suddenly rioted. A powerful force burst out of his body, and with a violent pull, he tore the scroll wrapped around his body into pieces. Humans are really getting stupider and stupider as they want to control it without Mangekyo and Wood style. The clouds were in the sky, eating popcorn and gnawing on melon, looking at it quietly. He said hello from time to time and instructed the dull skeletons to fight from time to time. Cut him in the middle. Cut him in the middle. Alas, this skeleton is no good. Below. The battle between the Konoha shinobi and the Rukumo Corps reached a fever pitch, with the skeleton soldiers fighting at close range and the armed forces firing from a distance. The armed forces' artillery made no distinction between friend and foe and even blew up the skeleton soldiers. But the skeleton soldiers didn't complain. This was tactics. The bone dragon was huge, with more than a dozen Jonin surrounding it. It flapped its wings and bones emerged from the ground, extremely sharp. The ninja troops were not careful and 7 or 8 Jonin were given enemas. The Uchiha family was also very brave and good at fighting. Each of them carried a ninja sword and chopped people with red eyes. Their swordsmanship is amazing, and with the help of Sharingan, each of them can fight 1 against 2. Fan Sanlang and his men were not weak either. They fought very fiercely, completely ignoring their physical disabilities. He has been disabled before and has a very high psychological quality. In addition, Liu Yun promised that he could heal their broken limbs, so they were very brave in dealing with the enemy. It seemed that Liu Yun was the only idle person on the field. No, there are 2 more. 2 panda babies, Wolong and Fengshu, were chewing bamboo shoots in a corner, totally oblivious to the sound of gunfire. Suddenly, a wretched Chunin noticed the 2 pandas. He seemed to recognize them. They were Liu Yun's 2 summoning beasts. If they were caught, they would be a threat to Liu Yun and change the situation of the battle. The wretched Chunin approached Crouching Dragon and Phoenix in an instant. Hands up, you are under arrest. Liu Yun propped up his head and discovered a war in a corner. 2 violent bears, fangs bared, were bullying a Chunin. He took one look and then looked away, continuing to watch the battle. The warfare of the mechanical armed forces is quite methodical. Armed helicopters control air supremacy in the sky, and tanks push forward. He blew up the surrounding obstacles that could provide shelter little by little, and then led the infantry to divide the ninjas into encirclements 1 by 1. Skeleton soldiers are close combat soldiers, and they are responsible for long-range fire support. Chapter 255. Otsutsuki Ichiraku stops pretending and shows off. Slowly, the ninja's resistance became weaker and weaker. Until a voice sounded. I surrender, TT. Where there is war, there will be surrender. Where there is war, there will be traitors, and there will only be more, not fewer, of these people. Get down on your knees with your hands behind your head. The surrendering ninja quickly did as he was told. He came from the battlefield and has strong psychological qualities, but he also values his life very much. Although previous wars were cruel, they were ultimately rewarding and gave people a chance to survive. But the battle with the Liu Yun Legion, there was absolutely no hope. It was like a group of ancient soldiers with spears fighting against a group of ninjas. Naked crushing. I surrender too. I have a wife and children to support, so I can't fight with you guys. Okay, you all surrender, right? I, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, will never be inferior to anyone in my life, and I will never bow my head. Rebel, watch out. Ah, Hideyoshi, oh, I was too impulsive. I, Tokugawa Ieyasu, surrender. I'll take care of Hideyoshi's wife. I, Oda Nobunaga, surrender. In a ruin in Konoha, a pitcher plant emerged. Your friend, Uchiha Madara, is online. Through the technique, Uchiha Madara could clearly see the war going on in Konoha. What's going on? I haven't been online for a while, and Konoha's own people are fighting each other. Black Zetsu responded in a neutral voice. Madara-sama, Konoha's high-ranking officials broke with Kirin and started the war during the Chunin exams. Oh, that's normal. That kid thinks he's the boss and he's the second in command. He doesn't take anyone seriously. It's bound to conflict with the old stuff that you want to completely master. White Zetsu also joined in. Isn't this your character, Madara-sama? Snort. Uchiha Madara snorted. Come to think of it, Liu Yun's personality was a bit like his. It can't really be him and Uzumaki Mito. Wait, they're innocent. Although I woke up drunk that night in Hashirama and Mito's room, they were absolutely innocent. But what if something unexpected happens? Lord Madara, we have also discovered some characteristics of Liu Yun. Explain. Advertisement. His bloodline limit is not only Sharingan and Wood style, he also possesses Byakugan and Dead Bone Pulse. Uchiha Madara frowned upon hearing this. White eyes, Dead Bone Pulse, such a B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Uchiha Madara guessed that during the decades he had been hiding underground, he was not wholeheartedly serving as Voldemort and engaging in revolutionary research. He read many books from ancient times and learned many stories about Kagaya and Sage of Six Paths. Could it be that he is the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths? The look in Uchiha Madara's eyes was getting heavier and heavier. Only the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths could explain why Liu Yun was so perverted. Otherwise, looking through the history of ninjas, there is no one like Liu Yun whose strength has skyrocketed like a rocket. Somehow, Uchiha Madara felt vaguely relieved. Mito and I are innocent. No, now is not the time to think about these things. Let's see what weaknesses this kid has. He will definitely be the biggest obstacle in my plan. Got it, Madara-sama. By the way, Master Madara, I discovered that Liu Yun has a very big weakness. What is it? Tell me quickly, Uchiha Madara asked expectantly. He's extremely lecherous. Rows and rows of Konoha shinobi knelt in a heap and began to surrender. There were only about 700 ninjas still resisting. All of them were a group of diehards, including people from the Sarutobi family, the Shimura family, and their diehard followers. Liu Yun saw that Sarutobi and the others were still struggling to deal with Nine Tails, and a hint of sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. He stood up, stretched his waist, and went to send the third Hokage off. After all, he is a Hokage. The coffin bearers should also have a sense of ceremony. As the clouds flew over Hokage Rock, I suddenly saw Sarutobi's portrait, which seemed weird no matter how I looked at it. He waved his hand, and fire attribute chakra covered Sarutobi's Hokage Rock. In a flash, the Hokage Rock turned into the appearance of a flowing cloud, squinting one eye and making faces, as if it was scaring a child. Damn it. Of course Sarutobi Hiruzen saw that his avatar had been changed, but what could he do? Could he sue Liu Yun for copyright infringement? Liu Yun flew over Nine Tails' head and ordered, Kurama, stop. Nine Tails retracted his fangs and sat down properly. Uchiha Madara looked at Nine Tails through Black Zetsu's eyes, and his eyes slowly narrowed while his Sharingan rotated. Those were not his original eyes, but a replacement pair of Sharingan. But it is also imposing. Advertisement The Tailed Beasts, which are part of his project Tsuki no Mi. At this moment Uchiha Madara saw the Nine Tails. It was as if he had seen the same look in Hashirama's eyes, becoming fierce and greedy. Nine Tails, if I could be younger, I would definitely put a collar on you. Liu Yun sat on Nine Tails' head, looking at the group of Konoha high-ranking officials below with a playful look. A lot of people were killed. The elders of the Sarutobi family and the foundation of the Shimura family were all destroyed, and the only patriarch of the Ino Shikacho clans left was Patriarch Nara. There are Inuzuka and Kurama. Wait, what other family is there? It looks like a bunch of people playing with bugs. Why can't I see them? Forgotten. The Aburame clan's territory is currently located at the edge of Konoha. Aburame Jawei and several elders were very lucky. Several elders said with fear, fortunately, we did not follow the third generation into this muddy water, otherwise we would have suffered heavy losses. Aburame Jawei silently replied, isn't it, that the third generation has forgotten us? All the people stood there in a daze, as if they were always forgotten. Liu Yun stood on Nine Tails' head, folded his hands, and smiled coldly at Sarutobi and the others. I had long guessed that you would attack me one day, and I was looking forward to your performance. Unfortunately, you didn't even use 10% of my strength. Liu Yun's stupid look made the people below very angry, but they could do nothing about it and were filled with regret. Just 19 tails, and they seemed to be forced into a dead end. Ha ha ha. Liu Yun laughed a few times. Now I'll give you a chance. Kneel at my feet and I might give you a chance to live. As soon as the words fell, the atmosphere fell silent. Meanwhile, Kushina surrounded Ichiraku Ramen with 500 swordsmen. Master Ichiraku and Ayame, you are surrounded. If you're smart, open the shop and prepare 50 extra large bowls of ramen for me, with lots of barbecued pork. Inside the Ichiraku ramen shop, Xiao Ayame was trembling with fear and clutched Ichiraku's sleeve tightly. Ichiraku untied his scarf. He slowly opened his eyes, which had been squinting for a long time, and his pair of purple rippled eyes revealed a mysterious light. Chapter 256. A generation of ninja heroes will never bow their heads. Kneel down. Liu Yun stated a condition. The senior executives looked at each other, and we all saw the intention in each other's eyes. For the sake of profit, even a wife can be given away, let alone a mere pair of knees. If there had been gold, it would have been scraped off long ago. Toad Zhang croaked, don't believe him. You know this guy is ruthless and will not show mercy to anyone who wants to wipe out the enemy. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent, glancing around at the shabby ruins around him. The final frame is of the ninja still resisting in the distance. As time went by, there were not many ninjas left who could take up the sword. A shadow clone pointed a gun at the Inuzuka family and yelled, kneel down. Okay, I kneel, tell your dog to kneel down too. Woof, woof, woof. Without waiting for the Inuzuka family's orders, the ninja dog next to him knelt down obediently, with movements even more standard than its owner. You really don't know how to live or die. You are just a dog owner, how dare you be so bold as to go against us? I have no choice. They said that if I get rid of Liu Yun, they would give me 2 big bags of dog food. Humph. Money can move people's hearts, sir, please let me go, I can use my dog to make you a dog meat hot pot. Wong. Wong. Snow carrot snow. His ninja dog immediately bit his butt. The ninjas gave up resistance one after another, but there were always some ninjas who insisted on carrying out the spirit of Bushido. Of course the Shadow Clone army has to take care of them. Of course Shadow Clone has to treat those who surrender differently. I'm from the Kurama family. My family couldn't make ends meet, so I came out to do some work. The Shadow Clone leader waved his hand and said, you look out of breath. You won't live for many years. Go home. Don't come out and mess around with other people. Okay, thank you, sir, I am from the Yamanaka family. Oh, I've heard that the Yamanaka family is very good looking, you. My lord, I understand, be sensible, get up, thank you, sir. Bang. Shadow Clone slapped a ninja. Advertisement. Who are you kidding? You haven't even taken off your clothes yet and you say you're from the Aburame family. How could I mistake the Shimura family crest on you? Adult, come here, take a few people to his house to search it. According to the old rules, tie up the good-looking ones, and let the ugly ones go to mine for the rest of their lives. Adult. In an instant, Konoha's fighting power was completely destroyed. Just because of one person, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a pang of pain in his heart. This battle cost him all his family fortune. The devastating situation finally became unbearable. There was a snap, and the sound of the knee hitting the ground was heard. This is Utatane Kaharu and Mitokado Homura. The 2 men were not tough guys. They were used to a life of luxury and comfort. When faced with such a high-pressure environment, they couldn't hold on any longer. Ha ha ha. Liu Yun was laughing so hard in the sky that he became like a pillar, looking at the 2 consultants with eyes full of contempt. Normally he appears to be in power, working hard for the village, but in times of crisis, his true colors are revealed. Mitokado Homura lowered his head. Master Liu Yun, don't blame us. These were all orders from Hiruzen and Danzo. We too were just following. Utatane Kaharu no longer had the aura that he had before, that he wanted to take a bite of anyone he saw. This is all Hiruzen and Danzo's fault, not ours. The 2 insisted that it was Sarutobi and Danzo's fault and directly picked them out. When the plan was first made, the 2 consultants were very attentive. Quack. You bastards, look at what you are doing. Are you doing human things? Even toads are more ambitious than you. Sarutobi felt even more pain in his heart as he looked at his old friend who had been with him for many years. Utatane Kaharu bit back at Sarutobi. Hiruzen, you have done all the evil things and it will be punished. Mitokado Homura echoed. Hiruzen, Danzo, we saw what you 2 did. It was against the will of heaven, and today your retribution has finally come. Damn it. Sarutobi Hiruzen clenched his fists, his heart filled with anger. But there was nothing they could do. Their friendship was bound by interests. When those interests were no longer there, they would naturally abandon him. Toad Zhang's face was filled with anger. Quack. Well, you are all so righteous, but you are worse than a toad. In that case, Gamazo immediately lay on the ground like a toad. I surrender too. It's all the fault of that old monkey Sarutobi Hiruzen, it has nothing to do with me. It is a toad on Mount Myoboku that drinks dew and eats grasshoppers every day and lives a good life. One day, it was suddenly recruited by the master and asked to pretend to be a human being and do some human affairs. It has basically failed now, and the master has no further instructions. Of course, it cannot die with humans. Danzo. Seeing Danzo also kneeling, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt even more lonely. Advertisement. That's the case. I surrender. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the bandit leader, knelt down directly, causing the two people beside him to stare with wide eyes. You are the leader of the thieves. He will not let you go even if he lets anyone else go. Father. Shinosuke widened his eyes. Although his father was not a good person, he attached great importance to dignity. Now kneeling under a young man, such a thing was simply a fantasy. Even his father knelt down. What should he do now? Yes, I kneel too. Of course there was no way Sarutobi Hiruzen would succumb to Ryugumo. He glanced at Liu Yun slightly. The distance was quite far, and it would be easy for the opponent to dodge his demonic sealing technique. Therefore, we have to wait until the time when the flowing clouds are most relaxed. Seeing that the Hokage of Konoha no longer knelt, Liu Yun laughed and slowly flew down. When he was only 10 meters away from Sarutobi Hiruzen, he laughed and said, "Look at you all, you are kneeling in the same position. You are really a group of friends regardless of age." Sarutobi's casting hand was hidden beneath his body, preparing to cast a spell. Suddenly a huge shadow appeared from the sky and jumped down suddenly. It was Gamahiro, who was carrying two ninja swords and had a serious expression. On its head, there is a tall man with long white hair and wearing a red coat. It was Jiraiya. Jiraiya immediately saw Sarutobi Hiruzen kneeling on the ground with a humble expression. Sarutobi-sensei. Jiraiya murmured that even if he failed, he should die in battle with dignity. Just like a Hokage. But his Sarutobi teacher was kneeling on the ground pitifully. Jiraiya said to Sarutobi Hiruzen with a complicated expression, "Teacher, is this your true face?" At the same time he jumped off Toad Guang's head. As a disciple, he kept his duty and could not be higher than his elders. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Jiraiya, full of mixed feelings. He used to be a ninja who knew right from wrong just like Jiraiya. But I don't know when it started to change, becoming scheming and ugly in its fight for power. Facing this disciple who had not yet been touched by the darkness, his dignity was completely lost in front of the other party. Sarutobi Hiruzen was in trouble. He did not answer Jiraiya's words, but remained kneeling on the ground, silently looking for the opportunity at that moment. As long as Liu Yun is sealed, everything will be restored. Even though he has to die, he will win the war and leave a good name behind. Just now Jiraiya was delayed. The flowing clouds flew back over Ninetail's head, and Sarutobi Hiruzen lost his chance again. Chapter 257 Danzo, what did you do to my dog? Jiraiya tried to help Sarutobi Hiruzen up, but Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his hands to refuse. With two snaps, two more huge summoning beasts appeared on the scene. They are Manda and Katsuyu. Seeing the third Hokage's embarrassment, Orochimaru just sneered and said nothing more. Tsunade folded her hands and looked indifferently at the kneeling Konoha high-ranking officials below. The criminals who castrated the Senju family should be judged more cruelly. The people of the Uchiha family also gathered here. The head elder of the Uchiha family looked at the Konoha high-level officials with a look of satisfaction on his face. Ha ha ha. You will have this day too. Sarutobi, you're defeated. As soon as the Uchiha and the Senju join forces, the two families that have been lingering on during the Sengoku era will be brought to their knees in an instant. Fugaku breathed a sigh of relief, a confident expression returning to his face. Although I had expected to win, I felt delighted when I actually tasted the fruits of victory. The Hyuga family, who were watching from a distance, were filled with regret. Hyuga Hizashi sighed. Ah, he is the kind of gambler who feels jealous when he sees the dice roll big and others win big. Hyuga Hiyashi cursed. Hizashi, the Hyuga family's continuation of 1,000 years is not based on gambling. We cannot gamble on family matters. As long as you don't gamble, you won't lose. Gains or losses are nothing compared to the heavy burden of continuation. As long as we still have our white eyes, our value will continue. Hizashi, do you understand? Caged bird is a protection for the Hyuga family? Hyuga Hizashi muttered, it makes sense to carve a slave mark on your forehead. What? Nothing. Jiraiya now wanted to know what else the higher-ups were hiding and what they were deceiving him about. Sarutobi-sensei, Tsunade said, that you had something to do with the second Hokage's death, is that true? Jiraiya sincerely hoped that Sarutobi Hiruzen would shake his head, so that he could remain the wise teacher he thought of himself. But everything was as expected. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. This matter could not be concealed after all. What was coming would come sooner or later. This is the decision of the elders. Danzo and I are just executors. Tobirama-sensei wants to assimilate all the ninja clans, which is a big taboo. As soon as these words were spoken, there were gasps of shock all around. Advertisement: the previous Hokage was framed and in the history books, the second generation bravely left the court, but they never expected the truth to be so dirty. But it also fits the situation of these old guys whose minds have been tainted by power. Jiraiya's breathing became heavier. Hearing the teacher's reply with his own ears, his heart ached and his body ached as well. And the Senju family, why do you want to castrate the entire Senju family? Sarutobi Hiruzen lowered his head. Because of power, the Senju family occupies most of the positions in Konoha's institutions. Only by vacating them can everyone's interests be taken into account. Tsunade had a blank expression on her face, but her hands were clenched tightly. She now had an urge to activate the curse and use her extraordinary force to beat the four men into a pulp. But a hand suddenly pressed on her shoulder, its flowing clouds. I only heard Liu Yun comfortingly, "Sister Tsunade, what about me?" Tsunade slowly relaxed, looking forward to the past. Jiraiya continued to ask, "Nawaki, Dan's death is not a coincidence, right? One is the grandson of the first Hokage, and the other is Tsunade's ex-boyfriend and a strong contender for the fourth Hokage. Both of them can be considered as the Senju family." Jiraiya's question made Orochimaru serious. He was Nawaki's mentor Jonin, and treated him as a direct disciple. As soon as Jiraiya mentioned Nawaki, Orochimaru seemed to recall the child who dreamed of being the Hokage. If he hadn't died, he, Orochimaru, would still be an innocent snake. There weren't as many dirty tricks as there are now. Sarutobi Hiruzen said nothing. Udadane Kaharu was stared at by Liu Yun with a mangekyo, and slowly told the truth. "We are very afraid of someone from the Senju line becoming Hokage. As the grandson of the first generation, Nawaki has high ninja qualifications. If he grows up, he will be no weaker than a Sannin, so I made some adjustments when he was carrying out the mission." Udadane Kaharu's cold words made Tsunade gasp for air and her eyes turned red as if she was going to kill them. But the one who was most angry wasn't him, it was Orochimaru. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, his snake-like pupils seeming to stare at his prey. He didn't shed tears when Nawaki died, because snakes don't shed tears. But the snake will remain silent, quietly return to the cave to hibernate, and lick the wound with its venomous tongue. It has been decided that these people will not be buried and will be experimental subjects for impure world reincarnation. That's right, Dan. The Reiki technique is very powerful, like a forbidden technique. It cannot be mastered by an uncontrolled ninja. Besides, he's Tsunade's boyfriend. We can't just sit back and watch someone from the Senju family take over again. Tsunade was gathering strength, as if she was suppressing a volcano that was about to erupt. Advertisement Liu Yun tried hard to comfort Tsunade. "Sister Tsunade, don't be angry, I will feed them all to the dogs later." "Wow, heh. Fugaku asked, "What about White Fang? As the minister of Enbu, White Fang has strong psychological qualities. The statement of suicide is obviously too perfunctory." White Fang once had some friendship with him, and the two had discussed swordsmanship. Udadane Kaharu said silently, "It's not suicide, it's an illusion." After the White Fang mission failed, he suffered a great psychological blow, but after all, he was trained by Anbu, so he would not commit suicide. But we fanned the flames and inflamed the villagers' emotions to exclude White Fang. During that time, Anbu's most elite illusion ninja squatted outside his house every day, causing White Fang to fall into self-doubt. Once a person's self-doubt begins to show signs of weakness, it will grow over time. For example, "My wife hasn't been taking the initiative lately, does she have someone else outside?" He didn't consider his own shortcomings at all and put the blame on others. The villagers' exclusion and the upper echelon's indifference added fuel to the flames, gradually forcing White Fang to death. The top leader's words shocked everyone, and they gradually realized the filthiness of politics. "Damn it. I didn't expect the third-generation leader, Elder Danzo, and the two advisors to be such people. I really mistook them." "Me too. Behind the kind face lies such a wolfish ambition." At the same time, they recalled some of the things that happened in the village in the past that started well but ended badly. The Uchiha family pressed the question, "My brother is missing, did you do it?" "It was Danzo's roots that did it, for the purpose of studying the Sharingan. But don't worry, your brother still has a head soaked in formalin." "How about it? The root is very conscientious, right? It even left you a little souvenir." Hateful. Upon hearing the truth, the Uchiha angrily opened his hand and offered a single Magatama. The Hyuga family came forward. "My father's grave was dug up, did you do it?" Yes, it was Danzo who did it. He was also doing research on the Byakugan." "Damn it. My teammate died inexplicably. Was it you who did it?" "Don't blame us for everything, we've never even heard of you." "Oh, sorry to bother you." Someone from the Inuzuka family stepped forward and said, "My dog got pregnant for no apparent reason. Danzo, did you do this?" "Quack, don't ask me, I don't know anything. If you don't know, then you are denying it. It must be you who did it." Quack. Chapter 258. Fugaku, you died miserably. Kushina is surrounding Ichiraku Ramen with 500 swordsmen, hoping to get a free meal. The big guy was shouting. Suddenly, Master Ichiraku, dressed in chef's clothes, came out, his purple rippled eyes full of indifference. Kushina froze in place. The shadow clone swordsmen all screamed. "Rinnegan, FK me." Otsutsuki Ichiraku finally stopped pretending. "I knew he was a sweeping monk, otherwise why did he avoid Ichiraku Ramen every time Konoha was in crisis?" "Rinnegan," Kushina muttered. Anyone who knows about eye techniques knows that among the three major eyes, the Rinnegan and the Sage of Six Paths are the eyes of creation and destruction. According to legend, whoever you stare at with this eye will become pregnant. In the past, Master Ichiraku had narrowed eyes and a friendly look on his face. But at this moment, his face was indifferent, full of the style of the big boss, and anyone who saw him would not dare to mess with him. Kushina probed, "Master Ichiraku, I want a bowl of charshao?" Ichiraku, turned his eyes to Kushina, and said in an ancient accent, "Sorry, sir, we are not accepting guests today." Kushina said directly, "You are definitely not Master Ichiraku. Master Ichiraku will never reject anyone. Who are you?" Ichiraku smiled and said, "Me? An old man named Hagoromo, an unfilial son." "Raincoat, you are still a filial son. What do you want to do?" "I want to give a person named Liu Yun a bowl of ramen." Liu Yun saw that the emotions were becoming more and more intense, and all the trivial matters were brought up. He wanted to comfort the negative emotions of the masses. He jumped down from above holding Tsunade in his arms and comforted everyone. "Don't get excited. These people are indeed unforgivable, but they have surrendered now. I will hold a trial meeting, and you will all come to dig eggs and throw durians." This behavior is commonly known as landlord. Danzo, Sarutobi and others are so disgusting, how can they be easily resolved? We need to make a documentary of several hundred episodes to expose all their crimes to the world. It would be better to make an exhibition of it, like Shinwei, who was despised for 10,000 years. Now, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened. Liu Yun was not far in front of him, with Uchiha and Senju members beside him. The moment you've been waiting for is now. He quickly formed seals with his palms, and a strong murderous intent locked onto Liu Yun. At the moment when no one could react, an illusory ghost appeared behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. It has horns, a green face and a terrifying aura. Children will have nightmares when they see it. It happened in the blink of an eye. Sarutobi Hiruzen's action took only milliseconds, and no one had time to react. He instantly approached Liu Yun, and a ghost hand that grew out of his stomach touched Liu Yun's back. "Mu Liu Yun, come with me." An old man, Sarutobi Hiruzen is like an old ghost who has locked souls and wants to take Liu Yun to hell with him. Mount Myoboku, the great toad sage looked at the crystal ball and smiled. This kind of sealing technique can even seal the soul. No matter how strong your resurrection ability is, once you are hit by this technique, there is no possibility of resurrection. The storm stirred up by the strangers should be stopped. Bite. Warning. Warning. We have detected an unknown energy entity invading the system. Do you want to activate the defense function? Open. Shinigami's hand invaded Ryun's body, ready to grab Ryun's soul. Advertisement, but Liu Yun's body was like a void, and no matter how hard the Shinigami tried to reach it, he could not get anything. Just like that, Sarutobi Hiruzen stared blankly at the Shinigami's hand stretched out from his belly, without any response for a long time. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Everyone looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen's ultimate move, then looked at Liu Yun, who turned around, folded his hands, and had a faint smile on his face. "Shiki Fujin, the Uzumaki family's forbidden technique, is this your trump card? It's a pity that the Shinigami can't take my life." Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were filled with despair. How could it be? Shinigami is said to be able to seal the souls of all living things, including the tailed beasts. Why doesn't it work here in Liu Yun? Toad Zhang's eyes were full of disappointment. Master's plan has failed again. The demonic sealing has no effect on him. Orochimaru hid far away. He was extremely sensitive to souls and was extremely uncomfortable with the aura of Shinigami. "I didn't expect the teacher to have such a trump card, the forbidden technique that can seal the soul. It's really scary. If the soul is sealed, any method of reincarnation will be invalid. Unless the ninja becomes a fairy hero and cultivates to the stage of distraction." Orochimaru thought carefully about the function of the Shiki Fujin, and his eyes lit up. The Shikigami Fujin can seal a person's soul, and the original body will be emptied without causing any rejection reaction. Isn't this the most perfect reincarnation? He then cried out in his heart, what a pity. How great it would be if Sarutobi Hiruzen could succeed. Ryun's soul would be sealed and his body would naturally fall into his hands. In this way, you are good, I am good, and everyone is good. It is such a beautiful thing. How could Liu Yun be so ignorant? Nine Tails shrank his head, sweating coldly at the sight of this soul-sealing technique. There is no way to unblock it. We had been bullying this old man just now, but we didn't expect him to hide so deeply. Fortunately, the hatred between them was not deep, so the other party did not target it. Sarutobi Hiruzen's breath is getting weaker and weaker. The Shiki Fushi is a forbidden technique. Once the seal is made, the caster will die. There is no possibility of survival. Of course, except for a certain bug-ridden snake. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen dying, Liu Yun said with some regret, what a pity, you won't be able to see the moment when you are splashed with feces. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly had a flash of inspiration and yelled, Liu Yun, if I can't take you away, can I take away the people around you? It happened in the blink of an eye. Sarutobi Hiruzen's Shinigami hand attacked Tsunade next to him. The speed was very fast, and it touched the corner of Tsunade's clothes in an instant. Liu Yun was horrified. I didn't expect this old monkey to be so cruel. He disregarded the relationship between master and disciple and wanted to seal Tsunade's soul. In a flash, Liu Yun's whole body was glowing with golden light. He activated his chakra at maximum power and moved the battlefield with Tsunade in his arms like a ray of golden light. In the blink of an eye, Ryun and Tsunade moved at least 200 meters, escaping from Sarutobi Hiruzen's final madness before his death. Sarutobi Hiruzen cursed in embarrassment, damn it. Liu Yun dodged him again. This guy is really a nightmare. Realizing that the aftereffects of the Shiki Fujin were becoming more and more serious, Sarutobi Hiruzen had to take some people away. It just so happened that the Uchiha people were nearby. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the group of red-eyed people with a vicious look. Uchiha, follow me. At the height of his powers, Sarutobi instantly created 4 shadow clones, which all rushed towards the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi, you. It happened in a flash. The Uchiha people didn't have time to react at all. Just as they were flashed by light, they saw a vicious old man rushing towards them. The Shinigami's hand reached out and took away the soul of the Uchiha elder. Advertisement: the Shinigami's short blade cuts it, and a living soul is sealed in the Shinigami's stomach. Only the unwilling voice of great elder Uchiha remained. I am unwilling to accept this. I sacrificed myself before even having the celebration banquet. I feel so unwilling to accept this. Next came the second elder and the third elder. Sarutobi, you tricked me. Sarutobi, IFK you. Finally, there's the head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku. Ryun had just put Tsunade down when the Shinigami's hand had already touched Fugaku's body. Damn it. Liu Yun hurried back to defense, but it was too late. Sarutobi passed another small forward from the Uchiha family. Goal. His fate had come to this point, and even though Fugaku was unwilling, he had no choice. There will be death in war, and there will be winners and losers in gambling. Uchiha won, but there was always a price to pay. Otherwise this victory would have come too easily. When Fugaku was dying, he gave his last words to Liu Yun. Liu Yun-kun, help me take care of Uchiha, Makoto and Itachi. After saying that, he turned into a beam of light and entered the Shinigami's stomach. Liu Yun's eyes were filled with tears. Fugaku, my good brother, why are you? With sadness filling their hearts, the shadow clones around them began to chant the great compassion mantra. Thousands of shadow clones cried together. Woo-woo-woo, you, Fugaku. Good brother, have a nice journey. The sad voice of Ryun echoed throughout the village and fell into Makoto's ears. In an instant, Makoto seemed to have lost his soul. His whole body was dim and he fell down in a daze. The shadow clone next to her quickly supported her. Ma'am, I'm so sorry. Uchiha Itachi didn't cry, he just rubbed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he saw a pair of one Magatama Sharingan revealing a sense of sadness. Father. Being a ninja is a short-lived profession, and family members live in fear every day, fearing a death notice. Everyone who wants to become a ninja must be prepared that his wife and children will be raised by others. The light in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes slowly faded, and before he died he said to Jiraiya beside him, Help me take care of Asuma. Jiraiya nodded silently. Now that things have come to this, all the right and wrong in a dead person's life are over. Shadow Clone, the canon of the Rogue Cloud, suddenly stepped forward and said to Sarutobi Hiruzen, No need, your whole family will accompany you. What? There were some things that Liu Yun didn't order, but Shadow Clone did it for him. The people from the East Factory surrounded Sarutobi's house and set a huge fire. Asuma's roar could be heard from the flames. Why? Da Pao felt a little sorry for him and said, It's written like this in novels. The protagonist's family is destroyed, and he secretly learns martial arts. 10 years later, the god of war returns and destroys his enemies in one fell swoop. Your character must be the same. Although it is inspiring, we are the protagonists. All your efforts will be in vain. You might as well turn into a handful of dust. Damn it. You wiped out my entire family just because of this. Liu Yun, even if I become a ghost, I will still compete with you for the red. The voice stopped and a ninja in the original work died just like that. Brother Love is so infatuated, even as a ghost, he still wants to fight with the boss for a woman. Let's go. The next family. The Danzo family still has some remnants, go and eliminate them. Wherever the East Depot passed, no grass grew, and wives and children were separated and even wives were lost. Chapter 259 Sage of Six Paths Interview Sarutobi Hiruzen took his last breath and said, What did you say? Da Pao said coldly. Asuma is dead, and Bawako committed suicide. The light in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes slowly dimmed, except for his eyes that were wide open. Kanon said calmly. Third Hokage, this is a war, a gamble where you put your entire fortune on the line, and you lose. Yeah. I lost. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were filled with Jiraiya, leaving behind only the voice that existed in the world. See. Jiraiya. Don't go gambling. As soon as he finished speaking, the great ninja dropped his hand and his soul returned to heaven. Father. Shinosuke cried out with tears in his eyes, but he couldn't call back Sarutobi Hiruzen's soul. Everyone present was quite emotional. Udatane Kaharu and Mitokado Homura had complicated expressions on their faces. An old friend who I worked with for many years passed away just like that. The ups and downs over the years were like a drama. The Uchiha family was very happy. Before leaving, the third Hokage took away the 4 leaders of their family, and they haven't settled the accounts yet. And his 3 apprentices. Tsunade closed her eyes. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. People are dead, revenge has been taken, and what remains is more loneliness. Orochimaru looked away. Snakes cannot shed tears or feel sad, not to mention that he was a snake in a hole. Even if he died on the battlefield, he would still live up to the title of Hokage. There was no expression on Jiraiya's face, and he clenched his fists tightly, as if he was suppressing something. Liu Yun wiped away the hypocritical tears on his face and looked around. A portion of his shadow clone army was destroyed, more than a dozen people from the Uchiha family died, and most of the retainers of the Senju family had their hands and feet broken. This game is a huge profit, but the worst thing is that Fugaku also died. What a surprise! Although Liu Yun knew that Fugaku was short-lived, he didn't expect it to happen so soon. If he dies, who will come to live as Sasuke? Me? Sigh. Fugaku's death is so sad, but it was also expected in some way. If someone wants to stab you, you will choke to death even if you drink water. The war is not over yet, and Ryun turns his attention to Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Orochimaru is definitely in the hostile camp, but Jiraiya is not sure. He is not sure whether he will still stop Liu Yun's revolution when he knows the corruption in the upper echelons. The atmosphere suddenly became subtle. Everyone turned their attention to Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Will they surrender? Or will they avenge their master? At this time, the tough Shinosuke jumped out. Liu Yun, return my father's life to me. His whole body was covered with detonating talismans, which were flashing sparks and were about to explode in front of Liu Yun. The flowing cloud suddenly turned into a golden light, kicked Shinosuke into the sky, and exploded into a ball of fireworks. That's good, Sarutobi's whole family is here, Liu Yun. Jiraiya looked at Liu Yun seriously. Liu Yun turned around, folded his hands and looked at him indifferently. They could have been friends before, but now. If we have different ideals, we cannot work together. What? Jiraiya pointed around and said, look at what you have done. Is this the revolution you brought about? How many lives have you taken? How many families have you torn apart? Liu Yun chuckled. Are you blaming me? Are the people I killed innocent? They came to me to seek death without knowing whether to live or die. Should I still reason with them? Jiraiya pointed at Liu Yun and said, you are the source of trouble. Liu Yun is the source of chaos. To be precise, if it weren't for him, Konoha would still be fighting the war honestly. There wouldn't be so many incidents happening so frequently, because the root of everything is the flowing clouds. Liu Yun sneered, so what? I am strong and I am right. If I fail today, I will be recorded in history books as a lost dog like Uchiha Madara. Advertisement Uchiha Madara cursed secretly. I am not a lost dog, everything is in my plan. Jiraiya's eyes became sharper and sharper. You are the source of all the unrest. The great toad sage is right. You are the source of all the chaos in the world. The atmosphere became heavier and heavier, and the people around them slowly left Jiraiya and Orochimaru. The two seemed to be excluded. Liu Yun closed his eyelids slightly, and when he opened his eyes, he saw a pair of Mangekyo. I will never regret anything I have done. Kanon is right. War is a gamble. Once you are on the table, your entire fortune is at stake. He particularly hated the saying that war is a man's game. War is not a game of house, nor is it just a man's wishful thinking. We must do our utmost to win, and use any means necessary to win. The man is dead, but his family has to bear the pain of defeat. Young and old served as slaves, and women served as street youths. In a word, as long as you don't gamble, you won't lose. The Hyuga family has achieved ultimate in this regard, but not everyone is a coward. The expression on Jiraiya's face changed drastically, sometimes blue, sometimes red, and finally pale. His injuries had not yet healed, and the emotional excitement caused them to worsen. There's no point in talking anymore, just let me try to resist you. Jiraiya seemed to have made a great decision. There was absolutely no way he could be a match for Liu Yun. Not only did he think so, everyone present thought so. Jiraiya couldn't handle the 9 tails behind the flowing clouds alone. Jiraiya turned to look at Orochimaru, who was alone with him. How about, Orochimaru, we fight against each other with our own strength? Snort. Orochimaru snorted. I have nothing to do after eating, why should I follow you to die? I have plenty of ways to escape. Jiraiya suddenly smiled. Because we are friends, you are the only one standing next to me. Orochimaru was suddenly stunned. Why didn't he run away? Was he staying here waiting to be made into grilled snake skewers by Liu Yun? Maybe he is worried about this naive idiot. Jiraiya, this is the last time we fight side by side. Haha. Orochimaru, I knew you wouldn't abandon me. The two of them formed a united front and turned their gazes towards Liu Yun, becoming extremely fierce. Susanoo. Behind Liu Yun, a fiery red giant appeared against the sky. It was so huge that it seemed to be supporting the sky. In battle. Be prepared to die, Jiraiya said firmly. Come on, I'll be ready the day I become a ninja. I am not fighting for revenge for Sarutobi-sensei in this battle. I just want to ask for an explanation. What do you think of human life? Orochimaru was even more blunt. I just want your body. So, before Ryun could say to start the fight, a golden flash suddenly appeared next to Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Teacher Jiraiya, let me join in. Jiraiya looked at the young man next to him, feeling relieved, but he sternly advised. Minato, you still have a lot of youth left, don't go against Liu Yun. Go back. Tsunade and Rukumo won't treat you differently. Minato remained silent. With the magnanimity of Liu Yun and Tsunade, they would certainly not exclude him. But the Konoha of the future is no longer the Konoha he knows. Minato said silently. Teacher Jiraiya, I really want to become Hokage. Hokage is my dream, but this dream is too difficult. He then turned to look at Liu Yun and said, if I had been your mentor Jonin, you wouldn't hate the village so much. The village did hide a lot of darkness, but you blew away everything with a strong wind, including my dream of becoming a Hokage. Liu Yun, let me join this gamble. Susanoo slowly merged with the flowing clouds, and he rose into Susanoo's crystal. Let's start the war. This is a war where your wife is at stake. The flames of war are burning again. Kushina led the Sage of Six Paths slowly towards the battlefield. She was like a curious cat, constantly asking questions to the Sage of Six Paths. You said you were unfilial. Who were you unfilial to? My mother. Advertisement. What did you do to your mother? My brother Hamura and I locked her up in a dark, cold place. Kushina looked at Sage of Six Paths like a pervert. You and your brother are beasts. Sage of Six Paths was a little confused, feeling that the red-haired woman in front of him seemed to have misunderstood something. My mother is a very self-centered woman. She only cares about herself and wants to turn all humans into soldiers to resist the aliens. Hamura and I fought her on behalf of humanity and eventually sealed her away. Kushina smiled, obviously not believing the fairy tale of the liar in front of him. You said you sealed your mother away. Where is she sealed away? The Sage of Six Paths pointed to the sky and replied, the moon. Kushina looked up at the clear blue sky, where there was a faint outline of the moon. She suddenly laughed. Haha, so the moon was created by you. I guess so. It's nice to have a moon, and I have someone to keep me company at night. Ha ha ha. You're so funny. You sound so real. If you have such magical powers, why don't you say you're the Sage of Six Paths? Sage of Six Paths. I think that's what people call me in later generations, but I still like people to call me Hagoromo. My name is not Otsutsuki and I am not an immortal. I am just an old man who has been defeated by time. Kushina suddenly stopped and looked at the old man next to him seriously. I don't know when it started, but Master Ichiraku's appearance slowly changed. He grew a pair of horns and his skin became gray. He was wearing a pure white robe, decorated with magatama all over his body, and holding a half-moon-shaped staff. Kushina commented, your clothes are quite fashionable. The ascetic clothing of the ninja clan thousands of years ago was plain, simple, and not luxurious. Haha. You're still pretending with me. You said you were the Sage of Six Paths. Do you have any evidence? Well, everyone who can prove my identity is dead. Fraud. Sage of Six Paths smiled. He hadn't spoken for a long time, so he was not used to speaking. This little red-haired girl is so funny. His Rinnegan surveyed the surroundings. The world has changed a lot. I don't recognize many things anymore. Although Kushina knew that the Sage of Six Paths was special, he just didn't believe that he was the Sage of Six Paths. The reason is that Sage of Six Paths is too mythical. He is the god of the ninja world and the beginning of everything. If someone says one day that he is Qin Shi Huang, give him money. That was met with a bunch of eye rolls. The shadow clones in Ryun all believed it, with a pair of Rinnegan. The only other thing besides Uchiha Madara is the Sage of Six Paths. They also couldn't figure out why the Sage of Six Paths appeared in the ninja world. Hadn't they already ascended to immortality? Zuoshandiao brought two reporters and approached Sage of Six Paths with a microphone. Hello, Mr. Six Paths. What is your situation? Sage of Six Paths is a bit of a chatterbox himself, so he won't refuse to take the blame. He said, I want to come to the ninja world, but I can't show up in a physical form, so I can only borrow the body of this ramen chef. Excuse me, did the ramen chef agree? Is this considered a legal occupation of another person's body? Sage of Six Paths scratched his head. You haven't asked him yet? That's a bit rash. Wait a moment. The reporter waited for more than 10 seconds, and then heard Sage of Six Paths say, the ramen chef was pretty easy to talk to. He said I could use it for a while, and as long as it wasn't broken, he wouldn't mind. He even asked me to advertise Ichiraku ramen for him afterwards. Oh, got it. Zuoshandiao started to ask the main question. Excuse me, Mr. Six Paths, why did you come to the mortal world this time? Sage of Six Paths looked at the red giant that rose out of nowhere in the distance and said, a stranger has come to the ninja world. I want to hear where he can take the ninja world. Zuoshandiao breathed a sigh of relief. It turns out they were not looking for trouble. It seems that the legal awareness of the ninja world is still imperfect and there are no relevant regulations for treating illegal immigrants like them. The reporter continued to ask, Mr. Six Paths, you imprisoned your own mother. From an ethical point of view, this is somewhat immoral. We want to hear your opinion. Excuse me, Mr. Six Paths, you gave all the property to your youngest son and drove away your eldest son. This is not in compliance with inheritance law. What is your explanation for this? Mr. Six Paths, do you admit that you made a murder weapon, the box of bliss? Because of it, many wars occurred in the world, and many people died in it indirectly. What's your explanation for this? Sage of Six Paths was sweating profusely. Should I not answer the call? More importantly, am I doing something wrong? I always feel like I'm a scumbag. Chapter 260 Orochimaru, play with the dead, what's wrong with that? Mr. Six Paths. Zuoshandiao wanted to continue asking, but he didn't know that Sage of Six Paths had already run far away. No matter how talkative Sage of Six Paths is, he can't stand the questioning from his journalist friends. He felt guilty when he was asked this question. It was clearly a heroic act to save the world, but they only cared about ethics and morals. Moreover, the Sage of Six Paths have a time limit during their visit to the ninja world this time, and cannot waste too much time on Ryun's shadow clone. He also wanted to observe Liu Yun more to see whether he was a savior or a simple demon. The war between Ryun and Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Minato is about to break out. Jiraiya is injured and needs the power of Mount Myoboku. Summoning technique. A small puff of white smoke flashed by, and Jiraiya wanted to summon Gamegan, but what appeared were the two toad Sagers, Fukasaku and Shima. Mr. Fukasaku, Mr. Shima, you guys. The green-skinned toad with white hair smiled at Jiraiya and said, Little Jiraiya. The master asked us to help you. Great Toad Sage. Yes, Grandpa asked us to assist you in performing the immortal arts and help you defeat the heretics in the ninja world. Jiraiya pointed at himself and said, but my senjutsu is not good enough yet. His talent in senjutsu was ordinary, not as good as Minato who learned it later. Fukasaku Sage shook his head. It's okay, Jiraiya. The master asked us to bring the Sage Talisman, which can put you into perfect Sage mode. Fukasaku looked at Minato again and said, Little Minato, we also brought you a talisman of the immortal. The master is watching from heaven. You must defeat the heretics. Jiraiya and Minato nodded solemnly. Don't worry, Immortal, we will do our best. Immortal Fukasaku and Immortal Shima took out the immortal talismans, two ordinary pieces of talisman paper, but Liu Yun could clearly sense the natural energy on them. He frowned, thinking that Great Toad Sage was really meddling in other people's business. How could it be easy for a time traveler like him to do something? One jumps out to stop it, and that jumps out to say no. But he didn't take it seriously. Even if a ninja put on a layer of level 3 armor, he was still fragile. How could he kill a ninja whom even Otsutsuki Kagaya wanted to penetrate from behind? Jiraiya and Minato quickly used the Sage Talisman, and they instantly changed their skin as if they had recharged their wallets. His eyes turned into toad eyes, and he looked much stronger. Minato clenched his fist, as if the power of the mountains and the sea was concentrated in it. Is this the perfect Sage mode? It's awesome. Although Minato has entered Sage mode, it is an imperfect form. Jiraiya felt his own strength, which was more than 10 times stronger than before. Moreover, thanks to the power of the immortal, the injuries in his body have recovered and he can now output normally. Shima Sage reminded. The Sage Talisman has a time limit, it will be over in 5 minutes, you have to pay attention. Understood, Master Shima. The master and disciple nodded. Advertisement then, Fukasaku and Shima jumped onto Jiraiya and Minato's shoulders respectively, completing the combination of toad and human frog mode. Orochimaru, who was standing next to them, saw that Jiraiya and Minato were showing off on their faces. What could he do? I, Orochimaru, must show off my skills no matter what. Summoning, Orochimaru made a seal, and a cloud of white smoke appeared on the spot. Everyone watched intently, wanting to know what kind of monsters, demons, beasts and beasts Orochimaru would summon next. Only Toad Zang, who had been lying on the ground, sneered. The master not only had to fan the flames beside Sarutobi Hiruzen, but also had to give Orochimaru the Impure World Reincarnation Jutsu. That is the forbidden technique that connects yin and yang and breaks the boundary between life and death. The smoke slowly dissipated, and 2 coffins appeared out of thin air in the same place. Some people who didn't understand laughed at Orochimaru and said, Why? Do you want to give Master Liu Yun a coffin? Orochimaru sneered, not caring about other people's opinions, but looked at the clouds in the sky and sneered. Mr. Liu Yun, do you know Impure World Reincarnation? Liu Yun looked down calmly and saw the 1 and 2 on the coffin. They must be the Senju brothers. Orochimaru is quite good at playing. He even figured out the operations that would happen more than 10 years later. He really knows how to play. Seeing that Liu Yun didn't react, Orochimaru said to himself, I actually admire the second Hokage. He developed this epic making ninjutsu by himself. Break the boundary between life and death, so that the dead can return from the Pure Land with an immortal body. Mr. Liu Yun, isn't this what makes you special? The 2 masters and disciples next to him were puzzled when they saw Orochimaru performing a one-man show. I always feel that the coffin that Orochimaru summoned looks very powerful. Jiraiya immediately asked, Orochimaru, what are you doing? Orochimaru laughed, I would like to ask the 2 Hokage to help me. 2 Hokage? The confusion on Jiraiya and Minato's faces deepened. The 2 Hokage are already dead, how can they still come out? Even if he could come out, how could he deal with Liu Yun from their granddaughter's camp? Seeing the ignorant expressions on the 2 people's faces, Orochimaru felt happy. This surprising feeling of exhilaration is always exciting. To put it simply, it means, stand back, I, Orochimaru, am about to start showing off. Come out, 2 former Hokage. Orochimaru called out to the 2 Hokage as if throwing a master ball. Crack. The sound of a metal coffin opening was heard, and 2 men in armor walked out of the coffin. A man wearing red armor, with black hair and a gentle appearance, like a master. The other one was wearing blue armor, had white hair, phoenix eyes, drooping eyebrows, and a cold face. Advertisement: they are Konoha's 1st generation and 2nd generation respectively. The 2 seemed to have walked out of the Sengoku era with a strong smell of war. Everyone was shocked. 2 legendary ninjas returned from the Pure Land. Hassie hot mom. Uchiha Madara's blood was boiling with excitement, as if she wanted to eat the man in red armor. The appearance of Hashirama made the DNA in Uchiha Madara's blood seem to wake up and recall the glorious past. Thinking back to Hashirama when Mito first got married. Off topic. When I was young, I fought in many battles in the north and south, it was so cool. I get 6 points for Tian Sha Feng Guang, Hashirama gets 3 points, and let them grab the remaining 1 point. All is past. Even a hero like him can only linger on. Alas. Alas. Jiraiya looked at Orochimaru in shock. Orochimaru, you're playing with the dead. Orochimaru frowned, feeling that Jiraiya's words were somewhat ambiguous, but they should mean the same thing. He responded with disdain. So what? This is my true face. To achieve my goal, I can even dress as a woman. What is this bottom line? Orochimaru is not just a man who dresses as a woman, he also knows how to chop off a p*********, truly the most ruthless man in the ninja world. Jiraiya couldn't help but want to teach him a lesson. You can't play with the bodies of our ancestors like this. You're disturbing their peace. What's wrong with me playing? I, Orochimaru, just can't stand this about you, Jiraiya. You are such a good teacher, why don't you teach your students? You come here to teach me a lesson. Besides, they are not my father or mother, so what's wrong with me playing with them? I can't even look at the corpses of ordinary people? Orochimaru, you. The two of them immediately wanted to quarrel. Sennin Fukasaku's face twitched as he watched. The power of the immortal only lasts for 5 minutes. Can you please not waste time like this? The two good friends stopped arguing and turned away from each other. Jiraiya promised again, I am so ashamed to be associated with you. Orochimaru cursed with an ugly face. You are so noble, you are so great, if you have the ability, you two can fight each other, I will run away now. Fukasaku Sennin quickly advised, Orochimaru, don't, the two of you should stop acting on impulse, you should consider the overall situation now. The two calmed down, after all, the toad and the snake couldn't stay together for too long. After a long pause, Orochimaru snorted, how can you say that I play with the dead? If I bring them back to life, they might even thank me. Thank you. A strong voice sounded. Orochimaru smiled at Jiraiya, see, they said thank you to me. Orochimaru suddenly stiffened. Oh no, I was so focused on arguing that I forgot to put control talismans on the two Hokage. Chapter 261 You said Jiraiya, can he fight? He doesn't have the ability. Jiraiya and Minato turned their heads and the gentle-looking Senju Hashirama smiled at them. Tobirama, this is your forbidden technique, right? I didn't expect you to be able to develop it successfully. Senju Tobirama folded his hands across his chest, looking at Orochimaru coldly. What are you going to do by summoning us from the pure land to the living world? Gurgle. Orochimaru swallowed his saliva. Although the quality of Hashirama and Tobirama's impure world offerings was not high, they could still exert 70% of their strength, and they were not restricted. Just standing there, these Senju brothers give people a huge sense of oppression. Orochimaru was silent, and Jiraiya Minato didn't speak either. We can't say that the Senju family led troops to rebel, so you two ancestors of the Senju family, please come and help us for the sake of the overall situation. Snort. Tobirama snorted coldly. He knew that these three people were hiding something from him even though they didn't say anything. Hashirama looked up and suddenly said in surprise. Wow. Susanoo, in her complete form, who is this from the Uchiha family? Jiraiya responded softly, he is. From the Senju family. The Senju brothers were surprised. Far away. Tsunade's brown eyes were filled with only the two tall figures. Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama are the two pillars of the Senju family and also the two pillars of the village when Konoha was founded. Tsunade was raised by these two grandfathers when she was young, so she is naturally very close to them. Now that his two relatives were resurrected, Tsunade could not hide his excitement and leapt forward. Grandpa Hashirama, Grandpa Tobirama. A cordial voice came from a distance, and Hashirama and Tobirama instantly saw a large granddaughter jumping down from the sky. Hashirama looked Tsunade over carefully. You're Tsunade. Tsunade nodded. Right. Grandpa Hashirama, it's been 30 years, I've grown up. 30 years. Hashirama exclaimed. The past is like smoke, scene after scene echoing in my mind. No matter how much the world changes, it cannot withstand the erosion of time. It was natural for relatives to be happy to see each other, but Tobirama turned the conversation to the main topic. He looked at Jiraiya with sharp eyes and asked, you said, this Uchiha above is from the Senju family, what's going on? Tsunade stood up and said, let me tell you, Liu Yun's situation is very special. He has huge chakra and amazing recovery ability. I found him on the battlefield. After investigation, I found that he has Senju blood, so I gave him the name Senju. But not long ago, Liu Yun awakened Mangekyo again. His existence is really hard for me to understand. Tobirama listened quietly, and the first thing that came to his mind was the bloodline test. He once led bloodline experiments, but the progress was very poor. The independence of each bloodline limit was too strong, and if they were to be integrated, they would collapse. Hashirama glanced around the ruins and ruffled his hair. What's going on? Is this a war? Everyone was silent, and the two former Hokage finally asked the key question. Tsunade clenched her fists and said, this is a revolution. I am launching a revolution against Sarutobi Hiruzen and the entire village. Monkey? Hashirama continued to wonder, did he do something wrong? Tsunade turned his gaze to Tobirama, and began to slowly tell him about the ninja world after the death of the two Hokage, and the heavy darkness in Konoha. In the distance, the huge orange-yellow fox disappeared. Liu Yun's cannon found itself hiding behind Wolong and Fengshu, and turned into its previous petite appearance, as if trembling. Kurama, you're scared. When Nine-Tails heard someone say that it was timid, it immediately became dissatisfied and responded with its ears pricked up. How is that possible? How could I be afraid? I am the strongest tailed beast, Nine-Tails Demon Fox. Then why are you hiding here? I'm tired, can't I take a rest? Nine-Tails would never admit that he was scared, but he was indeed scared. There aren't many people in the entire ninja world that it scares, but Senju Hashirama is definitely one of them. A Senju Buddha was enough to capture it and seal it away for so many years. The charge is that his power is too strong and will cause great harm to the world. Liu Yun was holding his hands in the crystal above, looking like Urtsutsu. The look is cool, but it's tiring, no one is watching and I can only dance alone. He dissipated Susanoo, and a man jumped down from the sky. Hashirama and Tobirama happened to have heard the history of Konoha's development after they were gone. The two of them remained silent, and the usually cheerful Hashirama had a serious look on his face. Tobirama had a cold expression on his face, as if everyone was infringing on his rights, misusing his ninjutsu, and using their own trademarks. Advertisement. When Tsunade talked about the cause of his death, Tobirama's pupils shrank slightly. No wonder. No wonder. When he was fighting against Jinzhao and Yinzhao, he was unable to refine chakra and use Flying Thunder God. It turned out that he had been drugged. You can guard against thieves day and night, but you can't guard against thieves in your own home. After hearing this, Tobirama cursed. Humph, Sarutobi and Shimura were just two families that were about to be destroyed during the Sengoku era. If it weren't for the eldest brother showing mercy and saving their lives, how could they have been here today? Tsunade consoled him. Don't be angry, Grandpa Tobirama. Now that they are all dead, it can be considered revenge. The expression on Tobirama's face still didn't soften. And those old guys, they secretly joined forces to frame our Senju family. They really deserve to be killed. Hashirama sighed. Alas. I was too naive. Monkey wasn't like this at first, and neither was Danzo. Tobirama snorted. It's all your fault for planning the assimilation program. Isn't this for the good of the village? In the Sengoku era, almost all the young men in the family are dead. If we integrate into the civilian population, we will be able to reproduce faster. Oh. Never mind. Never mind. We are all dead, so don't worry about the affairs of the living. It so happened that Liu Yun suddenly appeared. Hashirama's serious expression was replaced with a smile. I heard you can do wood style, can you let me see it? Liu Yun nodded. Liu Yun didn't even have time to form a seal. A flower suddenly appeared out of nowhere not far in front of him, blooming brilliantly and emitting a refreshing fragrance. Tobirama narrowed his eyes. It is indeed wood style, and it is a no-mark ninjutsu. Hashirama was somewhat happy. Haha. Wood style finally has a successor. Orochimaru moved stealthily behind the Senju brothers' backs. A hand reached out and pulled out a kunai with a charm on it, ready to thrust it into the back of the brothers' heads to control them. His little tricks could not be hidden from the Senju brothers. Hashirama smiled and performed a seal with one hand. Hard wooden vines appeared under Orochimaru's feet and tied him up tightly. Hashirama smiled at the upside-down Orochimaru and said, Young man, what do you want to do? Orochimaru smiled awkwardly. Just a small gift for the two Hokage. Tobirama gave Orochimaru a cold look and said, You have great talent for learning impure world reincarnation, but you shouldn't take advantage of his brothers. Brother Senju, can I say something? Toad's voice suddenly sounded. Fukasaku Sennin moved on Jiraiya's shoulder. As an immortal who has lived in Mount Myoboku for hundreds of years, he is now anxious. 3 minutes have passed. The time limit of the immortal talisman is about to expire. Do you still want to fight? If we don't fight, we'll go back to eating bugs. Mount Myoboku to Toad Sage? The Senju brothers turned their attention to Fukasaku and Shima. They naturally knew that the three holy places had a long history and a great reputation. Moreover, the Senju family has maintained a long-term contractual relationship with the Wet Bone Forest, so they naturally know about the immortal of Mount Myoboku. Sennin Fukasaku said solemnly, Senju brother, the great Toad Sage predicts that the child next to you will be a heretic in this world, and he will bring endless darkness to this world. Hashirama was silent, and the expression on his face could not be seen clearly. Tobirama frowned. As one of the few ninjas who could use his brain, he was most annoyed by such ambiguous statements. If a prophecy can solve everything, what is the point of social development? Just let it go. He also felt that prophecy was a bluff and a self-contradictory proposition. Since the future has been predicted, can the future still be the future? Parallel universe. Multiverse. Seeing that the two were unmoved, Fukasaku pointed at Liu Yun and continued. Thousands of years ago, one day an outsider almost destroyed the entire ninja world, and he had exactly this origin. The Senju brothers turned their eyes to Liu Yun. Liu Yun smiled. Although he came from outer space, he did not initially have the power to destroy the world. He has no interest in destroying the world, but in sowing seeds in the world and being the father god of mankind. Hashirama looked at Ryun and thought he looked a lot like Madara's younger brother, Uchiha Izuna. He looked at the immortal Fukasaku again. He didn't know who to trust, so he scratched his head and asked Tsunade next to him. Suna, who do you think I should trust? Tsunade was riding on Liu Yun last night, and of course she was heading towards Liu Yun's side. Of course it's Liu Yun. This toad is full of empty words. He points at anyone and says he is the devil who destroys the world without even showing any evidence. Fukasaku pointed at Tsunade and started to scold, "Human, you." Tsunade took the initiative and yelled at it. "You bunch of toads, why don't you just stay at home and eat bugs? And why do you care so much about ninjas?" Tsunade's words were almost fatal, choking Sennin Fukasaku and Sennin Shima to the point of being speechless. Yes. The lives of ninjas have nothing to do with them. Why should they care so much about the historical development of the ninja world? Humph. Great Toad Sage is a great immortal. He saved the world together with the Sage of Six Paths thousands of years ago. What he says cannot be wrong. Advertisement Liu Yun yawned. He had been looking forward to this for so long, but it had turned into a symposium without him noticing. Shenren Shensaku continued to try to persuade the Senju brothers to deal with Liu Yun, but he had almost finished talking and there was no response from the Senju brothers. Tobirama kept his hands crossed and had a cold face, making people wonder if he was a robot. Hashirama had an awkward smile on his face. If he wanted to take any action, he had to see Tobirama's expression. Liu Yun stepped forward to stop Shenzo Shengren and said, "Stop talking. Your voice is almost hoarse. You just want to kill me. I'm standing right here. You're awesome if you can get rid of me." Shenren Fukasaku felt a little tired from talking, so he stopped and took a few breaths. Hearing Liu Yun's big talk, he said disdainfully, "Young man, stop talking big." Liu Yun put his hands behind his back and slowly approached Jiraiya and Minato. "Now, come and take my life." The flowing clouds were getting closer and closer, and Jiraiya and Minato were slowly backing away. The eyes of Sennin Fukasaku and Sennin Shima were solemn, and they looked at Liu Yun in fear. Don't know what he is going to do. There was only about 3 meters between them. Liu Yun stopped. "Come, cut me." Minato and Jiraiya looked at each other. Neither of them moved. They said they wanted to fight Liu Yun, but in fact both of them knew that even if they joined forces, they would not be a match for the other. Unlimited resurrection, unlimited chakra, unlimited power. Do you think Jiraiya and Minato can defeat such an enemy? He can't fight, he simply doesn't have the ability to do so. Therefore, their generous request for battle was nothing more than their stubbornness in wanting to be beaten by Liu Yun. "Even if I can't beat you, Liu Yun, I won't submit to you. What's wrong with that?" When an opportunity presented itself, Jiraiya and Minato hesitated. "What is the purpose of this opposition? Want an explanation?" Fukasaku patted Jiraiya on the shoulder and said, "Don't be scared, little Jiraiya. Just do it, destroy him, and peace will be restored to the ninja world." Sento Fukasaku doesn't even believe his own words, yet he wants Jiraiya to believe them. But there was nothing Shenren could do. This was how the leader arranged it, and it was just a messenger. Shima Sennin also encouraged Minato. "Little Minato, go ahead and show him how powerful Mount Myoboku is." Jiraiya suddenly felt a little tired. They had previously had a fight over Orochimaru's tomb robbing, and were shocked by the resurrection of the 2 Hokages, so their previous enthusiasm turned into silence. If he wants to get tough again, he has to drag out Sarutobi teacher and let him die in front of him, adding a revenge buff. Minato was the same, and didn't want to fight anymore. The most important thing is that the 2 Hokage are right next to them. He grew up listening to the legends of the 2 Hokage and is a die-hard fan. Now that the outcome of the village has been decided, wouldn't the 2 Hokage look down on him for going against the tide? The 2 toads kept cheering and listing Liu Yun's sins. He kept dawdling until Jiraiya and Minato's toad eyes faded. Both Fukasaku and Shima's throats were dry, but the battle still didn't start. Alas. I am so disappointed. Now the immortal talisman given by the master has been wasted. You two are so disappointing, master and disciple. Hashirama, who was far away, was also bored. Are you guys still going to fight? There are so many people waiting? Hashirama pointed behind him, and a large group of Liu Yun used wood style to create an audience seat, eating popcorn, waiting for the big battle. Tobirama snorted, is this the younger generation of Konoha? They can't even do anything right. No wonder they were taught by Sarutobi. Jiraiya and Minato were a little embarrassed by what was said. With the 2 old men around, they would be constrained in whatever they do. Hashirama suddenly became interested and pleaded with Tobirama, why don't I fight with Liu Yun? After sleeping for so many years, my body is almost stiff. I want to stretch my waist. Death in the ninja world is like a deep sleep to the dead, and they have no impression of death at all. Tobirama nodded. Go ahead, he actually wanted to fight to test Liu Yun's strength. The most important thing is that your hands are itching. Ninjas not fighting are like gamblers not gambling. Ha ha, after receiving Tobirama's approval, Hashirama laughed, jumped out, and said to Liu Yun, let me see how strong you are. Liu Yun nodded. Come on, the sages Fukasaku and Shima were delighted. After working for a long time, this gentleman finally showed up. Ryun distanced himself from Hashirama. In a flash, a strange old man holding a staff appeared on the scene. A visitor from a foreign land, let me join you. Chapter 262 Sage Art, Super God Luo Tianzheng. The appearance of Sage of Six Paths instantly shocked everyone. Liu Yun's pupils shrank slightly. What was going on? How did Sage of Six Paths come about? He was having so much fun that he couldn't even watch Sage of Six Paths. Some people don't recognize Sage of Six Paths because there were no cameras at that time, but they somehow feel that this strange old man is very powerful. The style of her body alone is something that not everyone can afford. Tobirama was a little wary, looked at the strange old man and asked, who are you? Sage of Six Paths smiled while holding the staff, pointed at himself and said, "As for me." Before he could speak, a cheerful voice joined in. "He's just a liar, saying he's the Sage of Six Paths, the founder of the ninja clan." Kushina appeared not far away with her hands on her hips. Sage of Six Paths? Everyone was shocked. This legendary figure. Sage of Six Paths looked at Kushina speechlessly. "Girl, I'm not a liar." Fukasaku looked at the Sage of Six Paths in surprise. "Six Paths, how come you got involved?" Sage of Six Paths is the existence that has become the eternal chakra. It has been indifferent to worldly affairs and wandered around the ninja world. Why did it appear today? Fukasaku is a veteran, and his words almost confirm his identity as the Sage of Six Paths. Tobarama was surprised. It's really the Sage of Six Paths. Sage of Six Paths is a legend. What is a legend? It is a mythical story whose existence cannot even be verified, and everyone regards it as a strange thing. No one expected that such an immortal really existed. Orochimaru's eyes widened. The figure from the myth was right before his eyes. He looked greedily. Those eyes were like a microscope, carefully examining Sage of Six Paths' entire body. This old man is Six Paths, and those eyes are Rinnegan. I, Orochimaru, am greedy. The Sage of Six Paths answered the question of the immortal Fukasaku, pointed his staff at Liu Yun and said, "Because of him." Fukasaku frowned. "This is the master's business, Six Paths, you." Sage of Six Paths did not continue to answer, but suddenly turned to an orange-yellow shadow. A fox quickly flew in front of him and said, "Old man, you are finally here. Please take charge of me. Humans have locked me up for nearly 30 years. Nine Tails tugged at Sage of Six Paths' sleeve, his face full of grievance. The Sage of Six Paths is the being that separated the 10 tails and is like a father to the 9-tailed beasts. Nine Tails continued to point at Hashirama and complained to the Sage of Six Paths. "He said that I was too powerful and sealed me away. That's bullshit. Old man, teach him a lesson. There's also one called Uchiha Madara, who bullies me with Mangekyo. And Liu Yun, he beat me, scolded me, and forced me to sign the summoning contract. He has been pulling my fur these past 2 days. Hurry up and avenge me." Under the control of the Sage of Six Paths, Nine Tails is like a little fox, telling his master about the sins of mankind. The Sage of Six Paths rubbed Nine Tails' head, then glanced at Hashirama. Hashirama felt a little guilty, as he had never expected that Nine Tails' backer was actually the Sage of Six Paths. He had originally thought it was just a wild fox. Chakra was huge and unfriendly to humans, so it was locked up in police station. The Sage of Six Paths smiled and said, "Kurama, you are indeed not very friendly to humans. They are right to lock you up." Nine Tails felt a little aggrieved. "Humans covet my power and use all kinds of means to try to take it away from me. Why should I be friendly to them?" "Old man, you have changed. You don't make decisions for me anymore. Do you know that I am being hurt like this here? I am incompetent and powerless." The Sage of Six Paths rubbed Nine Tails' head again. "Kurama, I can't interfere in the affairs of the ninja world too much. This appearance is an exception." Nine Tails lowered his head in grievance. Sage of Six Paths could not make the decision for it, and from then on it had to work like a slave under Liu Yun and suffer all kinds of grievances throughout its life. Speaking of flowing clouds, Nine Tails shuddered. Liu Yun is such a stingy person. He just said bad things about him. Will he be bullied in the future? Nine Tails looked up quietly, but the fox's eyes did not detect Liu Yun's figure, so it looked around carefully. Finally, I found Liu Yun not far away. Liu Yun's expression was somewhat sad, with tears glistening in his dark eyes. "Ma'am, I am so ashamed of Brother Fugaku." Mikoto's face was pale as she knelt quietly beside Fugaku's body. Itachi beside her was trying hard to suppress his tears. An Uchiha female Jonin nearby said silently, "Madam, the clan leader, the 3rd generation is too despicable. The clan leader and the 3 elders didn't even have time to react before they were attacked by him. This old man has no martial ethics." Lord Liu Yun tried his best to save them, but it was too late. Mikoto listened silently, then clenched his fists tightly, with a murderous aura on his body. Her dark pupils slowly turned red, and her 3 Magatama Sharingan kept spinning. Just as she was about to form a flying dart, a hand suddenly gripped her exposed palm. "It is the flowing clouds," Liu Yun said to Mikoto in a decisive tone. "Sarutobi is dead, Sarutobi's family has been destroyed, and your revenge has been avenged. Advertisement, Brother Fugaku told me to protect you Uchiha, and I will do it." Mikoto looked carefully into Liu Yun's eyes, and did not see any trace of greed or hypocrisy of a successful conspiracy, but only open sincerity. The fragility in Mikoto's heart was cleared away by Liu Yun. She could no longer pretend to be strong and she weakly climbed into Liu Yun's arms and cried. Woo woo woo, no one thought much of it, they just thought that the clan leader's wife needed a place to cry. Hashirama in the distance touched the back of his head and asked in confusion. "Are you going to fight Liu Yun or not? This body of mine can't hold out for much longer." Tsunade yelled, "Liu Yun, come and fight with my great-grandfather, he's going to be put into the coffin soon." Tsunade said, leaving Hashirama speechless. Liu Yun then realized what he was doing and patted Mikoto's soft back. "Ma'am, have some sleep, everything will be fine after a good dream." Ryun's Mangekyo cast an illusion on Mikoto, causing her to fall asleep. Itachi on the side kept his head down. This poor kid would get sick if he continued to be depressed like this. Ryun cast another Mangekyo illusion on Itachi, causing him to fall asleep as well. He stood up, tightened his belt, and slowly walked towards Hashirama and the Sage of Six Paths. One is the first Hokage who pacified the chaos during the Sengoku era, and the other is the Sage of Six Paths who saved the world and founded the Genin sect during the Kagaya era. Both of them are big figures in the Hokage world. Fighting with them, Liu Yun felt like his blood was boiling. Bring it on. A mythical war is about to break out. The Sage of Six Paths waved his staff and said to Hashirama, "Let me go first, Ashura. I've been in the ninja world for even less time than you have." Both of them are top-notch figures, so naturally they would not join forces to deal with the child. Ashura. Hashirama looked around and finally realized that the Ashura the Sage of Six Paths was talking about was him. The Sage of Six Paths saw Hashirama's confusion and explained, "Ashura, that is, your previous life. Never mind. I wanted to say one day and one night, but I don't have that much time." Sage of Six Paths has a lot to say, but he will not forget the real business of this trip. Sage of Six Paths turned around, slowly approached Liu Yun with the staff in hand, and formed a seal of opposition with one hand. "This is the rule of your ninja duel. I'll follow the local customs." Liu Yun originally wanted to say that he had become an immortal and had even decided on a Taoist name, and that he no longer wanted to be a ninja. But seeing how serious Sage of Six Paths was, I couldn't bear to disturb an old man's leisure and elegance. He also used the seal of opposition. Mount Myoboku, the great Toad Sage's toad eyes are full of uncertainty. What is Hagoromo doing? Are you starting to meddle in the affairs of the ninja world? He separated Otsutsuki Kaguya's family based on a prophecy thousands of years ago, and has been writing the script for ninja ever since. Sage of Six Paths has always been outside the script and out of his control. But he did not interfere with its plans for the ninja world. It's really one thing after another. My story is about to collapse. If it continues like this, it will be a eunuch. Deep underground. It seemed that Uchiha Madara only had eyes for the Sage of Six Paths pair of Rinnegan. His eyes were maintained by Nagato, and he was quite sure that the eyes on the old man's face were not his. Then there is only one answer, the legendary Sage of Six Paths. Isn't he dead? Why is he coming out again? Did you notice me? Black Zetsu, who believed that he was behind everything, had a gloomy face, his face turned black with anger. He screamed madly in his heart, "Yuya! You are not dead yet? Damn it, why are you not dead yet?" A breeze blew and then turned into a storm, dark clouds covered the sky, and God's face was like Biden's butt, he could do whatever he wanted. "Grandpa, you have to answer it, don't worry, after all, I am respected by the world as the Sage of Six Paths." Liu Yun's mind was now full of thoughts about unleashing his ultimate power, and as soon as he put down his hands, he summoned the second form of Susanoo. Susanoo's upper body was put on Liu Yun's body, and Liu Yun continued to seal with it synchronously. Youth bud let's go. Musical note bebe bebe. Maka maka musical note, Tengai Shinsei. It was printed that, from an altitude of tens of thousands of meters, a huge meteorite with a diameter of 100 meters struck sparks and landed on the earth. In the blink of an eye, the entire sky seemed to be covered by shadow. Everyone looked up at the sky and instantly saw a flash of red light. It's simply a dimensionality reduction attack. Tobarama's grim expression was a little strained, and he was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. Summoning meteorites from outer space, this is not a ninjutsu at all. It's too much to call it a sage art. Is this kid going to destroy the land of fire? Advertisement Hashirama was also shocked. I underestimated him. Just this one move gave me a headache. Although Hashirama was shocked, he was not without means to cope with it. Turn on Sage mode and cast true several thousand hands, which should be able to withstand the meteorites. Uchiha Madara also joined in the commentary. Isn't this my Rinnegan jutsu? No. This kid also used superpower to increase the impact. It's an enhanced Tengai Shinsei. Sage of Six Paths was somewhat helpless. Is it necessary to do this to an old man like me? He felt a little speechless, as he felt that today's ninjas were becoming more and more unruly. Shouldn't a fight be about testing each other's moves first? You make one move, I make one move, and whoever lasts longer in the end wins. Thinking back to the time when he, Hamura and his mother fought for 3 days and 3 nights, everyone knew the rules. Why do ninjas of the new age prefer to solve problems with just one move? Moreover, if he could not stop such a large meteorite with such a strong impact, the land within 100 miles would be turned into a magma grave. Boy, are you confident that I can stop you? Liu Yun folded his hands and slowly materialized the complete form of Susanoo, standing in the crystal and looking down at the Sage of Six Paths. If they can't even block this move, then Sage of Six Paths' character will collapse. The scorching flames coming from the sky made many people despair, but also made many people look up. Liu Yun, is he a human? It's just a fight, why does it involve us too? Is this the power of Master Liu Yun? As expected of someone we follow, he is a being that rivals the Sage of Six Paths. Seeing the meteorite only 100 meters away from the earth, Six Paths smiled slightly. Sage mode. As soon as he closed his eyes, the violent natural energy around him merged into himself, and then, Rinnegan had a hint of yellow eyeshadow. The Sage of Six Paths raised one hand, palm facing the sky. Sage art. Super God Ra Tensai. Shinra Tensei alone is enough to wipe out the entire Konoha, not to mention the Rinnegan ninjutsu amplified by the sage art. A powerful repulsive force emanated from the palm of Sage of Six Paths' hand, and the air was squeezed out to produce sparks. From a distance, it looked like a gust of wind blowing over a large meteorite. Boom! In just a few seconds, the sky returned to its blue color, and the meteorite that had just violently come over disappeared. Above the earth, an immortal holding a staff slowly lowered his hand. At this moment, everyone understood that the reason why myths are myths is because there are gods in the stories. And Sage of Six Paths is that god. Nine Tails looked proud and glanced at Hashirama. See? This is the power of the old man. I advise you to apologize to me obediently, otherwise I will let the old man make trouble for you. Hashirama remained silent, as if immersed in the power of the Sage of Six Paths. During the Sengoku era, he and Madara reached the pinnacle of the ninja path, surpassing all other ninjas. Now it seems that their strength is a joke. Hashirama sighed. This is the power of a sage. Is this the limit of ninja power? What a pity, I'm dead now, and I can never reach this level again. Tobarama's eyes were full of inquiry. Like Orochimaru next to him, their eyes seemed to dissect the Sage of Six Paths 1,000 or 10,000 times. Oh, it would be great if I could borrow his cells to do some research. Tobarama and Orochimaru sighed in unison. As a scientific researcher, the most regrettable thing is that the material is too strong to be studied. The two looked at each other, as if they had seen a close friend. Looking back, Sage of Six Paths looked up at Susanoo in the clouds and suddenly smiled. Kid, your Susanoo is a little small. Small? Liu Yun was puzzled. This was the complete form of Susanoo, 100 meters tall. How could it be so small? What he can't stand most is being told that he's small. Tsunade can't even grasp it. How can you say it's small? So how big is yours? About twice as big as you. Old man, you are so old, don't bluff me, the Sage of Six Paths smiled. A huge chakra vortex ignited around his body, as if the whole world was centered on him, and a sea of chakra was spiraling out. In a flash, a bright blue light curtain appeared in the sky. Looking closely, it was a giant wearing armor. Just over 200 meters, it seemed to overwhelm the entire sky. This is Susanoo from Sage of Six Paths. Uchiha Madara couldn't help herself first. FK, it's so big. He thought his Susanoo was already ultimate, but compared to Sage of Six Paths Susanoo, it was just a younger brother. Liu Yun's Susanoo is only half the size of Sage of Six Paths Susanoo, so he couldn't help but feel a little less imposing. Liu Yun thought about it carefully and realized that in the original work, Susanoo of Sage of Six Paths was almost as big as 10 Tails. As the first person to open Susanoo, he can be said to be the originator of Susanoo, so naturally he can make it as big as he wants. But even if he loses the fight, he cannot lose his momentum. Liu Yun is preparing to increase the height of his Susanoo to defeat Sage of Six Paths. Chapter 263 Demon God Susanoo. How could Liu Yun tolerate the fact that his Susanoo was only half the height of others? With a thought, he immediately reconstructed a no that was comparable to Six Paths Susanoo. Nine Tails Wa. Liu Yun first burned the Nine Tails chakra in his body, and his whole body became golden. The energy of Nine Tails penetrated into Susanoo and became a flesh and blood existence. It is not enough for a giant to have flesh and blood, he also needs a bone supporting structure. Dead Bone Pulse build. Liu Yun happened to draw the Kekkei Genkai Dead Bone Pulse yesterday and immediately put it to use. White bones appeared in the golden and red Susanoo. The bones kept spreading and expanding, supporting the entire skeleton of Susanoo. 110 meters, 120 meters, 135 meters, Liu Yun's Susanoo is growing taller, but it is still not as tall as Six Paths Susanoo. Various different powers continued to surge out of Liu Yun's body. Curse Seal 2. Open. In the world of immortals, the world seemed to have turned into a big Uzumaki, and the endless natural energy around it rushed towards the flowing clouds. The two immortals, Fukasaku and Shima, were surprised. This efficiency of absorbing natural energy is too amazing. Isn't he afraid of being eroded by natural energy? Sage mode is the result of a one-to-one harmony between one's own chakra and the natural chakra. Any slight deviation will cause the sage mode to collapse, thus causing great harm to the person. Is this also the reason why immortal arts are difficult to learn? Liu Yun absorbs natural energy in an extremely brutal way, which is simply robbery. In their view, it is suicidal. But after waiting for a long time, Liu Yun just changed his skin to a darker color, and he was not hurt at all, which made the two immortals puzzled. He thought to himself that he was indeed a heretic. The common sense of the ninja world was completely useless to him. After absorbing the endless stream of immortal arts, Liu Yun's Susanoo became even bigger, with ancient runes engraved all over its body. Now there is already a Six Paths Susanoo that is as high as his chest. The Sage of Six Paths watched with interest, observing the power of the flowing clouds. Sharingan, Kurama's chakra, and Dead Bone Pulse. What else? Huh, a power similar to Ashura's. Strange, so strange. Liu Yun folded his hands together, and endless vitality was drawn out from his body. Wood-style armor fusion. The wooden armor was put on Liu Yun's body layer by layer, and he and Susanoo were constantly adapting to each other. In the blink of an eye, Liu Yun's Susanoo seemed to have grown up and slowly became as good as Six Paths Susanoo. Two huge monsters, each over 200 meters tall, stood on the earth, as if two mountains were lying across the earth, more like the two stone statues in the Valley of the End. Ryun's Susanoo is more substantial and golden in color, with bone wings made of dead bone pulse and wood style on its back, as graceful as cicada wings. As for the head, it is not a Tengu warrior, but a fox head, which looks especially like Nine Tails. From a distance, he looked like a Nine Tails warrior, with a ninja sword on his waist and a spear on his back. It combines elegance and beauty, and integrates art and thought. Ryun was in the crystal on his forehead, and a pair of Mangekyo connected with his Super Susanoo. As a master of naming, he must of course give his Susanoo a nice name. What should I call it? Powersuit Nine Tails Wood-Style Corpse Susanoo. Well, the name is long enough and interesting enough. Liu Yun finally called it the Demon God Susanoo. 6 paths, come on. Liu Yun roared. Good. Sage of 6 paths was also eager for a fight, and the two giant Susanoos collided with each other. Bump, the golden fist and the bright blue fist collided with each other, instantly creating an airwave like the sea. With these two as the center, it spread rapidly in all directions. Bang 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 bang, many of Liu Yun's shadow clones were directly shattered into smoke by the shockwave. FK. My popcorn. My melon. The spectators cried out in grief, but Liu Yun and Sage of 6 paths proved to them that not all melons can be eaten. Of course, the melons grown in the greenhouse are excluded. A huge wooden wall suddenly appeared below. It turned out that Hashirama used the wood style the moment the wind and waves rose. The storm subsided and the world returned to peace. But then came the violent storm. The Susanoo Reiki from Sage of 6 paths is also a katana. But this samurai sword is a little special. It is pure black, as if it has never been sharpened. But above lies the powerful power of 6 paths. This is a weapon of the 6 paths, just like the Amaze spear. Watch out! Sage of 6 paths Super Susanoo drew his sword instantly, and the surrounding space seemed to be in chaos because the sword carried an extremely strong pressure. Sage art. Mountain-splitting slash. With one strike, the Sage of 6 paths used the repulsive force of the Rinnegan to create an especially powerful impact. The impact cut off the left arm of the flowing cloud demon god Susanoo in just a moment. Advertisement, I will also return your sword strike. The left hand of the demon god Susanoo of Liu Yun was as fast as lightning. He grabbed the samurai sword at his waist and slashed upwards with great force. The two knives collided, splashing out unimaginable wind and waves. 8 inner gates, 5th gate Kai. Liu Yun opened the 8 inner gates, allowing his body to quickly burn energy, which continuously flowed into the demon god Susanoo. The demon god Susanoo gained energy and restored his left arm. He pulled out a spear from his back and stabbed at 6 paths Susanoo with a backhand shot. Sage of 6 paths is not bad either. One of Susanoo's arms condenses into a spear that looks like a DNA spiral chain. It is an extremely strange weapon. It's Tian's spear. The two men used their whole bodies as weapons, constantly attacking and breaking the attacks. A random blow created a huge wave, and the fragile Konoha village trembled in it. The Sage of 6 paths took a glance, opened Susanoo's wings, and flew into the sky. The earth cannot bear such power. Liu Yun followed closely, and the two of them fought in the sky. Uchiha Madara's Sharingan slowly turned, watching intently. Is this the power of 6 paths level? In addition to the usual underground work, Madara was also very obsessed with ninjutsu, and seeing this kind of destructive power, he was even more yearning for it. Black Zetsu's voice slowly sounded. Madara-sama, if you can regain your youth and become 10 Tails Jinchuriki, you will have power that surpasses them. Uchiha Madara nodded confidently. Yes, according to the 6 paths stone tablet, 10 Tails Jinchuriki is the most powerful person in the entire ninja world, possessing the power to create and destroy the world. If the plan succeeds, Uchiha Madara will become 10 Tails Jinchuriki, dancing above the clouds and Sage of 6 paths. I'll let you dance for a while. After all, the stage belongs to me, Uchiha Madara. Sage art fire style extinguish the fire. Liu Yun used the ninjutsu of the demon god Susanoo, and the huge capacity suddenly spewed out an endless sea of fire, dyeing the entire sky red. Sage of 6 paths was not to be outdone. Sage art Dragon King sprays water. His 6 paths Susanoo transformed into a gigantic water dragon, with bright eyes and a length of a kilometer, like a god. The water dragon opened its mouth and water gushed out, instantly forming a lake in the sky, submerging the sea of fire in the flowing clouds. When water and fire meet, the sky is filled with fog. Sage art multiple ghost lanterns. A loud and high-spirited shout echoed in the fog, and tens of thousands of flaming red balls were suspended in the gray sky. At Liu Yun's command, the ghost lanterns all attacked Susanoo of Sage of 6 paths. In an instant, the sky turned fiery red again, below. Tsunade was full of pride, and glanced at Jiraiya secretly. Jiraiya, do you still dare to fight after seeing this? I dare not. I dare not. Jiraiya shook his head hastily. The giant was over 200 meters tall and could crush him into a toad pancake with one foot. He was just impulsive. Kushina flicked Minato's head. You idiot, you just wanted to join forces with Jiraiya-sensei to deal with Liu Yun. Even if there are 10 of you too, you are no match for him. Minato scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. I didn't expect Liu Yun to be so strong, his power is already legendary. Tobirama folded his hands and asked Orochimaru, that guy is so strong, you dare to mess with him, aren't you afraid of death? Orochimaru curled his lips. How can there be any output without courage? As long as I study him thoroughly, his power will be taken by me. As for Sarutobi-sensei, it was probably Danzo who instigated it. Tobirama was confused. Danzo? He's not dead yet? With Danzo's personality, he will definitely die young. Orochimaru pointed to the other side and said, your 3 good disciples are kneeling there. Although I admire your talent for ninjutsu, I have to teach you how to be a disciple. Tisk tisk, Orochimaru smacked his lips in disdain. He taught his disciples so badly that it was no wonder they were killed by others. Although Orochimaru is not a good teacher, he believes that he is as good as anyone in teaching. I'm afraid he didn't expect that in a parallel universe, he was directly supporting his father by teaching Urtsutsu. Snort, Tobirama snorted, feeling a little embarrassed. When I first taught these disciples, it was all for political transactions, and I didn't pay much attention to their personalities. Now I know that there are many kinds of disciples. There are beloved disciples, apprentices, and traitors. The shadow clones thought there was something wrong with Danzo. How could he be resurrected when not even his ashes were left? Torture and extract a confession right on the spot. A wood clone turned into a wooden frame and hid the toad on it. Cannon held a thorny iron whip and kept whipping Toad Zang. Paw, paw, paw. Say it or not, say it or not. Quack, quack, quack. Toad's body was covered with bubbles and he kept croaking. What? Why don't you ask? The cannon hit harder. How dare you say more? This is the system procedure. I will hit you first. Quack, quack, quack. Skin, Cannon was a little tired from firing, so he handed the iron whip to others. You guys come and have some fun too, Toad Zang hurriedly said. Gua. I'll tell you, stop hitting me. Advertisement. The shadow clone whipped it down. What are you talking about? Just say what you were supposed to say and don't interrupt me. Say it or not, quack quack pee. Ping pong. Spears and guns collided in the sky, sparking sparks. As they crossed paths, the Sage of Six Paths raised its giant Susanoo hand. A super god tier Luo Tianzheng collided with Liu Yun's body, directly peeling off a layer of skin from his demon god Susanoo. The clouds flow in the crystal, all the chakras merge into one, and the violent energy reactions entangle together. Just like atomic nuclei colliding with each other, a terrifying energy fluctuates within it. Sage art. Self-destruction. Sage of Six Paths' eyes widened and he couldn't help but scold. Is it necessary for young people to do such a thing? Suddenly, the sky and the earth lost their color, as if an atomic bomb exploded in the clouds. Boom 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 boom. Then, layer after layer of shockwaves lashed the earth. Liu Yun and Sage of Six Paths were fighting more than 10 kilometers away from Konoha, but the aftermath still hit Konoha. Starting from the Hokage rock, the ghost faces of the first generation, second generation, and Ryun collapsed. Tobirama was furious. You be asterisk 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 D. Hashirama yelled, watch out, a bigger shockwave is coming. Chakra surged throughout his body. Wood-style tree world descends. A huge forest covered the entire Konoha village, blocking the wind waves that were as strong as sweeping the ground. When everything returned to calm, the Six Paths Susanoo in the sky was blown to pieces. Sage of Six Paths' face turned pale, and the energy in his body could no longer support the Susanoo he was holding. He waved his hand and dispersed the Susanoo on his body. Rinnegan quietly watched the young man emerge from the smoke. What a terrifying ability. You have an immortal body just like my mother. Liu Yun folded his hands, stepped into the sky, and shouted to Sage of Six Paths, Old man, are you coming again? Sage of Six Paths took 2 quick breaths and said, No, I'm an old man who has been dead for thousands of years. Why would I fight with a young man like you? Most importantly, Master Ichiraku's body cannot withstand more powerful force. Liu Yun smiled, and Sage of Six Paths finally gave in. Although the old man was not at his peak and he did not fight desperately, Liu Yun felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. Even Sage of Six Paths is no match for him, so why is he still shrinking back? Cough. Sage of Six Paths coughed and waved his staff, eliminating the chakra detection from the darkness and forming a closed space. Traveler from another world. Sage of Six Paths closed its live broadcast room, leaving many people complaining. The top brother on the list was even more unhappy. Uchiha Madara frowned. What are they trying to whisper? Black Zetsu, come closer so I can hear better. Black Zetsu didn't take any action, he didn't want to die so early. The Great Toad Sage was furious. Hi, what do you want to do? The twists and turns of the long river of fate caused its eyes to become increasingly cloudy, and the black energy on its body to become increasingly heavy. If you keep going like this, the world will collapse and everyone will be finished. The Sage of Six Paths waved his staff. A small attic suddenly appeared in the sky, filled with the fragrance of tea and an elegant atmosphere. Sage of Six Paths held out his hand. Please? Liu Yun sat down cross-legged and drank the tea in one gulp like a country bumpkin. Sage of Six Paths didn't care and continued, I discovered you by accident. You've grown so fast. They are not ordinary creatures in the ninja world at all, just like my mother's tribe. Sage of Six Paths glanced at Liu Yun and found that he was chewing tea leaves beside him. He sighed inwardly. Why can't this young man reply? It's embarrassing for me to talk to myself. Aren't you curious about my mother? And her people? And that ancient legend. Noticing Sage of Six Paths pause, Liu Yun looked up and said, "Keep talking, I'm listening." "Okay. My mother is not from the ninja realm, she is from the outer world." Sage of Six Paths slowly told the ancient history, and Liu Yun listened calmly. In fact, he already knew it. "After sealing my mother, Hamura and I also learned about the existence of the Otsutsuki clan. They are a group of star burials who will choose life planets to plant sacred trees and produce sacred fruits to offer to the clan." Sage of Six Paths finished speaking, and Liu Yun finally interrupted. So what do you want from me?" Sage of Six Paths took a sip of tea and said, "My chakra is not eternal. I will die one day. But the enemy from Otsutsuki has begun to covet the ninja world, and the ninja world needs a force to counter him." Liu Yun pointed at himself. "Me?" Sage of Six Paths nodded. "At this point, it seems like you are the one closest to my prime. You are the only one who can shoulder this burden." Liu Yun chuckled. "The great Toad Sage predicted that I would be the Devil King of Destruction. Aren't you afraid that I will destroy the entire world?" Sage of Six Paths shook his head solemnly. "I've been observing your daily activities. I'm quite speechless. You have the most demanding needs for women that I have ever seen. There is no need for a person of your temperament to destroy the world." Liu Yun was stunned. Sage of Six Paths saw through him. Chapter 264 6 Magatama Rinnegan. Liu Yun asked seriously, "What kind of existence is Great Toad Sage?" After several experiences, Liu Yun no longer naively believed that Great Toad Sage was just a toad. What secrets does it hold, and what is its purpose? Sage of Six Paths shook his head. "I don't know either. It's too mysterious. The toad has always been in this world before Mother came. I asked it before, but it never gave me an answer. Looking back, the actions of Hamura and I were almost within its expectations. Tell me my mother will destroy the entire ninja world, teach me fairy arts, and give me the fairy talisman. It seems to be controlling the operation of the entire ninja world." Liu Yun silently sipped his tea and suddenly asked, "How do I get to Mount Myoboku?" Sage of Six Paths looked at Liu Yun in surprise. "You are not going to cause trouble for the toad, are you? Only the contractors of Mount Myoboku can go there. If you want to go there, you need the consent of Mount Myoboku." "I don't think that's possible. The toad is very unfriendly to you, a foreign visitor. It seems that you have destroyed its dominance over the ninja world." Liu Yun nodded, and suddenly had some guesses in his mind. "Will toads be the law of nature in the ninja world?" Sage of Six Paths gently shook the teacup and said, "God's will. Perhaps, we cannot tell whether what the prophet said is true or false. Maybe it's right, maybe it's just the leading one." Sage of Six Paths suddenly remembered a guess he and Hamura had made. "I suspect that its belly is the Pure Land." Liu Yun was shocked. "Pure Land? Why do you say that?" The Sage of Six Paths replied, "Because there is no one in the entire world who reincarnates. Even Ashura and Indra have souls that transform into chakras and reincarnate in the form of chakras. Hamura and I also survived in the form of chakra. We have been searching for the Pure Land, but we have never found that place. There is no reincarnation in the ninja world." Liu Yun analyzed it carefully. During the Fourth Shinobi World War, even someone like Hashirama, who had been dead for almost 90 years, had not yet been reincarnated. Even if there was a reincarnation mechanism, this government office was too idle. Also, the founder of the original animation, Ninja Village, King Ming. How can people who have lived for hundreds of years be resurrected? Is it because the Nei Bridge is broken, or is it because the King of Hell is paralyzed? To sum up, there is no such thing as reincarnation in the ninja world. Moreover, in the ninja world, resurrecting a person is too easy. There are several types shown in anime. Advertisement. Rinnegan's Rinne Tensai, Chiyo's reincarnation, the special ninjutsu of the Takumi Ninja Village. If impure world reincarnation is also a kind of resurrection, then the tolerance rate of the Pure Land mechanism is too high. As long as someone masters impure world reincarnation, he can control the order of yin and yang. Also, impure world reincarnation is just too heaven-defying to run. Infinite resurrection. Where does the power of the dead come from? Is energy not conserved? Any non-conservative mechanism will contain extremely great harm, but impure world reincarnation does not have this disadvantage. If someone is in charge, that makes sense. Impure world reincarnation is a plan that the Big Toad gave to Senju Tobarama to discover. Make death and resurrection simple and make any fantasy reasonable. People use this convenience rudely, but they don't think that everything is in the script of Great Toad Sage. Liu Yun glanced at the sky, as if he had discovered Luoji's dark forest theory. In fact, the operation of this world is programmed and mechanical. Great Toad Sage has no intentions, it is just a script reviewer and program editor. Once the ninja world experiences fluctuations that deviate from the storyline, it will correct itself. Sage of Six Paths was a little confused. Liu Yun said a bunch of terms he didn't understand. "What are you talking about?" Liu Yun continued. "I am a virus that Great Toad Sage wants to modify and remove. Otherwise the comics will be thrown into the trash and Kishimoto will have to live on instant noodles." How powerful is Great Toad Sage? Liu Yun thought again of the toad whom he named the modification mechanism. If the opponent's stomach is truly a Pure Land, then it can use the power of all the dead ninjas in the past. Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobarama, Hitaki Sakumo, Ichidai Reikage. Liu Yun suddenly took a breath of cold air. If the Great Toad Sage could gather the power of so many ninjas, it would be impossible to deal with it. But don't be afraid, Brother Daeon is afraid of no one. He has cheats, and having cheats makes him the big brother. Even if Kishimoto goes to the underworld, Liu Yun is not inferior to him. Sage of Six Paths had no idea what Liu Yun was thinking. Advertisement, he suddenly said, I don't have much chakra left, I should go now. Liu Yun turned his head and glanced at him. You ask me to protect the world without giving me any benefits, do you think I am a good person? Sage of Six Paths suddenly froze. Is this young man so utilitarian? I have given you the great responsibility of protecting the world, and you still want compensation. Believe it or not, I will start the live broadcast and let everyone in the world see your true face. The Sage of Six Paths finally compromised, since he handed over the responsibility of protecting the ninja world to Liu Yun. Liu Yun was the heir after all. It's time to give some sweetness. Sage of Six Paths approached Liu Yun and pointed his staff at one of Liu Yun's left eyes. Your Sharingan is very special. The yin and yang releases are integrated into one, which qualifies it as a Rinnegan. Let me help you fuse it. The Sage of Six Paths staff glowed, slowly transforming one of Liu Yun's Sharingans. Liu Yun stood quietly. I am familiar with this, the operation of upgrading Urzuzi's equipment. After a few seconds, Sage of Six Paths put down his staff. His body gradually became fatter and he slowly turned into the appearance of Master Ichiraku. Liu Yun, nice to meet you, I wish you have a good time in the ninja world. Liu Yun blinked his left eye, which was not used to it, and conjured up a mirror to look at his new eye. Hearing the Sage of Six Paths farewell, he waved, not forgetting Kaido. Next time, bring your brother along, and upgrade Tensagen for me. Somehow, Liu Yun suddenly felt that the Sage of Six Paths dissipated a little too quickly. He looked into his own eyes. 6 Magatama Rinnegan, eyes like the peak Nijima. A genjutsu to control the nine-tailed beasts, a single-handed planetary devastation, and the power of the heavens. Simply put, Urzuzi's hook was taken away by him. Although Master Ichiraku's body left the Sage of Six Paths, he did not wake up. He was still in a coma and was falling. For a ramen chef, it's worth it to open the Otsutsuki Ichiraku card for a few minutes. Liu Yun stretched out his hand and with just a pinch, Master Ichiraku hovered in the sky out of thin air. Liu Yun mastered the force field of Rinnegan in an instant. He stretched out his arms and stood above the sky. No one is born on top of the sky, not you or me, but the vacancy of the sky throne is now over. From now on, I'll be at the top. Chapter 265 Ninja equals Money Layman. At this moment, the large forest below was dispersed by Hashirama. Konoha village is already in ruins, with only a few empty houses left standing on the outskirts, exuding a sense of desolation like an ancient road, a west wind and a skinny horse. Liu Yun's Rinnegan controlled Master Ichiraku to float, while he stood quietly in the sky, pretending to be cool for a while. Liu Yun's logistics team gathered the villagers of Konoha at a training ground. After the storm subsided, the villagers returned to the village, with tears in their eyes. It's really a fight between gods, and the mortals suffer. Wow, wow, wow. The secret money I hid under the tree is gone. I saved money for 30 years to buy this house, haha, no need to pay the mortgage. Dream on. A developer nodded his glasses silently. A shadow clone of Liu Yun held a loudspeaker and shouted in the middle. Don't panic, our Liu Yun army will bear all your losses. Really? Really? I'm willing to use my father's ashes as evidence? Shadow clone continued to shout. Do you see this person in the sky? He especially likes to hear nice words. Everyone, shout with me later. Whoever shouts the loudest will bear the loss first. A shadow clone shouted in the crowd. Long live Lord Liu Yun. In an instant, the whole village seemed to shake. Long live Lord Liu Yun. Long live Lord Liu Yun. Long live Lord Liu Yun. Liu Yun wiped the corner of his mouth in the sky. This is the human heart. I have won the hearts of the whole village. From now on, I can do whatever I want. Shadow clone continued to shout. Grandpa Liu is awesome. Grandpa Liu is awesome. Grandpa Liu is awesome. Grandpa Liu is awesome. Located in the center of the village. Tsunade was full of pride, and said to Hashirama beside him, Grandpa, see? This is what everyone wants. Hashirama scratched his head. It seems that Monkey is unpopular. Nine Tails watched silently. Although it didn't know whether the third generation was popular or not, it had never touched anything that had anything to do with people. Look, it's coming. Dad Liu Yun. Long live Liu Yun Daddy. The whole village is shouting, Dad Liu Yun. The only thing missing is to replace the word, Lu, with, Ma. Tsunade was a little embarrassed and glanced at Hashirama secretly. Hashirama's eyes were full of interest, and he thought Liu Yun was an interesting boy. And Tobirama snorted, but didn't say anything more. You can't just follow the villagers and call him Dad. Jew, Nine Tails. A voice suddenly sounded, it was Minato's voice. At this moment, he was pointing at Nine Tails, his face full of horror, and he kept looking at Kushina and Nine Tails. He shifted his gaze back and forth between the man and the fox, as if he had seen something terrifying. Although Minato is known as the fast boy in the ninja world, he seems a bit naive in some aspects. Nine Tails snorted. Why, am I, Nine Tails, scary? Minato shook his head vigorously. That's not the case, Kushina. Isn't Nine Tails sealed in your stomach? How did it get out? Will you be okay? Kushina shook his head. It was Liu Yun who helped me remove the seal. He used his own chakra to give me a life. Minato felt a little guilty after hearing this. Liu Yun treats Kushina so sincerely and cares for her like her own sister. He was still prepared to go against the other party, and he felt really guilty about it. Jiraiya sighed and said quietly, "This is a general trend that cannot be stopped by individual power. It seems that the life of a ninja is not suitable for me. I still prefer to be a Yuzu." Tsunade folded her hands, looked at Jiraiya seriously, and asked, "You want to leave the village?" Jiraiya nodded and then walked towards Sarutobi Hiruzen's body. "Give me Sarutobi-sensei's body." Shima Sennin suddenly jumped onto Jiraiya's shoulder. The two immortals sighed quietly. Advertisement. That boy is not easy to deal with. Even the six paths can't do anything to him. Little Jiraiya and little Minato are still far behind. Shenren Fukasaku shook his head and said, "Let the master worry about it, we will go home and eat bugs." Tsunade said nothing, just staring at Jiraiya's back quietly. Traveling around the ninja world, free and unrestrained, she really yearns for such a life. But now it's not possible, she still has to serve a little enemy. By the way, Orochimaru, Tsunade was about to ask Orochimaru what he was planning. Unexpectedly, Orochimaru, who had just been tied to the tree, was left with only a layer of snakeskin, and he had already shed his white snake shell. Tobirama was a little surprised. This young man. I was always by his side, but he still escaped. This is not an easy task. Tsunade shook her head helplessly. Let him escape. His heart is not in the village anyway. Liu Yun slowly landed with Master Ichiraku to the place where there were only a few houses left in the village. Miraculously, one of them was Ichiraku Ramen. Liu Yun sighed. Konoha may be ever-changing, but Ichiraku Ramen is forever. He placed Master Ichiraku on the ground and flew towards where Tsunade and the others were gathered. In a few seconds, Liu Yun saw a group of people gathered together. Tsunade waved at Liu Yun and pumped up her fist to show off, "We won." Liu Yun smiled and said, "It was expected." He landed slowly, deliberately raising his forehead a little higher so that everyone could see his Rinnegan clearly. Kushina wondered, "Why did your eyes change color?" Liu Yun gave her a disdainful look. "You have long hair but short knowledge." Tobirama stood up and praised Liu Yun. "Rinnegan, the eye of the Sage of Six Paths, he gave it to you." Liu Yun ruffled his hair. "Sage of Six Paths said that they would give me the great mission of saving the world. This is a small reward." Hashirama was somewhat curious about Ryun's next move, so he asked, after taking control of Konoha, "What are you going to do next?" Liu Yun's attention was not on Hashirama's question, and he casually revealed his true thoughts. Ascend the throne and become emperor, and open a harem. Tsunade was furious. "What?" Liu Yun quickly argued. "Let Sister Tsunade become Hokage and break the exploitative system of the nobles." Hashirama wanted to know more. What are the specific steps? Let Sister Tsunade become Hokage first, get rid of the Fire Country Daimyofu, unify the military and politics, unify the ninja world, and end the great changes of 1,000 years. Liu Yun's words were soft, but they sounded like thunder in the ears of several people. Tobirama said in a shocked tone, "You are going against the entire ninja world by overthrowing the daimyo. Daimyo and nobles are the privileged class in the ninja world, and ninjas rely on them for support. Liu Yun wants to overthrow the daimyo, which means he will destroy the entire ninja world." Liu Yun's 6 Magatama Rinnegan slowly rotates, as beautiful as the sun, moon and stars. "If anyone dares to bother me with these eyes, I will kill his entire family." Tobirama suddenly lowered his head in thought. Liu Yun possesses the eye of the Sage of Six Paths and has power that rivals that of the Sage of Six Paths. In other words, he is now the Sage of Six Paths, the true god on earth. Hashirama's voice was filled with a hint of admonition. "My child, you have too strong a murderous heart. If what you said is true, the ninja world will be devastated and millions of corpses will float on the surface." The Rinnegan of the flowing clouds suddenly turned towards Hashirama, and a strong oppressive force enveloped him. Hashirama released a powerful burst of chakra, resisting the pressure of Ryun's Rinnegan. "First generation, I think. You're not as good as Uchiha Madara." Tsunade yelled beside her, "Liu Yun." Secretly, Uchiha Madara pricked up his ears. There were actually people who thought Hashirama was inferior to him. You know, compared with Hashirama, Uchiha Madara is just a lost dog, the second in command in the ninja world. He would like to listen carefully to Liu Yun's comments about the two of them. Liu Yun clasped his hands and spoke quietly. He won't hold back just because Hashirama is his elder. You have the power to unify the ninja world, but you chose balance and even used the 9-tailed beasts as weights to divide it equally. Your original intention was to seek peace in the ninja world, but you did a bunch of stupid things. Hashirama clenched his fists. His kindness was belittled to nothing in Liu Yun's mouth. He was about to question Liu Yun's words, but Tobirama put a hand on Hashirama's shoulder and said, "Brother, keep listening. Sometimes I really feel like you are just a toddler with a powerful weapon." Liu Yun said calmly, "Look, what happened to this world after you died? First there was World War I, then World War II, and now we are still fighting World War III. Advertisement. The naked truth is before us. The balance you set for the ninja world is just a thin layer of fragile paper. People don't understand each other. They build up defenses in their hearts, suspect each other, collude with each other, and are hostile to each other. Uchiha Madara secretly praised loudly. Well said, Hashirama is too naive. How can he trust the enemy? Liu Yun smiled faintly. The same track for cars, the same writing system for books, the unification of mountains and rivers, and the unification of the ninja world, this is my concept of peace. Hashirama recited carefully. The mountains and rivers are unified, and the ninja world is united. He sighed. You are so much like Madara. He thought the same thing back then, to eliminate all armed organizations except Konoha. Hashirama couldn't help but question again. But, how many years will it take? As long as everyone knows the cruelty of war, people will understand each other and will not resort to violence lightly. The same is true when I distribute the tailed beasts. Once the troops are mobilized, it will be a large-scale war of tailed beasts. The major powers will restrain each other. This is the fastest way to achieve peace in the short term. Hashirama explains his understanding of peace. Liu Yun shook his head. Isn't this another kind of nuclear deterrence? It can indeed achieve a balance of terror, but there will be a day when it will explode. You have a short-sighted vision. Uchiha Madara sees it clearly. The gap between people is like a mountain. It cannot be moved by your kindness. Tobirama spoke up for Hashirama. Don't blame your elder brother for this. During the Sengoku era, there were constant wars and our two younger brothers died in battle at a young age. My eldest brother could not stand the era of sending children to the battlefield and was eager for peace. Madara also understood my eldest brother's thoughts. Our two families established Konoha and quelled the chaos in the Land of Fire. There was a period of time when the entire ninja world stopped fighting. It seemed that peace had truly arrived. That kind of peace was hard-won. Big brother didn't want to fight anymore. He was tired of fighting. The most important thing is, the many years of fighting have caused heavy casualties in both our families, and we have to rest and recuperate. That kind of balance is not just what the eldest brother advocates. Many people in the village are afraid of fighting. If the fighting continues, the family will be wiped out. Liu Yun still had that businesslike expression on his face. Although I understand your desire for peace, that kind of balance is not what I pursue. Hashirama sighed. Forget it. Forget it. We are all dead now, so let's not get involved in the affairs of the ninja world anymore. Tobirama nodded. Liu Yun also understood Hashirama a little bit. In the early days of Konoha, the quality of ninjas was mixed, but with Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, the Susanoo-daibutsu, it was no problem for the two of them to destroy Shikoku. But war is not just a matter of two people. The support troops take over and the prisoners of war are resettled. Most importantly, what is the ninjas' war for? Land. No, ninjas are not farmers and do not need to engage in farming. Their scope of activities is just one village, and there is no need to conquer a wider territory. Money is also a part of the reason, but it does not account for a large proportion. Ninjas are a group of mercenaries who receive money from clients to complete tasks. In other words, it was the daimyo who really wanted to go to war. Their war is a land game. You grab my land and I grab your mistress. The old times used samurai warfare to kill people too slowly, so they were eliminated. Ninjas took their place, killing people faster and more efficiently, and the daimyo and nobles took the game to a new level. Therefore, ninjas are the weapons of daimyo and nobles. The more chaotic the ninja world is, the more ninjas it can nurture. Ha ha ha, thinking of this, Liu Yun laughed out loud. The people around were puzzled. Why did Liu Yun laugh while talking? Are the first Hokage's words funny? Hashirama asked. What are you laughing at? Liu Yun slowly pulled in his belly, stopped laughing, and finally looked around and said firmly. It is a complete mess to pursue peace as a ninja. Hashirama was puzzled. What do you mean? Tobirama pondered over Liu Yun's words carefully, and the people around him were also thinking quietly. Finally, Nine Tails beside him woke the dreamer up with a word. Because you ninjas are a profession born out of war, it's a joke for ninjas to think about peace. Hashirama continued to wonder, ninjas, can't they pursue peace? Tobirama slowly released his forehead, a smile in his eyes. Brother, if the whole world is at peace, then the ninja world will not need us ninjas. This, Hashirama was shocked. Tobirama was deeply moved by Liu Yun's words and expressed his own views. Ninjas and daimyo are in a mutually employing relationship. Peace is what politics should consider, and war is just to achieve its goal. Liu Yun continued to say to Hashirama, now you know why I want to overthrow the daimyo? The daimyos in the ninja world are intermarried and are basically brothers. They are one with each other and together they have woven a huge network of relationships. Over the years, it has been rare to see one of the 5 major countries being destroyed. The reason is the rules of their aristocratic game. You can play, but you can't play too big. There was still a lot that Hashirama didn't understand, and there was too much that his brain couldn't accept. It's a pity that Tobirama and I can't stay in the world of the living for too long, otherwise I would really like to see the peaceful world you mentioned. Chapter 266. Operation Golden Lotus. Liu Yun smiled slightly and said to Hashirama and Tobirama, do you want to stay in the world longer? Tobirama was confused. What do you want to do? Do you want to revive us? Liu Yun shook his head. Although he possesses the 6 Magatama Rinnegan, this Rinnegan does not have the Rinne Tensai technique. Reanimation Jutsu places great emphasis on sacrificial offerings. I can use Yang Escape to strengthen your impure earth body, allowing you to remain in the human world for a short period of time. Listening to Liu Yun's words, Tobirama analyzed. Using Yang escape to offset the disadvantages of reanimation jutsu is indeed a good idea. He then looked at Hashirama and said, "How about it, brother? Do you want to stay in the human world for a while?" To be honest, Tobirama didn't want to die. Death is like a deep sleep, groggy and unable to remember anything. It was a nightmare for someone like him who liked to use his brain. Hashirama looked around and saw that due to the battle between Liu Yun and the Sage of Six Paths, the village where he used to live and dreamed of was gone. But the noise in the distance still reminded Hashirama. This is Konoha, the village he had worked hard to build for half his life. Just stay for a month. I want to see how serious the war in the ninja world is. What kind of mess have I made of the world? The way to pursue peace is mutual understanding, or unification. Liu Yun nodded. I will meet your requirements. He put his two palms together, and a steady stream of chakra gathered, carrying a huge amount of vital energy. Ryun injected the Yang escape chakra into Hashirama and Tobirama's bodies. Yang Dun, in charge of life, gives reality to fantasy. After obtaining Ryun's Yang release chakra, Hashirama and Tobirama had a different experience. Although they returned to the human world from the Pure Land, their bodies were cold and without a trace of warmth. But now it is different, as if there is blood flowing in the veins, the heart beats slowly, telling the story of the upward momentum of life. Tobirama exclaimed, "Your chakra seems to be even more advanced than Big Brother's." Liu Yun didn't say much, but Tsunade next to him was very concerned about the whereabouts of Hashirama and Tobirama. So he asked, "Grandpas, what are you going to do next?" Hashirama shook his head. "I don't know, Tobirama and I are no longer from this world. Let's go east and feel the warmth of the living world." Tsunade requested, "Can you two grandfathers stay and help us win this ninja war?" Tobirama glanced at Liu Yun and shook his head. "No need. Liu Yun's strength is already the best in the ninja world. I believe no ninja village can stop him. Besides, we are all dead. It's a bit unreasonable for you living people to rely on the dead." Tsunade fell silent. She actually wanted her two relatives to stay with her, but there was a separation between yin and yang, and Hashirama and Tobirama were only staying in the ninja world temporarily. Seeing that nothing was happening around, Liu Yun called over his shadow clone and began to arrange the next task. He arranged for Sao Liu Yun. Take 9 tails to the land of fire and invite the new daimyo. Sister Tsunade will take over and he will step down. Understood. Sao Liu Yun waved his cape and said, "Shu Chu and Dian Wei, follow me to the capital of Fire Nation and meet the wolves, tigers and leopards of this capital." "I have received your order." 9 tails followed Sao Liu Yun reluctantly. It is actually a lazy fox and doesn't want to do anything except lying down. But the fox has no control over his life, and has been at the hands of Liu Yun all his life. It is basically a luxury to want to get ashore. Liu Yun called for the cannon again. Go find some Taoist priests and witches to pay tribute to the fallen heroes later. Although Liu Yun won a great victory in this coup, more than 10 of their own men still died. Besides, the head of the Uchiha family is dead too, so we should at least express our gratitude. Da Pao scratched his head and said, "Taoist priest, fortune teller. There doesn't seem to be such a profession in the ninja world. There are only yin-yang masters." Liu Yun scolded, "You are stupid. Can't you ask a few shadow clones to use the transformation technique without you? When a dog is hungry, it will go to the toilet. When a person is in a hurry, he will use a cucumber. There are many ways." "Okay, boss, I'll do it right away. The curtain of the third Hokage has fallen, and what follows is the era of Liu Yun." In the 50th year of Konoha, Moku Ryun launched a revolution, overthrew the brutal rule of the third Hokage in one fell swoop, and opened the era of the fourth Hokage. Regarding this Hokage, whose name was even printed as a monkey in history books, the evaluation of him tends to be negative. In short, his era has passed, and a new chapter has begun. Sima Liu Yun from Records of the Grand Historian. Konoha Cemetery. Musical note, musical note, musical note, musical note. A faint melody lingered in the surroundings. It was almost dusk and the golden afterglow slanted onto the marble tablet, reflecting colorful rays of light. A group of people dressed in black stood quietly in the sunset to mourn the passing of their comrades. But there are still many people with strange expressions, and they don't know what kind of funeral custom this is. Advertisement: there are many troubles at a widow's door, and strange things happen when her relatives are buried. At the front, there was a priest holding a cross and asking God to forgive the sins of these dead people in their lifetime. There are monks who chant sutras for rebirth to help the dead to be reborn. There is a witch who jumps into the god tier and starts the journey for the dead. There were black people who lifted the coffins of the dead and danced along with the witch. There was also a mourning team that kept wailing about the injustice of the world. "Fugaku, you passed away at such a young age. God is really jealous of your talent. Isn't God jealous of your talent?" Great Elder, Brother Shuan once said, "There has always been no shortage of people who are up to no good in every era. No matter when and where, they can always do something that will surprise you." Liu Yun stood beside Makoto, looking at the pale, beautiful woman. "Everything is over. Look forward, there is a rainbow after the storm." Makoto remained silent, still reeling from the shock of her husband's death. Kushina, who was standing next to him, also felt uncomfortable and rubbed Makoto's head in her arms. "Don't be sad, you still have Itachi." Makoto held back her tears and sobbed softly in Kushina's arms. Liu Yun sighed. How Kushina did his job. Under a big tree, 2 masked men were watching quietly. The two of them are Hashirama and Tobirama. Their resurrection is so shocking that they don't want to cause unnecessary trouble. Tobirama suggested wearing masks to conceal their identities. Hashirama sighed, as long as there is war, there will be death. There was no sympathy in Tobirama's eyes. The winner is the king, the loser is the enemy. The loser Sarutobi won't even be qualified to have his coffin dropped into Konoha. One of Konoha's outermost training grounds, Jiraiya dug a hole and simply buried Sarutobi Hiruzen. He didn't even have a tombstone, leaving only an unmarked grave. Jiraiya took out a sake flask and poured the wine on Sarutobi Hiruzen's grave. Teacher, your merits and demerits have turned into a pile of yellow earth. It's really fate that makes you laugh, you never expected. In the ninja world, there is a man like this. In a short period of time, he has risen to become a figure comparable to the Sage of Six Paths. Well, Jiraiya sighed and took out a thick photo album from his pocket. This is my inheritance for half my life. I'll burn it for you. You've been hypocritical for half your life. You can't just pretend to be lustful. The flame is like a red flower, dancing in the air, swaying gently, telling a beautiful story. The will of fire is so hard to understand. A voice sounded. Teacher Jiraiya, where are you going next? Jiraiya turned around and saw Minato with blonde hair. He shook his head and smiled. I don't know. I'll just follow the wind and go wherever the wind takes me. The world is so big, there must be a place for my hero Jiraiya to stay. Minato clenched his fists, was silent for a long time and suddenly said, Teacher Jiraiya, let me follow you. Jiraiya looked at Minato in astonishment. Minato, you. Minato stopped him. Stop talking, Jiraiya-sensei. Just as you said, my dream when I was young was to become Hokage. But since I learned about the third generation and the power struggles of Konoha's high-ranking officials, I have been in torment. In politics, there are only eternal interests, but no eternal friends. Teacher Jiraiya, I'm scared now. I'm scared that I'll become the kind of person who only weighs interests. Until now I still don't know what it means to be a Hokage. I want to travel with you, maybe I'll find the answer along the way. Minato spoke a few words of insight, and Jiraiya savored them carefully. Not only was Minato shocked by the actions of the higher-ups, he himself also felt extremely uncomfortable. We usually act together, but I didn't expect that they have such evil ambitions. It turns out that people who play power games are dirty. Never mind. Since Minato also wants to travel and relax, as a teacher, I will take him along and we can practice together during the trip. Jiraiya agreed to Minato's request. Okay. Minato's azure eyes seemed to light up, and he looked radiant. Thank you, Mr. Jiraiya. Jiraiya rubbed the back of his head and laughed. You better be prepared. You won't be relaxing during your journey. I will at least make you into someone who can resist Liu Yun's ambitions. Liu Yun's ambition? Minato wondered. When talking about Liu Yun, Jiraiya became serious. Liu Yun has gone further and further down the path of a dictator. He now advocates the abolition of the daimyo in order to concentrate all power in the Chunin world. Advertisement, I have a feeling. He will establish a totalitarian world where one person rules the ninja world. Everyone will have to look at his face and behavior, and everyone will succumb to his force. Totalitarianism will turn people into tyrants who take human lives lightly. Jiraiya looked at Minato seriously. I don't know if this day will come, but if it comes, I hope we have the ability to stop him. Minato, you have the talent to fight against the Rukumo. Minato looked a little surprised. Teacher Jiraiya. Jiraiya turned around and picked up the backpack on the ground. Now that you're ready, let's go, Konoha village. We'll be back sooner or later. Minato followed. The two slowly walked out of the forest and headed in the direction of Konoha village. On the silent road, Jiraiya suddenly responded. Minato, if you leave, what will Kushina do? Minato had already thought of everything. I've already told Kushina that I'll be out for a while. Oh, that's good. It seems our trip can't be too long, otherwise your beautiful wife will be stolen away by someone else when you're not at home. Haha. Teacher Jiraiya is joking. The two people's voices echoed in the dark forest, getting farther and farther away. A pangolin silently looked at Jiraiya and Minato's backs, and then replied softly. Pangolin number 3 successfully monitored and confirmed that the target Wu Delong is going on a long trip. The headquarters responded. Headquarters has received it, Pangolin 3 will continue to track. Yes, sir. The headquarters reported to Liu Yun again. Report, General Zimin, Wu Delong has left home, and we can start the Golden Lotus operation. Next to Kushina and Mikoto, Zimin Liu Yun smiled sinisterly, looking like Orochimaru looking at the body of Nijuzi. Liu Yun looked at the two beautiful women who were leaning against each other. The funeral music for Fugaku was still playing slowly, and Fugaku's black and white photo was slowly hung up. Liu Yun was overwhelmed with grief and rushed out, cursing the injustice of heaven. How could such a great man die at such a young age? At Pangolin HQ, Chief Pangolin processed the documents silently. Well, number 1 has penetrated Uchiha Madara's hideout, good. Does this old B************ D think that we didn't notice every time he peeped? In fact, we're fishing. The Pangolin soldier next to him flattered him. That's a good idea, sir. Pangolin Bureau Chief smiled and said, of course. Then he looked carefully at what the recorder had just recorded Jiraiya's words, and a look of shock appeared on his face. Jiraiya, this old toad is very insightful, he can actually see through our thoughts. The dead are placed in coffins and the living retreat. After a messy set of procedures, the deceased was finally buried. And it was accompanied by an orange-yellow wind in the distance. It's Nine Tails and Cao's army. The figures were tied up with ropes, placed in a large bamboo basket, and placed on Nine Tails' back. Nine Tails approached. Liu Yun then realized that the person in the bamboo basket had disheveled hair, but the elegance on his face could not be concealed. Nine Tails' one tail threw the large bamboo basket down, causing many of the people inside to cry out. We have captured all the trash you wanted. I wonder what we can do with them. Liu Yun smiled and said to Nine Tails, their heads are just for exploitation. Liu Yun then asked Cao Liu Yun, how is it, has the king mastered it? Cao Liu Yun nodded, I have it under control. I have captured Daming's mansion. Daming is in a bamboo basket, and all his family members and relatives have been tied up. Liu Yun smiled. The world of ordinary people, under the power of ninja, is like heaven in the blink of an eye and hell in the blink of an eye. Bring out the daimyo and use his head to offer sacrifice to the heavens. Okay. Not long after, a middle-aged man with disheveled hair and fair complexion was pulled up. What are you doing? I'm the new daimyo of the Fire Nation. Be careful or I'll chop you all down. There were two swish sounds, followed by a wolf howling and screaming in pain. Liu Yun's shadow clone didn't care about the reputation of the Fire Nation. When he heard him nagging, he simply cut off his two arms. Liu Yun folded his hands and looked at the new daimyo of the Land of Fire. The purple Rinnegan slowly rotated, revealing a charming evil aura. Tell me, how did you offer a reward for me in the black market? He had just received news from Penguin that the entire underground world seemed to have gone crazy, looking for a person named Liu Yun everywhere. The daimyo answered honestly. 1/3 of the national treasury. Snort. Liu Yun snorted and then laughed. It's ridiculous to offer a reward for me with such little money. 8 Ed Chapter 267 I am also a man who became Hokage. When Daming heard Liu Yun mocking his actions, he immediately became angry. That's a lot, 30 billion in total. In order to kill you, Daming Prefecture is almost empty-handed. Liu Yun's eyes became serious. So, you are very brave. Daimyo nodded. I am super brave, okay? Those juniors wanted to snatch the position of daimyo from me, and I even scattered my ashes to them. Liu Yun no longer paid attention to this good-for-nothing and turned his attention to Cao's army. Tsunade walked over and asked Liu Yun, what are you going to do with the daimyo? Liu Yun thought about it. He had planned to chop off the head as a sacrifice to the gods before, but now he changed his mind and felt a sense of evil. I've put a bounty of 10 billion on his head. If he can survive tonight, he's lucky. Tsunade folded her hands and looked at the daimyo. He was also caught in Liu Yun's illusion and had no idea what his fate would be. She shook her head. It's up to you. We'll be busy from now on. The fire country changed, and the ninja village directly kidnapped the daimyo. This was the first time this happened from the Sengoku era to the ninja village era. Whoever it is, judging from the situation in Konoha alone, the ninja world is about to change. The other 4 major countries will definitely react strongly. The daimyo and nobles would not sit idly by and watch as ninjas threatened their status. Despite the dire situation, Tsunade smiled instead. Everything is flowing, as long as he is there is no worry. Liu Yun said to Tsunade, Sister Tsunade, now that I control the Fire Nation, you will be the Hokage and I will be the secret daimyo, and together we will rule the entire ninja world. Tsunade nodded. It's up to you, I support whatever you want to do. The arrangements for the daimyo prefecture were made quickly. After a magic spell was cast on the people of the Uchiha family, they immediately and honestly confessed all the evil deeds they had done in their lives. One heinous crime after another was brought up, leaving the onlookers dumbfounded. The lower limit of these nobles is simply unlimited. They have done everything that people can think of and cannot think of. The villagers who were watching were filled with anger. They were a little afraid of these noble lords before, but now they were truly filled with murderous intent. No one can remain indifferent when hearing these evil things, unless you are really not a human being. The nobles divided the human group into 2 types. One is human, and the other is people who play with people. Kill them. Kill them. The public was in an uproar, as if people's wisdom had been awakened. Tsunade's face was full of anger, and he shouted to the surrounding villagers. Don't worry, evil will be punished, and good will be rewarded. These people will get the punishment they deserve. Liu Yun's shadow clone mixed in with the villagers and was a member of the Zhongdong Navy. Advertisement, Princess Tsunade said it well. The ninja world must have justice. From now on, we will abandon the daimyo and follow in Princess Tsunade's footsteps. Yes, the nobles are disgusting, we must defeat them. Long live Princess Tsunade, long live the 4th generation. As soon as the 4th generation was shouted, the whole village was thrown into chaos. Long live the 4th generation, long live the 4th generation. Liu Yun smiled faintly. This is what the people want. He conjured up a 4th generation Hokage robe and slowly draped it over Tsunade. Sister Tsunade, from now on, you are the 4th generation. When my predecessor was young, like most people in the village, he shouted every day that he wanted to become Hokage. Tsunade looked around, it was empty, the whole village had returned to the time before liberation. She patted Liu Yun on the shoulder and said, the reconstruction of the village is left to you. Tsunade quickly got down to business. The noble lords were hung on crosses, their bodies covered in rotten egg liquid, and many people threw durians at them. The public is outraged and these people cannot be kept. She said to Liu Yun, I leave them to you. Remember, make them regret coming into this world. Liu Yun nodded. Liu Yun slowly walked towards the two zombies. Hashirama and Tobirama looked at the weather in the village. Although Hashirama was wearing a mask, his whole body was serious. I never thought that the nobles we serve are such a group of people. I really misjudged them. Tobirama snorted. Using power to transform luxury has happened before and will happen again in the future. No matter what era it is, it will never be eliminated. Hashirama sighed. It's pitiful. We ninjas fight for them and charge into battle. Tobirama suddenly said, Brother, you have to understand one thing. Ninjas are paid jobs. Ninjas can only have work to do if the nobles need it. Hashirama glanced at Tobirama and said, You mean, we ninjas are their accomplices? Tobirama nodded. Every day the village receives many tasks from clients. Those tasks are all kinds of strange, and some are shady, so they will be given to Anbu. Many of the facts are ridiculous, but if you don't do it, other ninja villages will. More importantly, they offer too much. Hashirama was shocked. This, haha, brother, you understand now, if ninjas want to develop, they can't do without war. Hashirama had a headache. Oh, which side should I stand on? He is also a ninja, wearing a forehead protector on his forehead, and he has to consider his peers. Liu Yun's voice sounded softly. Change your career and become a soldier of the country. Advertisement. Hashirama looked at Liu Yun. Soldier, samurai? Liu Yun shook his head. They are not those idiots who carry swords and do nothing all day long. They are soldiers who protect their country. Well, they're like the new warriors of the Iron Kingdom. The state provides salaries and they fight the wars. Hashirama had another headache. We have to go to war again. Can't the ninja world have peace? Liu Yun suddenly Kaido. This is not a war in the ninja world. Where is that? Liu Yun looked up at the sky. Aliens, the world we live in is not alone. There are too many extraterrestrial civilizations. Swords will not be abandoned in the mountains, wild horses will not return to the plains, and wars will not stop. This is the normal state of civilization development. Hashirama touched his forehead and said, Alas. The ninja world doesn't want to fight, but wants to fight aliens. This universe is really weird. Can't everyone just get along well? Tobirama was somewhat curious about extraterrestrial civilizations, so he asked, Do you know the alien world? Liu Yun nodded, blushing and speaking bluntly. On the distant planet Vegeta, there is a group of Saiyans who can transform into giant apes. They mainly invade other planets. Clear the civilization on the planet and sell it to space merchants at a suitable price. Hashirama was a little shocked. Using a planet as a trading item, this kind of thing is simply a fantasy. Tobirama analyzed. The universe has existed for tens of billions of years. You will never know how advanced alien civilizations are. It's hard to imagine trading planets, but it's not impossible. You really believed it? Liu Yun was surprised. He just said it casually. What other civilizations are there? Tell us more about them. Liu Yun continued. There is another planet called Titan, and there is a purple potato spirit on it. Liu Yun then popularized the science of cosmic civilization to the two Hokage. Tobirama analyzed a lot with just a short amount of information. Most of the civilizations you mentioned are extremely aggressive and warlike. Perhaps. The universe is a dark forest. All civilizations must arm themselves and carefully hide in the darkness of the forest, guarding against being destroyed by others, and greedily devouring other civilizations to strengthen themselves. Tobirama's Luoji's upper body surprised Liu Yun, but he immediately shook his head and said to Hashirama, Grandfather, you. What? No, Grandpa, the village needs to be rebuilt now, and we need your wood style. Hashirama pointed at himself and said, Let me build the house using wood style. Liu Yun nodded. Hashirama suddenly smiled. That's good. I never thought a dead person like me could be of so many uses. Let's go. Let's build a beautiful Konoha village. Liu Yun then said to Tobirama, Second uncle, I asked the shadow clones to confiscate the property of those who framed you back then. I will capture them and behead them right here in front of your grave. Do you think that's satisfactory? Tobirama. Degree Chapter 268 Pillow Talk. Ryun and Hashirama quickly set to work rebuilding Konoha. Liu Yun divided out 200 wood clones, 300 earth-style shadow clones, and water clones, and directly formed a civil engineering team. He himself was wearing a contractor's hat and looking around at the various projects. Although Hashirama used the wood style to pacify Sengoku, he usually focused on landscaping and lacked knowledge of civil engineering. Although he didn't understand, he was very humble and followed Liu Yun's shadow clones, asking here and there. What's this? Build a foundation so that the house can be strong. Oh. Liu Yun folded his hands and looked at the hills in front of him. The three previous Hokage were beaten to a pulp, having lost Konoha's greatest symbol. It just so happens that Tsunade is in power today, so Liu Yun will carve a Hokage rock for her. The chakra condensed in the left hand, and then transformed into earth attribute chakra, and the flowing cloud slapped the earth. Earth-style promising transformation. The hill in front suddenly changed dramatically. The rocks fell off and became smooth and tender. Finally, 4 heads appeared. The first one is Hashirama, with a smiling face and a cheerful look, making people feel friendly at first sight. The second one is Tobirama, who has a calm face and looks calm, making people feel that he is a very reliable person. The third one is not Sarutobi, it is Liu Yun's own face. The old monkey was defeated by him, so there is no need for Liu Yun to erect a stone statue for him. Liu Yun stuck out his tongue and made faces, like a playboy playing in the world. The fourth one is Tsunade, who is heroic and imposing, and looks very big at first glance. The changes in Hokage Rock could not be hidden from the people in the village. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the four avatars that had reappeared, and talked about it. Who's that guy making faces? Where's the third generation? Hush. That's Lord Liu Yun, the winner of this war. We should respect him. He will be our breadwinner in the future. Hashirama was making windows and doors. He took a look at the changes in Hokage Rock, especially his own hearty smile. Snort. And Tobirama snorted. He had no objection to his own avatar, but he was very dissatisfied with Liu Yun for hanging his head there without permission. Even if you hang it up, you should be serious. What's the point of looking like a mischievous person? Being a Hokage is just for fun. Liu Yun looked at his work and nodded. Then, a distant calling voice was heard. Liu Yun. Liu Yun turned around and saw red. Next to Kurenai stood Yuhi Shinku, and beside her were Shizune, Kakashi, and Obito. Previously, the Chunin exam venue suddenly encountered chaos, and Liu Yun asked Shadow Clone to rescue them. Now that the storm has subsided, Shiri Zhenhong found them and came to Liu Yun together. Liu Yun waved his hand. Red. Seeing that Liu Yun was unharmed, Hong smiled, ran to Liu Yun's side, held Liu Yun's hand and said, Liu Yun, you win. Liu Yun nodded. Of course. He then pointed to the third head on the Hokage Rock. This is the symbol of victory. Hong and the others looked up and easily saw the Hokage Rock, which was completely different from before. One more appeared out of nowhere, and one was replaced out of nowhere. Obito looked strange. Liu Yun, why did you hang your head up there? Liu Yun was stunned. Is there anything wrong with this sentence? He said confidently, I won the battle, so it's not too much to carve the Hokage into my image, right? Obito looked unhappy. This is the symbol of the Hokage. You haven't become the Hokage yet, so you can't break the rules. Liu Yun curled his lips. I am the Hokage's man now. Obito said loudly, I am the man who will be the Hokage. Liu Yun looked at Kakashi wearing a mask and said to Obito, Kakashi will have to wait another 10 years. Obito was confused. What did you say? Liu Yun shook his head and then looked at Shiri Zhenhong. Uncle Shinku, are you interested in working at Anbu? I can make you the manager of Anbu? Yuhi Shinku was shocked. Anbu? This. Only then did he truly realize that the situation in the village had really changed. Liu Yun nodded. It's Anbu. We are short of people now, so you will be the head of Anbu. Ryun previously promised Uchiha to hand over Anbu to them, but the 4 people who made the promise were all sent away by Sarutobi. He had already thrown this promise to the dogs. Furthermore, the Uchiha are rebellious by nature. If we give them the power of Anbu, they will surely rebel. Shiri Zhenhong is trustworthy, after all, he is my father-in-law. What Liu Yun likes most is nepotism. If you want to be an official, you can do it as long as you marry me. It will be easier to get things done as we are a family. Shii Shinku was a little hesitant, but he was indeed moved. Minister Anbu, what a huge position this is. The Hokage's #1 lackey, in charge of the Anbu Special Forces. Although he is not keen on power, he believes that authority is a recognition of ability, and being able to be the minister of Anbu makes it worthwhile that he has lived for so many years. Seeing Yuhi Shinku's hesitation, Liu Yun made up his mind immediately. It's you, Uncle Shinku. Go find Sister Tsunade later. Just say it was my request. Advertisement Shiri Zhenhong was no longer polite. Thank you, Liu Yun. He is still quite confused now. I just met Liu Yun 2 months ago, and at that time I just thought he was a ninja with great potential. But each one is more surprising than the last. From defending the 8th Front alone to single-handedly killing the Sand Shinobi Special Forces, to single-handedly defeating the Sand Shinobi frontline troops. He caused a huge disturbance in Konoha, killed Danzo, launched a coup, and overthrew the Land of Fire in one day. This is the first time in history. Even after watching Uchiha Madara, I would say it is the strongest. Ryun easily accepted the position of Anbu Minister of Konoha, which surprised his friends. Shiri Hong held Liu Yun's hand tightly and secretly said with gratitude, Thank you, Liu Yun. When Yuhi Shinku saw this, he finally understood why the position of Anbu Minister fell on his head. It turned out to be nepotism, but I like this relationship. Obito was jealous and approached Liu Yun, putting his arm around his back. Good brother, you gave me a stranger as Minister of Anbu, now appoint me as the next Hokage. Kakashi grumbled beside him, Idiot, what did you say? Kakashi, my Uchiha family is the main contributor to this coup. From now on, I will walk sideways. You better pay attention. Idiot. You, the two started quarreling as soon as they had a disagreement, and Lin, who was standing beside them, hurried to try to stop them. Liu Yun glanced at Obito and thought he could rely on nepotism to get promoted. The real sunset is the cute sunset. Mew Liu Yun, a coquettish voice sounded. The little girl with light purple hair came into view. It was Anko. Liu Yun looked down at Anko, who was standing with her hands on her hips, with a stubborn look on her face. What's up, little Anko? Anko questioned Liu Yun. Where's my teacher Orochimaru? Did you catch him? Liu Yun rolled his eyes and replied, your Orochimaru-sensei ran away. Run away. Anko thought about it carefully, then scolded Liu Yun. This is all your fault. If it weren't for you, how could Orochimaru-sensei run away? You have to find him back. Liu Yun threatened Anko a little. Little Anko, your teacher Orochimaru is wanted. You are his apprentice, so I want to interrogate you personally. A little bit. Anko stuck out her tongue, made faces at Liu Yun, and then ran away without looking back. While running, she still kept saying to Kaido, Mew Liu Yun, you little thief, wait for teacher Orochimaru to come back and chop you up and feed you to the snakes. Liu Yun smiled. The storm he brought inadvertently changed the fate of many people. Anko hasn't been cursed by Orochimaru, Obito hasn't turned evil, Mighty hasn't died yet. Of course there are also many regrets. Fugaku died young, and Jiraiya and Minato left the village. Makoto and Kushina are guarding their empty boudoir. Konoha was under construction at a rapid pace, and the major ninja clans involved in the coup d'état all had different fates. Sarutobi and Shimura were removed from the team, leaving no one alive. Although all the Uchiha top brass died, it was still a huge profit. Hyuga and Aburame remained neutral, neither making a profit nor losing money. The Ino-Shikacho clans suffered heavy losses, and several dogs of the Inuzuka clan died. For the losing ninja clan, since they made the wrong bet, they should be prepared to lose their wives and daughters. Dapao brought people from the East Factory to visit various major ninja clans. Woo, that's my grandfather's coffin, don't dig, don't dig. The people from the East Factory didn't care and continued to hoe the ground. We are just following the procedures. Your grandfather participated in the conspiracy to frame the second generation. It is the magnanimity of the fourth generation that he was not implicated. You should burn more incense at home to express your gratitude. Wow, thank you and your whole family. Almost all the people who participated in the frame-up of second generation were dead. The people from the East Factory didn't catch a single person alive, so they could only dig up their graves. The Nara family, the Ino-Shikacho clans, and the leaders of each ninja clan gathered together. Except for Uchiha not coming, Aburame's people have the gift of invisibility. All the ninjas from Konoha village were present. Everyone watched as the people from the East Depot dug up the coffins of their ancestors, but they were angry but dared not say anything. This is the consequence of being a loser. The fate of this group of people depends on the attitude of the new leader. Da Pao was full of arrogance, and he said to the people of the Ino-Shikacho tribes with his nose raised. The boss has already said that it is easy to let you 3 tribes go, just remove them. From now on, you will lose your respective last names. When these words were spoken, everyone in the room was shocked. The head of the Inuzuka family hurried forward and said, Sir, we, the Inuzuka. Kanon waved his hand, you Inuzuka clan are just a bunch of dog owners. Not many of you followed Sarutobi, so I won't pursue it. The people of the Kurama clan walked forward with their crutches, and they took several breaths when they spoke. Da Pao quickly stopped him. It's the same with you guys at Kurama, the plot is not serious. This is good. Advertisement in the end, only the Ino-Shikacho clans were expelled. Everyone quickly moved away, isolating the Ino-Shikacho clans, and all looked at them with gloating eyes. The 3 tribes all followed the Sarutobi tribe. The Sarutobi tribe was exterminated, and most of their tribe was lost in this war alone. What's even more terrifying is that we are now facing the crisis of genocide. A pineapple head from the Nara family stepped forward. It was Nara Shikaku. He tried to make his voice as soft as possible. Sir, I am Nara Shikaku, do you recognize me? Kanon took a closer look. When Tsunade became the Hokage's assistant, he brought Yamanaka Hayi and Akamichi Choza to give him gifts. I recognize that you 3 are very good at being human. Nara Shikaku couldn't help but feel happy. As long as he didn't have any ill feelings towards them, there was still room for redemption. Nara Shikaku pleaded, Sir, all of our 3 clans who pledged allegiance to the 3rd generation committed seppuku, and they have also atonement for their sins. Can you please let our family live? Da Pao shook his head. No, I am the governor of the East Factory, and I am famous for my fair law enforcement. Seeing that his plea was of no avail, Nara Shikaku took out a notebook from his pocket and handed it to Da Pao. This is all the property of our 3 clans. I only beg Master Liu Yun not to remove the clan names of our 3 clans. The ninjas attach great importance to reputation and regard their surname as more important than their life. Da Pao looked at the intentions of the Ino-Shikacho clans and realized that they had indeed handed over all their belongings. It should be said that the Nara family is indeed smart. They know what to keep and what not to keep. But Kanon shook his head and put the notebook back. I can't decide on this matter. Everything depends on the boss. Nara Shikaku took back the notebook and sighed softly. Liu Yun controls the entire Fire Nation, and the other party does not even look down on the little money in the hands of their 3 tribes. If the other party doesn't care about money, what is he interested in? Nara Shikaku asked softly, does the Lord have any solution? Da Pao smiled and looked around, and all the ninjas pricked up their ears. Da Pao whispered in Nara Shikaku's ear. The boss likes to go with the flow. Once he is happy, he will forget about the affairs of your 3 tribes. Nara was puzzled. Then how can we make him happy? Kanon slowly uttered 2 words. Woman. After saying that, he turned around and walked out of the gate with the people from the East Factory carrying the coffin. Although the word, Kanon, was spoken lightly, everyone present was a ninja with amazing hearing, and they suddenly realized what was going on. Then they looked at each other and could see the gleam in each other's eyes. Pillow talk. How could you forget such an ancient trick? Hiyashi smiled faintly and said to Hizashi next to him, let's go back. Hizashi was puzzled. Why go back? Send the most beautiful member of the clan to that master. Brother, this. Hizashi was surprised. After all, they were an ancient ninja clan, but now they had fallen to the point of giving away women, and the ones they were giving away were from the main family. There's no need to be so cowardly, right? Hiyashi was in a good mood and explained to Hizashi. You haven't seen the status of Liu Yun. He is equivalent to the second sage of 6 paths. If my Hyuga family wants to last forever, we must have his protection. Therefore, the pillow talk cannot fall. Hizashi was still confused. Then we can't let the main family go. Every member of the Hyuga family is a treasure and never marries out to prevent the bloodline from being lost. Hiyashi glared at him. You think our Hyuga family isn't dying fast enough, aren't you, using the people from the branch house? Sending Hyuga to the branch house isn't it the same as sending a spy? Hizashi quickly waved his hands. No. The Hyuga clan slowly returned home, and the remaining families also started to have their own ideas. Nara Shikaku looked at Choza helplessly and said, don't get involved with your Akamichi family. Oh, no. Akamichi Dingza scratched his head embarrassedly. I think my Akamichi family actually still has a chance, if Lord Liu Yun likes the strong ones. Yamanaka Hayi patted Akamichi's shoulder and said, let's not gamble anymore. We don't have the capital to gamble anymore. Akamichi Choza smiled awkwardly. Nara Shikaku looked at Yamanaka Hayi and said, you also know that our Nara family can't produce a beauty, so I'll leave it to your Yamanaka family. Smart people like to use their brains for thinking and don't like to dress up. Yamanaka nodded. Mixie is also of marriageable age, it's not appropriate for her to stay at home any longer, I'll leave it to her this time. Yamanaka Miki. There was a gleam in Nara Shikaku's eyes. She was a great beauty in the Yamanaka family, and many people had visited her to propose marriage to her. That's it. The fate of our 3 tribes will be left to Mixie's charm. Other families all have some desire to persuade the other party, but the people in their families do not quite meet their aesthetic standards. The people of the Inazuka family smell like dogs, and ordinary people can't stand the smell of them. The people of the Kurama family are in poor physical condition and may not be able to withstand Liu Yun's fierce power. After all the major ninja clans disbanded, only a group of hooded men remained. Aburame Jawei pushed his glasses up. Should we also send a woman to persuade him? The elder of the Aburame family shook his head. It's better not to do it, if you don't want to die too soon. The women in Aburame's family are covered with bugs, no one can stand it. Chapter 269 The Warring States Gambling God Senju Hashima. Now I declare that the reconstruction of Konoha is officially completed. Liu Yun, wearing a contractor's safety helmet, put an end to the reconstruction of Konoha. That's great. The surrounding villagers were dancing and singing joyfully. Now they had houses to live in and didn't have to sleep on the streets tonight. More importantly, Liu Yun's civil engineering brigade is not just about wood craftsmanship, it also contains a variety of colors. After all, diversity is the mainstream of the times. Tsunade, who was wearing a Hokage robe, smiled and said, everyone, check in. She spoke softly, and instantly there was laughter. Then there was a round of applause. Thank you, 4th generation. After the crowd dispersed, Tsunade looked at Liu Yun gratefully. Liu Yun, thank you. Because of Liu Yun, she regained the village that belonged to Senju in her own youth. Liu Yun smiled and pointed at his cheek. Come on, give me a kiss. Thanking others always comes at a price and is not just empty words. Tsunade looked around and saw that no one was looking at her anymore, so she quickly pecked Liu Yun on the cheek. Tsunade thought no one saw his little trick, but unexpectedly 2 zombies on Hokage Rock saw it. Hashirama scratched his head. Does little Tsunade really treat Liu Yun as his brother? Toburama chuckled. I'm afraid that's not the case. They're very close, maybe they're lovers. Hashirama was instantly shocked. The age difference is too big. Xiao Liu Yun is at a disadvantage. Toburama sneered. Why do you care so much? Anyway, it's not us Senju who will suffer the loss. Hashirama smiled quietly. Hey, that's right. Tsunade is already so old, we can fool anyone we can. Besides, Xiao Liu Yun is also very handsome. Our Senju family will make a fortune. Toburama glanced at the man next to him, who was still as cheerful as ever, as if no difficulty could defeat him. Brother, do you still hope for peace? Hashirama nodded. This is a must. God has given me the wood style full of vitality, and I should bring vitality to the earth. It wasn't until today that I realized that my wood style is more suitable for helping others, not destroying them. In the woodworking experience just now, Hashirama truly saw the joy of being able to help others. Toburama joked, why don't you just start a tree planting company? The Wind Kingdom will provide for you all day long. Hashirama took Toburama's joke seriously. That's fine. If I plant trees all over the Wind Country, they will give up the war. Toburama shook his head. The war in the ninja world is not just about the needs of each party, but also the desires of the daimyo. Just like what Liu Yun said, there are too many leaders in this world, and power needs to be centralized. Maybe. Hashirama didn't say much, just quietly looked at the young man below who was talking and laughing with Tsunade. Liu Yun announced loudly to the people around him, tonight, Tianshang Renjian will open for business. It's a party for the whole village. Liu Yun, will pay for it. Looking down from Hokage Rock, there is a huge building in the middle, which is almost taller than Hokage Rock. The lights are bright, the wine is colorful, and the music is decadent. It doesn't look like a serious building at first glance. This is the entertainment city that Liu Yun mentioned, which is dedicated to bringing happiness to the villagers whose lives are monotonous. There are bars, dance halls, hot springs and gambling houses inside. As a hidden village deep in the mountains and forests, of course the more monotonous the life is, the better. Unwarranted temptations will lead to the depravity of ninjas. Tsunade hesitated for a long time to build this tempting place, but finally failed because of the gambling house. Hashirama was full of excitement. Come on, Tobirama, let's go and bet on him. Tobirama was speechless, looking at the towering building below. I should wait for a big flood to wash it away, otherwise the whole village will be ruined. Hashirama shook his head. That's too serious, just a little entertainment. After saying that, Hashirama turned around and walked towards the bottom of Hokage Rock. Tobirama followed helplessly and complained, "Are you so eager to give money to others?" Hashirama immediately became unhappy. "I am the gambling god of Sengoku, do you look down on me so much?" Tobirama shook his head and said nothing more. Hashirama's gambling skills are extremely bad, but he still has a mysterious confidence and thinks he is an excellent gambler. But someone who was so bad at gambling finally won Sengoku. "Brother, we don't seem to have any money. Don't worry, I'll have Tsunade burn several houses worth of paper money for me as capital." Night. In a corner of the Konoha cemetery, a white python emerged from the mud, and then spit out a monster covered in slime. Orochimaru wiped the mucus off his body and took a deep breath. Finally I can get out and get some fresh air. Orochimaru is not an immortal, nor is he a pangolin that can fly and burrow underground. He just caught Tobirama and his men escaping underground due to carelessness. He stayed buried in the mud obediently, not even daring to escape, for fear that his chakra would leak and he would be discovered. It was not until night, when there was no one above, that he came out to get some fresh air. Orochimaru sneered as he looked at the new tombstones at Konoha Cemetery. Advertisement: the winners will become martyrs after death, while the losers will only be dry bones on the ground, with no one paying attention to them. Where to go next? Orochimaru asked himself. He couldn't stay in Konoha anymore, but he didn't know where to wander to. More importantly, there was no benefit at all from this dispute, as the two zombies that were dug out with great difficulty were subdued by others. This is totally inconsistent with Orochimaru's character of taking advantage of any opportunity. Orochimaru walked slowly in the Konoha Cemetery, quietly thinking about his future plans. Today he saw the Sage of Six Paths coming. Those two huge Susanos were like gods of destruction, and he was filled with longing. The Sage of Six Paths is just a fleeting glimpse, while Liu Yun is the immortal of the time. If you want to achieve immortality, you have to find a breakthrough from him. But Orochimaru planned it so many times, but there was not a single chance of success. Threatened the people around him, Orochimaru muttered softly, then shook his head. Liu Yun has been on guard once and will definitely not let his friends make the same mistake again. Orochimaru suddenly saw an inconspicuous tombstone, and the name on it made his pupils shrink. Damn it, how could I forget about him? Liu Yun's father, Taromaru. When mentioning Liu Yun, people always subconsciously ignore his former relatives, but they are also human beings and they also came out of a cave. Orochimaru looked around carefully again and found Liu Yun's mother and grandfather. He smiled sinisterly. Liu Yun-kun, I reunited your family, you have to thank me. Orochimaru, I'm such a kind person. Then Orochimaru began to dig up the ancestral grave of the Ryun family. After a hearty meal, Ryun and Tsunade accompanied Hashirama and Tobirama to the gambling house. The gambling house is very large and can easily accommodate 500 people. It just opened tonight and it's already so crowded. It seems that no matter where you are, there are always many people who are eager to get rich, and everyone has a lot of confidence. Change your destiny today by heaven defying. The casino was opened by Liu Yun, so many gaming methods from previous lives appeared. Landlord, Golden Flower, Texas Hold'em, Stud Poker, Mahjong. This decadent atmosphere directly excited Tsunade and Hashirama. Both of them are big gamblers. It is the first time for them to see such a big scene, so of course they want to gamble to their heart's content. Liu Yun took the lead and introduced various ways of playing to Tsunade and Hashirama. Tobirama felt the chakra in the casino and asked Liu Yun, "This is a ninja village. There are many ninja gamblers here. Aren't you afraid of losing all your money?" Liu Yun smiled and said, "My underwear is very thick. During the day, I just raided Daming Mansion and made hundreds of billions. Even if they gamble all year long, they won't lose much from me. Besides, there are my shadow clone in the casino. All the dealers are transformed by my shadow clone, so the winning and losing are controlled by me." Liu Yun whispered the last sentence into Tobirama's ear without letting the two gamblers, Tsunade and Hashirama, hear it. Tobirama said calmly, "Are you in control?" Liu Yun nodded and said, "The rules of the casino. This is the basic operation of running a casino. Who would open a casino if they lose money all day long? Let them be happy when they win the first time, and the same goes for the second and third times. Let them feel that gambling is fun, so that when they really lose, they won't be able to quit. From the moment you enter the casino, everyone is a leak." Tobirama remained silent. Human beings are emotional creatures. Once they become addicted to something, they cannot quit without the determination to break it. You are not short of money, why do you want to open a casino? Liu Yun smiled and said, although I am not short of money, what I lack is pleasure. You see, in this game, some people are full of confidence, they think they are the chosen ones, and they feel like they have won everything. Someone is planning and calculating, and is good at reasoning about the opponent's tactics. All living beings are here, the world is a gamble, and I am the manipulator. Tobirama listened silently, shocked at Liu Yun's intention. Rather than saying that he is in control of the situation in this casino, it would be more accurate to say that he is slowly controlling the ninja world, and everyone becomes his bargaining chip. Tobirama looked at Liu Yun meaningfully and said, where will you take the ninja world? Liu Yun smiled and said, who knows, maybe it will be the land of bliss. Tobirama shook his head. Whether it is the pure land or the hell of ghosts, it has nothing to do with a dead person like me. His grave has been dug up, and as a dead man he no longer cares about how the world develops. But, Tobirama looked at Liu Yun seriously. You have to be nice to Lil Tsunade and don't bully her. The filthiness of Liu Yun and Tsunade was still discovered by her two grandfathers. Since the second grandfather had spoken, Liu Yun didn't dare to ignore it. He nodded immediately. Don't worry, I will treat Tsunade well. Tobirama nodded in satisfaction. The two continued to look at the two grandparents and grandchildren who were dominating the casino. Tsunade is known as the fat sheep in gambling, and the other is known as the gambling god of Sengoku. The two men were killed and all their chips were slowly running out. Liu Yun was speechless. It's just a game of betting, can't you two play in a different place? Advertisement, you bet big, she bet small, it's impossible for the dice to break. After listening to Liu Yun's words, Tsunade and Hashirama thought about it carefully. That makes sense. I didn't expect you to be such a good gambler. Hashirama patted Liu Yun's back and praised him. Little Tsunade didn't make a mistake. Grandpa. Tsunade was shocked that her secret relationship with Liu Yun was discovered. Tobirama gave Tsunade a reprimanding look. We don't even know you yet, how could you hide? It's a good thing you still have someone who wants you, otherwise the Senju family would really be extinct. Grandpa, Tsunade wanted to say something but swallowed it back. What she actually wanted to say was that she once had a man. But the broken shadow is getting lighter and lighter in my heart. My heart is occupied by the flowing clouds, and my depth is occupied by the flowing clouds. She could no longer see Kato-dan. Hashirama laughed and said, all right, we are all buried, so don't worry about it. Keep betting, This time I'll bet big and Tsunade will bet small. Someone will win. Tsunade nodded. The two big gamblers placed their bets again. The dice didn't break into pieces, Hashirama won, and he was very happy. Tobirama snorted, placing the same bet, neither winning nor losing, isn't it a waste of effort? Hashirama came to his senses. Yes, he and Tsunade adjusted the size of their bets and started another round. The one with more chips lost, and the one with fewer chips won, but when you count them all, they still lost. Hashirama didn't believe it. Come again. Tsunade and Hashirama tried it again a dozen times, and the result was the same every time. The one with more chips lost. Liu Yun complained. It seems, God doesn't want you to win, you should stop gambling. Tsunade and Hashirama shook their heads together. Impossible, we will never give up gambling even if we starve to death. Tobirama gave Liu Yun a sympathetic look. If you get married to a woman like this, no matter how big your family fortune is, it will be ruined. This is based on facts. Hashirama and Tsunade gambled about 20 times. The gamblers around them also discovered the pattern between the two men. Whoever bets big is bound to lose, because the misfortune of the world depends on them anyway. Liu Yun's sexy dealers had no way to control the situation and ended up losing a lot of money. Tsunade and Hashirama played for a while, and finally everyone in the casino came to watch them play. The bad luck of the two made everyone laugh, and finally everyone followed suit and wanted to pay back Liu Yun's lost wife. Liu Yun didn't care about any industry rules. He tore his face and used the Mangekyo Sharingan to force the winner to lose, perfectly demonstrating his control of the situation. It was late at night, and Tsunade and Hashirama were tired from playing. Let's go. That's all for today. After walking out of the paradise, Hashirama felt refreshed. If converted into wives, he has lost 30 Uzumaki Mito, but Hashirama is still happy. The world is so beautiful, what a pity, what a pity. Liu Yun suddenly looked at Hashirama and Tobirama seriously. Do you want me to revive you? He showed his 6 Magatama Rinnegan. Although it did not include the Rinne Tensai technique, he would have it as long as he developed it seriously. The two were silent for a moment, and Tsunade even closed all the pores on his body. Life, the excitement of blood flowing, the feeling of jumping on the earth. In the Pure Land, one is completely unconscious, like a vegetable. Ha ha ha, Hashirama suddenly burst into a confusing laugh. The three looked at him in confusion. Hashirama replied with a hearty smile. No, birth, aging, sickness and death are part of life. I have experienced death, and now I am complete. Besides, if the dead could be resurrected, then the world would be in chaos. Hashirama and Tobirama were from the Sengoku era, but everyone their age had died, and they couldn't find anyone who understood them if they survived. More importantly, if they are greedy for the resurrection of life, they will ask Liu Yun to resurrect their loved ones endlessly. In the end, the world was replaced by a group of immortals who relied on nepotism. Sons will not die, grandsons will not die, and what we get in the end is a stagnant society. Tsunade stretched out her hand to persuade Hashirama, Grandpa. Hashirama shook his head. Stop talking, little Tsunade. The eternity of life is a pain. Watching the people around you die one by one, you can't be as cold as a rock. We are already buried in the earth. It is a blessing to be able to see the human world again. There is no need to ask for more. Don't you think so, Tobirama? Tobirama nodded, but actually thought to himself, Brother, I want to be resurrected. Tobirama is a person who loves research. Like Orochimaru, he also hopes to have a long life to study the truth of the world, otherwise he would not have developed such an evil technique as impure world reincarnation. But Hashirama has already said this. If Tobirama wants to survive, it will be very embarrassing. The younger generations will all look down on him. Chapter 270. It's so annoying to come up with a name. Hashirama glanced at the night sky and said, It's getting late, Tobirama, let's go back to bed. Tobirama chuckled and taunted, We're both dead now. Go back to sleep. Go back to your coffin and lie down. Hashirama scratched his head and said, That's right, let's go back to our coffins and lie down. We can see the scenery of the ninja world tomorrow. Snort. Tobirama snorted. Tsunade said beside him, There's no need for that. I prepared a guest room for you at the former Senju's house. Tsunade led the Senju brothers to the Senju house, which was in the style of the Sengoku era and had just been assembled today. There is a photo frame in the living room, which contains photos that were previously found in Senju's old home. Hashirama, Tobirama, Madara, and Mito. Seeing the things reminded him of the past, Hashirama felt a little sad. Time is indeed the most ruthless thing. The youth we once had is gone forever. Tobirama didn't taunt Hashirama, and nodded. Liu Yun chuckled beside him. Uchiha Madara is still alive in this world. What? Hashirama and Tobirama were both shocked when he heard this. Especially Tobirama, he took back Uchiha Madara's body, and seeing that he had his eyes closed, how could he have resurrected? Hashirama asked, What's going on? Madara. Liu Yun sat cross-legged on a mat and poured tea for the two grandfathers. Don't panic, please listen to me slowly. Tsunade also sat upright, listening to Liu Yun's next words with a serious expression. Liu Yun had produced a small round fan at some point, and recited in a neutral tone. In the last chapter, it was said that Madara used Mangekyo to discover the secret of the Six Paths stele at the Nanga Shrine. It recorded the power of creation of the Sage of Six Paths, and infinite Tsukuyomi. Liu Yun slowly told the three of them, and Hashirama and the others became more and more surprised as they ate. Especially Hashirama, when he heard that Madara used his cells to evolve the Rinnegan, he scolded his good friend for being unethical. After hearing the end, Tobirama concluded, So, Madara wants to pull everyone in the ninja world into a genjutsu? Liu Yun nodded. Hashirama sighed. Madara is also struggling to find his own path to peace. Perhaps he was disappointed with my path, so he thought of this extreme path. Tobirama said firmly, We must stop him, we can't live in a dream. Liu Yun glanced at him. He had said before that the affairs of the living had nothing to do with the dead, but once Uchiha Madara was involved, Tobirama became extremely anxious. It seems that he wants to prevent Hashirama and Madara from developing further. Liu Yun smiled and slowly sipped the bitter tea, a sweetness lingering on his taste buds. He said nonchalantly, Uchiha Madara is just a clown. I can crush his project Tsuki no Mi if I get excited. As soon as Liu Yun's big words came out, Hashirama was about to refute but became deflated. He can even fight against Sage of Six Paths, so why would he be afraid of a 100-year-old man? The expressions on the three people's faces gradually calmed down. You say Liu Yun is arrogant, he has the ability. You say he is lustful, he can handle it. Tobirama asked Hashirama, Brother, what do you want to do next? Hashirama fell silent, with a rather melancholy expression on his face. Tobirama saw it and knew something was going to happen. Hashirama said firmly, I will go find Madara. I want to stop his plan. I can't watch him make mistakes again. Tobirama sighed inwardly. It turns out that these two people are a pair of enemies. Even if they are separated by life and death, they still chase each other hard. Liu Yun put down the teacup and thought to himself. Was Uchiha Madara wrong? He wants to give people an illusory peaceful world. In that world you can be happy and free from worries. If it were in the previous life, Liu Yun would definitely yearn for this world. No matter whether it is illusory or not, as long as it can let me lie down, it's fine. But this result is ultimately wrong. Because infinite Tsukuyomi is a hoax, Uchiha Madara is doomed to tragedy. The old man is already quite an adult, and is still ambitious and concerned about peace in the ninja world. Liu Yun conjured up a photo and handed it to Hashirama. He is near the Kamubi Bridge in the Land of Grass. Hashirama took the photo, which showed a blurry figure of an old man. Upon closer examination, it was the elderly Madara. Hashirama sighed. Is Madara already this old? Time really spares no one, back then. Tobirama shook his head helplessly. Here it comes again. Hashirama would take anything related to Madara into consideration. He had never cared so much about Mito. Hashirama nodded, clenching the photo in his hand. Don't worry Madara, I will definitely bring you back. The flowing clouds are speechless. He is already over 100 years old. Why bring him back? to provide him with retirement care. He stood up and waved goodbye to the two grandfathers. Good night. Hashirama and Tobirama exchanged polite words, then watched Ryun and Tsunade leave. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse, and from time to time the sound of cicadas could be heard. Liu Yun and Tsunade walked down the street, slowly unwinding from the day's busyness. Advertisement before she knew it, Tsunade had grabbed Ryun's hand. What a magical day. I became the fourth Hokage and my two grandfathers were resurrected. A sinister voice sounded out of nowhere. Mr. Liu Yun, I would like to borrow some of your blood. Liu Yun covered his forehead with his hands and felt a headache. Couldn't Orochimaru choose a time when he wasn't so impatient? Also, why is this snake so concerned about his cells? My mind races like lightning. Liu Yun suddenly revealed the 6 Magatama Rinnegan and looked coldly at the gloomy figure that suddenly appeared in front of him. Orochimaru, aren't you afraid of dying? Orochimaru smiled and said, Ryun-kun, this is Shadow Clone. My real body is not here. Look, I brought you some good stuff. Liu Yun was stunned. Could it be a beautiful woman? Orochimaru slapped the ground, and 3 coffins emerged from the ground out of thin air. Liu Yun-kun, open your eyes and see who they are. The coffin lid slammed heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. As the dust cleared, 3 figures emerged. Cracks appeared on their skin like mud, and they slowly opened their ink-black eyes. Liu Yun was shocked when he saw these 3 people. A couple and an old man. The woman was wearing a kimono, her skin was delicate and her eyebrows looked a bit like flowing clouds. The man was serious, with black hair and dark eyes, and had an Uchiha vibe. The remaining old people were ordinary, but gave people a kind feeling. Dad, Mom, Master, these 3 people are the parents and the grandfather of my previous life. Now, his family's graves have been dug up by Orochimaru, and the whole family is together. Toromaru opened his eyes and looked at the world, then asked in confusion, wasn't I killed by the detonating tag? How did I survive? He looked around and found that his wife and father, who had been dead for several years, were alive again. Hizzy, father, you, Liu Yun's grandfather is called Tien Wyman, a very ordinary old farmer, and his face is full of confusion at this moment. Taro, Keiko, what's going on? Orochimaru laughed sinisterly beside him and said, no need to guess, I used ninjutsu to revive you. Toromaru turned around and recognized Orochimaru immediately. Master Orochimaru, you resurrected us? Orochimaru smiled ambiguously. Look who's in front of you. Upon hearing this, the 3 of them turned to look at the man and woman standing in front of them. They had never seen Tsunade, nor did they know her, and the young man next to them was even more confused. But in a blink of an eye, the doubt was replaced by a deep sense of familiarity. Blood is thicker than water, and they clearly felt that this young man was familiar. Hizzy's eyes widened. You are in. Liu Yun looked confused. How to deal with this? He was used to being alone, and he was still a little uncomfortable facing his previous life's relatives out of the blue. Even if I inherited that memory and familiarity, Liu Yun could only nod helplessly in the end. Tien Wyman looked surprised and said, my dear grandson, you are so old now, do you have a wife? As soon as the old man comes out of the coffin, what he cares most about is the marriage of his descendants. Hizzy also looked concerned. Ayan, tell mom, are you still a virgin? Toromaru followed closely behind. You little brat, you've grown up so fast. Are you married? Who are your in-laws? He started by asking 3 questions about marriage, which completely confused Liu Yun. Orochimaru quickly returned to the topic. Don't argue, I'll do my thing first. Taniman didn't know Orochimaru, and when he heard the young man's excessive talk, he scolded him. Why are you talking so much? I'm concerned about my grandson's important affairs. My biggest regret in life is that I didn't get to see my grandson hug his wife. Stop talking. Hizzy also looked unconvinced. Who are you? Why are you butting in on our family's affairs? Orochimaru was a little stunned. Toromaru's face was filled with fear, for he knew the important men in the village. Dad, Keiko, stop talking. He is Lord Orochimaru. Who is Orochimaru? Your name is Toromaru, and you are all cheap names that are easy to feed. What are you afraid of him doing? Orochimaru finally couldn't help it. Stop arguing, or you'll go back to your coffin. The 3 finally shut up, still afraid of the coffin Orochimaru was talking about. They also realized the fact that they were resurrected. They had finally come to the human world and they had to take care of the important matter of Liu Yun and continuing the family line. Orochimaru looked at Liu Yun and threatened. Liu Yun-kun, give me some of your blood, or else. Orochimaru thought about how to threaten Liu Yun. His relatives were resurrected, but I haven't figured out how to threaten him. Orochimaru rolled his eyes and finally said viciously, I will let them nag you to death every day. As soon as Orochimaru's harsh words came out, Liu Yun trembled. Forget it, you just want my blood, right? Here you go. Liu Yun said indifferently. Orochimaru's face was full of surprise. He finally threatened this kid. Advertisement. Give it to me now. Pooh. A mouthful of bloody phlegm suddenly sprayed onto Orochimaru's face. The air suddenly became silent, and everyone looked at Orochimaru, who was stunned. Liu Yun wiped his mouth and said, my cells are in there, use them. Orochimaru was furious and was about to show his power, but he retracted the anger on his face. Forget it, I won't bother with this kid. If only we could get his cells, he would be 6 paths Orochimaru. Snort. Orochimaru snorted. I, Orochimaru, have a great reputation in the underworld. Now that I have your cells, I will let your relatives go. If you have anything else to say, just say it. I promise not to disturb their peace again. Orochimaru slowly walked back and leaned against a wooden fence, then carefully saved the blood and phlegm on his face. This is a treasure. Liu Yun's 3 relatives quickly stepped forward and surrounded Liu Yun. He pinched here and there, looking curious. Tien Wyman patted Liu Yun's shoulder and said, "Not bad, very strong." Hizzy pinched Liu Yun's face. "It's thicker than before, and it feels rough when you pinch it." Tarumaru didn't have much to say, he just felt relieved seeing his son growing up healthily. And from the conversation just now, Orochimaru seemed to be very afraid of Rukun. "You've made it, little brat." Liu Yun quietly let them pick and choose, without any resistance from her body. This was the instinct of family affection. Hizzy glanced at Tsunade next to her and whispered in Liu Yun's ear. "Is this your girlfriend? She's very pretty." Liu Yun nodded. Tsunade took a few steps back, leaving space for the Liu Yun family. Her 2 grandfathers, in pure world reincarnation, helped her resolve many regrets. I hope Liu Yun can put his regrets to rest. Toromaru hooked his arm around Liu Yun's neck and praised him softly. "Good boy, you have a promising future." Tien Wyman patted Liu Yun's shoulder and said, not bad, you found the treasure. Who are the relatives?" Liu Yun gently Kaido. "Senju home." "Oh, the Senju family. Shit, Senju of the forest." Toromaru yelled. The reputation of Mori no Senju among the common people is very good. Even to Demon, who knew very little about ninjas, knew the name of Mori no Senju. Toromaru turned around and looked at Tsunade carefully, combining the characteristics of some important figures in the village. He quietly asked Liu Yun in his ear, "Is she, Tsunade?" Liu Yun nodded. After a few minutes, the 3 relatives finally digested the ferocity of Liu Yun's girlfriend. Hizzy smiled and said, "She is a little older, but she is a rich woman. Although my son has suffered a loss, he won't have to worry about the rest of his life. This wave of gains is a win." Tien Wyman was full of joy. "Now the first generation and I are relatives, and I can brag about it when I get down there." Tsunade pricked up her ears, and her keen hearing was not affected by what they said. Hearing the agreement from Liu Yun's relatives, Tsunade's brows relaxed and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. At that moment, all the flowers are in full bloom, and the peonies among them are breathtakingly beautiful. Liu Yun and Tsunade looked at each other. Tsunade blinked at him, clearly connected with her heart. After chatting for almost half an hour, Orochimaru was getting impatient. All right, it's almost time. We have explained everything that needs to be explained. It's time for you to go back. There is a separation between yin and yang, and there is a boundary between life and death." Even though they were reluctant, they had to say goodbye. Tien Wyman ruffled Liu Yun's hair and said, "My dear grandson, you must give birth to a lot of children until you die." Liu Yun nodded. Toromaru patted Liu Yun on the shoulder and said, "I can feel that you are a big shot now, but you have to be upright in the future. Do what you should do and don't regret it." Liu Yun nodded. Hizzy gave Liu Yun a hug, and her ghostly eyes shed crystal tears. "Ayan, don't blame your mother for dying too early. From now on, you must live happily." Liu Yun nodded. "Goodbye, dear grandson. Goodbye, brat." "Goodbye, Ayan." As the voice fell, the 3 coffins were buried. Orochimaru kept his word and lifted the spell on the 3 people, allowing them to rest in peace. "Goodbye, Liu Yun-kun." He formed a seal and disappeared into a cloud of smoke. Liu Yun looked at the night sky, and the melancholy in his heart slowly dissipated. In the end, he was unable to express his plan to resurrect his relatives. Ultimately, that familiarity is just the body playing tricks on us. He is just a stranger. Chapter 271 Yamanaka's Unexpected. Liu Yun didn't feel sad for long. Tsunade approached him, held his hand and comforted him. "Liu Yun, your family will be relieved to see you grow up healthily." After finishing, Liu Yun carried Tsunade back to the Forest of Death and settled her down. Dapao and a few shadow clones from the East Factory were waiting outside the door. When they saw Liu Yun coming out, they hurried forward. "Boss, the bounty has already been posted on the black market. Isn't it a bit of a waste to spend 10 billion taels on the daimyo's head?" Liu Yun waved his hand, looking a little uncomfortable. "You don't need to care about such a small person. Besides, we have so much money that hiding it is not good for the circulation of the economy. Let's help the poor." Dapao smiled and said, "I believe Kakuzu 800 will gallop to take the daimyo's head without stopping." "Who cares?" Liu Yun yawned, his expression somewhat withdrawn. Clearly he had not put in all his effort. "Let daimyo go and see how long he can survive. He dared to offer a bounty for me in the black market, so I'll let him know how it feels to be hunted by someone." "Good, nothing. I'm going back to sleep." Liu Yun turned around and was about to leave when Dapao suddenly called him. "Boss, we from the East Factory have prepared a gift for you." "Oh." Liu Yun turned around and looked at the cannon with interest. "What?" Dapao laughed evilly. "The beauties from the Hyuga and Yamanaka families." When this was mentioned, Liu Yun immediately became energetic. "What? They want to have nepotism with me?" Dapao nodded. The Ino Shikacho clans don't want to be stripped of their clan names, so they resorted to this desperate measure. The Hyuga clan simply wants to be attached to you. Liu Yun showed an expression of righteousness. How can this be justified? These ninja families bully the people and do all kinds of evil. Now you dare to corrupt me with sugar-coated bullets. Who do you think I am, Liu Yun? The shadow clones all lowered their heads, not daring to reveal the contempt in their eyes. We are all individuals. Who doesn't know that you are lustful? Advertisement. There was a time when I almost went on shadow clone. Liu Yun waved his hand righteously. Take me to see what kind of sugar-coated bullets they're going to use to corrupt a good person like me. Da Pao also followed Liu Yun's temperament. I will lead the way for the boss right away. On the way, the shadow clones looked down on the Ino-Shikacho clans and the Hyuga family. Humph. These scoundrels are really weird. Who doesn't know that the boss is for the people? He works 25 hours a day and had a high fever of 100 degrees a few days ago. Liu Yun nodded frequently and spoke some profound truths. It is inevitable that we will encounter some temptations in our work, but we must remember our original intention. We are here to serve the people. We must remember our responsibilities, regard power, money and beauty as wolves and tigers, and strengthen our faith. Shadow Clone immediately praised. Well said, boss. The place where the sugar-coated bullets were placed was not in the Death Forest, but in a training ground in the East District. The air is pleasant, the environment is quiet, and most importantly, it is hidden. Passing through the thick forest, we saw a Huxia-style building. The high platform and the attic are full of splendor, with golden dragons circling and red phoenixes dancing. Under the high platform, a huge bronze sparrow appears lifelike, looking like a divine bird in the moonlight. Tongqiu Tower. Liu Yun said uncertainly. Da Pao nodded. Yes, it was built by Master Cao himself. Crouching Dragon and Phoenix are guarding the gate. In the town of Nine Tails, it can be said to be the aura of an emperor. Da Pao then led Liu Yun to the platform. Passing through the main gate, there are beautiful buildings that are full of the scenery of the Jiangnan water town. Majestic outside and gentle inside. Liu Yun was increasingly looking forward to the enemy's sugar-coated bullets. The spring water gurgles and the bamboo leaves are fragrant. From time to time, a lampstand appears on the gravel road, and fireflies dance around, giving people a leisurely feeling. There is a yard in the bamboo forest. 2 bear cubs, Wolong and Fengshu, were sleeping near the courtyard gate, holding bamboo shoots. Advertisement. Nine Tails used the Wolong as his bed and took a nap on it. Hearing footsteps coming from a distance, Nine Tails opened his eyes and saw Liu Yun with a lustful look on his face. He looked at him with contempt and closed his eyes again. Da Pao stopped outside the courtyard gate. Boss, it's inside. They are the beauties of their respective families. Liu Yun had changed into a Huxia scholar's makeup at some point and was holding a fan. It says, Qingyu, on the front and, let's meet, on the back. Liu Yun straightened his clothes, perfectly interpreting the image of a beast in human clothing. He waved his long sleeves, revealing an elegant expression. Will you let me meet this beautiful lady in the bamboo forest today? After saying that, he pushed the door and left. When passing by, he did not forget to stroke Nine Tails' head. Nine Tails. Humanity. Eyes. Yamanaka Miki, 25 years old, is a member of the Yamanaka family and the cousin of Yamanaka Kaiichi. She has long golden hair, light green eyes, and wears a light blue belly button top that reveals her pale calves. She has fair skin and beautiful looks, and is a top beauty in the Yamanaka family. And she looks 80% similar to Ino during the Boruto period. At the age of 23, she is considered an older single woman in the ninja world where people marry and have children early. The Yamanaka family often scolds Yamanaka Miki about this. Yamanaka Miki has a bad temper and a new age feminist consciousness, and wants to find someone she likes. So it has been put on hold until now. Right now, the Ino-Shikacho tribes are facing a catastrophe that they have not seen in a century, and are in danger of extinction. Yamanaka Miki, who has the personality of a spoiled young lady, is of course not convinced, but she can do nothing about it. After all, this is the family that gave birth to her and raised her for more than 20 years, she can't just leave. Yamanaka Miki pouts and rubs her head as she paces back and forth in the small attic. Ah, the third generation is such a waste. How could so many people be unable to defeat Liu Yun? What a shame for the family. If you knew Liu Yun was so strong, why did you still follow the Sarutobi family? Decades of savings have been wiped out, and they even lost me. Chapter 272. The Yamanaka family. Well, Yamanaka sighed heavily and glanced at Hyuga no Chika, who had been sitting there warming her tea. Hyuga, can't you say something? Hyuga no Chika was silent. The absolutely beautiful face showed no complaint at all, cold and icy, just like a robot. Hyuga no Chika, the daughter of the Hyuga main family, is of noble status and is rarely seen by ordinary people. It is very famous in the aristocratic circle. It is said that even the prince of the Fire Country was fascinated by it. However, the Hyuga family's bloodline is noble and will not be easily diluted, so they declined the daimyo's proposal. Perhaps, the Hyuga family did not wait for the chips to bet. But now it's here. Yamanaka Miki sighed again. Alas. You are such a blockhead. I am doing this for the survival of the family, and you are really a gift delivered to the Hyuga family. You, the Hyuga family, are too cold-blooded to abandon you, a member of the main family, so decisively. But my Yamanaka family isn't much better. Although I'm old and need to find a lover quickly, my family can't just abandon me like this. Hyuga no Chika continued to warm the cup, wake up the tea, and brew. Advertisement. The posture is picturesque, revealing a sense of loneliness and coldness like snow plum and detachment like green bamboo. Yamanaka Miki saw Hyuga no Chika's indifference and snorted. Will you still be so aloof when you meet him later? A faint laugh came from the path. Young lady, you are joking. I, Mew, am a righteous man. How could I commit atrocities against two beauties? Here we come. Yamanaka Miki was startled and looked over quickly. A young man dressed in Confucian clothes, as delicate as a scholar, always has a smile on his face, as if everything in the world is in his mind. Hyuga no Chika pretended to be cool on the surface, but couldn't help but take a look, then quickly retracted her gaze. I breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily it wasn't an old man. Liu Yun slowly approached, waving a fan, and quietly looked at the two beauties. The more he looked, the more familiar it looked. The one with blonde hair must be from the Yamanaka family. She was dressed like Ino and even looked very similar. The Hyuga family, dressed in white embroidered clothes and with a cool temperament, looks like Hinata. Liu Yun smiled faintly. I have met two girls. Advertisement. Liu Yun clasped his hands in a salute, then slowly sat down cross-legged. Yamanaka Miki pretended to be calm, her voice trembling a little. Mew. Liu Yun, can you please not threaten our Ino-Shikacho tribes? Liu Yun picked up the teacup and sipped the fragrant tea gently. The tea tastes elegant and fresh. Tasting tea is like tasting a person. The person who warms the tea has a tranquility, just like the son of God with a clear sky like ice. Liu Yun closed his fan and turned his gaze to Yamanaka Miki. Do you want to know my name? Yamanaka Miki? Liu Yun whispered softly. Wei Shi, what a good name. He then laughed and said, throughout history, there have been many cases of power transfers leading to the extermination of families. I have already shown mercy by not exterminating the Ino-Shikacho clans. Besides, your Ino-Shikacho clans have always been dependent on the Sarutobi family. I don't know how much of the village's interests you have encroached upon over the years. Do you dare to say that your Yamanaka family is a good person? Yamanaka was silent. Well, as you said, the Yamanaka family should be punished, but the Ino-Shikacho clan has made contributions to the village over the years. If you can't clean up Sarutobi's house, clean up our three families as well. We promise not to betray you. Nochika nodded. It's the same with my Hyuga family. Okay, I promise you. Chapter 273. The wind raised by the flowing clouds. The ninja world was shaken by a tsunami last night. First of all, there was the transformation of the shinobi village in Konoha, the land of fire. The revolution started by the Senju family directly spread to the daimyo. The daimyo of the Fire Nation was captured, the properties of ministers and nobles were confiscated, and the situation in the center of the continent changed overnight. This kind of news could not be blocked and spread throughout the ninja world in an instant. Liu Yun, as the main force of the change, is well known to everyone. All of his horrific deeds were dug up by the ninja world. Among them, Sand Shinobi is the first mover. I know this guy. I captured him in the Sand Shinobi camp 3 months ago, but he managed to escape. Don't say that. Huoyin Evil God guarded the 8th front alone and almost paralyzed the frontline troops. The 4th Cage hated him so much. Fire Cloud Evil God. Yes, it was a title given by the commander at the front. I heard that he killed Danzo from Konoha village. Is it so cruel? That's not all. The capital of the Land of Fire was attacked, and the former daimyo and 100,000 samurai were burned to charcoal in a fire. The Susanoo god who descended from the sky was him. FK. When did such a ruthless person appear in the ninja world? Isn't he the reincarnation of Senju Hashirama or Uchiha Madara? Yeah, he's quite evil. He even turned Konoha upside down. Orochimaru defected, the 3rd Hokage died in battle, Jiraiya's whereabouts are unknown, and Konoha village was basically crippled by him. As expected of the Fire Cloud Evil God, he is extremely evil. He has grown from a genin to this level in just a few months. I, Xiaodao Wang Tianba, would like to call him the strongest. There was a heated discussion among the people, and the 4 major ninja countries also had different reactions. The country's daimyo and nobles were furious, and at the same time, they were filled with fear from within. The ninja actually attacked his master. What do they want to do? Who will support them if they kill their sponsors? After thousands of years of living in peace, everyone panicked when they heard that the host they had been giving rewards to had knocked down the top spot on the list. They finally stopped acting and started to make money directly. Suppress it. It must be suppressed. The top leaders of the 4 major countries were all furious and frantically issued orders to the ninja village to destroy the newly born Konoha at all costs. They dug up the ancestral graves of that god called Fire. Sanagakure. A steady stream of funds from the daimyo flowed into this village covered in yellow sand, gradually turning the exhausting war situation around. Advertisement. Luo Sha's face, which had been cold all day, finally showed some joy. Great. With so much funding, we have room to fight. Chio's frown relaxed a little. I didn't expect these officials to be so concerned about Konoha's revolution that they almost emptied the daimyo's mansion. The daimyo of the Kingdom of Wind has always been stupid and extremely harsh on his own ninja village, cutting funding to an extremely low level. Sometimes he even wanted to give all the commissions from the daimyo prefecture to Konoha, because Konoha shinobi were more professional in their ability to handle things. Ever since the dramatic changes last night, the daimyo of the Wind Country has been in a panic. Not only him, the daimyos of the other 3 countries also had violent reactions. We will give you money and people when you want them. We must destroy Konoha and destroy this country dominated by ninjas. Ebizo suddenly became more thoughtful. 50 years ago, Senju Hashirama created the one country, one village system and laid the foundation for the 5 great ninja nations. 50 years later, the Konoha shinobi drove away the daimyo from the Twin Jade again. Will this be another new ninja revolution? No one would stand up to object to such outrageous words, as everyone present was a ninja, a professional who wields swords and kills people. Granny Chio looked around and saw that there were no spies from the Wind Country daimyo. She glanced at everyone and said, "Do you want us to?" She didn't say anything else, but her meaning was very clear. Follow the example of Konoha, drive out the daimyo, and become the master of the country yourself. Luo Sha shook his head. No, you can see that, denying the daimyo is denying the entire ninja world. Although they are not strong in martial arts, the wealth accumulated over thousands of years can drive anyone crazy. This is the current state of Konoha. I don't believe he can survive the onslaught of the 4 nations. No matter how strong Liu Yun is, he cannot withstand the powerful siege of the 4 great ninja nations. Luo Sha thought for a moment and continued. The change in Konoha is not undesirable. Perhaps we should also let the daimyo mansion hear our voice. The Wind Country can be without a daimyo, but it must have Sunagakure. Everyone understood. They are all people from the desert and have tough personalities. But it doesn't mean we are not striving for progress. With the start of Konoha today, I believe daimyo prefecture will be more disciplined in the future. Yashimaru walked in, looking a little anxious. Brother-in-law, the people from the daimyo prefecture are here again to urge you to launch a general attack immediately. Luo Sha nodded and spoke to everyone in the tent with a serious expression. Now is Konoha's weakest moment. They don't have many people in the river country camp. They will collapse with just a slight poke. This time, use all the forces of the Sand Shinobi, like a blade through the river country, and into the heart of Konoha. We must capture Kikyo Castle before dusk. Everyone, can you do this? His question was met with a resounding answer, no problem. Advertisement. Luo Sha smiled and said, we will invade the Fire Nation today. We must seize all the fertile land in the southwest of the Fire Nation before the Water Nation does. In the eyes of the 4 major nations, the Fire Nation is already a plate of meat, and now it's time to start dividing it up. They, the Wind Kingdom, have longed for fertile land for half a century, and it is time to fulfill the promise. I now declare that the Kikyo Mountain Lightning operation has begun. It is our turn to achieve great things. Set off, Cloud Shinobi Village in the Land of Lightning. As the ninja village that started provoking others at the beginning of the war, Cloud Shinobi has now withdrawn from the war to recuperate. Their 3rd Raikage died not long ago, and the power struggle in the village is fierce. 4th Raikage is a reckless man who only knows how to use force, and 8 Tails Jinchuriki can only sing, dance and rap. At the height of the power struggle in the village, such a major event occurred in the ninja world, and they all had to stop the political struggle and turn their attention to the outside world. The daimyo of the Land of Lightning issued an order to order Cloud Shinobi Village to rejoin the war and send troops to Konoha. The daimyo of the Land of Lightning is considered to be a relatively normal-minded daimyo, who does the right things and is relatively wise. The Land of Thunder is located in a highland area with many mountains and clouds, and the national economy is not doing well. However, the daimyo of the Land of Lightning actively cooperated with Cloud Shinobi Village and provided sufficient funds to support the development of the ninja village. Although he was wise, he was also a man who understood the feudal forces. The coup in Konoha has already affected the interests of the nobles of the Land of Lightning, and this trend must be nipped in the bud. The 4th Raikage responded positively, hoping to use this war to stabilize his prestige in the village and better control Cloud Shinobi Village. Iwagakure, the Land of Earth. As an old figure from the Sengoku era, Onoki has a keen sense of the politics of various countries. He was the first to get news of the Fire Nation's coup. While ordinary people are most concerned about the collapse of the political system of the ninja great power Shuangyu, Onoki has noticed Ryun's combat power. Danzo's root, Sarutobi's Anbu, and even Konoha's elite army, this force that can easily destroy a ninja superpower can't defeat a yellow-skinned kid. Onoki fell into deep thought. Then he looked at the information on the table, which contained extremely detailed information about Liu Yun. The situation of living in the village when he was a child, and his sudden rise after being captured by Sunagakure. This kind of growth is horrible. Onoki felt a deep fear. In just 3 months, an unknown person grew like a rocket to a position capable of leading a big country. Even Uchiha Madara isn't this crazy. This kid has a deep ominous aura. Chapter 274. The nightmare of the Hyuga family. Huang Tu, who was standing next to him, looked at his father in a daze and reminded him, Dad, are you still going to fight? Onoki's eyes revealed a deep murderous intent. Fight, we must fight. It is precisely because Liu Yun is growing too fast that he must be killed when he is still a teenager. Otherwise, all of us will have to eat at his expense. Huang Tu nodded. Got it, I'll go reorganize the army right away. After Huang Tu left, Onoki continued to look at the documents on the table, which included many photos of Liu Yun. Onoki frowned. Why does this guy look askance at people in every photo? It makes me want to beat him up. The Land of Water. The Daimyofu was the most panicked when he received the news of the coup in the Land of Fire. The daimyo of the Land of Water immediately asked all the mist shinobi forces to leave the daimyo's mansion and hired a large number of wandering ninjas to protect the daimyo's mansion. He was indeed cowardly in doing this. Who doesn't know that the Blood Mist village is a group of lunatics? The daimyo of the Land of Water has almost zero control over Kirigakure. These big guys want his money but don't listen to his orders. They're simply like the fathers raised by the country. The Fire Country ninjas set a precedent by attacking the daimyo's mansion, and the Water Country daimyo was afraid that Kirigakure would imitate them. These lunatics have no logic at all. The Fire Nation was just their own initiative and he is just someone who stamps the official seal. The daimyo of the Land of Water burned incense for a whole day and finally got through the thrilling days safely. From behind came a request for money from Mist Shinobi, as they prepared to launch a full-scale attack on Konoha. Advertisement: the daimyo of the Land of Water would love nothing more than for both of them to suffer heavy losses, so that a steady stream of funds could flow into Kirigakure. In fact, the person behind Kirigakure is Uchiha Madara. The old man naturally can't stand Liu Yun's rapid growth, so he wants to cause him some trouble. The 4 major countries that have deployed their full military force are really serious about what they say. When Liu Yun was asleep, the system's voice kept ringing in his mind. The daimyo of the Wind Country has 10 points of fear towards you. The daimyo of the Land of Lightning has 10 points of fear towards you. Ping Mingya has 1 point of admiration for you. Ninja Armor has a little admirer on you. After Liu Yun had a good sleep, his experience points exceeded 8,000. Kakuzu thanks you for your 10 billion reward. I have 100 points of gratitude towards you. Liu Yun woke up. It seemed that the head of the Fire Country daimyo had been harvested. Yi Qianhua was awakened. She opened her eyes and looked at the flowing clouds with pupils as pure white as the sky. Liu Yun pinched her face. At this moment, he said to her, "What do you wish for now?" Yi Qianhua's white eyes looked at Liu Yun's black pupils, as if looking for the hypocrisy in them, and as if looking for the sincerity in them. Advertisement: I want to remove the caged bird from the Hyuga branch house. The cold words came out of that flawless face, without a trace of expression, as if they had nothing to do with her. Liu Yun looked into her eyes seriously. You hate the Hyuga family. Nochika shook her head. She was the kind of person who could go with the flow, who could endure hardships and enjoy happiness. Even though the Hyuga family gave her away as a gift, she never hated the Hyuga family. As a member of the Hyuga clan, Nochika received aristocratic education since childhood, was well educated and well-mannered, and was trained to be a young lady who was not inferior to the upper class. But she always felt that she was a person bound by dogma. Although there is no caged bird on her forehead, her life is like a bird in a cage, and her every word and action is bound by the rules of the Hyuga family. How to do it, how to say it, there are special rules for it. She was looking forward to the world outside the cage. Sent to Liu Yun by the Hyuga family, she had thought it would be another cage with a dimmer light. But Liu Yun's company did not make her feel depressed, and the cage that belonged to her seemed to have opened a crack. And what freed the caged bird of Hyuga branch house was the sympathy in her heart. There is only one word difference between the main house and the branch house, but the difference in status is like a chasm. She was usually served by people from the branch house and was well aware of the resentment they hid deep in their hearts. Seeing Yi Qianhua remain silent, Liu Yun nodded and said, I promise you, I will get rid of caged bird for them. The Hyuga family is indeed very good at dealing with people, but if their advice is not right, don't blame Liu Yun. Chapter 275. The Zong family in the branch house. A little shadow clone yelled outside the door. Boss, it's bad. The 4 major ninja nations are all invading the Fire Nation. Yi Qianhua took this opportunity to escape from Liu Yun's clutches and reminded him. War is coming, go and solve it. Wei Shi grinned evilly and looked at Liu Yun sarcastically. Liu Yun sighed. Why did big things always happen when he was impatient? Shadow clone outside the door saw Liu Yun and spoke eloquently. Boss, Princess Tsunade asked you to go to the Hokage building to discuss the war. Liu Yun nodded and asked, what exactly happened? Shadow clone moistened his throat and began to speak. It's like this. Liu Yun's sandbag-sized fist hit him and turned him into a ball of smoke in an instant. FK% it, asterisk. Liu Yun slowly absorbed Shadow Clone's memories and ignored the other party's cursing. So that's how it is. Liu Yun launched a revolution in the Land of Fire yesterday. The daimyo was arrested and the nobles were confiscated. This has been the top priority in the ninja world for thousands of years. The ninja world allows ninjas to fight each other until the mountains collapse and the earth cracks, and it is none of the business of the daimyo and the nobles. They were like outsiders, or manipulators, and for the ninja to take action against them was a violation of the code of the profession. All in all, the actions of Ryun and Konoha have offended the entire ninja world. Now, a war is about to break out, and this time it will be more intense than the previous 2. Because all the daimyos and nobles were trying their best to destroy Ryun's Konoha. Otherwise, Liu Yun would set a precedent and the prestige of the daimyo and nobles would be reduced. From now on, any ninja can shit on their heads. How can they tolerate this? Therefore, this will be a battle between new and old forces. Liu Yun walked out of the courtyard and smiled faintly. The ninja world is just a bunch of losers. It would be easy for him to destroy the 4 major ninja kingdoms as long as he gets excited. Call. The snoring outside the door made Liu Yun look over. 2 bears and a fox were sleeping together. Liu Yun kicked Wolong with his foot and said, Wake up, lazy bear, the sun is shining on your butt. Yeah, Wolong turned over and pressed Nine Tails to the ground while it continued to sleep idly. Nine Tails was awakened and immediately realized that he was pinned down. Fatty, get out of my way. The three animals played around for a while, then followed Liu Yun to the Hokage building. On the way, Nine Tails asked, is there going to be a war? Liu Yun nodded. Indeed, against the entire ninja world, I am looking forward to this game more and more. Nine Tails said excitedly, I want to join too. When it comes to hating humans, Nine Tails is at the top of the list, and they wish there were as many civil wars as possible among humans. Well, you will be my mount when the time comes, and I will lead you into battle. Snort. In the Hokage building, Liu Yun walked slowly in the corridor. Depao and several shadow clones from the East Factory came up and said, Boss, we've been waiting for you. Liu Yun nodded, and suddenly looked at Dapao's face with a dazed look. The light on his body was a little dim, as if the battery was low. Liu Yun punched Depao again, turning him into a pile of smoke that turned into memories flowing into Liu Yun's mind. He shook his head, and fresh chakra flowed in his mind. The ninja building was in complete silence as all the major clans, Anbu, and Jonin were waiting for someone to arrive. Crack. The sound of a door opening was heard, accompanied by the sound of a suona. The voice twists and turns, and the heroic spirit soars to the sky. This person had his own speaker and walked with the wind, which made many ninjas feel that he was worthy of being Lord Liu Yun. Liu Yun stretched out his hand to signal Shadow Clone next to him to turn off the speaker. Shadow Clone nodded. Liu Yun glanced at the ninjas around him. Tsunade sat on the Hokage's desk. His face was previously full of worry, but when he saw Liu Yun, a smile slowly appeared on his face. Kushina next to her was wearing a Jonin vest. She was now the assistant Hokage, above 10,000 people and below 2 people. There is also Yuhi Shinku, wearing an Anbu vest and with a serious look on her face. The major ninja clans. The 3 clans, Uchiha, Hyuga, Ino Shikacho. Advertisement. The scene was silent and everyone was looking at the flowing clouds. Liu Yun choked and asked, have you eaten? No one spoke, and no one knew how to answer. The head of the Hyuga family, Hyuga Hiyashi, clasped his hands and said with a smile, Master Liu Yun, you are joking. We have already eaten and are waiting for Master Liu Yun. Hyuga Hiyashi had a look of joy on his face. Liu Yun had a happy face and you could tell at a glance that he was very happy last night. It seems that he is very satisfied with Nochika, and she will rely on him as a big tree in the future. Hyuga Hiyashi thought to himself. Liu Yun smiled, walked closer to Hyuga Hiyashi, and patted him on the shoulder. Hyuga Patriarch, you are joking. We are all family, so don't be polite. Hyuga Hiyashi's face was filled with smiles again, and Ryun's words showed his willingness to help the Hyuga family. Hyuga Hiyashi is happy. Liu Yun then patted Yamanaka Hyei on the back. The head of the Yamanaka family is also one. We are a family, a family. Yamanaka Hyei did not dare to act rashly and bowed his head modestly. We, the Yamanaka family, are sinners and dare not call ourselves brothers with Lord Liu Yun. Liu Yun said, you are too modest. I won't pursue your previous affairs. Just follow Sister Tsunade well from now on. Yamanaka Hyei's face was full of joy, and Nara Shikaku and Akamichi Choza beside him also breathed a sigh of relief. The pillow talk really works. This kid is really a pervert. When the major ninja clans saw this, they became even more envious. However, the family members were not pretty enough to satisfy Liu Yun. The new head of the Uchiha family is an old man who is also full of scheming and has a face full of political scheming. He also secretly learned about the news that the Hyuga family and the Yamanaka family sent women. He also had his own plans in mind, although the Uchiha family made great contributions this time and won more than a dozen seats in Anbu. But 4 people who were in charge of Uchiha affairs were killed, and they needed to gain more trust from Liu Yun. Therefore, it is necessary to use some pillow talk. When it comes to female beauty, the women of the Uchiha family are beautiful, graceful and gorgeous. How could they lose to others? Liu Yun suddenly changed the subject and brought the topic to Hyuga's house. Master Hyuga, your people asked me to bring you a message. Hyuga Hiyashi braced himself, his heart tensing to the ultimate. In his opinion, it was time to get rewarded. The Ino Shikacho clans have been pardoned of their previous sins, so the Hyuga clan should get a lot of rewards. The people watching pricked up their ears, wanting to know what the Hyuga family would get. Only Tsunade was kept in the dark. Last night, Liu Yun knocked her out and sent her back to her room. I don't know what happened afterwards. Did Liu Yun do something to offend me? Tsunade guessed in her heart. Liu Yun patted Hyuga Hiyashi's shoulder and said with a warm face, your tribesman said that the caged bird on Branch House's forehead is not good looking, and she wants to remove the caged bird. Boom. It was like a bolt of lightning striking Hyuga Hiyashi's mind. He seemed to be stunned, and his white eyes became even whiter. How could it be? Yi Chiwa Hyuga Hiyashi had sweat on his forehead and said in a panic, Master Liu Yun. Nochika is still young and doesn't know much. She doesn't know how to talk. Master Liu Yun, please don't believe it. Liu Yun said with certainty. That's what she said. Master Hyuga, what's your answer? Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Hyuga Hiyashi roared madly in his heart. This B***Che Chienhua, as the daughter of the main family, does not consider the interests of the family, but instead wants to dismantle the family system that has existed for thousands of years. His expression changed drastically, sometimes blue, sometimes white, which amazed the onlookers. The opposite of this is Hyuga Hizashi. I originally came here just to eat melons, but I didn't expect to get such a big gift. Remove curse mark. Caged bird. Hyuga Hizashi thinks about it all the time, even in his dreams. Everyone is free, no matter what the people in the clan say. The Byakugan bloodline is very precious. If it is obtained by an outsider, it will lead to a bloodline crisis. People in the branch house must protect those in the main family. This is the family motto passed down from our ancestors. How ridiculous, one family is divided into two types. One is the master and the other is the slave. It is said to be protection, but in fact it is a disguised form of oppression. People from the main family stay in the clan land and do not engage in production, while people from the branch house work hard and are willing to do so. They need to work hard outside and complete missions non-stop. No matter how hard they work, the mission records will be recorded on the heads of the people of the clan. Advertisement: a branch house is like a pack of dogs kept in the main house. If the ancestor's legacy, caged bird, is to protect future generations, then that ancestor must be from the main family. After so many years, Hyuga Hizashi finally saw the light. At this moment, he seemed to see the gap in the cage, and no longer cared about his brother's long-standing majesty, and knelt down directly. Lord Liu Yun, please be sure to release the caged birds of our branch house. All of us in the branch house serve you as our master. The guards around Hyuga Hizashi also knelt down. They were all from the branch house and were doing the same as Hyuga Hizashi. Master Liu Yun, please release our caged bird. We are willing to serve you as our master. Hyuga Hizashi suppressed the anger on his face. If there was no one around, he would definitely curse these people for being rebellious. He formed a seal with his palm and was about to perform curse mark, caged bird, but was held tightly by a hand. Hyuga Hizashi turned his head and looked at Liu Yun's exposed 6 Magatama Rinnegan. Master Hyuga, your answer is, it was like the arrival of a terrifying beast from the wilderness, and it was like the pressure from the center of the earth. Under this huge feeling of oppression, Hyuga Hizashi couldn't even breathe properly. It's like a powerless boat drifting in the sea. He instinctively felt the oppression of Liu Yun's eye on him, just like the oppression of the main family on the branch house. He was a slave under that eye. The major ninja clans around were all watching and no one said a word for the Hyuga family, and many of them even applauded. The most that these ninja clans do is exploit the civilians, but they are not as disgusting as the Hyuga family, who treat their brothers and sisters like slaves. Tsunade did not say anything to stop him. Although she was from the 4th generation, her voice was not as loud as Liu Yun's. This is normal, after all, the new Konoha was conquered by Liu Yun. Hyuga Hizashi gritted his teeth. I need to discuss this with the elders of the clan. Caged bird is a serious matter and cannot be abolished just because of Liu Yun's words. Most importantly, Hyuga Hizashi has become addicted to caged bird. People in the main family can order the branch house around at will, and once you get addicted to this convenience, it's hard to quit. Liu Yun snorted. Discuss? I'm afraid it will take more than 10 years. There's no need to wait for you to discuss it. I'll go with you. After saying that, Liu Yun disappeared with Hyuga Hizashi in one hand and flew quickly towards the Hyuga tribe's territory. When I was watching anime in my previous life, I was particularly disgusted by one of Naruto's words. He kept telling Neji that he wanted to change his fate and the fate of the Hyuga family. But when he became Hokage, the Hyuga family was still the Hyuga family and the division between the clan and the clan remained the same. Even though Neji used his life to protect Naruto and Hinata's happiness? But all Neji got was the same funeral flowers every year on his death anniversary. The bottom line is, Naruto changed after he became Hokage. The daughter of the Hyuga main family is his wife, and the entire Hyuga main family is his supporter. His promise in his youth was ultimately defeated by the power of Hokage. Maybe he forgot, but this kind of thing can never be forgotten because that person blocked the fatal injury for you. After all, Ashura's reincarnation is also a human being. He will change and will not always maintain a pure heart. Just like Hashirama could backstab Uchiha Madara for Konoha. Naruto can also forget about promises for the sake of stability. Those who stayed behind were very curious about the fate of the Hyuga family. No one cared about the 4-nation siege happening in the Fire Nation, and they all used the body instant technique to rush towards the Hyuga family's territory. Only Tsunade and Kushina were left, along with the kneeling Hyuga branch house and Ryun's 3 mounts. Kushina also looked curious. Sister Tsunade, let's follow quickly. I also want to see how Caged Bird is released. Tsunade shook her head. As the Hokage, I won't go, you go. Kushina regretted. That's a pity. Tsunade smiled, turned his gaze to Hyuga Hizashi, and said, Hizashi, your freedom has arrived. Go. The bird in the cage will eventually fly. Hyuga Hizashi stood up excitedly and thanked Tsunade. Thank you, 4th generation, we will never forget your kindness. Tsunade shook her head. If you want to thank someone, thank Liu Yun, by the way. Tsunade thought of something and asked Hyuga Hizashi, who is that person called Nochika? Hyuga Hizashi answered honestly, it's a woman from the main family. Tsunade was puzzled. Oh, why does Liu Yun know this person? Liu Yun's actions are basically under her control, and she knows when he will meet a woman from the Hyuga family. Hyuga Hizashi was about to answer but swallowed the words back. He couldn't say that the Hyuga family gave the woman of the main family to Liu Yun to persuade him. The relationship between Tsunade and Liu Yun is not simple, he can't say anything nonsense. Chapter 276. The Hyuga family's great elder hastily sends him to death. The Hyuga clan, descendants of Otsutsuki Hamura, are the Byakugan clan that branched off from the Otsutsuki clan of the moon. Its existence is a history of the ninja world. The Hyuga clan does not have much sense of honor, and their most important mission is to continue. Yes, it is continuation. From the Six Paths era to the present day, countless families have passed away, and only the strongest few have survived. Senju, Uchiha, Kagaya, the Snow Clan. During the Ninja Village era, conflicts between ninjas became more and more serious, and wars became more and more intense. The most important thing is that the power of civilian ninjas began to rise, and the power of the ninja clan gradually weakened. The Senju declined to the point where there was no one left except Tsunade, and the power of the Uchiha gradually waned, and was no longer as strong as it was during the Sengoku era. Only Hyuga still retains the strength from the Sengoku era. Because of one word, go. The Hyuga are a ninja clan that places special emphasis on the continuation of life. They do not participate in the political struggles among the upper echelons of the village and are very stable in terms of being fence-sitters. Because he calculated that the top leaders would make use of the Hyuga clan because of the good detective capabilities of the Byakugan. As for Caged Bird, the Hyuga clan has a good explanation. Because of the special nature of the white eye, it can be transplanted to other people later. Unlike the Uchiha's Sharingan, the Byakugan has very little repulsiveness. Ching of Mist Shinobi got a Byakugan by chance and immediately became a capable person of Mist Shinobi. The Byakugan has this characteristic that makes them the direct target of public criticism. So much so that in the Sengoku era, many people would squat outside Hyuga's house every day, just hoping to get a pair of white eyes and a wave of heaven defying to change their fate. During that period, many people in the Hyuga family died, and both the main family and the branch houses were always on guard against the covetousness of outsiders. Well, at that time, there was no distinction between clans. Over time, outsiders' greed for contempt grew. Thus, Caged Bird was born in the Hyuga family. The branch house protects the main family, and people in the branch house are responsible for outgoing matters to reduce the main family's external contact. Because of Caged Bird, outsiders gradually became less interested in Byakugan bloodline. Attacking the people in the branch house is useless, because when the people in the branch house die, Caged Bird will launch a destructive eye. Thus, Caged Bird was born. It has been passed down from generation to generation and continues to this day. Caged Bird has seeped into the blood of the Hyuga clan. People in the main family cannot do without the benefits of Caged Bird, and people in the branch house cannot escape the constraints of Caged Bird. Caged Bird is ultimately a manifestation of cowardice. Since you can't deal with outsiders, you spend all your time dealing with your own family. The typical person is like a worm to the outside world and a tiger to the inside. The Hyuga branch house has been silent for hundreds of years, and no one has ever spoken for them. Even Senju Hashirama knows the injustice that Hyuga branch house has to endure. But he is not a judge, nor is he the Chaoyang auntie, he is just a tree planter. On the surface, the ninja family is the boss of the village and the second in the family, but secretly, the family is the first and even the village cannot control it. Once the people above interfere in the internal affairs of the ninja family, it is an overstep. Advertisement: soon, Liu Yun came to Hyuga's house carrying Hyuga Hiyashi. The Hyuga family's home is located in the northeast corner of Konoha. It has a superior environment, many attics, and an aristocratic atmosphere. Liu Yun threw Hyuga Hiyashi aside, put his hands on his hips and looked at the Hyuga family emblem. There is a small flame in the middle of a V-shape, I don't know what it means. Two people from the branch house who were guarding the gate of Hyuga's house saw Liu Yun and Hyuga Hiyashi, especially Liu Yun's rudeness towards Hyuga Hiyashi. The two men picked up their spears and surrounded them. As a member of the branch house, you must protect the main house, no matter who the enemy is. Hyuga Hiyashi quickly stopped the two from trying to get killed. Don't. The two people from the branch house then stopped attacking and stopped aside. Hyuga Hiyashi stood up. If the Hyuga family made Liu Yun angry, it would not only be a branch house split. The flowing cloud slowly passed through the gate of Hyuga's house. Inside, it is quiet and elegant, with small bridges and flowing water, exuding a graceful beauty. There is also a wooden golem pole for practicing gentle fist. You can see a few children with white eyes hitting the wooden golem pole, and their foreheads are covered with a white cloth. He is undoubtedly someone from the branch house. Hyuga Hiyashi followed, his face full of bitterness. Master Liu Yun. Liu Yun stopped him from complaining and said directly, call the person in charge of your Hyuga family to come out. Hurry up. As soon as Liu Yun roared, Hyuga Hiyashi ran to call the elders. The Hyuga clan is full of people like this. If you don't act tough with them, they will fight you with gentle fist. While Hyuga Hiyashi went to the inner room, Liu Yun walked to the Hyuga branch house where the wooden golem piles were being hammered. When the little girl in branch house saw someone approaching, she bowed quickly. Hello, guest. The postures are very proper, showing that the Hyuga family is humble in their attitude towards others. But Liu Yun always felt that this child was too humble. She was feeling inferior, with a shy expression on her face. The light in her eyes flickered, and she didn't dare to look directly into Liu Yun's pupils. Although he was born in the Hyuga family, the ugly caged bird on his forehead was like a brand of slavery. They are just tools of the clan, born to serve the clan. Liu Yun put his hand on the forehead of the little girl in the branch house. The little girl took a step back, and Liu Yun followed closely, gently pulling off the cloth on her forehead. A green pattern in the shape of an X. In fact, caged bird is not ugly, but it looks extremely strange when carved on a person's head. May I have your name? Liu Yun emitted a comfortable chakra, alleviating the little girl's fear of strangers. As expected, the little girl was infected by Liu Yun's friendly chakra and began to answer Liu Yun. Big brother, my name is Hyuga Shiashong. Advertisement, Hyuga Natsuka, what a great name. Liu Yun exclaimed, then asked with a smile, do you hate the mark on your forehead? Sha Shang looked around, as if observing whether anyone from the main family was around. Seeing that no one was around, she whispered to Liu Yun, I hate it. My mother said that this mark is a slave brand that can never be removed in this lifetime. Because of it, no one in the class talks to me anymore. Liu Yun gently rubbed her head and could feel the sadness in Sha Zhang's heart. Children's words are the most sincere. He comforted her, don't worry, everything will be fine. Your brother will help you today. Sha Shang became happy. Really? Before Liu Yun could nod in reply, Hyuga Hiyashi arrived with a large group of people from the Hyuga main family. At the same time, all the major ninja clans outside also instantly moved to the surroundings and found a place to squat. The only thing missing was some popcorn in their hands. An old man with a serious face, he seems to be the elder of the Hyuga family. As soon as he came, the veins on his forehead were exposed and he looked at Liu Yun with a wide eye. Boy, are you the one who wants to meddle in the family affairs of our Hyuga clan? The people around were in a state of panic. Old man, don't you watch the news? The last person who dared to speak to Liu Yun like this, the grass on his grave is 2 meters high. Go ask Danzo in the underworld. If he had just behaved more properly, Liu Yun would have given him an intact body. The eldest elder of the Hyuga family is a hermit who has been secluded in the family's underground and does not care about the outside world. He didn't even know about the changes in the village. Hyuga Hiyashi wanted to quickly stop the elder from continuing speaking, but it was too late. The elder started to curse. You be asterisk 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 d. What does our Hyuga family's affairs have to do with you, an outsider? Did those bastards in the branch house ask you to cause trouble, you? Before he could say 2 words, his whole body exploded into bloody mud. This is it, upper right quadrant circular arc DO. All members of the Hyuga family were stunned, except Hyuga Hiyashi and a few others who knew Ryun's temper. They stared blankly ahead. Liu Yun revealed the 6 Magatama Rinnegan, his eyes filled with a strong sense of oppression. He also kept one hand pointed towards the Great Elder. The force field ability of the Rinnegan allowed Liu Yun to instantly crush the noisy mosquito into pieces. And with his other hand he covered Sha Zhang's eyes to prevent the child from having nightmares after seeing this scene. Sarilong! Sarilong! A young man from the clan shouted in panic, his eyes full of fear. He was used to a life of luxury and was not even a ninja, so he was scared to death when he saw this kind of scene. Hyuga Hiyashi quickly kicked the young man and asked 2 people from the main family to take him back. He immediately stabilized the situation, and stepped forward with 2 elders, smiling. Lord Liu Yun, please forgive my Hyuga family for our poor hospitality. The clan's chief elder had just been crushed to death, but the clan leader was still apologetically smiling. Everyone in the Hyuga clan present knew it. This young man is not to be trifled with, moreover, he has a very important background. Chapter 277 Hashirama. It was by a small river, Madara and I were competing to see who could pee farther. Right at this moment, Hyuga Hizashi led a large group of people from the Hyuga branch house to come over and kneel in front of Liu Yun. They said in unison, Master Liu Yun, please release our caged bird. An elder pointed at the people from the Hyuga branch house, his eyes full of disbelief. You. The Qing dynasty hasn't fallen yet. These people cut off their braids. They are rebelling. Hyuga Hiyashi quickly covered the elder's mouth and told him to stop talking, as he would explode if he continued. Liu Yun released his hand that was covering Sha Zhang's eyes. Sha Shang looked with her ignorant eyes at her relatives kneeling in front of Liu Yun, including her parents, brothers and sisters. Father, mother, you? Her parents didn't say anything, and the expressions on their faces were different from the timid ones before. They quickly winked at Sha Shang. Sha Shang understood immediately and was about to kneel under Liu Yun. Ryun quickly held her up, and the Rinnegan looked at Hyuga Hiyashi's rolling eyes. Hyuga Patriarch, now, can you give me your answer? Silence. Long silence. This was a silent resistance. Hyuga Hiyashi had no way to deal with Liu Yun and could only use this move to express the Hyuga family's unwillingness. Liu Yun smiled, lowered his head and asked Sha Shang. Sha Shang, the fate of the Hyuga family is in your hands. It is up to you to decide whether to release Caged Bird. Liu Yun gave the choice to a child from the Hyuga branch house, asking her to decide whether Caged Bird should still exist in the world. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on Sha Shang. The fate of the Hyuga family was decided by a child, which was so trifling that it really fits Liu Yun's careless attitude. Many people think so. If one day he rashly decided to chop off the dicks of all the male ninjas, no one would be surprised. The tension reached the ultimate level at this moment. The people from the Hyuga main family kept giving Natsuka instructions with their eyes. Especially the young master of the clan whom Sha Shang had been serving. His vicious eyes seemed as if he wanted to eat her. Sha Shang was terrified, her body trembling constantly, fear all over her body. This was obedience engraved in her blood. Advertisement. Liu Yun put one hand on her shoulder, and his friendly atmosphere made Sha Zhang's heart less gloomy. She looked up, and Liu Yun's gentle smile was like a ray of sunshine that warmed her heart. Big brother, you are so handsome, listen to your heart, it won't deceive you. Sha Shang pumped up her fists and then looked at the people in the branch house. A ray of warm light lit up into sadness, and all the branch houses smiled at her. That smile is the stubbornness in desperate situation, the determination to never succumb to authority. At this moment, it seemed as if the wishes of the branch house for hundreds of years were focused on Hyuga Natsuka. She clenched her fists and shouted at the people of the main family. I hate caged bird, I hate you people of the main family. She looked at Liu Yun with longing eyes. Big brother, I hope to abolish caged bird. This system that has lasted for hundreds of years was decided by these children's voices. The people in the branch house covered their faces and cried, tears streaming down their cheeks. The people of the main family looked as pale as death, just like the 8 banners masters of the fallen Qing dynasty. System. Redeem the caged bird seal breaking technique. Bite. Got it. The caged bird technique has been redeemed successfully. Liu Yun spent 1000 experience points to redeem the caged bird seal breaking technique. It is a kind of curse technique, and even Newton would call its principle unscientific. Liu Yun rubbed Xiashang's head and said, good boy, remember this day. From now on, the cage is open for you. Fly as much as you want. Liu Yun let go of her hand, and everyone looked at the little girl. There was no green symbol on the smooth forehead anymore. Liu Yun just rubbed it with his hand, and the caged bird was released from the opponent. Sha Shang felt like something was missing on her forehead, but she couldn't put her finger on it. His mother reminded her in unison, Sha Shang, the caged bird on your forehead is gone. Sha Shang quickly covered her forehead and touched it with her hand. She wanted to quickly check whether the green mark was still on her forehead. Kushina came over, picked up Sha Shang, and took out a small mirror from her arms. Look, your caged bird is released. Sha Shang looked at herself in the mirror seriously. There was no ugly mark on her forehead anymore. She cried with joy. Advertisement, woo woo woo, that's great, I don't have to listen to the Zong family's orders anymore. Liu Yun snapped his fingers, and thick chakra floated around. The precise chakra control instantly released the caged bird of all the people in the branch house. Hyuga Hizashi and his wife carefully touched each other's foreheads, then smiled and cried with tears. Hizashi, great, we are free. We no longer have to endure the torture of caged bird, and my baby in my belly will no longer have to endure our pain. Liu Yun twitched his ears and then turned his gaze to where Hyuga Hizashi was. Don't get the wrong idea, Liu Yun is not interested in a married person. What he cares about is the baby in the other person's belly. At this moment, he directly converted his Rinnegan into Baikugan without even acting. Hyuga Hizashi's wife is pregnant, it must be Neji. If it wasn't Neji, then Hyuga Hizashi would be in vain. It is now the 50th year of Konoha, Naruto was born in the 51st year, and Neji was born around this time. A childish voice sounded in my ears. You have white eyes, you must be the big brother sent by God to save me. Liu Yun smiled and rubbed Xiashang's head. Yes, I am the big brother sent by God to save you. I know some children in the orphanage, and I will take you to play with them in the future. Sha Shang responded happily. Big brother is so nice. Liu Yun smiled, and Kushina smiled too. She said to Liu Yun, I didn't expect you to be such a compassionate person. Liu Yun smiled and rubbed Xiashang's head, in a corner of Hyuga's house. The 2 masked men watched silently. The tall white-haired man snorted, if caged bird is removed, the Hyuga family will have a hard time. At the very least, the main family and branch houses will be split. Hashirama's eyes fell on those people with tears in their eyes. I thought that as long as Konoha had peace, this would be a prosperous era. Actually, that's not the case. There are still too many ancient privilege systems that oppress people. I haven't seen the same smile on that child's face for many years. I remember the first time I saw him was when Madara and I were by a small river. Here we go again. Tobirama wanted to plug his ears with earplugs to stop Hashirama from nagging him. I know you two have a good relationship, but you shouldn't bring it up from time to time. Chapter 278 Hyuga Ji in a way. Lord Liu Yun, I want to report it. A loud voice echoed in the Hyuga household, and instantly all eyes were fixed on a man with a face full of resentment. Liu Yun said calmly, speak. At the same time, an elder of the Hyuga clan stepped back guiltily and hid in the crowd. The man from the branch house quickly stepped forward and pulled the old man out. It's him, Elder Shangwu. The grief and indignation on the faces of the people in branch house were like the injustice done to Do-Yi. Bang! Hyuga Ju Wu slapped the branch house man's hand away. He has not yet recovered from the equality of status and still treats the people in the branch house as dogs. You are so rebellious. How dare you talk to me like that? The people from the branch house pointed at him and said, Master Liu Yun, you have to make the decision for me. He. Hyuga Shangwu shouted and scolded, his face full of panic. Don't say it, otherwise I will kill you. Before Hyuga Shangwu could come to his senses, Liu Yun's Shinra Tensei shot directly at him. He flew backwards 5 meters and fell into a pool of water. Liu Yun's face was full of interest. Tell me quickly, what did he do to you? The person in the branch house wanted to say something, but the dozens of gazes around him made it impossible for him to say anything. The man's wife came out, her face also covered with tears. The spectators around roughly guessed that it might be the Hyuga elder who forced the wife of the man from the branch house. Liu Yun shook his head. This kind of ethical drama is more likely to happen in older families. All he could hear was his wife crying, Elder Shangwu is a beast, he. Woo woo woo, the woman couldn't continue speaking and kept crying with her head down. Boom. It was like a bolt from the blue hitting everyone's heart, and everyone present was struck to a crisp. Although the woman did not explain it clearly, everyone was an old hand and naturally made the connection. Liu Yun was even more stunned. Liu Yun went to look at Hyuga Jayute who was trapped in the pool. He was so ashamed that he dared not show his head again, like a turtle hiding in the water. Old man, if you bully a weak woman I would still look up to you. But you, advertisement everyone present was whispering, and the man from the branch house disappeared. After his wife finished speaking, he retreated in shame with his wife. It takes a hero to speak out about such psychological harm. Hyuga Hiyashi looked dejected. The main family and branch house had just split and such big news came out. From now on, everyone in the village will look down on them. Perhaps, they will have to cover their eyes and pretend to be blind when they go out in the future. The Senju brothers hiding in the dark were filled with shock. Although they knew in their hearts that the nobles were having a lot of fun, they didn't expect it to be so shocking. Tobarama, this kind of thing. I will never forget it even if I lie in a coffin. Brother, me too, we still can't underestimate the bottom line of perverts. Tobarama suddenly glanced at Hashirama. Brother, Uchiha Madara has never been married, right? Hashirama quickly blocked Tobarama's mouth. Don't talk nonsense, Madara and I are normal. Oh. But I haven't asked yet? Shut your mouth. Except for some underage children who didn't understand, Kushina also didn't know. She pulled Liu Yun's sleeve and whispered in his ear, What's going on? What's going on? Why are you all so shocked? What did that man do? Liu Yun glanced at Kushina, his face full of curiosity. Liu Yun curled his lips and whispered to Kushina in her ear. After hearing this, Kushina first covered her mouth with her hands, and then her eyes widened, as if her whole outlook had been challenged. How could this be? As soon as Liu Yun saw her expression, he knew she was a novice. He patted Kushina on the shoulder and said, This is no big deal. You know, in some countries, if you say anything against it, you will be ridiculed by everyone. Kushina was still retching internally. Liu Yun stopped bothering her and slowly went to seek justice for the Hyuga branch house. Liu Yun created several shadow clones and instructed them, take this old man and take him to that prison. Got it, boss. After dealing with a case involving Hyuga Ji in a way, Liu Yun breathed a sigh of relief. Although this kind of thing is exciting, I can't stand it if it happens too much. After the shadow clones carried away the Hyuga elder who had a face like Shanglin Sao, the people from the branch house who were hiding in the crowd finally got rid of their anger. Then, one by one, the Hyuga branch houses that were usually brutally oppressed came to Liu Yun. Advertisement, Master Liu Yun, I want to report Hyuga Bin, he treated me. Well, just after Wei and Aji left, Bin came to visit again. Master Liu Yun, I want to report Hyuga Wachang, he chopped. Lord Liu Yun. The people from the branch house came up to Liu Yun and told him about all the bad things that happened in the main house. Liu Yun was really annoyed by what he heard, so he sent out a few shadow clones to set up a court directly. Bao Liu Yun sat in the main hall, looking at the group of people from the Hyuga clan with a dark face. Those eyes seemed to see through people's hearts, making the other person's eyes turn white. Luo Liu Yun stood in front of the Hyuga branch house to sue for them. Zhang Liu Yun hooked Hyuga Hiyashi's shoulders and said, Don't worry, you have to trust my professional ability. Hyuga Hiyashi seemed to have lost his soul. The Zhang family is really finished. No one expected that they would do so many evil things in secret that even the clan leader could hide it from him. Bring the plaintiff. Mighty, after a trial that combined Huxia and Western elements, the Hyuga family was sentenced to 10 death sentences and 15 life sentences. Lawyer Zhang successfully went undercover and turned 3 fixed-term trials into death sentences, almost sending himself to jail. Liu Yun patted Hyuga Hiyashi's shoulder. My father-in-law is a good person except for his hypocritical character. At least he has never done anything bad. It should be said that the Hyuga family still has some dignity and treats the heir to the family very strictly. Look, your Hyuga clan branch house can't get along anymore, just split up from now on. Hyuga Hiyashi forced a smile, agreeing to Liu Yun's proposal. It has come to this point. Wouldn't it be asking for trouble if we continue to merge into one? For at least the next 20 years, the Hyuga family will continue to decline. There may even be a crisis of genocide. There aren't many experts in their main family, and they are usually protected by the Hyuga branch house. If they lose them, life will be very difficult. Hyuga Hiyashi glanced at Liu Yun and pleaded, Master Liu Yun, I want to ask you a favor. Liu Yun responded. Go ahead. Hyuga Hiyashi considered his words for a moment before saying, When I have a son, can you be his mentor? Can you still give birth to a son? Both your small and large guarantees for both of your babies are crooked, dream on. Chapter 279. Fat sheep are still easier to cheat. Hyuga Hiyashi was a little worried. Master Liu Yun, after all the caged birds of the Hyuga family are released, there will definitely be a high reward on the black market. Are we going to stay in the village forever? Hyuga Hizashi also came forward, with a questioning and requesting look on his face. The fall from grace brought about by caged bird is result, but it is not without consequences. At least with that curse, the number of covetous eyes would decrease. Without caged bird, they are like naked women walking in the dark. Who else can they rob in the black market if not you? Liu Yun thought about it, and finally suggested to the Hyuga brothers, do you want to replant it? Hyuga Hizashi thought to himself, what is this proposal? So the trial meeting just now was just a whim of yours? Liu Yun smiled and said, it was just a joke, don't worry, after this battle, I will be able to unify the ninja world. When the time comes, just eradicate the underground gold exchange places, and then no one will offer a reward for your white eyes. The two Hyuga brothers nodded, saying that what Liu Yun had done was enough. They are not relatives, so there is no need for him to work so hard alone. Wait, he seemed to have said something big. Hyuga Hiyashi widened his eyes, looked at Liu Yun and said, Master Liu Yun, you just said you want to unify the ninja world? Yes, this, the two Hyuga brothers were both so shocked that their mouths were wide open. Liu Yun was a little confused, wondering if he had exaggerated. Hyuga Hiyashi was even happier now. Advertisement Liu Yun unified the ninja world according to his own brutal and unreasonable way of doing things. He didn't need to guess to know that it was a totalitarian politics that was even more famous than the daimyo. Even the emperor in ancient times. By then, he will have the final say in the entire ninja world, and his thighs will be even thicker. Hyuga Hizashi wanted to give his beautiful wife to Liu Yun in exchange for a chance to curry favor with him. Liu Yun's white eyes suddenly noticed the slim figure in the corner. It was Yi Chika. She was hiding in the corner and eavesdropping. No Chika does care about the Hyuga family, as she is the head of the family, and she screwed her own family. She has no regrets about this, even if some of those being tried were her relatives. She saw all the evil deeds of the Hyuga family. She knew that caged bird had been completely corrupted, and if it wasn't removed, the entire family would be doomed. Alas, now I am really alone. No Chika sighed. She betrayed the Zong family, and her family must hate her to the core. She can never go back. Why? Yi Qianhua was startled when a hand patted her shoulder. She turned around and saw that it was Liu Yun, then she breathed a sigh of relief. You gave me a fright. Liu Yun pinched her tender face and said, why are you running here instead of taking tonic medicine at home? Advertisement Yi Qianhua pushed away Liu Yun's hand, leaned against the wall and said, you just sent several of my relatives to jail. Can't I come and take a look? So do you hate me? Are you going to close that door for me? Yi Qianhua lightly punched Liu Yun in the chest. What are you talking about? This is what I asked for. I don't hate you. Don't you think I am too self-indulgent? I have harmed the main family. The branch house doesn't like me anymore. Even my relatives don't want to see me anymore. Yi Qianhua leaned gently on Liu Yun's chest, with a hint of loneliness on her face. Liu Yun hugged her and whispered in her ear, who said that the people in the branch house don't like you. You are their benefactor who saved them. I believe they will be grateful to you. Come on, I'll take you to see them. Yi Qianhua quickly stopped Liu Yun. I won't go. I don't want to see anyone from the Zong family now. Liu Yun nodded. Okay, once the branch house is found, I will accompany you there. Yi Qianhua calmed down, leaning quietly on Liu Yun's chest, and smiled for the first time. Liu Yun, you are so nice. A clear voice rang out. Liu Yun, what are you doing? After the Hyuga family's affairs are resolved, it's time to talk about the big things. We still have to fight. It was Kushina's voice. Liu Yun quickly let go of Yi Qianhua and pretended to be a single man. Kushina turned a corner and ran into Ryun and Nochika. She looked at Nochika in confusion. The other person was beautiful and elegant, like a cold and arrogant lady of an aristocratic family. Is this your friend? She asked. Liu Yun nodded. Yes. Chapter 280 Kushina discovers Tsunade's true identity. Kushina frowned, feeling that it was not simple. How did Liu Yun know a Hyuga girl? Besides, he is not the kind of person who meddles in other people's affairs, so why would he feel guilty about helping the Hyuga branch house? Could it be this Hyuga woman? Liu Yun patted Kushina's shoulder and told her not to think too much. Don't waste time, this is a special period, go discuss important matters. Kushina reprimanded Liu Yun. You still know that it's time for a war, right? You've turned the village upside down. We have to withstand the siege of 4 ninja powers. What are you afraid of? I'm here. Liu Yun put his arm around Kushina's shoulders and slowly walked out of Hyuga's house. Before leaving, he waved goodbye to Chikako Chano. Kushina pushed Liu Yun away and scolded him. You are becoming more and more disrespectful now. I am your sister Kushina. You are not allowed to put your arm around me. Brother Liu Yun, a child's voice came from behind. Liu Yun turned around and saw that it was Xia Shang, who was accompanied by several children from the Hyuga branch house. Liu Yun smiled, slowly squatted down, and looked at Xiaosheng, whose face was full of gratitude. Xiao Xiaosheng, is there anything else you want to talk to Brother Liu Yun about? Is there anyone else in the Zong family who wants to threaten you? Liu Yun guessed. Liu Yun let Xiaoxiang decide the existence of caged bird. It is inevitable that the people of the main family will do something bad to her afterwards. Xiaoxiang shook her head. Brother Liu Yun, it's not like that. She pointed to the shy branch house kid next to her and said, they want to thank you. Advertisement. Liu Yun looked at the children in the branch house, and heard them sincerely express their gratitude. Brother Liu Yun, thank you very much, we will never forget your kindness. Liu Yun rubbed their heads and smiled gently. Good children, smile more now that you are free. Got it, Brother Liu Yun, after comforting a few Hyuga children. Xiaoxiang squinted her eyes with joy, and then went home with her friends like a happy butterfly. Liu Yun looked at their backs and wiped his mouth casually. The adult world is full of reality and is far less simple than that of children. Liu Yun looked at Kushina, who was in a dilemma and had no idea what she was thinking. He put his arm around her shoulders and walked towards the Hokage building, asking, why did Minato leave? Does he not want you anymore? Bullshit, Minato and Jiraiya-sensei are out training and enriching themselves. We have such a deep relationship, how could he not want me? Be careful that Minato meets someone prettier than you out there, and then he won't come back. Impossible. Deminda. The two chatted sentence by sentence, and Liu Yun was more concerned about Kushina's emotional issues. And Kushina's concerns are a little odd. She tried her best to make her voice friendly and whispered to Liu Yun. Liu Yun, did Sister Tsunade ask you to do something strange? Why would she think that? Did she find out about my secret relationship with Tsunade? But this question clearly shows that I am the victim, Liu Yun thought to himself. He instantly transformed himself into a man who was forced by a shrew, and said in a daze, no, Sister Tsunade is very good to me and even let me sleep with her at night. Kushina's eyes widened, as if she had discovered the truth. What did she ask you to do? Liu Yun said ignorantly, Sister Tsunade taught me a lot of things. It's confirmed. The old woman Tsunade actually attacked Liu Yun. Advertisement. It turns out that everything is Tsunade's fault. Oh my god, Konoha is such a mess, poor Liu Yun, he can only let Tsunade do whatever he wants. Kushina didn't even call Tsunade sister anymore in her heart, she had already seen through Tsunade's evil mind. She instantly looked at Liu Yun with eyes full of tolerance, and embraced Liu Yun in her arms like a sister. Liu Yun, don't worry, I will protect you and won't let that evil woman Tsunade hurt you again. Liu Yun didn't care about anything now, his nose was filled with the fragrance of Kushina. It was you who let the wolf into the house, don't blame me. As for slandering Tsunade, am I wrong? I am not wrong. Kushina patted Liu Yun on the back and truly treated Liu Yun as an innocent person. Don't cry, I will definitely talk to Tsunade and then you can move out and live with your sister. Did I cry? I was laughing. This silly girl Kushina has been possessed by Naruto and wants to bring the wolf into the house again, so Liu Yun continues to act. Woo. Sister Kushina. Tsunade-san also forced me to do a lot of bad things. She is not a human being. Woo. Liu Yun told all of Tsunade's evil deeds to him, as if he were the oppressed way. It makes those who hear it sad and those who listen to it cry. Kushina hugged Liu Yun tightly, her face full of indignation. How abominable. It must be like this. Tsunade is so old that no one wants her and her heart has already perverted, but she actually stretched out her evil hands to you. Damn it. Chapter 281 Phoenix Legend is established. Kushina is like a freedom fighter at this moment, fighting against all the injustice in the world. Come on, let's go find Tsunade now, I want to make the decision for you. Hey, I didn't mean to confront Tsunade. I'd be the one who got hurt in the end. Liu Yun refused madly in his heart and had to think of a way to fool Kushina, a silly girl. Liu Yun suddenly let go of Kushina and said sternly, we should focus on the overall situation now and wait until we are done with this war. Kushina nodded, knowing that this was a special period. Thank you for your hard work for a while, and then I will definitely expose Tsunade's true identity. Her heart has been perverted, she is no longer fit to be Hokage. Liu Yun patted Kushina's shoulder and said, why don't you take the position and become the 5th Hokage? Kushina pointed at herself. Me? Can I do it? Liu Yun looked at Kushina firmly. If you can't do it, who can? We must defeat Tsunade's cruel oppression and bring the village back on track. Kushina looked at Liu Yun's eyes that seemed to have walked out of the darkness and nodded. She was now burning with the will of fire and joined the anti-Tsunade alliance. In the spring of the 50th year of Konoha, the two giants of Konoha village, Kirin and Uzumaki Kushina, formally formed an alliance, laying the foundation for the subsequent overthrow of the 4th generation. Wild History, by Sima Shaolin. Kushina quickly got into his role. Liu Yun, we should give the alliance a nice name. What do you think of the Red Storm? Liu Yun shook his head. Not good, it's better to call them accomplices. Kushina patted Liu Yun on the shoulder and said, we are decent people. How can we call ourselves a group of sinister villains? Liu Yun said casually. Why not just call it Phoenix Legend? Kushina nodded and said, Phoenix Legend, what a good name. We will call ourselves Phoenix Legend now and try to attract more people to support me as the Hokage. Liu Yun glanced at the woman next to him. She is also in her 20s, but lives younger than him. She is interested in and curious about everything. The chakra in Liu Yun's mind formed an electric wave that connected to the Pangolin alliance. Pangolin answers. Report. Pangolin received. Please give instructions. Where is the target, the speedy one? Report to the chairman, the speedy walker Namikaze Tailong and the flower monk Jiraiya have already left the land of fire and are on their way to the land of grass. Advertisement, got it. I will issue an order now. Arrange for Namikaze Tairo's affair as soon as possible. Make sure you forget Uzumaki Jinlian. Understood. I will complete the task. Gentlemen, this mission is of great importance and concerns our safety, please. After Liu Yun gave the order, he and Kushina unknowingly walked to the Hokage building. Liu Yun still reminded Kushina. Don't reveal your thoughts when you see Tsunade later, it will make her alert. Kushina nodded. Don't worry, I've already had the experience of rebelling once. Kushina thought happily in her heart. If she overthrows Tsunade and becomes the Hokage, wouldn't that mean she has accomplished her first small goal when she came to Konoha village? I will become Hokage before Minato, I will suppress him forever. Liu Yun pushed open the Hokage door and started today's business. In the land of grass, Flower Monk and Speedy Traveler were strolling through a small street. It is market day now, but the streets are deserted and the scene is desolate. Jiraiya certainly knew what was going on. The ninja world changed overnight, the four major nations attacked the Fire Nation, and small nations like the Grass Nation had to take sides. It was once a vassal of the Fire Nation, but Konoha village overthrew the daimyo system. The Grass Nation simply swallowed up the alliance contract and turned around to send a large army to attack the Fire Nation. This time, the war in the ninja world covered every place, it was the real Third World War. Well, Jiraiya sighed, if the war breaks out, I wonder how many people will die. Minato was instead a little worried about the situation in Konoha. Teacher Jiraiya, should we go back to protect the village? Jiraiya was stunned for a moment, then said, let's wait and see, after all, this is our village. We will go back when Tsunade and the others can't hold on any longer. Minato nodded, got it, Jiraiya-sensei. Suddenly, Minato found a drunk woman lying on the side of the road. Teacher Jiraiya, look, there's a drunk girl over there. Where? Where? Help him up quickly, I'll give him artificial respiration. Advertisement. After Jiraiya's efforts, the drunk woman ignored him and instead fell in love with Minato next to her. Minato helplessly looked at the woman who seemed to be collapsing on him and was about to state the fact that he was married. Miss. The drunk woman was shocked. How do you know I'm a lady? Minato was even more speechless. Jiraiya came up with a playful smile. Miss, do you want a date? The drunk woman looked at Jiraiya with disdain. Do you want to be a toad and eat swan meat? Dream on. Although I am a lady of principle. Jiraiya was greatly embarrassed by what he said. He squatted beside him with his face covered, looking at Minato with unwilling eyes. If I had this face, I would be able to do business with both the black and white worlds. At this moment, a cry of surprise came from the Hokage building. A pangolin came out from the wooden board and reported to Liu Yun loudly, it's bad, the Sand Shinobi has launched a blitzkrieg and has entered the Fire Kingdom. We have already reached Platycodon Mountain, and we will soon be unable to defend it. Everyone was panicked when they heard this. The Sand Shinobi people are so fast. We haven't even had lunch yet. What should we do? There is no place to defend after Mount Kikyo. It's flat and the road is flat. Konoha is in danger. The land of fire is in danger. Liu Yun's expression was a little solemn. I didn't expect Sand Shinobi's blitzkrieg to be so strong. The trinity of air, ground and water is unstoppable. Sand Shinobi has capable people. Everyone, this is a matter of life and death. You go to the front line first, and I will protect your families and evacuate them. The tense atmosphere was swept away and there seemed to be a sense of tranquility in the air. Tsunade grabbed Liu Yun's ear from behind and scolded him. You be ***************** D. You are the main force. You are fleeing before the battle. You will be punished by military law. Sister Tsunade, I was wrong, don't do this to me again. Kushina watched silently. She used to think it was normal for the two siblings to fight, but now she has a deeper understanding. Liu Yun immediately became timid in front of Tsunade, which means he was very afraid of her. Tsunade must have bullied Liu Yun very harshly. My Phoenix Legend needs to take action and recruit more people to overthrow Tsunade together. Chapter 282. Please stop dropping nuclear weapons, otherwise we will send Yan Shuangying. More pangolins kept coming out from the floor. Report. The land of earth is passing through the land of grass, and the army is already at the border. Report. The land of thunder has taken the sea route through the land of soup and has reached the coastline. Report. The water country invaded the whirlpool country and pushed the front line 300 miles. The continuous bad news caused a lot of discussion among the people. Everyone knows that this battle is dangerous. If the enemy's offensive cannot be effectively contained in the short term, the newly born Konoha will be swallowed up by the torrent. On the eaves, Hashirama and Tobirama held their hands and listened quietly to the discussions below. Hashirama was a little worried. Can Konoha survive this? Tobirama's expression was full of calmness. Let's wait and see. This is their choice. If they can survive it, it will change the world of ninja. Hashirama sighed similarly to Jiraiya. When the war breaks out, the strife in the world begins again. Tobirama snorted, women's kindness. Those who have accomplished great things have always gone through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. If you want to accomplish great things, you should abandon your sympathy for the weak. Brother, the world of the Sengoku era, where human life was worth less than a dog's, has taught you and me to be cold-blooded. Hashirama remained silent, looking at the bright smile on Hokage Rock. Human beings are really strange animals. They actually regard killing each other with weapons as their ambition. Liu Yun calmly commanded in the Hokage building, "Don't panic, I have 8 million troops hiding in the land of fire, waiting for this day." Tsunade glanced at Liu Yun and asked, "Where did you get 8 million troops?" "Never mind, it's just a small matter anyway, I'll call the troops." Tsunade said nothing, and returned the baton to Liu Yun after using it, allowing him to conduct. Liu Yun looked at the map of the ninja world and found that a feather fan appeared in his hand at some point. At this moment, he was possessed by the Wolong spirit, drinking wine and discussing heroes in the ninja world. "We are being attacked from all sides. This battle will be difficult, but don't be afraid, I am here with you. Let's talk about the top lane first. 4th Raikage can only wield a gun and a stick. He is a reckless man. My Iron Legion has 100,000 troops, 1,000 tanks, and 500 fighter planes. It won't be a problem to clear his troops and take down Cloud Shinobi. Mid, Rock Shinobi Onoki is just a dwarf, a lowly fellow. The Skeleton Legion's 300,000 troops can sweep across the entire land of Earth, stealing his crystals and taking his mana. In the bottom lane, 4th Mizuka Yagura is just a kid, so 9 tails should go to the jungle. Sand Shinobi, Yakura I've been. Liu Yun quickly stopped talking, without revealing his thoughts on Yi Kang, and said seriously, "They have reached Kikyo Mountain, and are now the first hostile force to bear the brunt. I will deal with them alone." After Liu Yun finished giving orders alone, Tsunade looked at him in confusion. "What should we do then?" Liu Yun waved his hand and said, "You, help me prepare the logistics." Advertisement. Tsunade immediately slapped Liu Yun and said, "Don't mess around. This is a critical moment and all the ninjas in the village must unite." Hyuga Hiyashi quickly stepped forward to challenge. "Master Liu Yun, our Hyuga clan knows that we have committed serious sins, so we hereby challenge you to fight." The scandal of the Hyuga clan has just spread throughout the village. All the villagers would roll their eyes at these people to show their contempt. He had to stand up. Even if the people of the Zong family were useless, he had to stand up and fight to improve the villagers' view of the Zong family. Now that Hyuga Hiyashi has stepped forward, Hyuga Hizashi must follow suit. Now the two brothers are no longer the superficial brothers they were before. They have completely fallen out and neither of them is willing to submit to the other. Especially Hyuga Hizashi, who always wants to suppress Hyuga Hiyashi. "Lord Liu Yun, the people of the main family are not strong enough, and many of them have not passed the ninja test. Don't send them to die. On the contrary, I have many Jonin in my branch house, so let us deal with Cloud Shinobi's nintaijutsu this time. The Hyuga family is no longer the cowardly family that used to hide itself in seclusion. It is time to fight." Hearing Hyuga Hizashi mocking the fact that there was no one in the main family, Hyuga Hiyashi glared at him, but could do nothing about it. The Hyuga family really can't find any experts. Both Hyuga brothers volunteered to fight, and the other families were too embarrassed to just watch. "I, Uchiha, am willing to go to the battlefield of Grass Country to defend against the Rock Shinobi. We, the 3 tribes of Ino Shikacho, are willing to go to the battlefield of Whirlpool Country to resist Mist Shinobi. I'm Kurama. I, Aburame. I, Shang from Bear Ridge, request to join the battle. I, Yan Shuangying, request to fight. My grandmother Liang Jichao." There were some messy sounds mixed in with the voices asking for a fight, and Liu Yun knew it was his shadow clone making trouble. Seeing that everyone was eager to fight, Liu Yun nodded with satisfaction. "Very good, everyone. If we work together, we will definitely win this war that will determine the fate of the entire ninja world. In that case, let the Hyuga clan split into 2 and deal with the Cloud Shinobi alone. Uchiha will deal with the Rock Shinobi, and Kurama will deal with the Sand Shinobi alone." Liu Yun assigned the tasks and a group of people looked at him blankly. Liu Yun scolded, "What are you waiting for? Grab your weapons and go chop people up." Tsunade grabbed Liu Yun's ear from behind and scolded, "Don't expect me to assign you any tasks in the future. Do you think you are talking like a human being?" The Hyuga and Uchiha people were dumbfounded. Liu Yun asked them to block Cloud Shinobi and Rock Shinobi respectively, which might as well be asking them to commit suicide directly. Tsunade walked out, waving her Hokage robe, her face full of feminine temperament. The Hyuga clan cooperates with the Ryukumo Steel Group to deal with Cloud Shinobi, and the Uchiha clan and the Aburame clan cooperate with the Skeleton Army to deal with Rock Shinobi. Tsunade ordered the soldiers in just a few words, and finally looked at everyone sincerely. "Everyone, this is my second day as Hokage. I am the first female Hokage in the ninja world. I don't know how outsiders will view me. How will they view the Konoha I lead? But I don't care about these. This is my grandfather's village and everyone's village. In order to resist outsiders, we must unite. Please help me." Tsunade bowed, and immediately the Hokage building was filled with responses. Advertisement, "We are willing to help Princess Tsunade." On the roof, Hashirama smiled and said, "Little Tsunade has the potential to become Hokage." Tobirama looked carefully at the shadow clones of Liu Yun. All the voices of agreement came from those shadow clones. Maybe, Hashirama put his hands on his hips and glanced at Konoha's dullness. The younger generation has grown up, and it's time for us to leave the future to them. Let's go, Tobirama, go find Madara. Hashirama used the instant body technique and quickly disappeared. Tobirama looks out at a scene in the Hokage building. A shadow clone of Liu Yun pointed a gun at the Inuzuka family's dog and prayed for good luck. Is this battle prosperous? Woof, 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 TT? Tobirama shook his head helplessly. He hadn't touched anything that had anything to do with humans. Could Konoha really be handed over to them? But Tobirama couldn't care less, he had to chase his brother. Outside Konoha village, several swordsmen surrounded Liu Yun and wanted to chop off his head. Multiple shadow clone technique. Liu Yun squandered all the chakra in his body, and an endless army of steel was created. He became breathless after losing his chakra. The swordsman stepped forward and chopped off his head, reviving Liu Yun and continuing to synthesize shadow clone. Before long, the 100,000 Iron Legion and the 300,000 Skeleton Legion were all assembled. Kushina looked in shock at the huge crowds of people and the endless flowing clouds. Is this the shadow clone from Liu Yun's heyday? This is too exaggerated. Nine Tails also looked horrified. This kind of chakra, it's impossible. How can anyone have this amount of chakra, even 10 tails? Even 10 tails in his heyday wouldn't be this exaggerated. In terms of chakra alone, Liu Yun is ahead of everyone else. In his heart, Nine Tails cursed inwardly, why do humans seal our tailed beasts when they have this kind of chakra? They have nothing to do after eating. Liu Yun looked at the sea of people in front of him and smiled faintly. If his opponent wasn't too weak, he could synthesize more shadow clones and directly wipe out the entire ninja world. Gentlemen, march out. To the north, Northern Expedition. Northern Expedition. There was an atmosphere of war between heaven and earth. All forces are like ants under such numbers. All the evil spirits must be drowned in the ocean of people. Chapter 283. Great Snake Liu Yun. Liu Yun is in charge of the battlefield in Chuan Kingdom, and this time he is traveling alone with Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick. As he was leaving, Dr. Snake and Shueba came up to him and handed him a mobile phone. Liu Yun looked at the mobile phone in his hand and fell into deep thought. Dr. Snake pushed up his glasses and said, "Don't look at it, it's just a communication tool, it's no big deal." Liu Yun nodded. That's right, they can all perform magic, so it wouldn't be too much to come up with a primitive version of a cell phone. Liu Yun advised. Focus more on technology in the future, and try to make all the mobile devices from the previous life. I want to live broadcast the killing of Luosha. Dr. Snake nodded. Okay. Seeing that there was nothing to worry about, Liu Yun sat on Wolong's back, patted it and slowly walked away. Tsunade quietly looked at Liu Yun's back until the two iron-eating beasts carried him and disappeared into the forest. She is the Hokage, in charge of the rear-line dispatch, and Liu Yun has to lead the battle. The most important thing is that it was Liu Yun who asked her not to go to the battlefield. Now let's talk about Orochimaru. In the last chapter, it was mentioned that Orochimaru got the blood sputum from Ryun. The snake ran non-stop to a cave hundreds of miles away from Konoha and began to do research. Although the equipment was crude, Orochimaru discovered the characteristics of Ryukumo's cells. Advertisement: it is so perfect, like the blood of the creator. It has all the cell genes and proteins. Is this the blood of God? Orochimaru murmured. Only gods possess such blood, and it is because of this that Liu Yun possesses the power of gods. Orochimaru laughed evilly. Haha, all of this is mine. Liu Yun's cells confuse all genes, proving that the rejection is very low. He does not need to fuse them over and over again and can directly conduct genetic experiments. After he woke up, he became Orochi Ryunmaru, an immortal being. Orochimaru looked at the serum in his hand. It would be more accurate to say that it was being swallowed up by Liu Yun's cells rather than being a cell fusion. If you are devoured by Liu Yun's cells, you will be infected with the other party's spiritual will, and even your personality will become similar. No matter what, as long as I can gain power, I don't care what I will become. Orochimaru injected a needle into the blood vessel. Just at this moment, Liu Yun cut off his own head, triggering the rebirth mechanism after death, and all his blood genetic factors disappeared. What Orochimaru was supposed to fuse was a bottle of water, but it contained some of Ryun's corrupted cells. After completing the genetic experiment, Orochimaru fell into a coma for more than 10 minutes. After waking up, he found that nothing had changed. Damn it. I messed it up again. Orochimaru was furious in impotence, and after being angry he just lay there quietly. Planning the next step in my mind. Advertisement, but he suddenly felt that some ideas came to his mind. I don't want to work hard anymore, I'll just lie down, anyway, no matter how hard I try, I can't beat those bloodline limits. Orochimaru seemed to have become a Buddha, the gloomy aura on his face was gone, and he exuded a sense of decadence. Well, let's find a place to retire. I, Orochimaru, will retire from martial arts now. Orochimaru immediately noticed something was wrong with him. Damn it, I am fused with Liu Yun's corrupted cells. No, I want to get rid of it, I want to work hard, I want to struggle, I want to live forever. Orochimaru sincerely wanted to get rid of Ryun's corrupted cells. But the opponent's corrupt cells kept corroding his spirit like a virus. He also got some customary language. Orochimaru ran around the cave frantically, holding his head, muttering. The kid's mental will is too strong, I can't get rid of it. What on earth has he been infected with? At this moment, in the distance, Liu Yun was sitting on Wolong's back, looking at the sealed book. Suddenly, a series of system sounds rang in his head. Orochimaru has 100 complaint points against you. Orochimaru has 120 complaint points against you. Orochimaru has 1000 complaints against you and asks you what the hell is in your head. Flowing Clouds. Chapter 284. Reincarnation at a glance. Liu Yun looked at the sealbook in his hand with great interest. This was obtained when he confiscated the Hokage building. Many of the forbidden technique clouds above are envious. For example, reanimation jutsu. Orochimaru dug up his ancestral grave last time. Did he think he wouldn't take revenge? Orochimaru's ancestral grave Liu Yun has been taken care of by someone. Just waiting to serve it and disgust Orochimaru. There's also this flying thunder god technique. This convenient space-time ninjutsu is particularly suitable for sneaking into other people's houses. As a thief on the roof, he must master it no matter what. There is also the spiritualization technique. The vision of the Baikayan is black and white, which is not convenient at all. The human body structure that can be peeked at will be scary. How can it compare to the spiritualization technique of the soul leaving the body? Moreover, Liu Yun is now a cultivator and has mastered the spiritualization technique. Liu Yun can be regarded as a big shot in the out-of-body stage in the immortal world. There is also the old monkey's 5 styles, Great Link technique, and 5 types of chakra nature transformation, which are quite powerful. Liu Yun saw a ninjutsu, tandem paper bombs, a forbidden technique developed by Tobirama. Combined with impure world reincarnation, the principle is to stick a single detonating talisman on the enemy's vital points. Then, he summoned trillions of detonating talismans, causing an infinite explosion. This jutsu is comparable to Conan's paper god technique. What puzzled Liu Yun was where Tobirama summoned the detonating talisman from. Could it be that he has a small warehouse hidden inside? Liu Yun didn't think much about it and quickly threw all these ninjutsu to the system. Forbidden technique impure world reincarnation was successfully recorded, and the feedback experience value is 3000 points. Forbidden technique flying thunder god technique was successfully recorded, and the feedback experience value is 3000 points. About 7 or 8 forbidden techniques provided Liu Yun with more than 20,000 experience points, and he learned these ninjutsu. This time, I made a lot of money. Liu Yun excitedly stomped his feet on Wolong's back, causing the other side to snort a few times. Now that he has so much experience points, Liu Yun has to go on a shopping spree. He was flipping through the system exchange space intently. Tenseigen. 20,000 experience points. The Tenseigen, the final form of the Byakugan, is equal to the Rinnegan in status and even stronger than the other. In the movie, Toneri's Golden Wheel Tensei explosion directly split the moon, unleashing the destructive power of a star destroyer. Advertisement: if the Rinnegan's ability to create the moon represents the concentration of creation, then the Tenseigen's ability to cut and shatter everything represents the cutting. Liu Yun exchanged Tenseigen without a second thought. An extremely domineering force surged into Liu Yun's blood, madly transforming Liu Yun's genetic cells. Bite. Ashura Sage Body Evolution begins, 1%. 10%, 100%. Congratulations host, your physical evolution was successful and you have obtained the Otsutsuki Sage Body. Otsutsuki Sage Body, that is, the body of the Otsutsuki clan. They travel through the universe and the stars, so naturally their physique is not simple. More importantly, all bloodlines in the ninja world originate from the Otsutsuki clan, who are the source of ninja power. The evolution of his physique caused changes in Liu Yun's entire body. His skin began to turn white, slowly turning into fair and tender skin. A pair of tentacles grew on his forehead, like the horns of a dragon king. His hair also turned silver, and the color of his eyes slowly turned from black to white, and finally to blue. Those blue eyes were like the azure blue of the sky, revealing a noble and mysterious power. Liu Yun now has become an immortal. Liu Yun said calmly. From now on, I will be called Otsutsuki Liu Yun. Yeah, Feng Shu turned his head to look at Liu Yun, then sniffed Liu Yun's scent carefully with his nose. I found that although the breeder's aura had changed a lot, his most essential aura had not changed. Liu Yun rubbed Feng Shu's head. How is it? How'd I look now? Yeah. Liu Yun pushed its bare head away and cursed. It's nonsense to talk to you like a human being. Liu Yun conjured up a small mirror and looked at himself in the mirror happily. He looks somewhat similar to Sharon, except that he has a pair of dragon horns out of nowhere, which is a bit weird. I don't know how many layers of skin he has gone through to become so white. Moreover, the Uchiha outfit he was wearing no longer suited his temperament. Liu Yun conjured up a set of Sharon's clothes and put them on himself. The white and green colors complement each other, and there is an ancient breath on the body, as if it is an elegant aristocrat walking out of ancient times. Liu Yun thought to himself, I wonder how many girls I can fool with this outfit. Liu Yun pushed back the pair of dragon horns on his head. Although, standing out with horns is a compliment, having a pair of horns on your head is quite troublesome. After taking care of his personal image, Liu Yun then turned his attention to his Tenseigen. Advertisement: as beautiful as the stars and as vast as the sea. And it also contains the power to destroy the world. Tenseigen Truth-Seeking Ball, Jinren Tensei Explosion, Kinren Tensei Explosion, Truth-Seeking Ball Light Cannon, Tenseigen Chakra Mode. I didn't expect that just fusing a pair of Tenseigen would be of such great help to me, Liu Yun said to himself. In fact, this is easy to understand. In the past, the fusion of the Byakugan required the blood of the Hyuga clan, and the fusion of the Tenseigan of course required the body of the Otsutsuki clan. After all, the Tenseigan CPU will break down if it is equipped with Ryun's Ashura Sage body. Ryun began to change his eyes again, his left eye became his Rinnegan, and his right eye became Tenseigan. One glance for rebirth, one glance for reincarnation. Crouching Dragon, Phoenix Chick, move forward, let's go to Platycodon Mountain and dance with him. Yeah, Liu Yun studied his two eyes seriously. He had been driving on the highway for the past 2 days and had forgotten to study the eyes given to him by the Sage of Six Paths. Liu Yun studied for more than 10 minutes and plowed the land they walked on into a basin. Liu Yun finally understood the ability of Rinnegan. In addition to the regular Rinnegan abilities, Planetary Devastation, Universal Pull, and Shinra Tensai, this Rinnegan also possesses the power of the Heaven's Hand from the two pillars. Tenteki is a space ninjutsu that can exchange objects seen by the Rinnegan. The object can be a person, or a wrench, brick, etc. It is a relatively advanced space ninjutsu. Even in the Boruto story, Jiko upgraded it into a space wormhole. Liu Yun began to test his own heavenly hand power. He glanced at Feng Chu next to him and instantly activated his heavenly hand power. Yeah, Wolong felt something was wrong with his back. Why did it suddenly become so heavy? It turned its head and suddenly found its sister jumping on its back. Yeah, Wolong called out and asked his sister to come down. Liu Yun looked at his masterpiece and smiled with satisfaction. Sky hand power is quite useful, and is more advanced than Flying Thunder God in close combat. Only vision is required to perform space jumps, unlike Flying Thunder God, which requires Flying Thunder God Kunai as a teleportation point. However, Tien Sholi cannot compare to Flying Thunder God in terms of long-range attacks. After all, no matter how far a person's vision goes, it can never reach the ends of the earth. I don't know if space jumping can be done through remote monitoring, Liu Yun thought to himself. Just like Itachi's Amaterasu can burn whatever it sees, I wonder if it can work remotely through high-tech images. Chapter 285 Chakra Fruit. Liu Yun was eating hot pot and singing when suddenly the mobile phone in his pocket rang. He took it out and answered it. It turned out to be Tsunade's call. Hey, Tsunade-san. Where have you been? Liu Yun looked forward and determined the general direction. He was a person with poor direction and had no idea where he was going. Probably, maybe, it's 20 miles away from the village. You little b******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** quickly, hurry up. Liu Yun put down his mobile phone and patted Wolong, who was sitting under him. Accelerate. Yeah. Wolong suddenly became paralyzed and fell to the ground, refusing to move no matter what. Liu Yun grabbed its bare hair and ordered, get up, we are going to fight. Meh. Wolong was tired. Pandas usually feel tired just sitting down, let alone carrying Liu Yun on their backs. Liu Yun is helpless, the summoning beast is not strong enough. You said that I could fight the Sage of Six Paths with the two of you. You two walk a little further and you have trouble fighting a Chunin. You are really embarrassing me. Yeah, the phoenix chirped, indicating that they were still just babies. Liu Yun shook his head. Forget it, I will improve your strength again. As an immortal, your mount cannot be too inferior, otherwise it will lower your immortal quality. Liu Yun was looking for a treasure in the system space that could improve their strength. Although the curse can improve the life quality of Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick, that kind of cheat is too low level. If you want to use it, you should use a more advanced cheat. One-tail chakra. Two-tail chakra, dragon vein chakra. Water of heroes. Liu Yun's eyes were focused on the last column. Chakra fruit. What is chakra fruit? The chakra fruit is the fruit of the sacred tree, and is essentially the crystallization of the power of 10 tails. Advertisement Princess Otsutsuki Kagaya ate a chakra fruit and became immortal. In the words of the immortals, this is a rare treasure from heaven and earth. Once it comes into the world, it will surely cause a bloody storm. Chakra fruits have different qualities, and the highest quality requires more than 100,000 experience points to redeem. Liu Yun couldn't afford it, so he could only look at the inferior product with 10,000 experience points. Even the inferior ones contain rich chakra. Liu Yun quickly exchanged it out, and a fruit as big as a dragon fruit fell into Liu Yun's hands. Unlike the blood-colored chakra fruit in the anime, this lowest quality chakra fruit is golden yellow. It has a fragrant aroma, and one sniff of it feels like ascending to heaven. The two bear cubs, Wolong and Fengshu, kept sniffing with their noses, and came to Liu Yun calling out, opening their mouths to try to snatch it. Lozenge Omega Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick kept calling out, begging Liu Yun to give them the fruit. Their bodies are greedy for the evolutionary energy within the chakra fruit. Liu Yun smiled, and under the eager gaze of the two baby pandas, he swallowed the chakra fruit in one gulp. N airy summation. Degree D degree. Like a spring of sweet water gushing out from the desert, the Otsutsuki sage body of Liu Yun continuously absorbed this evolutionary energy. He could clearly feel the rise of his life level. He was a human before, but now with the Otsutsuki sage body and after eating the chakra fruit, Liu Yun is no longer human. He is a being similar to Otsutsuki Kagayaheim, and like her, he is immortal. Perhaps there is reproductive isolation between them and ordinary humans. Moreover, the improvements brought by chakra fruit are more than that. The sixth gate is open. Liu Yun murmured. In fact, his body was already incredibly strong, and the physical limit of his body, which had just evolved into the Otsutsuki Sage body, had been raised again. It's just a gate upgrade, no big deal. The most powerful thing is that the physical strength in Liu Yun's body is constantly impacting the seventh gate. In just a moment, the membrane of the seventh gate was broken. A layer of blue steam lingered around the flowing cloud, as if it was blessing the body with the same powerful force as the earth. The two baby bears approached Liu Yun and kept crying and begging him to produce the fruit again. Liu Yun rubbed the bare heads of Wolong and Fengshu. I didn't give it to you because I was afraid your bodies couldn't bear that power. Yeah, advertisement. Wolong rolled on the ground, rolling around and acting coquettishly, while Fengshu hugged Liu Yun's legs and cried. Liu Yun raised a son and a daughter, and as an old father he was helpless. Liu Yun bit his finger and poked it into Wolong's mouth. My blood is the blood of Otsutsuki, which can give you strong evolutionary energy. Absorb it. Wolong somewhat disliked Liu Yun's blood. Although it was an omnivore, it liked green plants most of the time. But once he tasted Liu Yun's blood, he couldn't stop drinking it and kept sucking it in big gulps. At the same time, its life level has changed. The fur began to turn golden, and he exuded the aura of a beast king. Not long after, Wolong turned into a golden panda. Liu Yun pulled a piece of its hair and observed it carefully. It was really made of gold. He rubbed Wolong's head and said, You are now a golden iron-eating beast, a moving treasure. Yeah, Feng Shu came up and said that he also wanted to change his skin into a golden one. Liu Yun gave it his own blood. Not long after, Liu Yun got two golden pandas. On the left and right are two great guardians, whose strength is comparable to that of a lead Jonin. Turning on the golden mode is like being invincible. No matter how hard you hit, you can't break your defense. Left and right guards, activate flight mode and reach Kikyo Mountain with all your strength. Yeah, the two panda babies grew bigger and finally became as big as a small bus. They carried Liu Yun and flew quickly towards Platycodon Mountain. Kikyo Mountain is a natural barrier in the land of fire. Next to it is Platycodon City, where Liu Yun once got away with something for free, and the bounty on it is still there. However, his shadow clone has beaten the landlord here and wiped out all the previous dark history. Liu Yun also fulfilled its original promise and brought hope to those people in the slums. At this time, a line of defense was established on Platycodon Mountain. The defending soldiers are Liu Yun's shadow clones, about 200 shadow clones, who are stationed here when playing as landlords. The Sand Shinobi people shouted from below. I respect you as a group of warriors, but you are facing a combined attack from the four great ninja nations. Luo Sha looked at this natural barrier calmly, feeling very happy. From the first generation to the fourth generation, all the Sand Shinobi wanted to hunt horses in the north and taste the delicacies of the center of the continent. After so many years, he finally managed to invade the Fire Nation. As long as he breaks through Mount Kikyo, the Fire Nation will be in his pocket. A sentence interrupted Luo Sha's fantasy. Luo Sha, tell me the truth, do you surrender or not? Chapter 286. Han Jinlin turned around and exploded hearing the mockery from Shadow Clone above. Luo Sha chuckled. Surrender? I have 8,000 troops. I think it's you who should surrender. Beside him, there was a stretch of yellow sand. The ninjas from the desert stood indifferently all around, as if they were going to flood the mountain with the yellow sands of the world. In the team, a sexy female ninja clenched her fists and said, Mu Liu Yun, I will make you pay this time. She is Yi Kang, a female ninja who was once captured by Liu Yun. Liu Yun let her go because of her big breasts. Yi Kang regarded the experience of being captured after the failed operation as a great humiliation. After returning, she was questioned by the elders and stripped of her position as a lead Jonin. After a month of hard work and practicing Scorch style like crazy, he was just waiting for the day when he could capture Liu Yun on the battlefield. Return the insult that Liu Yun had given her. The shadow clone on Platycodon Mountain had a look on his face of having been reborn from the ashes. A commander holding a pistol shouted at the shadow clone beside him. Brothers, the Fire Nation is so large that we have no way to retreat, because behind us is the only one. Devarish, Ulla, Ulla. The charge horn sounded like the cry of an eagle. The power of the people broke through the mountains and rushed toward the desert below. An elite Jonin looked at the shadow clones of Liu Yun and smiled indifferently, then formed seals with his hands. Fire-style flame meteor. Raging flames emerged from the ground, forming a wave of fire that rushed towards the charging shadow clone. Luo Sha said coldly, don't overestimate your own abilities. Fireworks symbolize the destruction of the night, as if they are going to burn everything to ashes. The Sand Shinobi ninjas looked on indifferently as the terror of the desert was about to conquer the natural barriers of the Fire Kingdom. Ulla. But a shout that seemed to overturn the world came from the flames. A group of ghosts dressed in flaming clothes rushed out of the wall of fire, shouting like the soldiers of hell. Sand Shinobi, hear the roar from hell. 1, 2, 100, 1,000, 10,000. There were so many soldiers covered in flames that it was as far as the eye could see. It seemed as if Sand Shinobi had really poked the door to hell. Ulala's voice came like a raging tide, and the Sand Shinobi people could no longer sit still. Advertisement, damn it. Where do all these people come from? What are you standing there for? Put out the fire. Water-style big water spray. Liu Yun stood on the top of the mountain, and the left and right protectors behind him raised the big flag with the word Lu on it to resist the power from the desert. Magnet style. Gold dust funeral. A cold snort sounded, and then the yellow stream of the desert drowned the ensuing flames. In just one encounter, Luo Sha destroyed about 2,000 fire-style shadow clone of Liu Yun. The elite ninjas around him used their water-style techniques one after another, putting out the flames that were about to surround them. The steam from the intersection of water and fire dissipated, and Luo Sha looked solemnly at the white figure on the top of the mountain. Who are you? Liu Yun folded his hands and opened his eyes indifferently. One glance was reincarnation, one glance was rebirth. He pointed behind himself. There are words here. Yeah, Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick held up the big flag with all their strength, and when the wind blew, the flag fluttered. The word, Liu Yun, pierced the eyes of the Sand Shinobi like needles. Liu Yun once single-handedly guarded Konoha's 8th front. He escaped from the pursuit of thousands of Sand Shinobi and even turned the tables, killing hundreds of ninjas with his fire-style forbidden technique. Named Fire Cloud Evil God by the dead commander. His fame is the loudest among the Sand Shinobi, because the number of Sand Shinobi who died at his hands is higher than that of the White Fang. The name can even stop children from crying at night and cause impotence in male clients. Many people present had escaped from Liu Yun's fire-style forbidden technique and remembered that heavenly punishment vividly. It's really the Fire Cloud Evil God. Should we go up? Let's check the situation first. We have the 4th case cage to support us. If things get bad, we'll run. It's still not right. We can't outrun him. Otherwise, we'll just pretend to be dead when the fight starts. Good idea. The people of Sand Shinobi were talking about it. Some were afraid of Liu Yun. Some were disdainful of Liu Yun, and some even hated Liu Yun to the core. Yi Kang is one of them. Although Liu Yun has changed a lot, she will never forget that temperament that makes people want to beat him up. She jumped out, pointed at Liu Yun and yelled, Liu Yun, I must take revenge today and return all the humiliation you have inflicted on me. Advertisement. Liu Yun looked at Yi Kang below, who looked anxious, and became interested. He came to Platycoden Mountain alone, just to have a private meeting with her. Otherwise, why would he protect the Fire Nation if he had nothing else to do? Little thief. Yi Kang gritted his teeth, his whole body filled with murderous intent. I'm going to tear your mouth apart. The people in Sand Shinobi watched silently. Why did the style of painting suddenly become strange? We are here to fight, not to listen to your love talks. Luo Sha stood up and glared at Yi Kang. Go back. Yi Kang glared at Luo Sha with an angry look on his face. You. Luo Sha couldn't help but attack Yi Kang's prestige. You are disrespectful. No wonder you were the only one who returned safely from the team that carried out the mission. This is the evidence of your collusion with Liu Yun. Yi Kang clenched his fists tightly. What could she say? It was indeed Liu Yun who let her go, and this was an undeniable fact. Seeing Luo Sha bullying Yi Kang, Liu Yun immediately started to curse. You eyebrowless guy, why are you so arrogant? If I hadn't caused chaos in Konoha, how could you have broken through the river country? Lu Ji, listen to my advice and take these shrimp soldiers and crab generals of yours home to eat sand. Don't fight anymore. You don't have the ability to do that, do you know? Bite. Luo Sha has 100 points of anger towards you. Luo Sha looked at Liu Yun coldly. Boy, I will catch you, pull out your bones, suck your blood, and cut you into pieces. Liu Yun suddenly laughed like an idiot. Ha 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 ha. Just relying on you, a useless Feng-ying, I will let you use one hand and fight you with my eyes. Arrogant. Luo Sha snorted coldly, and his body rushed forward like yellow sand. Bringing with it endless yellow sand, it instantly submerged the hilltop where the flowing clouds were. The sandstorm that Luo Sha unleashed with all his strength covered the entire Kikyo mountain in one move. He stood on the yellow sand and sneered. I haven't seen you for a month. Are you so weak now? Or have you used all your strength to gain weight? Silver Wheel reincarnation explodes. A cold snort was heard, followed by a tornado that blew up the endless yellow sand. Luo Sha quickly stepped back and looked at the sandstorm in the sky. After the sandstorm disappeared, a figure emitting a bluish-white light stood on the mountain, with 2 large flags behind him dancing in the wind. This is Tenseigen Chakra mode. When Toneri activates this mode, he can exert 100% of his combat power. If it weren't for Naruto's aura as the protagonist, Hinata would have been defeated by him long ago. Chapter 287 Black Zetsu. Liu Yun is a celestial being. Liu Yun activated the Tenseigen Chakra mode at this moment, with 12 truth-seeking balls surrounding him. Each one is like a concentrated tailed beast bomb. They look ordinary but contain extremely strong destructive power. Liu Yun put his hands together and made a seal. Luosha, 12 truth-seeking balls, can you block them? The pressure was as heavy as a mountain and the waves were as turbulent as the sea. The powerful aura of Liu Yun made many Sand Shinobi tremble. They seemed to recall the fear of being dominated by flowing clouds. I'm going to run away first, I slipped away too. Granny Chio angrily scolded the terrified ninjas beside her. What are you afraid of? He is only one person. Can we kill him with so many of us? Everyone listen up, follow me, an old woman, and chop off his dog head. Granny Chio took over the form of Lao Ganma, looking very powerful and rushing forward while controlling 2 puppets. If an old man is working so hard, how could these young people back off? Liu Yun, you be asterisk 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 d. Return my brother's life to me. Liu Yun, I'll FK your whole family, the sand shinobi rushed forward swearing, the stubborn momentum of the desert like a torrent. Liu Yun's 12 truth-seeking balls slowly floated in the palm of his hand and finally merged together. He looked down with cold eyes. He has taken too many lives and committed too many murders, but most of them were caused by people who did not know the consequences of their lives. Just like this group of people. Sand shinobi, from dust to dust, from ashes to ashes, if you can survive this blow, our feud will be settled. Golden wheel reincarnation explodes. 12 truth-seeking balls exploded, forming a golden sword between heaven and earth that looked like the opening of the sky. The golden air blades instantly drowned out all the noise, and all the sand shinobi turned into smoke in the light. The top brother is online again. Uchiha Madara, who was watching the battle through Black Zetsu, was silent for a long time, and a question was heard. Zetsu, can I be that strong if I become 10 tails Jinchuriki? Black Zetsu Wangdu's eyes were dull and a roar like the sea rose in his heart. Advertisement Tenseigan, Rinnegan, who the hell is this guy? It's not Yuya, it's not Hamura, could it be from Tianjin? Tianjin people. Hagoromo and Hamura called the Otsutsuki outside the starry sky the people in the sky, which is called Tianjin people in Japanese. It is taken from the Tianjin god in mythology, which means the god in heaven. Black Zetsu's reasoning for guessing that Liu Yun was from Tianjin was simple. The opponent possesses all the characteristics of Otsutsuki, and is extremely powerful in combat and unreasonably strong. Wait, did I miss something? My mother's memory mentioned that people from Tianjin can use the wedge to reincarnate. Wedge is a means for Otsutsuki to be resurrected after being sacrificed. The principle is to implant all the data of the body into the body of the device, and wait for a certain opportunity to be resurrected. Just like copying data, if one USB drive is broken, transferring the data to another USB drive will complete Otsutsuki. Tianjin's partners are all two-person teams. Otsutsuki Kagaya also came to the ninja world with one of her original partners. They didn't come to perform crosstalk, but to plant trees. Princess Kagaya, who was supposed to be a sacrifice, did not follow martial ethics, ambushed her companions, and ate the fruit of the sacred tree alone. Could it be that Liu Yun is the wedge from Tianjin? Black Zetsu guessed. Such speculation also proves why Ryun, a person from the ninja world, can possess the power of Otsutsuki. But he was wrong in the end, when all the smoke is gone. The flat top of Platycodon Mountain was cut off, and a gully like a canyon appeared in front. It is bottomless, like a mysterious black hole that devours people's hearts. Liu Yun dispersed his Tenseigan chakra mode, and carried the scent of Yan Shuangying. I told them not to put a gun to my head, but they didn't listen. You devil. A trembling voice rang out. Liu Yun looked at Yi Kang who was kneeling on the ground beside him. Liu Yun smiled at Yi Kang and said, I am indeed a demon, but it's a pity that there are no angels in this world. No one can stop me from doing whatever I want. Tick. Tick. Tears fell like rain. Yi Kang knelt weakly on the ground, looking at the scar that looked like the earth with tearful eyes. Why? Why did you leave me alone again? Advertisement. Liu Yun walked beside Yi Kang and curled his lips, because of you. Yi Kang suddenly took out a kunai from his waist and stabbed it fiercely at Liu Yun's thigh. But Liu Yun's skin seemed to be coated with gold, and no matter how hard Yi Kang stabbed, he couldn't penetrate it. Liu Yun smiled faintly. I am already an immortal. How can an immortal be killed by a simple weapon? Yi Kang stopped moving and collapsed to the ground weakly. Liu Yun looked at the poor woman and told her about her future fate. For your sake, I will not pursue the matter of Sand Shinobi. Yi Kang pointed at Liu Yun and cursed loudly. You are a devil. One day, you will die a miserable death. Liu Yun's two divine eyes looked into the distance. Whether it's a god or a demon, all things are just my temporary whim, and all the people in the world can only be my playthings. Not everyone rushed towards Liu Yun to die with great enthusiasm. In times of danger, many people fled in the opposite direction. These people were the ones who had surrounded Liu Yun at the beginning. They were frightened by him and ran away the moment they saw Liu Yun. There were also many people pretending to be dead in the mountains and forests, and his Tenseigan saw it clearly. But Liu Yun did not continue chasing them. It was a gift from God that they escaped. Tenseigan's vision radiated about 20 kilometers, and Liu Yun noticed a figure hidden in the mud. He recognized it as Luo Sha at a glance. This guy without eyebrows is really lucky. He is still alive after taking my ultimate move. Liu Yun was filled with murderous intent. He didn't want to let Luo Sha go. He was subjected to human experiments by Sand Shinobi, and the mastermind behind this has yet to seek revenge. Even if the opponent hadn't shot Gaara yet, Liu Yun would kill him. For no reason, just to keep the promise, he kicked Luo Sha's head as if it were a ball. Liu Yun knocked Yi Kang unconscious with a simple knife strike, creating a shadow clone. Take Yi Kang back to my Tonkyu Tower. Got it, boss. Liu Yun jumped onto Wolong's bear's back and kicked it. Iron-eating beast, chase it, Yi-er, snow_snow. Chapter 288. Ancient Kingdom of Lulan. Luo Sha was running desperately in front, while Liu Yun was chasing him slowly on his iron-eating beast. He was not panicked. Where can Luo Sha escape to? He can escape the ninja, but he cannot escape the village. When Liu Yun kidnaps his wife, let's see if he will come back. Liu Yun did this because today's time has not yet been used up. Let's just treat Luo Sha's escape as a small game before dinner. In fact, it was not just Luo Sha who escaped Liu Yun's ultimate move. Granny Chio managed to escape death in the crisis, but her current condition is not good. He collapsed in a dilapidated woodland, his breathing becoming increasingly rapid, proving that his life was becoming increasingly shorter. A strange figure in a cloak appeared next to Grandma Chio. "Grandma, you're so embarrassed." Grandma Chio's eyes, which were about to die, suddenly regained their luster, as if she had grasped a life-saving straw. "Xie, you come back to see me, an old woman." Scorpion's brown eyes looked at the excited expression on Grandma Chio's face. She was clearly about to die, but she was so happy to see him. Sensing the rapid passage of life, Granny Chio used all her remaining strength to admonish Scorpion. "Scorpion, live well." Scorpion looked at Grandma Chio, who was about to close her eyes, and sighed. Even if he had lost a person's heart, he could not forget the feelings between relatives. "Scorpion." Grandma Chio closed her eyes with a smile on her face. Being able to see her most beloved grandson when she was dying was undoubtedly the greatest gift from God to this old woman. A faint murmur sounded in the yellow sand. "Grandma, let me help you." Liu Yun rode on Crouching Dragon and Phoenix and chased Luosha across the Kingdom of Rivers and entered the territory of the Kingdom of Wind. The Kingdom of Wind was indeed just as Liu Yun had remembered. The endless yellow sand is extremely desolate, but the sky is vast, and there is a sense of the vastness of the universe and the insignificance of all living beings. Liu Yun was full of poetry, and he composed a poem. "The desert sand is like snow, and the moon on the snowy mountain is like a hook. When will the golden head be worn, and the autumn will be clear and clear?" After reading the poem, he nodded, like an old scholar appreciating the beauty of nature. "Yeah." The two bear babies, Wolong and Fengshu, were so tired that they kept sticking out their tongues. "The desert is so hot that I have never seen any bears walking in the desert." Advertisement: the scorching sun caused the bear to collapse. "Yeah." Wolong sat down on the ground, buried himself in the sand and pretended to be dead. Fengshu also learned to be lazy like his younger brother. Liu Yun stood down from Wolong's back and shook his head helplessly. There was a strong wind ahead and the sky was dyed yellow. A sandstorm is coming, and it feels like a crackdown on pornography. Liu Yun's body changed shape and turned into a huge rattlesnake, holding the dragon and the phoenix in its mouth, and disappeared into the sandstorm. It lasted about half an hour. Liu Yun swam mindlessly in the sandstorm, and finally became so angry that he used a golden wheel to blast the sandstorm away. Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick turned into normal size and fell into a bamboo basket and were carried on Liu Yun's back. A man and two bears kept walking in the endless yellow sand. Liu Yun glanced at the endless desert and cursed. "FK, where are we?" Ding ling ling. The sound of the mobile phone in his pocket was like a camel bell in the desert, dispelling the loneliness in Liu Yun's heart. "Hello. Where have you been, little b*****************. D. Hearing Tsunade's voice, Liu Yun smiled. He now particularly wants a flying thunder god to return to the other party. But Luo Sha's dog head has not been chopped off yet, so we have to wait for a while. Ryugumo Kaido. Don't worry, Sister Tsunade. I have driven away the Sand Shinobi and am now hunting down Rasa. Tsunade's voice sounded concerned. Thank you for your hard work. Liu Yunlang replied with a smile. Sister Tsunade, wait for me. Brat. Tsunade cursed and hung up the phone. Liu Yun put away his mobile phone, straightened the bamboo basket on his back, and continued walking in the yellow sand. Huh? Where does such a high-tech building come from? Tensaken of Liu Yun suddenly noticed a city in the yellow sand, whose architectural style was different from that of the ninja world. The city walls are wide and there are many tall towers. Liu Yun then thought of a country in the movie version, the ancient kingdom of Lulan. This is an ancient country within the Kingdom of Wind, with a mysterious dragon vein called Chakra. Advertisement. Liu Yun put on a white hood and left his footprints pointing towards Lulan. Let me get to know the Queen of Lulan a little better. In just a moment, Liu Yun forgot about Luo Sha, who ordered the torture. Compared with his enemies, Liu Yun is more moved by the beauty. The Lost Tower is the 7th Hokage ninja movie. The movie is the story of Naruto traveling through time and space to the past. Here, he helped Sarah defeat the centipede and met his father, Minato. Liu Yun was deeply impressed by this theater version. Of course, the heroine was the most impressive. The heroine in every Hokage movie is very beautiful. Xiaoshui, Aster, Sarah, except for the Boruto series. Liu Yun used the instant body technique to dodge Lulan's defense line and entered Lulan City. He stood on a high tower and looked around the beautiful city. What makes it beautiful is not its scenery, but its uniqueness in the desert. It was like a beautiful woman wearing a veil, swaying her dance moves and seducing the flowing clouds. This place is great, it belongs to me now. Liu Yun wanted to take over the city instantly, but first he had to take over the Queen of Lulan. There were few people on the streets, most of them were patrolling puppets. According to the timeline, this is the timeline where Beizu served as a minister and overthrew the Queen Sarah of Lulan. It's just right, the heroes, villains and beauties are all gathered together, it's time to start the fight. His Tensaken emitted a faint light, and his sight instantly covered the entire ancient city of Lulan. He looked carefully for a red-haired girl. There. Liu Yun murmured, and then his figure disappeared, like a beam of light passing through the complex streets. The centipede in the main city was in a trance for a moment. he just felt a huge amount of chakra passing through his body. Bezu shook his head. It must be an illusion. How could there be a chakra more powerful than a dragonbane in this world? After the analysis, he carefully examined the intelligence in his hands. As a person from the future, Bezu has a very good understanding of the history of the past, but the history of the current ninja world makes Bezu confused. Konoha overthrew the daimyo. So brave. Who is this Liu Yun? He is really a werewolf, but I have never heard of such a person. Am I wearing the wrong clothes? Chapter 289. You look better. In an abandoned underground building, a girl's singing voice can be heard in the quiet environment. Musical note, musical note, musical note, musical note, musical note. The song reveals the tenacity of the desert people and their positive attitude towards life. This is a girl with dark red hair, with smooth red hair hanging down her back. She was wearing a purple and white sweatshirt and her long legs were wrapped in black stockings. At this moment, she was leaning on a big rock, looking at the gap above her head and humming softly. Yeah, a small animal's cry came from the corner, which aroused Sarah's vigilance. Who? I saw two fat little black and white figures jumping out from the darkness. That adorable look immediately eased Sarah's vigilance and slowly captured her heart. Liu Yun slowly walked out from the darkness. As the saying goes, the wingmen move ahead before the troops move. Which girl can resist the two cute creatures, Wolong and Fengshu? Once a girl is in love, she will lower her vigilance towards strangers. Compared to Cao Liu Yun's wingman Zhang Wei, Liu Yun's left and right bodyguards are not weaker either. But Sarah is the king of a country after all, even if the people under his rule are less than those in a village. But she is the king of a country after all, so her brain is naturally not as easy to deceive as Kushina's. Sarah looked at Liu Yun warily. Who are you? Why are you here? Liu Yun was wearing a white hood at the moment, and his whereabouts were unknown, so Sarah would naturally be alert. Liu Yun's two wingmen followed Liu Yun's instructions and rolled towards Sarah clumsily. When Sarah saw Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick, she immediately fell in love with them. Where have you ever seen such a cute creature in the desert? Sarah couldn't help but pick up the two pandas and ask Liu Yun, are these your pets? They're so cute. Can you sell them to me? I'll give you 1,000,000 taels. Born into a royal family, Sarah has an aristocratic air and always wants to monopolize anything she likes. It is too extravagant to buy two pets with 1,000,000 taels. You know, this amount of money can buy a lot of people's butts. But this is nobility, and Sarah also thinks that Crouching Dragon and Phoenix are worthy of the price. Liu Yun shook his head. They are my summoning beasts, my companions in the desert, and my treasures. I can't sell them to you so easily. Yeah, Wolong and Fengshu nodded, indicating that they had a deep affection for their master. Advertisement. Sarah looked at the cute baby panda and nodded, and her girlish heart overflowed even more. But if Liu Yun didn't want to sell it, she couldn't force him to buy it. This strange tourist has a good relationship with his pets, they must be very gentle. Sarah heard Liu Yun continue to speak. You have to pay more. Sarah's expression froze. She really didn't expect Liu Yun to make such a big turn. It almost made her dizzy. Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Young were shocked. They had just agreed to be friends, but why did they suddenly have to pay more? Sure enough, their owner is not just one person. Although Sarah was confused, she still asked the price honestly. How much? Liu Yun slowly removed his hood, revealing his silver white hair and aqua blue tensagen. He is like a handsome young man walking out of an oasis, or an elegant aristocrat walking out of an ancient environment. Especially those water blue eyes, just like the blue sky. Sarah's face turned red and she quickly lowered her head, not daring to look at Liu Yun again. I only heard Liu Yun say softly, Queen of Lulan, I can sell you my two iron-eating beasts, but what? Sarah couldn't help but look up at Liu Yun again. Oh my god. How can someone in the world be so beautiful? Her skin is even whiter than mine. Liu Yun said calmly. Please accept me as well, just consider it a buy one get one free deal. Sarah seemed stunned. It was the first time she heard about the buy one get one free promotion, so she bought it directly from the seller. Liu Yun explained softly, I have been traveling so long that I have used up all my money. Now I have nothing left. I hope the Queen of Lulan will accept me. Sarah thought to herself, no matter how good-looking a person of unknown origin is, she doesn't know what his purpose is. As the Queen of Lulan, she could not bring disaster to her country. Sarah was about to refuse, but was attracted by the two baby pandas in her arms. Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick twisted and turned in Sarah's arms, softening her skin with their fur. How can I bear this? Sarah broke through the defense directly and kept rubbing Wolong and Fengshu. She nodded to Liu Yun and said, okay then, I'll give you 100,000 taels of salary a month as buying money. You will be my bodyguard from now on. I will observe you for a month. If you have any ill intentions, I will drive you out of Lulan City. She kept convincing herself in her heart. Advertisement. Minister and Lucian was also an outsider, but he made many contributions to Lulan. This outsider is so good looking, I believe he can't be a bad person. No way. Liu Yun smiled lightly, this is like inviting a wolf into the house. He secretly gave Crouching Dragon and Phoenix a thumbs up. Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick also stretched out their bear claws in response. Like owner, like pet. The two baby pandas have learned bad habits. With a guard appearing out of nowhere, Sarah of course had to find out his background. May I have your name? My name is Liu Yun, you can call me Liu Yun. Sarah whispered Liu Yun's name softly. Liu Yun, which Liu is it? Robes flow. What? Liu Yun quickly explained. It's the Liu in flowing water, and Yun in cloud. Excuse me, may I ask the queen's name? Sarah smiled. My name is Sarah. This is the name my mother gave me. Sarah rubbed the fur of Wolong Fengshu and for the first time felt that the elegant Liu Yun had become a little strange and she wanted to return it. Sarah stood up and walked in front of Liu Yun holding the dragon and the phoenix. Since this is your first time in Lulan City, let me take you out for a look. Liu Yun followed Sarah. Thank you, your majesty. The two walked side by side, and Sarah was a head shorter than Liu Yun. She quietly looked at Liu Yun, especially those mysterious eyes. You have such beautiful eyes. Liu Yun smiled. How could it not be beautiful to be able to split the moon's eyes with one blow? Also, isn't Liu Yun her bodyguard? He spoke as if he was teasing her. Sarah was silent for a long time. Liu Yun broke the silence. Your majesty's song just now was really beautiful. Sarah finally confirmed. Liu Yun, are you a gangster? How did you find out? No, I speak directly. I hope your majesty will forgive me. Oh, after the two men left, a young man with golden hair appeared in their original place. Where is this? Chapter 290 I am Taoist Hongyun. Naruto and his friends are hunting down the Sand Shinobi's rebellious ninja centipede, and have surrounded the enemy in the ancient Lulan ruins. Beizu Ichiban's mysterious manipulation opened up a huge energy column. Naruto rushed down without thinking, and when he woke up, he found himself in a mysterious underground space. A mysterious voice suddenly sounded, My boy of destiny, I finally meet you. Even though Naruto's brain isn't very good, he still has the necessary vigilance of a ninja. Who? I am Taoist Hongyun. Naruto looked up and saw a young man with silver-white hair sitting cross-legged in the air. He has dragon horns on his head, purple ripples in his eyes, a staff floating in front of him, and he is dressed in white, with clothes covered with magatama. It is the flowing clouds. This is Liu Yun's shadow clone. He had known that Naruto would come from here, so he created a shadow clone to play tricks here. Master Hongyun. Naruto was puzzled. He had only heard of Sage of Six Paths and had never heard of Taoist Hongyun. He immediately asked, Who is Taoist Hongyun? And where is this place? Liu Yun's shadow clone said nonsense. At the beginning of the Great Tao, at the beginning of chaos, there was a red cloud. It listened to the sounds of heaven and earth and gained wisdom. It taught the people and gained merit. It practiced for 10,000 years and was called the Taoist Red Cloud. After reading Liu Yun's ancient text, Naruto was instantly stunned. He was a little surprised. You are so famous, why haven't I heard of you? Liu Yun's shadow clone smiled and said, There are thousands of immortal incarnations, male and female, old and young. Six Paths is one of my Taoist names. Have you heard of it? Liu Yun's shadow clone is not afraid of exaggerating and directly takes the reputation of Six Paths on himself. As expected, Naruto's scalp went numb as soon as he said that. Bite. Uzumaki Naruto slapped your A** and was 1000 shocked. As expected of the protagonist, he can gain so much experience from the feedback brought by his emotional changes, Shadow Clone thought. Sage of Six Paths, you said you were the Sage of Six Paths? Shadow Clone revealed his rippled Rinnegan, revealing a sense of heavenly mystery. That's right. Nine Tails sad face _ This is a Nine Tails from the future, who has not yet been oppressed by the Rukumo, and is the vixen that occupies Naruto's intestines. Nine Tails observed Naruto's every move from the outside world. Hearing Liu Yun's shadow clone call himself Sage of Six Paths, Nine Tails became excited and looked at Liu Yun's shadow clone carefully. Rinnegan, Ninja Clan's clothes, and the staff on the back. It just looks completely different, too young, and the horns on his head are different too. Regardless, who dares to pretend to be Sage of Six Paths? Old man, save me, save me, Nine Tails yelled from inside Naruto's stomach. It wants to jailbreak. Liu Yun's shadow clone heard Nine Tails cry, and then, nothing happened. In the past, Naruto was a slacker in school, unknown to many celebrities. But since following Jiraiya, he has also gained a general understanding of some of the secrets of the ninja world, including the ninja's most revered god, the Sage of Six Paths. Naruto's single-celled brain was not shocked for long, and he asked Shadow Clone a series of questions. Where is this place? Why am I here? Also, do you have something to talk to me about? Shadow Clone answered one by one. Rinnegan looked at Naruto with mystery. You have reversed time and space due to the powerful energy of the Dragon Chakra and returned to the past. This is Lulan in the past. Naruto whispered, In the past, I traveled to the past. Right. Naruto suddenly held his head in confusion. What should I do? I don't want to go back to the past. I haven't confessed to little Sakura yet? Shadow Clone tapped Naruto with his staff. Stop arguing, listen to me, you can still go back. Naruto looked at Shadow Clone with a look that seemed to be asking for help. How do I get back? Shadow Clone said. The time chaos here is just the collapse of the Dragon Vein's energy. I will solve it, before that. Uzumaki Naruto, now that you have come to this time and space, do you want to see your father? Naruto suddenly froze. My father? I have a father? Advertisement Shadow Clone gave him a strange look. Did he think he came out of a stone? The reason why Liu Yun wants to lead Naruto away is very simple. He wants to be the hero and seduce the queen. As for compensation, let Naruto meet his father, right? Naruto was silent for a long time in his heart, and suddenly looked at Shadow Clone with a very serious look. Can I really see my father? Shadow Clone nodded. Sure, follow me if you want. This era will definitely surprise you. Shadow Clone placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder before launching Flying Thunder God and leaving Lulin. After they left, a message flowed into Liu Yun's mind. Liu Yun wiped his mouth and smiled faintly. There was nothing surprising about meeting the protagonist of the anime, as she wasn't a woman, and he didn't like men at all. I just feel some emotion. I loved Naruto in my previous life, but now I prefer Hinata. I have to say that people really change. Young people like passion, and adults like beauty. Sarah looked at Liu Yun strangely. Why do you have such an inexplicable smile? Liu Yun's eyes looked at Sarah, shining like stars. Because being with Her Majesty puts me in a beautiful mood. There was no trace of concealment in Liu Yun's tone of voice, and he spoke straightforwardly without any sense of hierarchy. Sarah's heart was pounding and she quickly looked away from Liu Yun. Liu Yun smiled and unconsciously took Sarah's hand. Drive the crouching dragon and the phoenix chick out of her arms and let them go by themselves so as not to delay their owner from picking up girls. Sigma. Sigma. Wolong gave Liu Yun a look of contempt. Being held by Liu Yun's big hand, Sarah felt a little shy and couldn't help trying to get rid of Liu Yun's hand. She pushed him and said, Liu Yun, you are my bodyguard, don't be so presumptuous. Liu Yun explained, wouldn't this protect you better? Sarah wanted to say something, but she couldn't. Maybe it was because Liu Yun smelled so fresh that it made people feel good with just one sniff, and she instinctively wanted to get close to him. After holding hands for a while, Sarah gradually got used to the feeling of standing next to Liu Yun, and she talked more and more. What's it like out there? Liu Yun replied, it's a mess, everyone is fighting, either I hit you or you hit me. Sarah's tone was a little worried. Is it so uneasy outside? No wonder and Lucian said he wanted to develop Lulin's armed forces? Liu Yun smiled and said, it's really not peaceful outside, it's not like here, a peaceful and pure land. Hearing Liu Yun praising Lulin, Sarah gently wiped the corner of her mouth and asked Liu Yun, do you also think Lulin is beautiful? I think you are the most beautiful, Liu Yun said another sweet word, and Sarah couldn't help but feel her heart beating fast again. Isn't this what the love between men and women in vernacular novels is like? Liu Yun observed Sarah's expression carefully. She was convinced with just 2 sentences. This queen seems very simple. But it's normal. Follow Sarah's activities. She spent her childhood in the care of her mother, but after her mother was killed by a centipede, Sarah's life became lonely. I don't have any friends around me, so I often deal with novels. Naturally, I yearn for the love between men and women in novels and even long for love in my heart. The Land of Grass. It's another romantic encounter, but the heroine usually comes to find Minato, and Jiraiya can only watch. But Minato doesn't appreciate it, which drives Jiraiya crazy every time. You have such a handsome face and you don't care about it, just peel it off and give it to me. On this day, Jiraiya is going to train Minato in an event. Minato, we have new training. Minato became alert. Teacher, what is it? Jiraiya took out a mask and threw it to Minato. Put it on. Minato did as he was told, then asked curiously, what kind of training is this? Advertisement. Jiraiya said clearly, as a ninja, you have to blend your temperament with the surroundings. This is what a true ninja is. Oh, Minato was confused. After a while, a fresh young woman carrying a bamboo basket passed by the two of them. Minato sighed. Here it comes. This happened all the time, and they would almost always come across a pretty woman. And their targets all seemed to be directed at him. Jiraiya combed his hair with a comb, applied hairspray, and put on a handsome face. He even whistled at the woman with a flirtatious look on his face. The woman carrying the bamboo basket seemed to ignore Jiraiya and walked straight to Minato's side. Guest, do you want to buy medicine? Jiraiya yelled angrily in his heart. You wanted to strike up a conversation with him without even seeing what he looked like. Didn't you see there was such a handsome guy next to you? In a dark corner, Naruto stared at Jiraiya's face in a daze for a long time. Pervy sage, he's a lot younger. This is the 50th year of Konoha. You will be born in a year. Of course, Jiraiya of this era is young. Naruto continued to look at Jiraiya, who was pestering the woman, and smiled. Pervy sage is still as lecherous as ever. The one next to him? Your father. Naruto clenched his fists. The blue eyes looked straight at the masked blonde young man. Just from the blonde hair, it can be seen that she is closely related to him. It was as if a fusion of blood came from his body, and Naruto wanted to see the man's face clearly. Shadow Clone patted Naruto's shoulder and said, Go, but don't tell them about the future, and don't ask them about the present. This is the law of time and space. If you break it, you will be in jail. Naruto nodded. Got it. Shadow Clone released the concealment barrier surrounding it, and then dissipated into nothingness. Remember, you don't have much time, so get to know your blood relatives well. As soon as Shadow Clone's hiding was released, Minato's excellent perception ability immediately noticed Naruto. His azure eyes looked to the left and saw a pair of azure eyes as well. The two were silent for a long time, as if something was brewing in the air. Minato felt that those eyes were strangely familiar, like family. Naruto felt the same way. The young woman next to him was puzzled. she took the 1,000,000 taels to seduce Minato. The money will be doubled after the deal is done. After all the hassles, she didn't even see the other party, which made her wonder about her appearance. Then I saw the target in a daze, looking at a young man with blonde hair. She immediately understood. So he's a pervert, no wonder this mission is so difficult. I'm out of here, bye. After Liu Yun and Sala walked around Lulan City hand in hand for a while, Sala was about to return to the palace. To which she replied, there will be a big parade later and I will meet my people. Liu Yun only has 2 words for this. Silly girl. After swimming for so long, didn't she realize that the Lulan people standing around were puppets? No wonder he was eaten so badly by the centipede, it turns out his brain is not working well. But this is also good, as it facilitates the operation of Liu Yun. Sarah pinched Liu Yun's hand to prove that she was not stupid enough to stay with him for one night. You evil-minded outsider, I'm going to fire you. Liu Yun laughed loudly, haha. He suddenly hugged Sarah like a princess. It was the first time for Sarah to travel so quickly in Lulan City. The shadow flying backwards behind her made her realize that she was not dreaming. Sarah put her arms around Liu Yun's neck and quietly sniffed the fresh scent on his body. Liu Yun, are you a ninja? Only ninjas have such extraordinary powers, and only ninjas can walk alone into the desert and come here. Liu Yun's words were full of pride. I am not a ninja, I am the demon slayer in the sky and the Tai Sui god on earth. Not long after, Liu Yun sent Sarah to her palace. Sarah pushed the impatient Liu Yun out of the boudoir and scolded her, be careful or I'll call for help. Chapter 291 King Bomb. Liu Yun is still a man with dignity after all, and it is impossible for him to be so rude to a girl. Therefore, he could only stay outside Sarah's boudoir and wait for her to change clothes. After a while, Sarah, dressed in her best clothes, came out of her boudoir. Wearing a white high hood and a red palace sweatshirt, she is less sexy than before but has more of a queenly air. Sarah saw Liu Yun staring at her intently, smiled gently, and ordered, guard Liu Yun, escort me out. As you command, my queen. Liu Yun welcomed Sala out. Before they walked out of the palace, a group of people came towards them. They were the ministers of Lulan. The leader had black hair, a beard, and a gloomy face. It was obvious at first glance that he was not a good person. This person was Bezu, but he changed his name to Enlushan. And Lushan saw the flowing clouds beside Sala and felt a little confused. Your Majesty, who is he? Sarah trusted Enlushan very much, so she introduced him. Enlushan, he is my new bodyguard. Oh, Enlushan nodded. It turned out that he was just a bodyguard, a small figure who could not disturb his big plan. Enlushan stretched out his hand with a smile on his face, wanting to hold Sarah's hand and go out and meet the citizens. Sarah was about to reach out her hand but was grabbed by Liu Yun. Liu Yun. Liu Yun took Sala's hand and walked straight out of the palace without even looking at Enlushan. Sarah punched Liu Yun lightly and said, Liu Yun, you can't be so rude to Enlushan. It is because of him that Lulan is what it is today. Liu Yun smiled faintly. He is just a dying person, it is not worth your concern. What dying person? Silly girl was puzzled. Enlushan looked at Liu Yun and Sala's backs with a somewhat uncertain expression. Now Liu Yun's status has been redefined. At least he is not just a simple bodyguard, but perhaps Sarah's boyfriend. Humph. Someone from the outside world who covets the throne of Lulan. It's a pity that my plan has succeeded and Sarah has lost her usefulness. The noise below was like that of a huge market. Liu Yun still underestimated Lulan. Judging from the density of the population, Lulan was already bigger than a village. But those people are not humans, they are puppets. Behind Sarah were 2 puppets wearing palace guard uniforms. She smiled indifferently and waved to the Lulan people below, showing her friendliness. Suddenly a hand reached out from behind and tried to push Sarah down. Shinra Tensai. A huge repulsive force pushed Enlushan more than 10 meters away and hit him against a wall. The noisy sound caught Sarah's attention and she turned her head quickly. All he saw was Liu Yun's palm pointing towards Enlushan, his eyes were purple ripples and his face was cold. Liu Yun. Enlushan climbed up, and the broken parts of his body were surrounded by purple chakra, and they were all repaired in the blink of an eye. He looked at Liu Yun with doubtful eyes. Who are you? And what about your eyes? Me? Liu Yun smiled, and a burst of smoke exploded from his body. Then the sounds of Peking opera gongs and drums rang out, marking the main character's appearance. When the smoke cleared, Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick appeared beside him, carrying 2 large flags. 1. Stream. 1. Cloud. Liu Yun clasped his hands, and a fiery red giant appeared in the sky behind him. I am Nogi Ryun. Boom 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 boom. Shadow Clone beat the drums and gongs vigorously. This kind of grand scene would cost at least 1,000 taels of silver for 1 round, and it is not something that ordinary people can afford. Enlushan whispered softly, Mew Liu Yun. In just a moment, he recalled the information about the 5 major ninja countries in the outside world. Then, he looked at Liu Yun with a tentative look. You are the one who subverted the entire Fire Nation with your own strength, Fire Cloud evil god. Silent atmosphere. The shadow clones were all stunned and didn't dare to beat the gong or drum. Who doesn't know that the boss hates this nickname? This Enlushan will definitely not even be found with his entire body. Snort. Liu Yun snorted and stood still, while the huge Susanoo behind him drew his samurai sword. The 40-meter-long sword swung downwards, like a heavy blow from a god. Boom! With one blow of the sword, Sarah's palace collapsed. Advertisement in the smoke. Liu Yun picked up Sarah and stood in the ruins below in a princess-like posture. Sarah put her arms around Liu Yun's neck and said, "What's going on? Why did they suddenly resort to violence? What did Lucian do?" Liu Yun did not answer, only an evil laugh was heard from the smoke. "Sarah, it's hard for you to be a puppet for so many years." An ugly shadow appeared accompanied by thick smoke. The human head and spider body make people doubt Lucian's taste. Sarah looked at Lucian, who was no longer human, and felt an extremely strong sense of betrayal. Lucian, you..." Lucian explained softly, "I am a man from the future who happened to obtain the secret of Lulin. I wanted to take over the power of the dragon veins, but something went wrong when removing the seal of the fourth Hokage, which brought me to this era. I got to know you Lulin people, including your mother. You Lulin royal family have blood that can control dragon veins, so I took advantage of you. I help you build cities and industries so that I can control the dragon veins one day." And Lucian spoke slowly. He has worked diligently for so many years and transformed himself into this horrible appearance, with the goal of taking over the entire dragon vein for himself. Sarah squeezed Liu Yun's shoulders, her face showing anger. "My mother?" She had apparently guessed at her mother's unusual death. "Ha ha," and Lucian laughed loudly. "Yes, I killed your mother. She sensed my intention and wanted to close the dragon vein. How is this possible? I have planned for so many years, how can I let this woman ruin it?" Sarah gritted her teeth, her face full of anger. "Damn it, how dare you tease me like this?" And Lucian's voice was full of sarcasm. "Sarah, don't you understand after all these years? The people who have been catering to you are my puppets. The Lulin people have long become my employees." Sarah looked around carefully. When the palace collapsed from a great height, what was smashed out was not a pile of blood foam, but wooden parts. It turned out that she had been deceived by a group of puppets. And Lucian laughed evilly. "Sarah, my body is now able to withstand the power of the dragon vein, so I no longer need your special abilities." He then looked at Liu Yun. Liu Yun, I heard that you have the power to rival the Sage of Six Paths. Let me meet you. To tell you the truth, as long as I'm in Lulin, the dragon veins are at my disposal. I have an inexhaustible supply of chakra. I am God." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a sudden noise all around. The overwhelming puppet army attacked like locusts and covered Liu Yun in the blink of an eye. Sarah didn't dare to look at such a ferocious scene, and she nestled in Liu Yun's chest in fear. Liu Yun's calm voice sounded, "Your Majesty, if I take care of Lucian, how will you repay me?" Sarah remained silent, her eyes still closed. "I'll use you and your country as the reward." The noise around them was so loud that Sarah couldn't hear clearly what Liu Yun was saying. "If you don't say anything, I'll take that as your consent." Liu Yun roared. 8 inner gates day tiger. 7 of the 8 chakra valves in Liu Yun's body suddenly became clear, and the huge chakra in his body changed like a nuclear reaction. He threw a punch, and in an instant the heaven and earth shook, and the mountains and rivers shattered. Roar, a huge shockwave was generated in the air, which took the shape of a white gaseous Tiger King. The Tiger King roared, shaking the entire Lulin city. Just one strike was like a hurricane of dozens of levels, tearing all the puppets that covered the sky and the earth into pieces. And the tall buildings around were all destroyed by Liu Yun's daytime tiger. Shadow Clone, who was watching the show nearby, commented, "It's like using a cannon to kill a mosquito." The mosquito was killed, but the house was also destroyed. Alas! Lulin is destined to meet a disaster. Don't worry, with the boss's skills, he can build a city in a few hours. Let's not just stand there and watch. Let's rescue the Lulin people in the factory. In my opinion, this city is about to be destroyed. Good. The daytime tiger of flowing clouds passed by, sweeping the ground 3 feet deep. When everything calmed down, Sarah opened her eyes, and her beautiful eyes widened. Lulin? Liu Yun was somewhat helpless and apologized. "I have tried my best to control my power, but this city is too fragile. But it doesn't matter, I will fix it later." Sarah was horrified and kept looking at Liu Yun's profile. "I understand now, you are really the Tai Sui god in the world." Liu Yun smiled, then looked into the distance with a sharp gaze. A purple chakra descended from the sky and landed in the ruins. Then a huge monster lifted up the surrounding soil and rolled out like an earth dragon. After achieving ultimate evolution, Lucian is stronger and bigger than before. He is now at least 100 times stronger. "Ha ha ha, Liu Yun, as long as you have the dragon vein, you can't defeat me. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I will keep your perfect body and make it into my puppet body." And Lucian was full of confidence at this time and began to plan the spoils. Sarah was a little worried and whispered in Liu Yun's ear, "The dragon vein chakra is very powerful. It is the source of Lucian's power. Let me shut it down, then you can defeat him." Advertisement, no. Liu Yun said lightly. His purple Rinnegan slowly transformed into a sky-blue Tensagen. One hand was holding Sarah, and the other hand was making a seal. "I have never fully released my power. This is a desert. Let this guy have a taste of my full power ninjutsu." The dragon vein is not weak, it has the power to reverse time, which is enough to prove that the chakra is superior to the tailed beasts. But Liu Yun still has many cards up his sleeve: 9 Tails Chakra, Otsutsuki Sage Body, Tensagen Chakra Mode. Tensegan chakra mode open. With a faint whisper, Liu Yun's entire body turned green, and he was bathed in Tensegan's chakra. Sage mode open. Since his body grew into the Otsutsuki sage body, Ryun's cursed form has directly evolved into his unique sage mode. The natural energy in the desert is weak, but not non-existent. The entire kingdom of wind formed a huge funnel, and all natural energy poured towards Lulin. The huge natural energy can easily blow a person to pieces, but it does not include the immortal Liu Yun. He integrated 100% of the energy of nature and added it all to his body. And that's not all. Liu Yun now decides to release the nuclear bomb and continue to tap the potential of his body. Nine Tails Chakra. The turquoise chakra was tinged with an orange-yellow flame, which was the power of Nine Tails. Mangekyo Sharingan open. 6 Magatama Rinnegan open. Wood Style open. Finally, the 8 inner gates. The Death Gate opens. Yes, it was the Death Gate. Even a body as strong as Liu Yun's could break the Death Gate with just a slight poke. After gathering all the energy in his body, Liu Yun opened the Death Gate and a stronger qualitative change occurred. At this moment, he was like a fairy or a god, and all the big names in the ninja world turned their eyes here. The Great Toad Sage of Mount Myoboku, the Katsuyu Sage of the Wet Bone Forest, and the White Snake Sage of Ryuchi Cave. The Senju brothers walking in the land of grass, and the Uchiha Madara taking a nap in the mud. Or maybe it's the brothers Hagoromo and Hamura who are not in the cycle of reincarnation. They all look towards the kingdom of wind. A terrifyingly huge amount of chakra suddenly emerged, and the entire ninja world was trembling. The energy of the whole body is concentrated to a certain ultimate level, creating a high temperature like the sun. Liu Yun created a protective film on Sarah's body to protect her from being burned by his temperature. And Lucian also felt something was wrong, and kept fusing the Dragon Veins chakra, sending energy bombs hitting Liu Yun's body. When the energy reaches a certain ultimate level, it forms extremely heavy gravity. Liu Yun is now like a black hole, and Lucian's energy bomb can only be swallowed by it. Liu Yun raised his palm towards Lucian, gathering all his energy in his palm. King Bomb. The so-called King Bomb means that all the cards are revealed. Boom, a black light flashed from Liu Yun's palm like lightning, and the surrounding space seemed to stop. This energy fluctuation even attracted the attention of big shots at a deeper level. Princess Otsutsuki Kagaya in the moon opened her sleeping eyes and guessed, has anyone from the main family come? Otsutsuki, who was meditating in a laboratory, stood up suddenly. This kind of power, someone from the main family has arrived. In terms of power, Otsutsuki's main family is at the level of a star destroyer. And Lucian stared blankly at the black light. The energy condensed and it could almost destroy the entire kingdom of wind. Is it necessary? Can't afford to play? Boom boom boom. A strong light rose from the south, and the entire ninja world turned into daytime. People in the northern hemisphere felt nothing, but people in the southern hemisphere could feel the vibrations slightly. Especially in the kingdom of wind, the strong vibrations made them think it was an earthquake. But desert earthquakes? After everything returned to silence, only a few ruins remained in Lulin City. Fortunately, Liu Yun's shadow clone evacuated the Lulin people, otherwise Sarah would hate him for the rest of her life. Even more spectacular is the Grand Canyon that splits through the middle of the Kingdom of Wind. It came out of nowhere, was about 100 feet deep, no light could be seen, and it was bottomless, just like a scar on the earth. The flowing clouds turned into a puff of green smoke and dissipated with the wind. Even an immortal's body would not be able to withstand such a huge force. Of course, the most important thing is the qualitative change effect of the Death Gate. Chapter 292. Traveling to the future, the Kingdom of Phoenix was hit by the King Bomb released by Liu Yun, which directly left a scar. The entire Lulin became like Hiroshima after the nuclear bomb. Sarah stood alone in the ruins, looking at everything around her with a dull expression. What happened? Lulin, and all the Lulin people. They all. 2 lines of tears flowed from Sarah's eyes. The country is gone, and the people are gone too. And Liu Yun, whom I just met, is also gone. Everything passed by her, including her mother and Lulin. Hello. A hand gently tapped Sarah's shoulder. Hearing the familiar voice, Sarah hugged Liu Yun and cried bitterly. Wow, wow, wow. You scared me to death, I thought you were gone. Liu Yun hugged Sarah quietly. The high walls of Lulin were destroyed, and the wind from the desert blew the ruins inside mercilessly. He used his warmth to warm Sarah's lonely heart. After crying for a while, Sarah felt guilty. I should have discovered Lucian's ambition earlier. I have treated the people unfairly, I have harmed them. Liu Yun patted Sarah and reminded her, look there. Sarah looked to the left and saw Liu Yun's shadow clones walking out of the ruins, carrying a group of ragged Lulin people on their backs. There are children, elderly people, quite a lot of people. Sarah held Liu Yun's hand tightly. Liu Yun, she was in a state of excitement at the moment. The people of Lulin have not all died out. The city can be rebuilt even if it is destroyed, but it cannot be without people. The Lulin people who escaped the disaster smiled and passed that emotion to Sarah. Liu Yun smiled. It was another country that was saved by him. He has changed the destiny of 3 countries so far. Ultimately, it is Liu Yun's kind-hearted character that matters, not because the heroines in these 3 countries are all beautiful. Boss, where are you looking? Shadow Clone reminded Liu Yun to look at a certain place, and Liu Yun did so. In the middle of the ruined Lulin, There is a huge purple beam of light that shoots straight into the sky, like a pillar of heaven and earth. This is Liu Yun's Dragon Vein chakra, which was not completely destroyed after being hit by Liu Yun's King Bomb. This chakra that can travel through time and space is truly amazing. Sarah was a little worried. Liu Yun, how about I seal it? Although the Lulin people possess the power to control the dragon veins, they do not know how to use it themselves. It is a crime to possess a treasure, so it is natural to throw away such a dangerous thing as soon as possible. Advertisement. Liu Yun smiled faintly. No need to seal it, it is a gift from God to you Lulin people, you should use it. In fact, and Lucian was right to use the dragon veins to arm himself. This world is in chaos, and we must have the power to protect the country. It's a pity that Lucian is still too ruthless. It is unwise to rely on this power to unify the 5 kingdoms. Liu Yun said this as he walked towards that place. A voice came from the ruins nearby. 2 huge golden iron-eating beasts lifted the rubble and stone slabs on their bodies, and then turned into black and white silly figures. They were Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick. Liu Yun used his ultimate power without giving any warning, causing the 2 flag bearers to be buried directly in the ruins. The 2 bears complained a little about Liu Yun, rolled at his feet and bit his trouser legs. Yeah, the shadow clone beside them picked up Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick and kept comforting the 2 military advisors. 2 military advisors, stop complaining. I'll give you some bamboo shoots that are bigger than a person as compensation. How about that? The closer you are to the Dragon Vein chakra, the more you can feel the spatial oppression. The Dragon Vein seemed to be connected to another time and space, exuding endless pressure. This feeling of oppression had no effect on Liu Yun. He approached the Dragon Vein, opened Tensagen, and carefully observed the purple chakra. In fact, he had some ideas about the Dragon Veins. The Kingdom of Wind is located in the south near the sea and has a subtropical climate. Logically, this country shouldn't be so unlucky that there aren't even any forests visible to the naked eye. But no, there is nothing but desert in the Kingdom of Wind. It is most likely related to the Dragon Veins, which drained the vitality of the land of the Wind Kingdom, causing it to continue weathering. Of course, these are all speculations. Even Einstein couldn't explain this. Liu Yun gently placed his hand on the energy of the Dragon Vein, and it was like a powerful wind pressure that could easily break an ordinary person's hand. But Liu Yun only felt a little numb, and at the same time, the power of the Dragon Vein penetrated into his body through his skin. The system voice sounded. Bite. A breakpoint in time and space has been detected. Please prepare yourself, host. Time travel begins. What? Time travel? Wait, I haven't finished this map yet. The system did not bother with Liu Yun much, but resonated with the power of the Dragon Vein, and an extremely powerful attraction sucked Liu Yun in. Yeah, in the midst of the crisis, Liu Yun took the 2 iron-eating beasts away with him. Meanwhile in the Grass Kingdom, Minato took off his mask, and Naruto confirmed his identity with him. The ancestors of the 3rd generation gathered together and had a great time. Advertisement. Minato looked at Naruto, who had pulled up his clothes to reveal his belly button. The black 8-sign seal pierced his heart like a thorn. How desperate must he be to make his own child a Jinchuriki? Jiraiya patted Minato and consoled him. Don't feel guilty. That's the future. Now that you know the truth, you should be prepared. Be careful with Kushina in the future. Minato nodded solemnly. He promised in his heart that he would practice well and grasp everything that should be grasped. After initially blaming Minato, Naruto gradually came to understand that Minato didn't mean it. He sacrificed himself to save the entire Konoha village. This is the true 4th Hokage. Jiraiya added, by the way, tell us more about the future. What happened to Liu Yun? Where did he take this world? Liu Yun? What Liu Yun? Naruto was confused. Jiraiya was about to explain. Naruto's body emitted a faint white light, becoming more and more transparent, as if he was abandoned by this world. What's wrong? What's wrong? Minato explained. Maybe it's because of the time and space repair. You don't belong to this era, and you have to go back eventually. Naruto looked reluctant. Dad, Minato was about to pat Naruto's shoulder, but found that all he patted was a shadow. He sighed helplessly, then smiled and said, Naruto, you must work hard, and be careful of a man named Liu Yun. He is too ambitious, and... Before he could finish his words, Naruto turned into a beam of light and disappeared into this space and time. Space and time are like a colorful tunnel, where there is no space or time, as if it is a world in a higher dimension. There, Tensagen of the flowing cloud saw the truth of time and space. Time passed in the form of a picture until it was stuck at the moment when the flowing clouds passed over the Dragon Vein, and time and space could not record the time of the flowing clouds. He is an anomaly, he has messed up time. Liu Yun was holding Wolong and Fengchu in his arms. The time travel brought him a huge dizziness, and both panda babies fainted. He closed his mind and kept pulling himself together. Liu Yun's system is constantly devouring the Dragon Vein chakra. Absorption progressed 10%, 20%, 50%, 100%. The Dragon Vein chakra is absorbed and the space-time flying thunder god is generated. Generation started, progress 0.1%. 0.2%. Liu Yun was not aware of what the system said afterwards because he had fainted. Chapter 293. Letting the wolf in the 68th year of Konoha was the timeline when Naruto returned after 3 years of training. During this time, The Akatsuki organization had already begun the operation of capturing the tailed beasts and captured Gaara, the Kazekage of the Wind Country. After the efforts of Naruto and his group, Gaara's body was finally rescued. Then there was the battle between Kakuzu and Hidan. The mission team for this trip to the Kingdom of Wind is Team Naruto. The captain is Yamato, and his teammates are Naruto, Sakura Jr., and Sai. Naruto woke up from his sleep, his head was buzzing and he couldn't remember anything. Little Sakura punched Naruto on the head and cursed, "Idiot, why are you rushing forward in such a hurry?" Sai said venomously, he wouldn't be Naruto if he didn't charge. Yamato also woke up from the uncomfortable feeling of time travel, and he had some fuzzy consciousness. At that time, a big earthquake occurred in a place with magnificent buildings, and he was buried in the tunnel. Fortunately, I used wood style to protect my body, and I couldn't remember anything after waking up. Yamato asked, "Naruto, what happened to us just now?" Naruto shook his head. "I'm a little confused, let me think about it." Little Sakura shook her head helplessly. "Since the centipede's body is gone, the mission is accomplished. Let's go back." Yamato nodded. "Okay." As an experienced person, Sai summoned the ink eagle, and several people rode on the eagle and flew towards the fire country. Flying in the sky, feeling the cool air on my body, my heart feels as relaxed as the sky. Sai had sharp eyes and saw a figure lying below. "What is that?" Several people looked at it carefully. A young man wearing white cloth and with silver hair fainted below. 10%, 10.01%, the system's voice kept ringing in Liu Yun's mind, draining too much of his spiritual power and affecting his recovery. Several people came down to take a look. Little Sakura exclaimed, "He's a handsome guy." Sai taunted. "He. Woman." Little Sakura suddenly became a tigress. "What did you say?" Yamato carefully examined Liu Yun's clothes, then opened his eyelids and saw a pair of eyes that had returned to their original state. "Bayan? Hyuga. Let's go, take him back to the village?" New advertisement, generation progress 100%, congratulations to the host Spacetime Flying Thunder God for the successful generation. After the system no longer occupied Liu Yun's spiritual power, Liu Yun woke up faintly. It seemed as if he had slept for a whole year. As soon as I woke up, I heard the news about the Flying Thunder God of time and space. This ninjutsu is easy to understand. It is a ninjutsu that can travel through time and space. Its convenience lies in that it is not a one-time use like the Dragon Bane, but like the Otsutsuki turtle, Tsuki, it can travel freely through time and space. However, the energy required is enormous. Even if Liu Yun explodes all of his chakras and opens the Death Gate, he cannot replenish the energy to travel through time and space. At least come a few more times. Liu Yun shook his head and carefully observed where he was. He had some recollection when he was unconscious. It seemed that Naruto and the others picked up his body. Liu Yun observed the surroundings. It doesn't look like a medical room, but rather an ancient and quiet Japanese-style room. The room is full of Japanese things, which has the flavor of ancient Japanese aristocracy. The door was suddenly pushed open, and Liu Yun saw a girl with black hair with light purple and wearing a black kimono walked in. A pair of white eyes and a calm and gentle face, it was Hyuga Hinata. Just based on Hinata's size, Liu Yun instantly determined the timeline. It is D, which means this is the Shippuden era, and the Ninja World War is about to begin. Hinata saw Liu Yun, who had woken up from the bed, with surprise in her eyes. "You are awake, you have been sleeping for 3 days. The doctor said you just overexerted your brain, so our Hyuga family took you back." "Hyuga family? My Tenseigen has returned to its original state, and they think of me as a member of the Hyuga tribe." Liu Yun guessed in his heart. But then he was attracted by the girl in front of him. Hinata was holding a basin with a towel in it, and seemed to want to clean Liu Yun's face. Liu Yun cleared his throat and pretended to be ignorant. "Where is this place? Why am I here?" Hinata put the basin down and explained, "This is Konoha village in the land of fire. My name is Hyuga Hinata. I'm from the Hyuga family. Naruto and his friends found you in the desert. You have white eyes. Are you from the Hyuga family? But I have never seen you before." Liu Yun leaned against the wall and shook his head. "I have lost my memory and I don't know anything now." Pretending to be amnesiac and weak at times like this can often win the sympathy of girls. Sure enough, the sympathy on Hinata's face was like a mirror, and Liu Yun could see it clearly. "How pitiful, you don't even know your own name." Then she continued to talk to herself. "What's even more pitiful is that my father and the elders are waiting for you to wake up so that they can plant caged bird for you." Liu Yun pretended to be confused. "Caged bird? What is that?" Hinata said nothing, turning away to hide the sadness on her face. Advertisement caged bird. Hinata knew from the resentment on Hyuga Neji's face that it was not a good thing. She and Hanabi also have to choose one person to inherit caged bird. This is the family rule. Hanabi was supposed to inherit the throne, but her talent was too poor and she was abandoned by the main family. Caged bird should be inherited by her. It's just that Hyuga Hiyashi has been playing Tai Chi with the elders, so Hinata has not been hit by caged bird yet. Seeing Hinata fall into sorrow, Liu Yun stood up and found himself wearing a kimono similar to the one worn by the Hyuga family. He asked, "Did you change my clothes?" Hinata shook her head. "No, Sister Natsuka changed it for you." Natsuka. Liu Yun heard the name. Then he recalled the little girl from Hyuga's family, who freed him from caged bird and said she wanted to marry him when she grew up. That's right. Liu Yun finally realized something, just like the last time in the Ghost Kingdom. Where's my cat? Yeah, here. At this time, a little girl wearing a kimono, with black hair and a cute face came in holding a black and white panda. It was Hanabi. Hanabi reluctantly handed the phoenix in her arms to Liu Yun. Liu Yun held the phoenix chick in his arms and asked, what about the other one? Hinata and Hanabi were confused. Naruto and the others only picked up this one. The flowing clouds follow the phoenix's fur. I closed my eyes and felt the position of Wolong. I was still in the Kingdom of Wind. It seemed that I was dispersed during the time travel. There are important things to do now, so don't rush to get Wolong back. When he transforms into golden mode, he can have Jonin level power, so don't panic. Yeah, Fengshu cried out, reminding Liu Yun to find his brother quickly. Liu Yun stroked his head and thought about strategy. Hanabi looked on enviously and suddenly asked, Big brother, you have another panda, can you give it to me? The cute little face of Hanabi was full of requests. How could Liu Yun bear it? He immediately gave her the phoenix chick in his arms. All for you, all for you. Hanabi took it, a smile spreading across her face. Thank you, big brother. Ing air, asterisk I. Chapter 294 Hanabi Party established. Liu Yun rubbed Hanabi's head. From now on, just call me brother Liu Yun. The sister-in-law smiled and said, okay, brother Liu Yun. My name is Hyuga Hanabi. Just call me Hanabi from now on. Okay, little Hanabi. Seeing Liu Yun doting on Hanabi, Hinata smiled and asked Liu Yun-kun, are you hungry? I'll go prepare breakfast for you. Liu Yun nodded. Thank you Miss Hinata. He now particularly looks forward to Hinata's craftsmanship. After Hinata left, Ryun and Hanabi knelt down at the table. Hanabi was playing with the phoenix chick, rubbing its fur constantly and making laughter that sounded like wind chimes. Liu Yun smiled. Compared with cuteness, sexiness is nothing. He pinched Hanabi's cheek and asked, little Hanabi is so cute, she must have no worries. Hanabi pulled Liu Yun's hand away. She was not a child anymore, she was already 11 years old. Speaking of troubles, Hanabi was silent for a while, but gradually she began to reveal her true feelings. The elders wanted to plant caged bird for my sister, but I should be the one in the branch house. I asked my father to plant caged bird for me several times, but he refused. This is so annoying. Why does the Hyuga family have such weird rules? Liu Yun rubbed Hanabi's head. Little Hanabi is also a sensible child, and she also understands that caged bird is not a good thing. A soft sob was heard outside the house, and Ryun rolled his eyes, realizing that Hinata was eavesdropping. Hinata walked in and hugged Hanabi in his arms. You are so stupid. The clan has given up on me. I am the one who should be planted with caged bird. Hanabi shook her head vigorously. No, my sister is the most hardworking person. It was the clan that made a mistake. I want to tell them that my sister is very talented and they cannot give up on her. The two sisters regard each other as the most important person and neither wants the other to be planted in a caged bird and become a slave. Liu Yun was filled with grief and joined the sisters. Caged bird is abominable and should be destroyed. Hanabi didn't have so many thoughts. She agreed with Liu Yun's statement. Yes, caged bird should be destroyed. I want to become stronger and change the entire Hyuga family one day. Advertisement Liu Yun supported. I look forward to little Hanabi becoming stronger, and I will be your most loyal supporter. Liu Yun instantly established an underground organization. I declare that the Hanabi party is established. The most important thing for our organization is to eliminate caged bird and build a beautiful Hyuga home. Hanabi party? Hinata was confused, but shouted anxiously in her heart. Mr. Liu Yun, please let us go. Being shy, she never said it out loud. Hanabi read the name of the organization named after her, her face serious. Okay, our Hanabi party will aim to eliminate caged bird. Sister, brother Liu Yun, and I all have to work hard. I'll get Neji-san and Itsuka-san in later, and we'll fight together. Little Hanabi instantly took the position of leader of his own team and began to recruit new members. Brother Liu Yun, can you let us go? It's a bit boring. Liu Yun let go of his hand, smiled, and began to formulate the first rule of the organization. I think hugging is the best way to increase team bonding. We in the Hanabi party should use this symbol to express our determination. Hanabi thought about it for a while and felt that what Liu Yun said made sense. Team tacit understanding is the most important thing for a team. We can't do without the far-sighted eagle, the mountain-guarding tiger, the black sheephorse, the undercover pig, the lustful wolf. There was a noise outside the door, and the voices of a group of people were heard in the distance. Sakura, that's really a handsome guy. Don't lie to me. Why would I lie to you? Unfortunately, I already have Sasuke, so I'll give him to you. What about me? Little Sakura, Naruto, get out of here. It turned out to be the 12 little strong men. They traveled together to visit the Hyuga people who were rescued by Naruto and others, and to visit Hinata by the way. 2 members of the Hyuga family welcomed Naruto and the others in. A group of people crowded at the door and saw the flowing clouds. The people who came were Naruto's team from Team 7, as well as Ino Shikacho's team, and Hinata's team. Advertisement Ino exclaimed, "Ah, what a handsome guy, Sakura-chan, you really didn't lie to me." Ino is a very cheerful person, carefree and doesn't hide her facial expressions. Such offensive words made Shikamaru, who was standing next to him, cover his forehead with his hands, and sighed that this woman seemed to have never seen a man before. Then Shikamaru looked at Liu Yun carefully again. As a smart person, the first thing you guess is the other person's identity. It is too one-sided to think that only the Hyuga family has a pair of Byakugan. It is rumored that there is also a Byakugan ninja in Mist Shinobi. Shikamaru began to doubt Ryun's identity. The other party's origins are too mysterious. He appeared in the desert, and it was also the place where Naruto and his team were carrying out their mission. Most importantly, there has never been a person with silver-white hair in the Hyuga family. But there was too little information, and Shikamaru couldn't guess much. Naruto always felt like he had seen the flowing clouds. But when he was traveling through time and space, the power of time and space confused his memory and he couldn't remember clearly. So he asked, "Have I seen you somewhere before?" Liu Yun pretended to have lost his memory again. "I don't know, I can't remember anything about the past. I only know that my name is Liu Yun." Liu Yun. Naruto covered his head hard. It hurt a little bit. It seems someone told me to be careful of someone called Liu Yun. Liu Yun smiled and said, "Be careful of me." Naruto glanced at little Sakura. "That's true." Little Sakura rolled her eyes at Naruto. Akamaru, what's wrong with you?" The dog next to Inuzuka Kiba was trembling, as if Liu Yun had done something bad to it. Animals all have the ability to seek good fortune and avoid danger. As a ninja dog, Akamaru was very sensitive and felt an extremely strong sense of oppression in Liu Yun's body. It's like the ancestor of the dog, with a sense of deterrence coming from his blood. The same was true for the invisible masked man next to him. The bugs in his body were urging him to leave Liu Yun quickly. Chapter 295 I used rejoice on my hair. The strange behavior of Kiba and Shino Inuzuka attracted everyone's attention. Hinata asked, "Kana, Shino, what's wrong with you?" Inuzuka Kiba smiled and quickly pulled Akamaru over. There was nothing to be afraid of here. Shino didn't say anything. He couldn't say that he was in pain. Ino moved closer to Liu Yun, almost lying on top of him. "Handsome guy, do you have a girlfriend?" This was the first time that Liu Yun had been flirted with by a girl in his past and present life, and he always felt it was a little weird. In the past, he always took the initiative, but today, he suddenly felt uncomfortable when he saw a girl taking the initiative. As the leader of the Hanabi party, of course, little Hanabi has to strictly manage the feelings of his team members. She pushed Ino away and said, "Brother Liu Yun is from my Hanabi party, don't seduce him." Hinata quickly pulled Hanabi back and lectured her, "Hanabi, don't be so rude to the guests." Hanabi pouted, "That's just how you are, sister. You're too gentle to outsiders. You should be tougher on them." Shikamaru pulled Ino back and told her not to embarrass the Ino Shikacho clan. Everyone sat down and Hinata placed some snacks for conversation on the table. Ino still had her eyes on Liu Yun. She looked at Liu Yun and said, "Liu Yun-kun, you said you lost your memory. Do you want me to use my Yamanaka family's secret technique to help you remember?" Liu Yun rubbed Shiwan's dog head, and the other party could only lie down obediently and let Liu Yun touch him. Ino's words made everyone look at Liu Yun. They were still very curious about Liu Yun's origins. The deeper reason is vigilance. The ninja village is wary of outsiders, even if the Byakugan in Liu Yun's eyes can prove his identity. Ino and the others' arrival was somewhat due to Tsunade's intention. The ninja world is currently in a turbulent period, and any small action will arouse the vigilance of the bigwigs. If Liu Yun refused, it would mean that there was something wrong with his identity, so he nodded. He has the Rinne Sharingan in the system, so it would be a pipe dream for the other party to explore his memory. After getting Liu Yun's answer, Ino smiled, put her hand on Liu Yun's head, and touched his silver white hair. "What neat hair. What shampoo did you use? Rejoice." Ino immediately performed the Yamanaka secret technique, and her spiritual power escaped into Liu Yun's mind. Liu Yun knew that the other party could not find anything, and that the fact that they could not find anything was the biggest suspicion, so he used illusion to make up a story for Ino. Advertisement during the Third Shinobi World War. A member of the Hyuga branch house faked his death on the battlefield, got married in a remote mountain forest, and had offspring. A group of wandering ninjas attacked the village. Liu Yun was the only one who escaped and has been wandering around the ninja world ever since. The plot was too sad, and Ino was a little sentimental, so after seeing all this, she hugged Liu Yun with tears in her eyes. "Don't worry, from now on, Konoha will be your home and everyone here will be your partner." Naruto scratched his head and asked curiously, "Ino, did you see anything?" Ino sat cross-legged and began to tell the story she saw. Liu Yun silently loosened his clothes and put on a pitiful look. People are emotional, and their vigilance towards pitiful people will be greatly reduced. This is especially true for girls, as bad guys take advantage of this and slip in. Ino told everyone the story that Liu Yun had made up. Even the rational Shikamaru felt that Liu Yun was too pitiful. The whole village was killed, and the man wandered for more than 10 years. It is difficult for people like them who live in a peaceful environment to understand the turmoil outside. In fact, the wars between small countries continue endlessly. Konan, Nagato, and Yahiko are just a microcosm of the fate of small countries. Hanabi patted Liu Yun's shoulder sensibly and said, "Brother Liu Yun, I will protect you from now on. If anyone dares to bully you, I will use gentle fists to beat him." Liu Yun smiled and pinched Hanabi's face. Everyone chatted for a while and left when nothing else happened. After the group of people left, Hinata finally relaxed a little, sat cross-legged next to Liu Yun, and looked at Liu Yun's face. Mr. Liu Yun, your fate is so miserable, you can't let it go on like this, leave now. Before the elders arrive, leave the village and escape from the fire country. Liu Yun looked at the worry on Hinata's face. This girl didn't want him to be caged bird. You are so kind, Hanabi also suggested, brother Liu Yun, run. Even though they had just formed an underground organization, they all knew it was a joke. In fact, they had no power at all against caged bird. Liu Yun smiled faintly, took a sip of tea, and then said to the two sisters. Why don't you? Come with me. Let's escape from here and escape the fate of caged bird. According to the love handbook, the hero and heroine are most likely to fall in love while on the run. Escape? Hinata silently chanted the word, advertisement. Hanabi was also excited. Yes. Yes. Let's escape from Hyuga's house together, so that my sister and I don't have to be planted with caged bird. In fact, this is the children's desire for the outside world. They always like to travel to other places and go on a trip at any time. No, this is my village and my home. I can't abandon them all. Hinata still felt it was inappropriate. She couldn't just run away from the village where she had lived for more than 10 years. Liu Yun began to talk about the consequences of the two sisters staying in the Hyuga family. Hinata, the chances of you being planted as a caged bird are very small because you still have a group of friends around you. They will not sit idly by and watch you being used as a slave by the main family. The people around Hinata are basically involved in the power structure of the entire village. The teacher is Kurenai, an elite Jonin whose husband just died, but who still has the power of the Sarutobi family behind her. One of his teammates is from the Inuzuka family, and the other is from the Aburame family, both of whom are important members of the family. Not to mention the Ino Shikacho clans, and the political power of Naruto, who has Jiraiya behind him. Most importantly, Tsunade is the 5th Hokage. She would not watch such a kind girl being branded as a branch house slave. No matter how rigid the elders of the Hyuga clan were, they dared not go against this force. Liu Yun analyzed the forces around Hinata and pointed at Hanabi and said, when they can't succeed, they will reach out to Hanabi and she will hit caged bird. Hinata, you don't want to see this, do you? Let's go together. Hinata fell silent. If things continued like this, one of her and her sister would end up being labeled as caged bird. Hinata thought of a solution. She said to Hanabi, if I don't tell anyone about my experience, no one will know. This way, I will be the only one to bear the responsibility of caged bird. This silly girl still wants to bear everything on her own. Liu Yun felt helpless. If what Liu Yun said is true, Hinata's friends will not sit idly by and watch her being caged bird. But Hinata, a gentle girl, will never ask for help from others and will bear all the sufferings by herself. She would choose to conceal it, so Hanabi would be saved. Hanabi immediately became anxious. No, sister, you can't do this, caged bird is mine. Hinata rubbed Hanabi's head. Sister is a useless person. Hanabi is the future of the main family. We can't let Hanabi. Before she could continue, she fainted. Liu Yun gently supported Hinata. Why are you so long-winded? Just grab it and leave. Hanabi was puzzled. Brother Liu Yun, what are you doing? Liu Yun picked Hinata up like a princess and explained to Hanabi, your sister won't leave no matter what. Knock her out first and then we can escape together. Hanabi understood, and stood up and clenched her fists. Okay, let's escape Konoha village together. Liu Yun smiled in his heart, this is the right thing to do. Chapter 296 Liu Yun starts grabbing. Walked. Liu Yun took the lead and was about to run away with the two eldest daughters of the Hyuga family. Hanabi followed behind him. She still had some common sense. Brother Liu Yun, if we want to escape, shouldn't we go through the back door? Liu Yun smiled and said, Hanabi, there is a powerful force hidden in your body. Once it is released, no one can be your opponent. Come on, walk in front, and when you see someone, just glare at them and they will fall unconscious. Hanabi was confused. Really? How could Brother Liu Yun lie to you? They walked out of the Hyuga family's inner palace, and saw many people from the clan branch houses there. Some were hitting wooden stakes, and some were practicing gentle fist. Ryun came out holding Hinata and Hanabi and walked straight towards the gate of Hyuga's house. Some people were confused. Why was this young man holding the eldest daughter of the Zong family? What happened? Hey! Several branch house guards came forward and wanted to find out what was going on. Liu Yun ordered, Hanabi, stare. Hanabi glared at the branch house guards like a little tiger. Hanabi. Eyes eye. Liu Yun performed an illusion behind the scenes and knocked those guards to the ground with just one glance. Hanabi's face was full of disbelief. I really did this. I defeated them all. Liu Yun rubbed her head and said, yes, little Hanabi is the reincarnation of 6 paths and has incredible power within him. Hanabi was excited. She put her hands on her hips and glanced around, staring at them. Liu Yun cooperated with her from behind. With just one glance from her, all the Hyuga people present fell unconscious. Hanabi's face was filled with joy. Haha. I'm invincible. I'm invincible. Liu Yun said, let's go. Hanabi is now the strongest ninja in the ninja world. Hanabi stood with her hands on her hips, like a heroic woman. Follow me. Advertisement. She took the lead and stepped out of the door of Hyuga's house. Hyuga Hiyashi walked out of the inner room with several elders, preparing to plant caged bird on Liu Yun. Regardless of the identity of this outsider, just use caged bird to control him and interrogate him no matter how mysterious he is. As soon as they came out, they were all stunned. All the Hyuga family members fainted. Hyuga Hiyashi panicked and rushed to Hinata and Hanabi's room, and finally heard a roar. "A-hole, you stole my daughter. All members of the Hyuga family, listen up, go chase that damn B****************. D. Understood, Patriarch." Ryun took Hanabi out of Hyuga's house. Little Hanabi's confidence is now swelling, as if those Byakugan eyes have evolved into Tenseigan. She glared at any living creature she saw. Cats, dogs and people along the way fell into coma uncontrollably. This abnormality finally aroused the vigilance of Konoha Anbu. All the ninjas gathered in the direction of Ryun and Hanabi. As the two approached the gate of Konoha, hundreds of ninjas surrounded them. Hanabi's eyes went dry and she kept rubbing them. "What should I do, brother Liu Yun? My eyes are dry and I can't open them anymore." Hanabi's cuteness made Liu Yun laugh, and even though he was surrounded by powerful enemies, he didn't take it to heart. "Liu Yun, what are you doing? Put Hinata down." It was Naruto's characteristic to be the first to speak before the confrontation. The other party pointed at Liu Yun as if he was the villain who stole his wife. Liu Yun turned around, his eyes changed from white to sky blue, and the oppressive feeling of Tenseigan suddenly covered the whole village. All the people in Konoha were shocked. They seemed to be standing on the crater of a volcano, and the volcano seemed to be about to erupt, making everyone tremble. Several elders of the Hyuga family, along with Hyuga Hiyashi, rushed to the scene of the confrontation and immediately caught sight of Liu Yun's god-like eyes. One of the elders cried out in horror, "Tenseigan, how is this possible?" Hyuga Hiyashi also had a look of shock on his face. Tenseigan was a secret of the Hyuga family and only high-ranking officials had the chance to know about it. Advertisement: those are the eyes of Otsutsuki Hamura, the younger brother of the Sage of Six Paths. Legend has it that they have the power to destroy the world. According to the description in ancient books, Liu Yun's eyes are Tenseigan. A big-breasted blonde woman stood up and looked at Liu Yun solemnly, then asked the Hyuga family next to her, "What is Tenseigan?" The elders of the Hyuga family looked at each other, and no one wanted to expose the secrets of the Hyuga family. Tsunade yelled, "Speak!" The fifth Hokage's momentum suddenly burst out, and the elders of the Hyuga family were frightened and quickly told the history of Tenseigan. An elder said excitedly, "Tenseigan is the final evolution of our Hyuga clan's Byakugan. It possesses power no less than the Sage of Six Paths Eye, the Rinnegan. I have no regrets in this life if I can meet Tenseigan." Tsunade only noticed the danger of Tenseigan, and she looked at Liu Yun solemnly. She always felt that the other person was somewhat familiar, and he had S**X with her many times in her dreams. Tsunade asked, "Your name is Liu Yun, right?" Liu Yun looked at Tsunade, who looked unfamiliar to him. This was a parallel universe, not the Tsunade he knew. Liu Yun smiled and said, "The fifth Hokage has a really broad mind, and he can actually gather so many people's hearts." Tsunade snorted and questioned Ryun's purpose. "What are you planning to do? Also, please return Hinata and Hanabi to me." Liu Yun smiled and said, "They want to follow me and escape from the Hyuga family because they don't want to become slaves of the main family." "You're right, right? Hanabi?" Hanabi hid behind Liu Yun's butt and didn't dare to look at the people from Hyuga's family. After hearing what Liu Yun said, he mustered up the courage and said loudly, "I hate caged bird, so I will leave the Hyuga family and leave Konoha village." Hyuga Hiyashi pointed at Hanabi and said anxiously, "Hanabi, come back soon." Hanabi glanced at Hyuga Hiyashi apologetically, "I'm sorry, father, I don't want to stay in that family anymore." The elder of the Hyuga family yelled, "Hanabi, the caged bird is something that protects the family. Everyone in the branch house volunteered to have the caged bird planted on them, don't talk nonsense." Hanabi glared at the elder and he immediately fainted. She continued to glare at the elders of the clan whom she had disliked before. Everyone who was glared at fainted. Hanabi turned up her nose. "Now you know how powerful I am." Everyone's eyes were not on her, but on Liu Yun's face. Chapter 297. Call me brother-in-law. Naruto didn't say much, just created two shadow clones and rushed forward. "Whoever you are, put Hinata down." A pair of wings grew out from behind Liu Yun. Hanabi held his waist, and he flew into the sky holding Hinata. Above the sky, Liu Yun saw many people. There's the grown-up Shizune, the pregnant Hong, Anko holding a kunai, and a purple-haired Yugao among the Anbu. Things in this world are unpredictable. Konoha, see you another day. His body changed and turned into a huge black dragon. Roar, the evil dragon roared. Its pair of dragon wings blocked out the sky, and its ferocious dragon horns made many people step back several steps. Tsunade clenched her fists. The power displayed by Liu Yun is enough to easily destroy the entire Konoha village. Is this the power of Tenseigan? It's amazing. Naruto below didn't know what life and death was, and had no idea what fear was. Hundreds of shadow clones were formed and leapt into the sky, ready to slay the dragon. Fire style. Great fire extinguishment. Ryun's dragon flame burned half the sky, destroying all of Naruto's shadow clones. He flapped his wings and flew higher into the sky. Yeah, circle dot operator omega circle dot operator. A faint bear roar reminded Liu Yun that he had forgotten about his cat again. The flowing clouds swooped down in the sky like meteorites falling from the sky. All the ninjas of Konoha were stunned, as if they were frightened. Liu Yun did not attack them. Instead, he swooped down and grabbed Fengshu, who was standing at the gate of Hyuga's house, and left Konoha with it. He suddenly realized that the Danzo in this time and space still existed and was still disgusting. Liu Yun spit out a fire cannon from his mouth and fired it towards the underground location of the root. Boom boom, an explosion was heard, and thick smoke filled the sky. Liu Yun flew towards the Kingdom of Wind without even looking. After the flowing cloud flew away, many Konoha shinobi escaped and shouted that they were lucky. Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Liu Yun only fired one shot and left. If he got angry, the entire Konoha would be destroyed by him. Shizune next to him whispered to Tsunade, "Tsunade-sama, I feel like I've dreamed about him many times." Advertisement Tsunade was full of surprise when he heard it. Me too, he always gives me a sense of familiarity. Endless time and space, endless parallel worlds are all connected to each other in the form of a dream. Even though they are thousands of miles apart, their encounter will be reflected in each other in the form of dreams. Tsunade shook her head. No more. Shizune, go and count the damage. I want to see where that guy just blew up. Shizune looked at the fireworks in the distance. Tsunade-sama, that looks like the roots. Tsunade was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help laughing. It seems that this is another enemy of the root master. The ground under the root became a fire scene, and Danzo kept cursing. FKU. Konoha is so big, how can it attack my root? Tell me quickly, how much did we lose? Danzo-sama, it's just you and me. Ah, damn it, die. Finally, Danzo was the only one left at the root. He looked up to the sky and roared, Neong Shippy. Little Sakura punched Naruto. Now the person we rescued is in big trouble. Naruto said anxiously. He took Hinata away. What should we do then? Little Sakura was also at a loss. The oppressive feeling from Liu Yun just now was so strong that it almost destroyed the village. Faced with such an enemy, we could only beg for mercy. You still dare to cause trouble, aren't you looking for death? But Naruto didn't care. He would not give up any of his partners, so he went to find Tsunade. Granny Tsunade, we have to get Hinata and Hanabi back. Tsunade shook her head. She heard Hanabi's words clearly. The other party wanted to leave voluntarily. Naruto was puzzled. Why? Tsunade glanced towards the Hyuga's house. Didn't Hyuga Neji tell you? Because of Caged Bird. At a training ground in Konoha village, I saw the cloud transform into a giant dragon and take Hanabi and Hinata away from the village. Hyuga Neji murmured, it's better to leave. If you leave, you won't be bound in a cage anymore. Flying high in the sky, Hanabi's face was full of surprise. Brother Liu Yun, we are flying, yeah. Fengshu urged Liu Yun to go find his brother. Don't panic, I'm heading to the direction of the Wind Country, and I'll be able to find Wolong soon. Hanabi patted Liu Yun on the back and asked, Brother Liu Yun, aren't you a human? How did you turn into a giant lizard? Advertisement. This is a giant dragon. Brother Liu Yun is the reincarnation of a real dragon. What's wrong with turning into a dragon? Oh. Liu Yun was ready to change Hanabi's way of addressing him. Hanabi, call me brother-in-law from now on. Brother-in-law. The sister-in-law looked at Hinata, who was sleeping beside her, and suddenly realized what was going on. So you want my sister, you bad guy? Have you been wanting to snatch my sister away for a long time? Liu Yun smiled evilly like an evil dragon. He. You found out too late. Your sister belongs to me, the evil dragon. Dragon. Backquote. Meh. The news of the attack on Konoha spread throughout the ninja world through the underground world. All the forces were gloating over the misfortune while also sending out pangolins to gather intelligence. Rain Country. Nagato controlled Tendo Pain and stood on a high place, looking at the misty rain shinobi village. At this moment, he wanted to write a poem, but unfortunately, I didn't go to school when I was young, so I don't have much knowledge. Faint footsteps were heard. A young woman with light blue hair approached Pain, with an indifferent look on her face, as indifferent to the earth as the rain in the Rain Country. A pitcher plant was arched up from the ground. Pain, I got the information. It was someone from the Hyuga family who awakened the Tenseigan and destroyed the roots of Konoha. Pain wondered, Tenseigan? White Zetsu went on to explain, we infiltrated the Hyuga household and found out that the Tenseigan is an eye that existed in ancient times alongside the Rinnegan. It has the power to destroy the world and is the eye of the younger brother of the Sage of Six Paths. Pain's expression didn't change after hearing this, and it couldn't change, but there was a hint of surprise in his tone. With the eyes standing side by side with the Rinnegan, he will be a huge help. Conan, go and invite him to join our organization. Nagato has a good impression of Ryukumo, as he is not from Konoha and has destroyed the root. Moreover, Rinnegan and Tenseigan are brothers, proving that he and the other are both on a mission to change the world. Conan nodded, his body turning into a piece of paper and slowly disappearing into the air. Obito secretly wondered, Zetsu, are these two Tenseigan part of the plan? White Zetsu shook his head, it was not in the plan. Lord Madara did not have this plan. Will Tenseigan be a threat to the overall situation? Have no idea. Everyone was speechless, only Black Zetsu was in a state of uncertainty. The appearance of Tenseigan really disrupted his plans, but he instantly regained his Millennium Voldemort mentality. I can even get away with the Rinnegan, so what about the Tenseigan? Chapter 298 Naruto, don't come to me, I'm afraid Liu Yun will misunderstand. Leaning over Liu Yun's dragon back, Hanabi's initial curiosity slowly faded away, and he began to ask Liu Yun about his future plans. Brother-in-law, she finally compromised and accepted Liu Yun's request for a new name for her. What? Hanabi asked. What should we do next? Logically speaking, they are refugees and should hide in the mountains and forests and wait for the situation to ease. Let me think about it. Liu Yun plans to go to the Kingdom of Wind first to find his bear. As for the next step, he will find a quiet place to hatch eggs with Hinata. But a quiet life does not suit a romantic man like him. Since we have come to the future, it has nothing to do with the original time and space. Why not live with your face removed? Liu Yun suddenly became ambitious, to dominate the ninja world, sweep across the 5 great nations, establish a foundation that will last for eternity, build a bronze sparrow tower, and gather 3,000 beauties in it. Hanabi only understood the first sentence. She thought she was invincible now, and became excited when she heard about sweeping across the 5 major nations. Good. Our Hanabi party is going to rule the world. Liu Yun flapped its wings and continued to fly hard towards the desert. First, take Susanoo and master the Kingdom of Wind. Hanabi chimed in, take down Susanoo and dominate the 5 great nations. Hinata mumbled in her sleep, and then woke up from the nightmare. When she opened her eyes, she saw herself being held in Liu Yun's arms, and she quickly jumped out of Liu Yun's arms. After Hinata regained her composure, she immediately asked Hanabi, where is this place, and us? Hanabi blurted out everything. She said with some pride, sister, we have escaped from Hyuga's house. You don't know how brave I was at that time. As soon as I glared at them, all the elders of the clan fainted. Also, my brother-in-law can turn into a giant lizard with wings and can take us flying. Hinata noticed Hanabi's address, brother-in-law? Hanabi pointed at Liu Yun and said, sister, you are such a gentle person. Only your brother-in-law can be worthy of you in this world. Hanabi started talking about matchmaking, which made Hinata blush and she kept covering Hanabi's mouth. Don't say it, don't say it. After the 2 sisters had been playing around for a while, Liu Yun saw a few sneaky figures and shouted, come out. Then, 5 people wearing Hyuga family uniforms appeared and knelt on one knee on the ground in the desert. Greetings, Master Tenon, Tien Ren. Liu Yun was puzzled. A branch house explained respectfully, sir, you possess the Tensagen, which is above the Byakugan. All the Hyuga clan members obey you and respect you as the Hyuga Tenon. Hyuga Tenon, the Hyuga family will call the strongest person in the family Hyuga Tenon. This title has not been used for hundreds of years. Liu Yun curled his lips and said, don't try to climb high branches. What are you doing here? Tell me now. Liu Yun did not appreciate the Hyuga family's kindness. What he cared about were Hanabi and Hinata, and the people who came to show their submission to him were from the Hyuga branch house. How afraid of death are the people in the Zong family? The people from the branch house looked at each other. They were only there to convey the elders' orders to follow Liu Yun. They then shook their heads to indicate that nothing was wrong. If you have nothing else, let's go. Tell Hyuga Hiyashi that Hinata and I are in love, and I recognize him as my father-in-law. I will naturally compensate your Hyuga family in the future. Liu Yun's bold words made Hinata blush again, and she scolded Liu Yun in a low voice. Liu Yun-kun, what are you talking about? The man from the branch house nodded, and then said to Hinata, Miss, the clan leader and the elders have something to say to you. I want you to stay with Liu Yun and stop arguing about the division of the clan between you and Miss Hanabi. Liu Yun began to chase them away. Alright, let's go, we still have our honeymoon. The Hyuga family had a good plan. Seeing that he had the Tensagen, they coveted his bloodline and directly gave Hinata to Liu. Liu Yun said with disdain, but he was quite happy in his heart and hoped that such things would happen more often. The people from the branch house left quickly. Liu Yun turned and looked at Hinata who was pressing Hanabi's shoulders, and the other's face fell silent. To be honest, the Hyuga family wanted to give Hinata to Liu, but the other party's heart was on Naruto. Advertisement. Liu Yun walked over, held Hinata's hand, and conveyed warmth to her. Let's go. Our journey has just begun. Brother-in-law is right, sister, let's go. Hurry up and find my brother, it will be dried like a bear. The journey westward began again. On the endless yellow sand, Liu Yun carried Hanabi and Fengchu on his back and held Hinata's hand as they walked towards Susanoo. The location where Wolong was sensed by Liu Yun was in Susanoo, and he happened to occupy Sand Shinobi along the way. The sand and wind in the Kingdom of Wind are very strong, and there is only yellow all around, just like the loneliness of the desert. If you walk in the desert and feel stuffy all the time, you will suffocate to death. Liu Yun took the opportunity to talk about feelings with Hinata. Hinata, you like Naruto, right? Hinata didn't say anything, which was considered as her agreement. But he has never paid attention to you. He cares about the pink-haired girl next to him. You will not get any results if you do this. Hanabi came to assist on Liu Yun's back. Yeah, sister, that blonde-haired guy is so old-fashioned, why do you like him? Ryun and his sister-in-law worked together to drive Naruto out of Hinata's heart. Liu Yun's words became more and more strange. Naruto doesn't just like little Sakura, he is also interested in Sasuke. Otherwise why would he keep thinking about getting Sasuke back? Hinata wondered how Liu Yun knew so much. Liu Yun was familiar with their past. But Hinata thought about it carefully. Naruto-kun is indeed quite strange, his devotion to Sasuke even surpasses his loyalty to little Sakura. What's more, they even kissed on the day of graduation. Could it be that? No way. No way. Seeing Hinata in deep thought, Liu Yun prepared to continue to intensify the smear campaign. But ahead, the flying sand blocked people's vision. It was a sandstorm common in the Kingdom of Wind. Hold on, we're going through the sandstorm. Good. Why do clouds walk on the earth if they can fly? Isn't it to show sincerity in times of crisis and win people's hearts? As the yellow sand approached, the powerful pulling force almost lifted people into the air. Hanabi was now full of confidence, and she kept staring at the sandstorm, as if she was competing with the air. Fengshu grabbed Liu Yun's clothes tightly with his claws. The wind was getting stronger and stronger, and Hinata's grip on Liu Yun was getting tighter and tighter. Huff, 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 the howling of the sandstorm drowned my ears and everything became blurry. Hinata felt a little tired and always felt like a social outcast. Because of her declining gentle fist talent, her father and the clan were disappointed in her. Because of her status as a member of the main family, her cousin Neji resents her. Because of her shyness, she has never expressed her feelings to Naruto. Now she has turned into a bad girl who ran away from home. She suddenly felt a little tired of the world, but her gentleness was no match for the indifference of reality. She quietly let go of Liu Yun's hand, and when she was caught in the sandstorm, a big hand held her palm tightly. Through the blurry yellow darkness, Hinata saw a pair of glowing sky-blue eyes, as bright as the stars in the sky. Susanoo-clad. In a corner on the edge of the village, Temari built an earthen house and tried to grow flowers and plants around it. The climate in the Kingdom of Winds is harsh, and many people long for a little greenery in their homes. The same is true for Temari. She likes plants because they are full of vitality and are the symbol of life. Temari watered her favorite flowers and quietly looked at the vitality in the yellow sand. As a native of the desert, Temari naturally understands the hardships of the desert. Advertisement. It can be said that the only one who can save the Wind Kingdom is Wood Style. And Wood Style is only in Konoha, and as allies they don't want to help Sand Shinobi too much. Yeah, a fat black and white figure rolled over to Temari's side, grabbing her trouser legs with its claws and clamoring for food. Temari was helpless. There are only cacti in the Kingdom of Wind. I can't do anything if you want to eat other plants. This is a black and white bear that Temari found in the desert the day before yesterday. Temari thought it was cute and brought it back to the village. Unexpectedly, what was picked up was an ancestor. He wanted to eat green plants, but where could he find green plants in the desert? Wolong was furious. It followed Liu Yun and had good food and clothing, so it had never suffered such injustice. It immediately wanted to transform into golden mode and threaten these two-legged beasts to hand over the delicious food. Temari suddenly lifted up the back of its neck, as if strangling its fate. I'll stew you tonight, and see if you still make noise. There were faint footsteps and Temari looked outside. It was Konkuro, covered in puppeteer paint, looking like a ghost in broad daylight. What happened? Konkuro usually won't come unless there's something important, but he will come to inform her if there's something wrong. Konkuro said, something did happen. Gaara is looking for you. Temari nodded. Okay then. She put Wolong down, pinched its ears and warned him. Don't cause trouble at home, and don't eat my flowers. If you don't listen to me, I will stew you tonight. Fenging's office. Gaara had short red hair and looked much better than before. The reason is that he can sleep normally now because he lost Shukaku. Looking at his brothers and sisters, Gaara told them the information passed on by Konoha. Konoha was attacked. The attackers kidnapped the two young ladies of the Hyuga family and destroyed the roots of Konoha. Temari was immediately shocked when she heard this. Who was so bold as to attack Konoha? Gaara turned around and looked at the scenery outside the window. There was really no scenery in Susanoo-clad, only a vast expanse of yellow. The attacker said he was from the Hyuga family. The fifth Hokage alerted us that the man was heading in the direction of the Wind Country. Temari clenched her fists. What does he want? We don't have Shukaku anymore in Sand Shinobi. Gaara shook his head. I don't know, the Sand Shinobi doesn't have what he needs. We must guard against him and reorganize the ninja army. We cannot be beaten helplessly like we were attacked by the Akatsuki organization. Gaara nodded, agreeing with Temari's suggestion. He added with some emotion. The ninja world has been getting more and more chaotic recently. First it was the Akatsuki organization, and then this daring attacker. I wonder if we Sand Shinobi can survive this storm in the ninja world. Konkuro snorted. We are no longer the same as before. This time, anyone who dares to offend the Sand Shinobi will suffer the consequences. Suddenly, a huge dragon roar resounded throughout Susanoo-clad. Roar, the storm gradually rose, and the entire Sand Shinobi was in chaos amidst the calm. Gaara and the others hurried out and immediately saw a huge black dragon in the sky, blocking the summer sun and bringing endless darkness. The pair of dragon wings that were 100 meters long, the ferocious body shape, and the nightmarish aura all over the body immediately frightened countless villagers. The flowing clouds circled in the sky for a while and then landed on a Gobi desert. The ruthless golden dragon eyes looked down at the village in the yellow sand. What he did next was a bit barbaric, and he was afraid that it would teach the kids bad lessons and affect his image in Hinata's mind. Therefore, Hanabi and Hinata were placed in a cave outside Susanoo-clad. With the experience of the last attack, Sand Shinobi reacted quickly, and the entire village moved as fast as a war machine. In the blink of an eye, a ninja army of more than 1,000 people gathered and headed towards Liu Yun. Gaara took the lead, flying above the sand, parallel to the perspective of the flowing clouds. Just by sensing Liu Yun's huge amount of chakra, Gaara's face became solemn. The chakra on Liu Yun's body has surpassed that of the tailed beasts. It is vast and endless, like the ocean. Who are you? What do you want? Liu Yun said calmly. Hand over my bear? 9 Ed Chapter 299 The Red Sand of the Desert, Bear? The sand shinobi were stunned. Where did a bear come from in the desert? Was this man here to look for a wild animal? Tamari seemed to be thinking, is the black and white bear he found at home his? She was about to speak when Kankuro beat her to the punch. Outsider, no matter who you are, this is sand shinobi, and you will not be allowed to behave so recklessly. Liu Yun asked himself, am I presumptuous? He immediately roared like a dragon. Not only will I be unbridled, I will also eat people. Roar, fire-style multiple ghost lanterns. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of fireballs condensed around the flowing clouds, carrying the scorching heat from the sun. Gaara immediately used ninjutsu, Sand Falls Burial. All the sand in Sand Shinobi was at his disposal. The wind and sand were like the sea, and in the blink of an eye, they submerged Liu Yun's entire body. After a quicksand, the Sand Shinobi present watched with wide eyes. Lord Kage's sand covered the entire person in the attack, so that person shouldn't be unharmed, right? When the sand dispersed, a young man in white clothes and silver hair revealed a pair of eyes emitting sky-blue light. Liu Yun formed seals with his hands, and then a huge phantom of Susanoo appeared and also formed seals. 6 paths take Shinsei, printed, forces from beyond the world begin to impact the earth. At the horizon, a streak of fiery red descended from the sky, carrying with it endless anger. Liu Yun folded his hands, his face full of a hint of arrogance. Sand Shinobi, can you stop a meteorite bigger than your village? A red shadow enveloped the entire world, and all living creatures in Susanoo looked up toward the sky. At this moment, dogs stopped barking, cats stopped sleeping, and people stopped ejaculating. The huge meteorite with a diameter of several thousand meters is like the sun falling to the ground, and the oppressive feeling that shocks people's hearts is as if God himself has appeared. All the Sand Shinobi ninjas were stunned. There was only one thing in my mind. MMP. Is it really that serious? What hatred or grudges do you have? The meteorites summoned by Liu Yun are larger than those of Master Madara, and they also carry the power of fire. This Kamui is simply a dimensionality reduction attack. Everyone knew that they, the Sand Shinobi, could not escape the disaster, including Gaara. Many Sand Shinobi fell to their knees, their spirits broken. Gaara's momentary distraction was replaced by a determination. Naruto told him never to give up at any time. He formed seals with his hands, and all the chakra in his body poured out. The sand around him rose into pillars, ready to block the meteorites from Liu Yun. But in the end, it was just like an egg hitting a rock. The wind pressure brought by the meteorite even collapsed some sand pillars. Gaara's defense was just a thin shell. Just as the entire village was about to be destroyed, a heroic voice rang out. Stop. Liu Yun waved his finger, and the meteorite above his head stopped. His sky-blue eyes turned to the blonde woman who stepped forward. She had a serious expression on her face, and her brows were full of femme-spirit, just like a female general fighting in the northern desert. There is no better desert beauty than this. Tamari clenched her fists and said to Liu Yun, I found your bear. Oh. Liu Yun responded calmly. A fat black and white figure crashed into Liu Yun's arms. It was Wolong. The moment the flowing clouds came, it could smell the scent of the flowing clouds. Liu Yun rubbed Wolong's bare head, and then turned his gaze to Tamari. Tamari said again, I have never abused it. I am giving it back to you now. Please leave Susanoo. Liu Yun smiled and said, you will never understand. What does a person who cares about how many bowls of noodles you eat really want? Liu Yun pointed at the iron-eating beast in his arms and said, I didn't abuse it. My Wolong has become thinner, but it was still fat a few days ago. Yeah, Wolong nodded. In Sand Shinobi, it will eat a little leaf. Being pulled on the ears, this is really a country place. Tamari Kaido. What do you want to do? Liu Yun said with murderous intent. Because you abused my pandas, I am in a bad mood and decided to massacre your village. Gaara stood up. Don't even think about it, I will stop you. Kankuro also takes out the puppet, and the stubbornness of the desert people is fully revealed. Tamari quickly pulled the two brothers back and whispered, don't make him angry, I'll do it. Tamari stepped forward. Just tell me, what do you want from Sand Shinobi? He coughed, pointed at the entire Susanoo and said, from now on, I have the final say in Sand Shinobi. Not only Sand Shinobi, but the entire Wind Kingdom must have the final say. Advertisement Liu Yun directly exposed his ambitions, and everyone in Sand Shinobi cursed him inwardly. The Akatsuki organization is brutal, but they only want the life of the Kage. But you want to take over the entire Wind Kingdom. Gaara stood up, carrying the gourd on his back, his brows full of calmness. What do you want with Sand Shinobi? Liu Yun replied. As the place where my dragon rises, I need a vast piece of land to carry my dream. I want to unify the ninja world and establish hegemony. Unifying the ninja world is a very common declaration of ambition and it has become ubiquitous. When you occupy a village or a town, you must declare that you are competing for the Central Plains and restoring the Han dynasty, otherwise people will not follow you. Gaara looked at Liu Yun seriously. You want to rule the world? Liu Yun pointed to the sky and said, I have the power of gods and demons, shouldn't I be the master of this land? Everyone was speechless. Liu Yun was able to summon meteorites from outer space. This kind of ability was not something that ordinary people could possess. Seeing that Sand Shinobi was silent for a long time, Liu Yun finally said bluntly, "Now you have two choices, one is to be my dog, the other is to work for me. Many people are angry, but they all want to become your dogs. Sand Shinobi, choose." Liu Yun slowly waved his hand down, and the meteorite from the sky fell. Gaara watched silently, appearing calm on the surface but actually terribly anxious. What should I do? Should I give in to him? Naruto, what would you do if it were you? Naruto's choice was simple. Gather a group of shadow clones and charge forward without using his brain. The atmosphere of silence became heavier and heavier, and everyone looked at each other. Among the Sand Shinobi, some surrendered, some fought to the death, and some wanted to be the guide. But the person in charge of Sand Shinobi is Gaara, so they can only turn their attention to Gaara. Gaara was speechless for a long moment, wanting to fight to the death but not wanting to harm the people in the village. Finally, a powerful voice sounded, "Sir, we obey you." All the Sand Shinobi's attention was focused on a middle-aged man. He is wearing clothes common in the desert and has a square face. He is the elder of the village. When Gaara was captured by Akatsuki, he was the one who advocated abandoning Gaara. Liu Yun stopped the meteorite and looked at the elder of Sand Shinobi, who had a face like Wang Jingwei and was a complete traitor. "Are you the one in charge?" The elder of the Sand Shinobi knelt down and said, "Sir, Master Kazekage is still young and cannot handle the situation on his own. I am the elder of the Sand Shinobi. I can make the decision. It is a great honor for us ninjas to be under your rule." Tamari looked at the elder angrily. "Elder Changping, you." Changping's face was full of concern for the Sand Shinobi. "Don't think about dragging the whole village down. There are still so many villagers in the village. We have to consider their future. You old man, you are just afraid of death, why do you still insist on involving the villagers?" Changping began to throw dirty water on Gaara. "Gaara, you are the 5th Kazekage, look at what you have brought to the village. The Akatsuki organization almost wiped out the Sand Shinobi because of your invasion of the village. Your father, Rasa, is also a loser. He attacked Konoha without thinking of the consequences and caused us to be ostracized by the daimyo. What did the village gain because of your family? Now the immortal has come to the world to bring peace to the world, but you are not grateful and you want to stop him. You really don't know how to live or die." Elder Changping's words disgusted many people, especially Gaara's confidants. "Damn old man, everyone knows that you have coveted the position of Kazekage for so many years. How can you say anything good to Gaara?" Baki held a kunai horizontally, ready to show Changping how big Ma's base is. Tamari stood up directly, pulled out a large folding fan with an angry look on her face, and prepared to blow the wind at the old man Changping. But all the elders of Sand Shinobi also stood up and knelt before Liu Yun. "Elder Changping is right. We are willing to obey your orders." When asked to kneel down and submit to a young man, they said it was no big deal, as they were old and their legs and feet were not convenient, so kneeling was more comfortable. The old man doesn't have long to live, so he should live every day he can. Seeing someone taking the lead, more and more people began to kneel down and submit to Liu Yun. Temari's face was filled with anger. "Are you planning to betray the Sand Shinobi?" "What betrayal? We understand the big picture and are thinking about the future of the village." Changping said loudly. "As a guide, he meets all the requirements in every aspect and is ready to take advantage of others' power. You, the brainless descendants and remnants of Luosha, are disrespectful to the Lord. We, the elders, have decided to impeach the 5th Kazekage and arrest and detain him. Someone come. Control Gaara. Chaos is about to break out, people's minds are unpredictable, even the most ancient sand will be eroded by the wind." Liu Yun pinched Wolong's little butt and watched quietly. So he is no longer a human being, because the human heart is like the sun and cannot be looked directly at. When you push open the door of the 8 levels of hell, what you see is the human world. The Sand Shinobi quickly split into 3 factions, one was the elders group that led the way, and the other was Gaara's group that fought to the death. Advertisement: the other faction is the party of the masses, whoever has the most people will follow. Brothers, kill these traitors. The battle broke out quickly, the ninja sword was unsheathed, and blood splattered everywhere. In the blink of an eye, someone fell to the ground. Once blood is seen, there is no stopping and a larger scale fight will ensue. Seeing that the situation was getting out of control, Gaara stepped forward and controlled the battle with sand. "That's enough." With a loud roar, everyone's eyes turned to him. Gaara's panda eyes looked at Liu Yun, neither humble nor arrogant, with a silence as silent as the yellow sand. He turned his gaze to Liu Yun. "I am the 5th Kazekage of the Sand Shinobi. There is no way I will surrender." Tamari looked at Gaara standing alone, still so aloof, and she couldn't help but feel a little distressed. "Gaara." Gaara turned around and looked at his brothers and sisters, and the people who supported him. "You surrender," Kankuro said anxiously. "Gaara, what do you want to do?" Gaara didn't answer, but turned around and slowly walked towards Liu Yun. "I was born with a bad luck. My mother died when I was born. My father hated me and the villagers resented me, but I became a Shira who loved me. Until I met a ninja like this. He was in the same situation as me, but he never gave up on pursuing the goal of being recognized by others. Because of him, I became the Kazekage. After becoming a Kage, I realized that being a Kage comes with a lot of responsibilities, including honor. Throughout history, only those who died in battle never surrendered. Gaara gradually became only 10 steps away from Liu Yun, and there was no trace of darkness in his panda eyes from beginning to end. Outsider, you can conquer the sand shinobi, but you can never defeat the sand of the desert. Gaara left behind his last words. Tamari, Kankuro, Baki. After I die, do not avenge me, and do not try to resist him. Tamari jumped out, ready to pull back her stubborn brother. Gaara, don't go and die, you idiot. A wall of sand blocked Tamari's way. Through the gaps in the sand, Tamari could see Gaara's lonely face. It has always been like this, isolated and no one can enter his world, including her as his sister. Gaara untied the gourd he was carrying and leaned against the head of the gourd alone, chakra surging throughout his body. Outsider, I am Sand Shinobi Gaara, and I want you to know that the first patch of sand you conquer as a sand shinobi will be blood red. Ah, Gaara roared, and his whole body turned into a pile of sand, rushing towards Liu Yun with the sea of sand. At this moment, the kneeling sand shinobi were moved and stood up one by one. They shouted in encouragement. We are the sand that drowns everything. We will never yield to any enemy. Sand shinobi, follow me. Yes. Sand shinobi will never be a slave. The elders yelled, kneel down, stop making trouble. We are no match for him. You are just as overestimating yourselves as Gaara. Young people are brave and willing to fight, while old people are timid and have lost their passion. The sand that was moving forward suddenly stopped, and the sand sea was blown up by a gust of wind, followed by the spotless figure of Liu Yun. He placed a hand on Gaara's head, tense again looking down at his dull face. Gaara was stunned on the spot. The attack that released all his chakra was blocked in an instant. Is this God? Liu Yun released his hand on Gaara's head, and his eyes of God revealed contempt for mortals. Crawlers should know their own weight. Liu Yun walked forward, and as they crossed paths, he said calmly, I am not interested in the lives of reptiles. Sand Shinobi, who had just stood up, quietly knelt back down. The momentary enthusiasm was suddenly defeated by reality, and I really had to listen to the old man. Feng Ying has no power to fight back, so if they go up, won't they just be asking for death? Gaara knelt down uncontrollably, too weak to even stand up. At this moment, all he felt was his own incompetence. Lost again. The last time Akatsuki attacked the village, he lost, and this time too, he lost completely and thoroughly. He really is a useless Kage. Ha ha. Gaara suddenly laughed, his smile full of ridicule towards himself, and he looked down at his hands. I really shouldn't have become a ninja. These hands seem dispensable. The sand gradually wrapped around Gaara's hands. Temari's eyes widened and she shouted at the top of her lungs to stop Gaara. Don't want. There was a dull thud, followed by flesh and blood exploding, and a figure fell to the ground. Liu Yun turned around and his pupils shrank. Is this young man so cruel? A touch of blood dyed the sand red, and the whole desert was so beautiful in the twilight. Chapter 300 Tamari is about to be given away for free. Gaara opened his eyes slightly and saw Temari's worried face with tears at the corners of her eyes. Gaara, you finally woke up. I thought you would never wake up again. Kankuro, Baki and the others all breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at Gaara's hand worriedly. Sand Shinobi was just getting on track, but Gaara was out for the season, and even his career was over. Gaara looked at the white cloth in his hand. His hand was still painful. Gaara's face turned pale, but he still endured it. Tamari gently stroked Gaara's face. Why are you kidding about your own ninja life, you idiot? Gaara didn't say anything. He was completely defeated in front of Liu Yun. He lost his dignity and his village. He felt that he was not worthy of being a ninja, but Gaara still couldn't help but care about the village. How is it now? Is that person gone? Tamari sighed. He didn't leave. The elders all followed him, and anyone who dared to resist was suppressed. We have this place to stay because of the little bear I found who took pity on us. Also, his name is Liu Yun. Gaara was most concerned about Liu Yun's next move, so he asked, what is he doing? Tamari looked a little strange when she heard this, but she still said it out loud. He brought a large number of shadow clones, planting trees and building houses. Planting trees? Tamari nodded. I didn't expect him to possess the first Hokage's wood style, and he gathered a large group of shadow clones, and they tore down the villagers' houses, and started greening the entire village. Everyone was silent. Gaara stared at the ceiling, unsure of what to say. I thought he was someone looking for trouble, but it turned out to be a real estate developer. That's right. Tamari suddenly remembered something and her face turned angry. The damn elders have been ostracizing the Feng Ying lineage for their own benefit. Many of them have been imprisoned by them. They even stationed people outside to monitor us. Gaara stared at the ceiling, neither sad nor happy. Tamari's heart ached as she looked at the blood-stained white cloth on Gaara's abdomen. What are you going to do without your hands? No, I'm going to beg him to heal you with the wood style. Gaara still had someone he cared about after all. He weakly raised his head and shouted. Don't go. This is my own choice. A Kage who lost both hands will not pose a threat to him. Tamari caressed her brother's forehead distressed-edly and told him to lie down obediently. Don't say anything more. You couldn't hurt him at all in your prime. How could he care about your threats? Tamari left a message and walked out the door. Kankuro followed and called out to Tamari. Advertisement, sister, we have nothing now. Why should we ask Liu Yun to cure Gaara? Tamari stopped. Kankuro had a point. In one day, they were demoted from the upper echelons of Sand Shinobi back to ordinary people. There are no chips in hand that can move Liu Yun. Tamari gritted her teeth and said firmly, no matter what it takes, I will let him heal Gaara. She rushed out the door, and outside stood Gaara's two little followers. They were concerned about Gaara's condition, and when they saw Tamari, they asked anxiously, what happened to Lord Gaara? Tamari looked anxious and left in an instant without answering them. Yukata and Matsuri became even more anxious when they saw Tamari in such a hurry. Master Gaara must be dying, or else Master Tamari wouldn't be so panicked. As soon as Tamari left the yard, she seemed to be lost in a strange world. After only an hour's absence, Sand Shinobi was completely different from the village she remembered. The former earthen walls were demolished, and wooden houses rose up, surrounded by green. The desert had been waiting for years for life, but Liu Yun solved all the problems in just one evening. Tamari couldn't help but question whether Liu Yun was a demon who took over the Sand Shinobi, or a savior who saved the village. Ha ha, the children's laughter flows like clear springs, tinkling in the green. Tamari turned her gaze and saw a garden that was so luxurious that a pond was built with water. The children of the Kingdom of Wind had never seen so much water before. They rolled up their trouser legs and played in the water, gulping down this luxurious foot-washing water from time to time. Tamari watched silently. This was brought by a demon. Is it a trap set by the devil or a gift from God? Then, Tamari looked at a group of figures in military uniforms. They were Liu Yun's shadow clones. In this village, you can see them busying around everywhere. Some planted trees, some built houses, and some whistled at the girls in the village. Liu Yun relied on these shadow clones to change the entire Sand Shinobi. I caught that cat and it dared to cry just by plucking two of its hairs. This is outrageous. I must stew it. Tamari saw it next. A group of shadow clones rushed to catch a cat, and after catching it, they squeezed its balls. She shook her head. Advertisement with her brain, she still couldn't understand Liu Yun's operations. On the contrary, the other wave of people is annoying. They were from the Council of Elders, and they began to suppress dissidents in the village, arresting people on the streets with a group of people. Liu Yun's shadow clones just watched and had no intention of stopping them. A white-haired Sand Shinobi saw a beautiful blonde slender woman and said, I suspect you are a spy from the Water Kingdom. Come with us now. The blonde woman's face was filled with anger. The young man next to her clenched his fists, and a little loli next to her also picked up a weapon. This is a team formation. It is Shira's team. Its members include Chihiro and Yang. And Luo is a physical genius who has developed the 7 days breathing technique. In terms of talent and physical skills, he can even rival the Kappa clan of Konoha. The white-haired Sand Shinobi came forward with a group of people, ready to rob people. Luo took a stance, preparing to attack. The Sand Shinobi are no longer the Sand Shinobi they once were, and their former compatriots have become backstabbing enemies. Tamari stood up and blocked the Imperial Army. Stop. The white-haired man recognized Tamari, Gaara's sister. You are indeed the most beautiful woman in Sand Shinobi. He, Elder Changping, has a special liking for you. If you know what's best for you, follow our Changping elder. Otherwise, your two brothers will die. How can this be possible? Shadow Clone couldn't sit still when he saw this. The reason they let the elders go was because they wanted to disintegrate the shadow of Sand Shinobi's past. They did bad things, and Liu Yun came out to do good things. When necessary, you can also use their heads to win people's hearts. I didn't expect that dogs nowadays would start to covet their owner's food. How terrible. A shadow clone blew itself up, responding to everything it saw. Immediately afterwards, the army from the East Factory in the village began to move towards the Elder Changping's nest, preparing to search his house. Tamari was confronting the group of white-haired people when a group of shadow clones from Liu Yun suddenly rushed out. The gray-haired men were like they had seen the Imperial Army. They dared not even fart and their faces were full of ingratiating smiles. Capture them all and send them to the East Factory to be eunuchs to guard the harem in the future. A group of people looked panicked, not knowing what they had done wrong. Sir. Liu Yun's shadow clone didn't listen to their arguments and just dragged them away. Tamari looked at it in confusion, not knowing why Liu Yun's shadow clone stood up. Haven't they been standing aloof, watching the chess game? Chapter 301 Hot Spring. A shadow clone came out. Ms. Tamari, please, the boss has been waiting for you for a long time. Wait for me? Tamari wondered. Shadow clone nodded. I've heard that Miss Tamari is the most beautiful woman in the desert, so of course the boss admires her. The entire Sinagakure was ruined by this disaster. Liu Yun came to this dry desert with great difficulty, just because he fell in love with her. Tamari was confused and was led by Liu Yun's shadow clone to a hot spring. Liu Yun was bathing in the hot spring. Where in the desert could he get such luxurious water for bathing? He did it all by himself. Yeah, Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick were swimming in the hot spring, doggy paddling. Liu Yun grabbed Crouching Dragon and Phoenix and put them behind his back, and ordered, rub my back. Yeah, circle.operator omega circle.operator, what? Do you want me to rub it myself? Hurry up, or you won't have dinner tonight, backquote. Soon, Tamari walked into the hot spring and saw the flowing clouds in the hot spring. Liu Yun has strong muscles and fair skin. He is masculine yet gentle, and gentle yet delicate. Tamari even felt that Liu Yun's skin was more delicate than a woman's, like that of a nobleman. Liu Yun. Tamari thought of this name. It was this stranger who took over her village and changed everything that belonged to her. Liu Yun looked towards Tamari with ease. Wolong was trying hard to rub Liu Yun's back, and he also looked at Tamari with dark circles in his eyes. Yeah, advertisement, it still has some impression of this two-legged creature that it has raised for 2 days. Tamari clenched her fist and pleaded in a somewhat flattering manner. Can you please use the wood style to heal my brother's hand? Liu Yun chuckled. His brother-in-law was really awesome, directly creating a neat relationship between him and Tamari. Beautiful. Gaara's hand was crushed by the sand. It's useless even if you go to find Tsunade, Liu Yun said leisurely. Tamari gritted her teeth. She had thought about asking Tsunade for treatment, but she felt like she was jumping into a fire pit by asking Liu Yun for help for no apparent reason. She didn't know why, but she always felt that Liu Yun looked at her as if he was looking at prey. Those godlike eyes always reveal a greed for beauty. Tamari said, you said you were God, so you must have a way. Liu Yun laughed. That makes sense, I do have a way, but why should I help you? Do you have anything I need? Liu Yun's first sentence made Tamari feel relieved. It seemed that he asked the right person, but the second sentence made her silent again. Tamari didn't know and looked at Liu Yun with her dark green pupils. What do you want? Liu Yun said with a smile. Come and help me rub my back. Back rub? Tamari was confused for a moment and then felt very embarrassed. Liu Yun picked up the 2 iron-eating beasts behind him and said, I told you to rub my back, not to pick my skin, stay aside. Sigma. Sigma. Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick dutifully paddled to the side, barking at Liu Yun with disdain. After Liu Yun drove away the 2 pendants, he turned his attention to Tamari, who was still a little embarrassed. What are you standing there for? Come down and rub my back. Advertisement. Tamari didn't know what to say. Liu Yun had already made it clear that he wanted to serve him. Tamari struggled violently in her heart. Forget it, for Gaara's sake, I'll endure it and hope that the other party won't go any further. She walked down without taking off her clothes, wearing only her combat ninja armor. Liu Yun was speechless. You have made the hot spring dirty. Tamari didn't say anything. She sat next to Liu Yun with a stern face and stroked Liu Yun's back with her hand. Tamari took a deep breath, suppressed her embarrassment, and began to clean Liu Yun's body. Liu Yun leaned against the hot spring, quietly looking at the stubborn blonde girl. The stubbornness between her brows was more obvious than that of a man. Although Luosha is a bit of a jerk, his genes are still good. No, it should be said that Karula is worthy of being the most beautiful sand shinobi in the past. Tamari gently stroked Liu Yun's abdominal muscles with her small hands, and was a little confused when she heard the other party's words. Do you know my father? Liu Yun smiled and said, of course, I entered the Kingdom of Wind just to hunt him down. Hunting? The origin of Liu Yun is said to be from the Hyuga family, but it is actually extremely mysterious. It first appeared in the desert of the Wind Country. Tamari thought in her mind, trying to get more words out of Liu Yun. There are 5 major ninja villages in the ninja world. Why do you want to occupy Susanoo-clad? Tamari didn't know why Sand Shinobi was so unlucky. It was unbelievable that someone would be interested in such a poor place. Liu Yun smiled, and suddenly looked up into Tamari's eyes, making her face blush. Wolong roared like a vicious bear. Roar, filled down pointing triangle min hash. So it was just rescued by chance. After getting the answer, Tamari was a little confused. For her, this. Why? Tamari hesitated and tried to find out what Liu Yun was thinking. Chapter 302 Conan comes to your door. Liu Yun stretched his waist, then supported his head with one hand and leaned against the edge of the hot spring pool next to him. To be honest, the entire Susanoo-clad is no match for you to me. The purpose of my trip is to get you. You are the most beautiful flower in the desert. Even though I am far away in the Fire Nation, I have heard of your name. Tamari lowered her head and looked at her face reflected in the warm water. She was a person of strong character, and deep down she believed that she was stronger than men, but she never expected that one day someone would conquer the entire Sand Shinobi just for her. Tamari said, why? I don't even know you. Liu Yun smiled. So Liu Yun made up a lie. Maybe it was love at first sight. I saw you once, and at that time I thought you were the best scenery in the desert. Tamari didn't know why, but she felt a little happy in her heart. Every girl wants others to praise her beauty. Tamari was not surprised either. She then shook her head and said in her heart, Tamari, Tamari, it's all because of you, Sand Shinobi, that I am in this situation. You are such a disaster. Because of her, Sand Shinobi changed hands and became internally divided. Because of her, Gaara lost his confidence in becoming a ninja. Soon, Tamari left. And in a corner of the hot spring, in a paper-made place, a pair of blue eyeshadow and brown eyes looked at her calmly as usual. Advertisement. Conan pondered in her heart. She finally saw Liu Yun's true face, a pure lustful man. Although Akatsuki is a terrorist organization, have you ever seen anyone so obsessed with women? Kakuzu cares about money, Hidan cares about religion. If Liu Yun, a man who cares about women, joins the team, Akatsuki will become even more terrifying. Conan's face gradually turned red like a tomato, and his hidden secrets were slightly exposed. Conan panicked. Oh no, Conan's disguise was very covert, but it definitely could not escape Liu Yun's perception. After being beaten and scolded, Conan also obeyed Liu Yun. Liu Yun's face is absolutely defensive, no matter how you scold him, he will take it with a smile. Finally, Conan, helpless, explained his purpose. She looked at Liu Yun and said, "Have you heard of Akatsuki?" "Akatsuki? How small is it?" Conan scolded, "I'm talking to you about something serious." Advertisement. Liu Yun smiled and said, "Keep talking." Conan said, "The leader of our organization wants to invite you to join Akatsuki." Liu Yun Kaido. "What if I refuse?" Conan sat up and said seriously, "No, anyone that Akatsuki likes must join, or they will be eliminated." Liu Yun said gently, Okay, I'll join. From now on, I will be a member of your organization." Conan smiled faintly. "That's more like it." Conan was about to say something but stopped. Liu Yun gently rubbed Conan's head. "Do you have any wishes?" "Wish?" Conan looked into Liu Yun's eyes. She is a person who places special emphasis on friendship, unlike Nagato and Yahiko who focus on peace in the ninja world. She wishes she could go back in time. When teacher Jiraiya taught the three of them, he stayed in that small house in the rain. After a long while, only one voice was heard, "I have no wish." Cicadas chirped everywhere. For the first time, the sound of cicadas appeared in the village surrounded by the desert. All this was thanks to the power of flowing clouds to change the terrain. Conan leaned on Liu Yun's chest for an unknown amount of time, and finally closed his eyes and fell asleep. Chapter 303. Temari's Happiness and Sadness. Early the next morning, Liu Yun felt something sharp pressing against his throat and he slowly opened his eyes. The first thing you see is Temari's sad and angry face, with a kunai in her hand pointing at Liu Yun's throat. "A hole, you actually—" Liu Yun had no sense of being coerced. He glanced to the side and asked in confusion, "Where's Conan?" On the pillow next to it was a red cloud robe with a note and a ring on it. It was the ring of Akatsuki Hokuto that was recovered after Kakuzu died. Soon, Temari asked Liu Yun, "You promised to help my brother heal his hand." Liu Yun nodded, and chakra flowed throughout his body. After a while, a wood clone full of vitality was condensed, with iconic green hair, which really left Liu Yun speechless. The wood clone called himself Liu Yun. He packed his medical kit and let Temari lead the way to scrape Gaara's bones and heal his wounds. After Temari left, Liu Yun silently looked at the things Conan left behind. The above are some of the rules of the Akatsuki organization. They are quite loose. You usually just need to be present when the boss holds a meeting and then be assigned some tasks. It also comes with a slide body technique, 8G communication. After Liu Yun put on the ring, he threw aside the clothes and note left by Conan. He didn't think much of joining Akatsuki, and it was a joke that Nagato wanted to use him. Unless Conan is used as payment. An anxious voice came from outside the door. Brother-in-law, brother-in-law. Liu Yun knew it was little Hanabi as soon as he heard it. Hanabi opened the door and walked in with Hinata. Liu Yun sat upright, looking like a virgin. "What's wrong, Hanabi?" Advertisement. Hanabi's face was full of curiosity. "Brother-in-law, you said you would take me out to play today." Since the sister-in-law had spoken, Liu Yun stood up quickly. "Walk. Brother-in-law is so nice." After Liu Yun's operation, Gaara grew into a novice in the disbelief of everyone. Temari's face was filled with joy. "That's great, Gaara." Kankuro and the others also looked happy. Gaara looked at his hands, then glanced at Temari, who was different than usual. He knew in his heart that Temari must have paid a lot for her hands. Hand. Sister. Gaara calls Temari, sister, for the first time. Temari was excited, and kept stroking Gaara's head, comforting him. "Don't do such stupid things in the future. If you can't beat him, then you can't beat him. Liu Yun is just an animal." Temari quickly shut up, as there was a clone of Liu Yun beside her. Liu Yun glanced at Temari, and green chakra appeared on his hand, slowly injected into Temari's body. In the blink of an eye, the discomfort in Temari's body was eliminated. Liu Yun smiled and said, "I won't bother you anymore, goodbye." He turned into a pile of wood and gradually merged into the ground. After Liu Yun left, everyone finally relaxed. Kankuro came over quickly and asked Temari anxiously, "Sister, you didn't go back to the house last night. Did Liu Yun force you?" Baki was embarrassed watching from the side. Advertisement. As soon as Kankuro asked this, Temari didn't know how to answer. She could only stammer Kaido. I knelt before him all night yesterday, and he took pity on me, so I agreed to help Gaara." Oh, Kankuro is not very smart and his emotional intelligence is even lower, so he believed Temari's lies as soon as he heard them. The same goes for Gaara, who was an autistic patient in his early years and had a lower emotional intelligence than Kankuro, and he directly believed Temari's lies. Baki shook his head and sighed inwardly, thinking that it was better that Temari's two younger brothers didn't know, so they wouldn't seek death. It's just a pity for Temari, such a virgin girl, to be taken advantage of by that devil. Gaara stood up and looked out the window. He even heard birds singing. When did birds come to the desert? As soon as he looked over, he saw a view that looked like Konoha village. The trees are lush and green, with winding branches, giving off a lively atmosphere. There were also many children chasing each other in the village, full of laughter. Did he bring this? Temari nodded. She was even glad that Liu Yun chose their village first. Kankuro was talking about the big event that happened in the village last night. Lao Go Changping's whole family was raided last night, and he was beheaded. It was really a relief.
This B asterisk 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 D. I knew you wouldn't have a good ending. Temari suddenly froze. The elder who had first taken the lead in attaching himself to Liu Yun was killed. Why? Konkuro explained. It seems that the reason is that Changping Laobu coveted a woman that Liu Yun liked, so he was chopped off. Temari recalled the conflict with White Hair and others yesterday. It turns out that in his heart, I am really more important than the entire Sand Shinobi. For some reason, Temari suddenly felt happy. Chapter 304 None. In just a few hours, the news of Sand Shinobi's capture spread throughout the ninja world. This immediately gave this powder keg a spark, and the entire ninja world began to boil. That was Sanagakure, one of the 5 great ninja nations and one of the 5 biggest gangsters of the United Nations. How could he become weak-legged and kneel down in just one day? Moreover, he was only defeated by one person, and the village chief even chopped off his hand to apologize. Different forces have different responses to this. Konoha. Tsunade held her face solemnly and looked at everyone in the office. Naruto yelled. What happened to Gaara? We have to send someone to rescue him. Little Sakura punched Naruto on the head. Shut up, Naruto. Naruto immediately stopped shouting and the office finally became quiet. Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at Tsunade. Hokage-sama, is Tenseigan really that strong? Yesterday he hid in the house reading pornographic books and had an O asterisk 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 M, so he didn't make it in time for the confrontation between the big guys and Liu Yun. Tsunade nodded. Very strong, Shikaku, you tell me. Obviously, Hokage is an adult. Nara Shikaku came out and talked about the information about Liu Yun. In just a few hours, Liu Yun's abilities had filled the desks of all the bosses. Liu Yun first appeared in the desert of the Wind Country. He has a pair of white eyes and was taken back to the village by Captain Yamato, who thought he was from the Hyuga clan. He was then taken back by the Hyuga family, and then he kidnapped the 2 eldest daughters of the Hyuga main family and attacked the root. At this point, Nara glanced at Shimura Danzo who had a gloomy face beside him. The entire root was blown up, and this old man now wants to capture anyone and take them back to work. Nara Shikaku continued. During this, he showed a very strong ability in illusion. If you look into his eyes, you will fall into the illusion. There is also a forbidden technique level transformation technique. The fire style ninjutsu has also reached the pinnacle from the ninjutsu displayed. Advertisement, the above is the information about Liu Yun in the village. After Nara Shikaku finished speaking, he glanced at his son beside him, looking a little distraught. Shikamaru was indeed a little dazed. The Sand Shinobi was defeated and the master changed in one day. I wonder if the girl is still alive? Nara Shikaku wanted Shikamaru to cheer up. Shikamaru, tell me the information about Liu Yun in Sand Shinobi. Shikamaru pulled himself together and nodded. He stood up and said calmly, according to the information sent by the intelligence ninja, Liu Yun can summon meteorites from outer space, which are larger than the entire village of Sand Shinobi. Everyone was silent, and Naruto showed a look of shock on his face. A meteorite bigger than a village, is he a god? Kakashi's head was in a headache when he thought of such an enemy. Is this also Tenseigan's ability? That's too exaggerated. That's not all. Shikamaru continued, Liu Yun also possesses wood style. Wood style. Everyone present was shocked. Wood style is Konoha's belief, similar to Japanese AV. Tsunade nodded. That was why she felt that Liu Yun was difficult to deal with. Naruto asked, what should we do now? Everyone looked at Tsunade. Tsunade was also having a headache. What should he do? Organize a ninja army to deal with him. But they conquered the Sand Shinobi in a day. How long can Konoha hold out? Danzo said gloomily beside him. Anyone who dares to challenge the majesty of Konoha must pay the price. Organize a ninja army, drive out the Sand Shinobi, and capture Liu Yun. Everyone was speechless, and Naruto jumped out to support him. The old man is right. We can't let that guy get too rampant. We must stop his ambition. The atmosphere fell silent again, and Kakashi quickly pulled Naruto back. Neither of them had any brains. Naruto could still be saved, but Danzo was already useless. After thinking for a while, Tsunade slowly opened her eyes. Wait. Advertisement: the first bird to stick its head out will be shot. They should wait and see how other ninja villages will react before jumping out. The Land of Lightning did not make any comment after learning about the change of ownership of Sand Shinobi, but the number of ninja troops on the border suddenly increased in order to guard against attacks from other countries. The fourth Raikage also showed interest in Tenseigan, and it is said that Tenseigan is the evolution of the Byakugan. For some reason, there were suddenly more and more middle-aged women outside the gate of the Hyuga clan. Mist Shinobi didn't even say anything. This village had just started to communicate with the outside world, so naturally they didn't want to cause trouble. Rock Shinobi's expression was somewhat intense, deploying troops on the border to guard against attacks from the Wind Kingdom. Judging from the map, after Liu Yun occupied Sand Shinobi, the nearest ninja village was Iwagakure. Onoki had to be on guard, and the two-tailed beasts in their village were captured by the Akatsuki organization, and now was their weakest time. The Akatsuki organization, the base organization of the ninja world, is rarely silent. After Konan returned to Akatsuki, Nagato approached her first. Well, did he agree? Konan nodded. Promised? Liu Yun was flying in the sky with his sister-in-law and Hinata. He turned into a big eagle and flew over the kingdom of wind, carrying the two Hinata sisters. Wow, Hanabi's face was full of joy, and her smile was as sweet as a silver bell. Hinata also put on a peaceful smile and said, "Thank you, Liu Yun, for taking the time to accompany us." Hinata is conflicted by Liu Yun's current behavior. On the one hand, Liu Yun's arrogance in occupying other people's villages made her, who loved peace, uncomfortable. On the other hand, the wetlands that Liu Yun brought to San Shinobi made Hinata think that Liu Yun's love for this desert was a gift to them. After all, only flowing clouds can save this barren land. Chapter 305. Akatsuki does not pay wages. Liu Yun felt a slight numbness coming from the ring on his right hand and immediately realized that the Akatsuki organization was having a meeting, so he closed his eyes and performed the slide body technique. Liu Yun opened his eyes. The light around him was dim. It was a dark cave and he could see a few phantom figures. They all looked at Liu Yun, who was coming later, especially his sky blue eyes. Is this the new guy? Humph, still has the same annoying eyes as Itachi. The speaker was a young man with blonde hair and a ponytail. Even though Liu Yun couldn't see his face clearly, he knew he was Madara, a terrorist who specialized in the art of explosions. Ah, there's a new person coming in. Oh my, it's the Tenseigan host who's been the most popular recently. He's so impressive. The tone is lively and full of humor. He is a mysterious man wearing a vortex mask. Liu Yun turned his gaze towards the mysterious masked man and said something shocking. Isn't this Obito? You look so shabby after not seeing you for a few days. Obito was horrified. How did he know my name, Obito? Uchiha Itachi's eyes, which had been closed, slowly opened, revealing 3 red magatamas staring straight at Obito. You are Uchiha Obito. As an experienced driver, Obito quickly braked the car and asked White Zetsu Afei to jump out. Hey. Newbie is so rude. My name is Afei, not Obito. Seeing that this meeting was about to get bogged down in trivial matters again, Nagato controlled Tendo Pain to step out and stop it. Okay, let's stop talking. This time I'm mainly going to introduce this new member. Nagato's Rinnegan swept around and everyone slowly shut their mouths. Nagato's Rinnegan was still very intimidating. Nagato's Rinnegan and Ryun's Tenseigan stared at each other. The two pairs of eyes are like reincarnation and rebirth. One represents creation and the other represents destruction, as if they are trying to rub out a new order. Nagato nodded. No one had ever dared to look directly at his Rinnegan, and Ryun was the first. Proving that he has eyes that are no less capable than his. Conan stood up and introduced Liu Yun to everyone. His name is Liu Yun. He is a descendant of a Hyuga branch house who was left behind during the Third Ninja World War. By chance, he awakened the Tenseigan. Liu Yun. Obito whispered softly. I always feel that this name sounds familiar. It has appeared in his dreams countless times and they have even been in the same car before. Itachi felt the same way, as the name often appeared in his home, harassing his mother. Noticing something strange between Obito and Itachi, Nagato asked, what's wrong? Itachi shook his head, and the Afei in Obito's body laughed. Nothing. The new guy has a nice name. Nagato immediately organized a team for Liu Yun. Liu Yun, you should form your own team first. Liu Yun nodded. Liu Yun replaced Kakuzu, who had died and Hidan was still buried in the ground, so there was no one to replace him. After briefly introducing the newcomers, Nagato got down to business. Advertisement. Now only 8 tails and 9 tails are left. Who will be in charge of 8 tails? The Akatsuki organization's collection of tailed beasts is coming to an end, and the defense of the ninja village will become stricter towards the end. Moreover, the last 2 tailed beasts are not ordinary ones. 8 tails Jinchuriki is known as the perfect Jinchuriki, and 9 tails is the strongest tailed beast. Nagato looked around and finally his eyes fixed on Liu Yun. Everyone followed Nagato's gaze and focused their eyes on Liu Yun. It's obvious that Liu Yun wants to wade into this muddy water. Liu Yun glanced around. It was really a bit unfortunate that he was asked to carry out a mission as soon as he fell into the trap of Akatsuki organization. Cloud Shinobi is pretty good, though. Samui and Mabui were both good, so I just chose them. Liu Yun stepped forward and said, in that case, let me capture 8 tails. Nagato nodded. The reason why he assigned this task to Liu Yun was, firstly, to examine his intention to join the Akatsuki organization, and secondly, to test Tenseigan's ability. Although Liu Yun could capture San Shinobi in one day, that dilapidated village could be easily captured by anyone from the Akatsuki organization. Cloud Shinobi is different. Cloud Shinobi can even be said to be the strongest ninja village. Nagato was not sure enough to invade the village easily, so he had to at least go through the back door. Give 8 tails to Liu Yun, what about 9 tails? The one who spoke was Madara. He still had some impression of the frizzy boy with blonde hair. When 9 tails was mentioned, the Akatsuki organization fell silent. 2 of the most capable generals were defeated in Konoha, and Scorpion's death was also closely related to Konoha. Everyone thinks that there are some ghosts in Konoha. Nagato Rinnegan looked around, and then became sharp and lethal. I'll capture 9 tails. Everyone looked at Nagato. Everyone knew that Nagato was very strong with the Rinnegan, but it was still a bit surprising that he would take action against 9 tails. Liu Yun, you capture 8 tails first. I will take action after you successfully capture 8 tails. Liu Yun nodded and suddenly asked a question that the Akatsuki organization had never considered. Well,
How is the salary calculated? Everyone was speechless, and there was an atmosphere of silence in the air. Conan glanced at Liu Yun coldly. What else do you want? Liu Yun smiled awkwardly. No more, snort. Advertisement. Liu Yun said no more and turned back into a silent person. Nagato looked back and forth between Conan and Liu Yun, and always felt that Liu Yun was being outshined by Conan. Conan used to be a quiet and beautiful girl. When did she develop a bad temper? Ahem. When the coughing sound came, Nagato looked at Itachi and asked with some concern. Itachi, are you feeling unwell? Uchiha Itachi's poor health was well known to everyone in Akatsuki. He coughed from time to time, which was more worrying than the skinny Nagato. Itachi shook his head. It's okay, it can still last for another year or two. In fact, he could feel the lack of vitality in his body. He didn't have more than a week or two to live, so he had to hold on until he could entrust everything to Sasuke. Nagato still expressed his concern. Take care of yourself and don't get caught in the rain. Liu Yun glanced at Itachi. This unfortunate child probably even thought of his last words and was just waiting to give them to Sasuke. Since there's nothing else to do, let's go. Liu Yun, we look forward to hearing good news from you. The Akatsuki meeting ended. Conan exited the slideshow technique, approached the window alone, and silently looked at the rain shinobi village where the drizzle was falling. Is it coming? She could feel in her heart that all of Nagato's persistence was coming to an end. Mysterious man, what do you want? Conan murmured. Conan was still wary of the mysterious masked man who led them to this road in the beginning, and always felt that all their actions were calculated by the other party. Then Conan thought of Liu Yun's pair of Tenseigen. Will this guy be obedient? Who wouldn't listen? A pair of hands suddenly hugged Conan's waist. Who? Conan panicked and immediately used the paper clone technique, but he couldn't mobilize any chakra. It's me. Liu Yun turned Conan around, and Conan realized that it was Liu Yun. There was surprise in her eyes. It's you. How come? How did you end up in Rain Shinobi Village? Liu Yun smiled but did not give any explanation. He possesses the Flying Thunder God technique. Theoretically, he needs the Flying Thunder God Kanai coordinates to transfer space, but how can such a problem be difficult for a god? Through the Phantom Body technique, Liu Yun sensed Conan's chakra, so he performed a space jump and transferred to Rain Shinobi Village in one step. Chapter 306. Days with Conan. Liu Yun approached Conan and watched the rain with her. In this scene, Liu Yun also composed a poem, looking for each other in the dream, in the flying rain and falling flowers. Conan spat at Liu Yun lightly. Rogue. Liu Yun didn't care. Rogue doesn't sound good, I still like you to call me a bad guy. He shamelessly took Conan's hand and said, would you like to go for a walk in the rain? No, there's nothing to get wet in the rain. No, love must be able to withstand the test of rain. Get lost. Who has love for you? Slide, C. Liu Yun still dragged Conan down the tower. Conan is a little worried about the appearance of Liu Yun. This rain has Nagato's technique, we will be discovered. For some reason, she was always afraid that Nagato would find out about her secret relationship with Liu Yun. Liu Yun smiled and said, don't worry, Nagato's Yuhu Jizai technique was fooled by me. His Rinnegan is always weaker than my Tenseigen. The two held hands and walked silently in the rain without an umbrella. The rain soaked Conan's clothes, making her look a little disheveled. Conan looked at Liu Yun who was holding her hand and asked, is this the youthful love you gave me? Liu Yun scratched Conan's nose and smiled. What? Is it not good? HMPH, I'm sure what you say is not good, Conan snorted. Come on, I'll take you to buy a set of clothes. Your clothes are too old-fashioned. What? You said our organization's clothes are old-fashioned, I designed them. What era is this? You're still wearing black robes and killing people. Although Rain Shinobi Village cannot compare to other ninja villages, it is small but strong enough. Everything you need is here. Liu Yun took Conan past a commercial street and walked straight to a clothing store. Advertisement. The boss came out from a distance and said, why don't you bring an umbrella, young couple? You are all soaked. Conan said coldly to Kaido, we are not a couple. The boss smiled and said, the young couple is having a quarrel. Is it your boyfriend who didn't bring an umbrella? Conan couldn't explain any further. Liu Yun smiled and thought that Conan was a little out of touch with the world and didn't understand human nature. On a rainy day, a man and a woman are walking hand in hand. Can you say they are good friends? Bauer, let's go in and I'll pick out a nice dress for you. Liu Yun led Conan into the clothing store, and Conan pouted beside him. Who is your Bauer? The boss followed behind, offering praises enthusiastically. The two guests are really a perfect match. The man is handsome and the woman is beautiful. Liu Yun was happy. Boss, what you said makes me very happy. I decided to take over your store and all the clothes will belong to us. The boss was so happy that he almost knelt down and kowtowed to Liu Yun. Conan mocked Liu Yun from the side. Do you have that much money? Liu Yun smiled and looked into the other person's eyes. I own a country, and I am no longer interested in money. HMPH, Conan snorted, only then realizing that Liu Yun had occupied the Kingdom of Wind. Come on, try on some clothes, see if there's anything suitable? Conan looked at the clothes in the store. To be honest, this was her first time buying clothes. She usually asks her subordinates to go to the store to make custom items, but this is the first time someone has gone shopping with her. Conan moved a little distance away from Liu Yun, fearing that he would be contaminated by the dark power in Liu Yun.
Liu Yun said to the boss. Boss, pack it for me. The boss packed it up attentively. He had some understanding of the hobbies of people like Liu Yun. Conan silently picked up a light white skirt, but her ears were still inevitably contaminated by the flowing clouds. Decida. Conan clenched his fists, trying to calm his anger. She rarely gets angry, but every time she meets Liu Yun, she becomes filled with rage. Advertisement. Liu Yun came over, admired the dress Conan picked, and praised, "Not bad, you look good in white. Come, wear it for me to see." Conan replied coldly with 2 words. No. Liu Yun shamelessly tried to continue to break down Conan's psychological defenses, but Conan suddenly sealed Liu Yun's mouth with a piece of paper. Now the world is finally quiet. Liu Yun wanted to say something but could only make mumbles. Conan smiled, took the skirt she had chosen from Liu Yun, and walked out of the store alone. Liu Yun tore open the paper that sealed his mouth and told the boss, "Boss, pack all the clothes." He separated 2 shadow clones and asked them to act as porters, while he followed Conan. Conan, even if you seal my mouth, you can't change my heart for you. Roll. In a dark corner, Obito silently watched Liu Yun chasing Conan, and said with some sarcasm, "How can you be so shameless when chasing a girl? It's really shameful." Ah-Fei laughed and said, "I think girls like this better, you're just too shy. Lin has always ignored you." As soon as Fei mentioned Lin, Obito fell silent. After a long moment, only a whisper could be heard. "Lin, Project Tsuki no Mi will soon be successful. I will soon be able to create a world with you in it. Let's go and stop that guy. Why does he know my identity?" "Obito, I'm hungry, let me go inside and have a good meal." Obito looked at a public toilet in front of him and said coldly, "Idiot. Free food? Yes, I am eating for free, you're such a jerk." Liu Yun took Conan to a noodle stall and called out to the owner, "Boss, give me 2 bowls of barbecued pork." "Yes, guest." Liu Yun held Conan's hand and looked at her palm. "Conan, there is a line on your hand that extends from the bottom of your little finger to the direction of your index finger. This is the love line. Be a match for me and prove that I am the other half of your life. We are destined to be husband and wife." Chapter 307. What did you do with Lin's photo? Noodles are coming. The noodle stall owner smiled and brought 2 bowls of hot ramen. In the humid climate of Rain Shinobi Village, having a bowl of ramen is undoubtedly a wonderful thing. Liu Yun raised his bowl and ate the ramen with great appetite. Unexpectedly, I came to a strange space. The light was dim, there were many square bodies, and next to them was a strange man wearing an orange mask. He had a cold face, as if he was going to chop someone down if they disagreed with him. Liu Yun saw at a glance that it was Obito. He didn't hesitate and sat cross-legged on the ground, continuing to eat his ramen. Obito was speechless. Was it that the other party didn't know how to guard against it, or was he confident in his own ability? Or just an idiot? Obito didn't say anything either, just watched Liu Yun eat noodles silently. The gurgling sound of swallowing echoed softly in the empty Kamui space, and Obito felt hungry watching Liu Yun's eating habits. "Does this noodles taste like mom's?" Liu Yun swallowed the last noodle with a slurp. He then glanced at Obito and asked in the tone of a woman spying on the military situation at the entrance of the village, "Have you eaten?" The eye socket that Obito revealed was like an empty hole, and he looked at Liu Yun coldly, as if the other party had written his Lin. Obito said word by word, "How do you know my name?" Obito still remembered the previous Akatsuki meeting, so it was impossible for Liu Yun to say his name when he farted. He believed that he was very good at hiding his true identity, and only very few people knew his true identity. Liu Yun smiled and said, "My Tenseigen can see the past and the future. I see the tragedy of an Uchiha in you." Obito listened without saying a word. Tenseigen can see the past and the future? Obito doesn't understand. After all, it was just Liu Yun's one-sided statement. Even if he said that whoever Tenseigen glared at would get pregnant, Obito would not be able to refute it. After all, the eyes are on his body, and only he knows clearly. After thinking for a while, Obito continued to ask, "What else do you know?" Liu Yun put the bowl of noodles on the ground and waved for Obito to sit down. Obito did as he was told. Liu Yun was already in his Kamui space, so he had the final say on how to control it. Obito wanted to see what he and Liu Yun had to talk about. Liu Yun directly revealed Obito's plan. "Your plan is Project Tsuki no Mi. With the help of Ten Tails' power, you will complete infinite Tsukuyomi and use it to pull everyone in the world into a dream." Advertisement. The more Obito listened, the more surprised he was. Liu Yun understood everything clearly, as if he had participated in it together. His originally calm eyes turned scarlet, revealing his Mangekyo, and he said rather coldly, "You actually know so much, can your eyes really see the past and the future as you said?" His palms suddenly clenched, indicating that he believed Liu Yun. Liu Yun knew such a secretive thing. It seemed that it was just as he wished. Tenseigen had the power to see the past and the future. Obito looked up and Mangekyo looked into Rukun's eyes. "What about the future? What will my future be like? Will the world with Rin succeed?" Liu Yun smiled and shook his head. "No, you will be persuaded by Naruto to return to the camp." Obito looked at his hands and suddenly sneered. "How can my hands covered in blood be bathed in light? The future you see is wrong. He even killed the teacher, who could forgive him?" Obito stood up, turned sideways and looked at Liu Yun coldly. "What is your position? What is your purpose in joining the Akatsuki organization?" Obito began to doubt Ryun's stance. The fact that the opponent can see the past and the future proves that he is omniscient and omnipotent, and any action he takes is based on the considerations of a chess player. Liu Yun chuckled. Standpoint: I am neither righteous nor evil, I do whatever I want, depending on my mood. Obito snorted, what a big tone. Liu Yun blew a breath on his hand and sniffed it. Ramen with garlic in it does have a strong smell. Obito. Liu Yun stood up, stretched and said, Obito, why are you obsessed with a dream world? The Rinnegan can reverse the boundary between life and death, perhaps you can use it to revive your Rin. Obito folded his hands, so what if I'm resurrected? This kind of world, endless disputes, I don't want Lin to see this kind of world. Liu Yun smiled, Obito's pursuit was not just for Lin. He realized the truth of this world and believed that it was a wrong world, so he devoted himself to creating a world of truth, goodness and beauty. Such a world only exists in dreams, and Obito believes in Master Madara just like that, allowing everyone to dream of a peaceful and beautiful world together. Obito looked at Liu Yun. Will you stop our plan? Liu Yun burped, he ate a little too much. Hearing Obito's question, he waved his hand and said, it depends on your mood. But you are just a chess piece after all. You haven't reached the qualifications of a chess player yet. Peace? Obito could sense that there was something else behind Liu Yun's words. But he didn't delve into it, instead he sneered. Forget it, I don't care about your wild talk. This is my space. You can stay here and starve to death for the rest of your life. I don't want to see any changes beyond the plan. He left a word and turned into a whirlpool and left. Advertisement after Obito left, Liu Yun chuckled. Thinking of trapping me in an alternate dimension, ridiculous. He looked around Obito's Kamui space, ready to leave a little gift. King Bomb. After a violent explosion, there was only nothingness left at the spot. As soon as Obito exited Kamui space, he heard White Zetsu's reminder. Obito, the spores I left on that kid have been dealt with, he escaped. Obito entered the Kamui space again, where scalding heat was surging like a big furnace. Obito yelled, you be asterisk 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 D. Liu Yun returned to the noodle stall with the big bowl in his hand and disappeared for less than a minute. Conan was a little surprised. Where did you go? Liu Yun took the bowl back and said with a smile, a weirdo came to me to read his palm. I told him that he was going to have a bloody disaster and he was going to lock me up. I just escaped. Conan was a little curious. Who is it? Uchiha Obito, a lovesick guy who got fooled. Uchiha Obito. Conan had some impression of this name, as both Liu Yun and Itachi mentioned it during the meeting just now. Conan asked Liu Yun, who is he? Is he Afei's true identity? She instinctively felt that this man named Obito was hiding a deep conspiracy and might be the mastermind behind the Akatsuki organization. Liu Yun did not answer Conan's question and asked the boss for another bowl. Great. The guests are really good eaters, almost as big as pigs. No, it's more delicious than pigs, Conan pulled Liu Yun's face to divert his attention to himself. Liu Yun looked into Conan's eyes that wanted to know everything. Tell me quickly, Uchiha Obito or Afei, what are they hiding? Liu Yun answered obediently and directly confessed Obito's identity. He's Obito, and he's also Afei, and he calls himself Uchiha Madara. Conan's eyes sparkled. Uchiha Madara, what is Obito's purpose? She found that she was getting closer and closer to the truth. Liu Yun was eating noodles and had no time to free his mouth. Conan could only wait anxiously for Liu Yun to finish his noodles. Chapter 308 The Rain Country is a weeping country. The boss was right. Liu Yun eats more than a pig. His mouth never stops eating, but his belly never gets bloated. The boss's whole family had to join in the action to catch up with Liu Yun, the big eater. When the table was full of space, Liu Yun finally stopped talking and let out a breath of relief. It's so satisfying. Liu Yun has the Otsutsuki sage body, and ordinary food cannot replenish his energy at all, so of course he has to eat a lot. The boss wiped the sweat from his forehead. Although it was tiring, this order from Liu Yun was equivalent to a week's work. After paying the bill, Conan left with Liu Yun. Don't walk too fast, I need to digest it. Conan pulled Liu Yun to a corner and asked him, what is Obito or Uchiha Madara's purpose? Are they using us behind the scenes? Liu Yun picked his teeth and nodded. You are not stupid, Obito is indeed using you. You collect the tailed beasts to create a balance under nuclear deterrence, while Obito and Madara want to change the production structure of this world. How? Liu Yun told Conan. Let everyone live in an illusory world and live a life of drunkenness and dreaming. Illusion? Conan wondered. Yes, to put it simply, it is a super large illusion. Advertisement after Conan learned the truth, he was a little puzzled. They arranged everything just to make everyone dream. Liu Yun nodded. Yes, do you expect to be with me forever in the dream? Conan barely hesitated. No, woman, don't answer so bluntly. Conan sneered and flew straight to his room. Liu Yun followed and looked at Conan's snow-white profile. After knowing Obito and Madara's purpose, what do you want to do? Conan looked at the dark rain shinobi village and the people walking in the puddles in the rain. The land of rain is a country that cries, but it does not need to dream of sunshine. Everyone has a hard time in this country. Yahiko, Nagato, we are all homeless people. We all have a past that we can't bear to look back on. We founded Akatsuki together to bring light and hope to the rain country. We never dream of anything.
We have to rely on our own hands to do whatever we want. We will never dream of everything. This is Akatsuki, the down-to-earth Akatsuki. Conan's answer was blunt and dismissive of Obito and Uchiha Madara's purpose. Advertisement Nagato's 10 tails deterrent is better than their bad idea. Liu Yun nodded. If he was a normal person, he would not agree to the illusion brought by Obito and Madara, not to mention that the future was Black Zetsu's mission impossible. Soon Liu Yun and Conan arrived at the tallest tower in Rain Shinobi village. Conan entered the room, and Liu Yun followed closely behind, but was blocked by a paper wall. Conan obviously didn't want to invite a wolf into the house. Liu Yun knocked on the door. Conan, are you going to kick me out? Don't be so heartless. Go back to your desert now. You'll be in big trouble if Nagato finds you. Conan, you are so heartless. I told you about Obito, Madara and their plan, and you just wanted to get rid of me. Aren't you a green tea? Conan stopped replying. She was afraid that if she continued to speak her IQ would be lowered. Liu Yun sighed. Liu Yun sneered, then turned into a puff of white smoke and entered Conan's boudoir. You are really shameless. I told you not to come in, but you still forced your way in. Chapter 309 Obito's provocation. Obito realized that he was in trouble when he noticed that Liu Yun had escaped. They had a falling out, and the other party might ruin his plan, so he had to calm Nagato down and stop him from listening to other people's slander. Obito saw that Liu Yun was still beside Conan, and immediately came up with an idea and moved to the location of Nagato's Tiandao. Tendo Pain still had a cold face, looking down at the village in the rain, as if he were an unfathomable god. Oh, someone has come into your raincoat. Nagato glanced at Obito and said indifferently, what are you doing here? Obito folded his hands, leaned against the wall, and said in an ambiguous tone, where is the follower beside you? Nagato snorted. Conan went to rest. And you said my Yuhu Zizai technique was cracked by someone. Who was it? Obito said somewhat teasingly. Who else could it be? Of course it's Tensagen, who is in the same rank as you. Nagato then responded. Liu Yun, him? Obito nodded. That's him. Why is he here at Rain Shinobi? Where is he now? Nagato asked coldly while looking into Obito's eyes. Obito's mask was full of ridicule. He is dating a female fellow from Akatsuki? Conan. Nagato immediately understood what Obito meant. Obito smiled and said, he's really good. He just joined Akatsuki and he's already hooked up with Conan, a beautiful girl. If I had half the skills he has. Forget it, I won't say any more. Nagato's relationship with Conan is one Obito is all too familiar with. Nagato has a crush on Conan, and Conan likes Yahiko. It's a triangle cycle. Just like his former team. Wait, Kakashi doesn't like him and Yahiko doesn't like Nagato either. If Conan changes his heart, it will undoubtedly be a blow to Nagato, because Conan is the only person he can trust in this world. Nagato was silent for a while, and suddenly fired a Shinra Tensai at Obito. Obito easily dodged with hollow. Then Nagato responded. Even so, I will still wish her a good home. Besides, this is just your one-sided statement. Don't try to sow discord between me and Conan. Obito sneered. Just watch the woman you love fall into Liu Yun's arms. After saying this, he turned into a shadow and left. In Obito's opinion, the seeds of discord have been planted and are just waiting to sprout. Moreover, the cooperation between Nagato and Liu Yun will be fraught with danger. The Rinnegan and Tensagen will fight over a woman. Advertisement. After Obito left, Tendo Pain continued to overlook the village, but the master behind him had a troubled look on his face. Did Conan use a honey trap to lure Liu Yun in? Their relationship wouldn't develop that quickly, would it? No, he obeyed Conan as soon as he scolded Liu Yun during the meeting this morning. Could it be, the more Nagato thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt bad. He does have a crush on Conan, but he's already so weak, isn't this just a waste of time? Besides, Conan likes Yahiko. Now that Conan seems to have changed his mind, he feels a little uncomfortable and is afraid that Conan will leave him and he will be alone in the future. No, I can't believe what that person says. I want to find out secretly. Liu Yun smiled, bent down slightly, kissed Conan on the neck, and planted his own curse mark. This is the power that can protect you. If you are in any danger, I will come to save you. Conan pushed away Liu Yun's neck and snorted, I have hundreds of millions of detonating talismans on me, who dares to touch me? Liu Yun laughed and said, silly girl, even though you used the money left by Kakuzu to make a lot of detonating talismans, Obito knows space ninjutsu, you can't beat him. Listen to me, don't try to kill him alone, you can't control it. Conan was covered in the quilt and didn't say anything, but he had already made up his mind to expose Obito's conspiracy. Akatsuki cannot be controlled by them. Liu Yun produced a rose in his hand, placed it in front of Conan's bed, and disappeared in a flash. Sanagakure. About 2 hours after Liu Yun left, the giant eagle had already carried Hanabi Hinata around the Wind Kingdom and returned to the village. Liu Yun appeared in a small courtyard next to the hot spring pool. This was the house Liu Yun built yesterday for transitional use. Thousands of shadow clones are still working overtime to build the Golden Palace in the Bronze Sparrow Tower, just waiting for Liu Yun to ascend the throne and do some pornographic things. Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick were lying on a table. Next to them was Aristotle, who was tutoring them. Aristotle took the ruler and gently patted Wolong's bare butt. I just ate and drank for free all day, and I forgot all the knowledge I learned before. Come, tell me how to prove Fermat's last theorem.
Wolong. Yeah, circled dot operator omega circled dot operator. The bear's head is really only the size of a walnut. You can't even answer such a simple question. Feng Shu, tell me, what is 1 plus 1? Wolong, Deminda. Advertisement. Liu Yun walked into the courtyard, and Hanabi came up with a bunch of grapes, looked at Liu Yun and said sarcastically, "Brother-in-law, where have you been fooling around?" Liu Yun could hear the sarcasm in little Hanabi's voice. After all, Liu Yun had stood them up halfway. Liu Yun picked up Hanabi, who was still in a bad mood. "My brother-in-law just received an urgent matter and went out to do something." Snort, Hanabi pouted, "Don't abandon me and my sister anymore, or I won't recognize you as my brother-in-law." Liu Yun nodded and said, "I swear on my ancestors' coffins that no matter how big an investment is, I will just throw it aside and ignore it." Hanabi smiled with satisfaction. "That's almost right." Liu Yun smiled secretly and said, "I can even sell my grandfather's ashes, so what's the point of my ancestors' coffin boards?" Hinata came out in a cook's outfit, holding a plate of food in her hands. She saw Liu Yun and didn't care about his leaving halfway, thinking that it was a great thing for a man to do. Liu Yun laughed and called out, "Hinata, you cooked for me." Hinata spent a few days with Liu Yun and gradually got used to his thick skin. He smiled and waved to Liu Yun and Hanabi. "Come in and have your meal." Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick smelled the aroma of the food and started to cry out. Aristo asked Feng Shu to go eat, but he just grabbed Wolong's tail and said, "You haven't even finished your studies yet and you still want to eat. Society only allows valuable bears to eat." Wolong. Liu Yun is eating Hinata. Cooked meal. Hinata does have the makings of a good wife, but it's a pity that she followed Liu Yun, a scumbag. After a hearty meal, Liu Yun didn't want to move anymore and collapsed on the wooden board. Hinata was clearing the table. Hanabi, the greedy little cat, was also full and collapsed next to Liu Yun. The two of them, one big and one small, were like two lazy cats. Hinata looked at it and smiled. She kind of liked this kind of life. There are no strict rules of the Hyuga family, nor are there expectant gazes from everyone. It's nice to serve Liu Yun and Hanabi quietly by myself. "Hey, Hanabi, why are you using my clothes to wipe your mouth?" "Hey, you're my brother-in-law, what's wrong with me wiping it?" Okay, as long as you're happy." Chapter 310. Liu Yun's Palace. Liu Yun lay there for a while, and then Shadow Clone rushed in. He was a member of the East Factory Canon. He said in a tone that was neither sanctimonious nor ambiguous, "Your Majesty, the Golden Throne Hall and the Bronze Sparrow Tower have been completed. Your Majesty, please move to the throne." Liu Yun nodded, stood up and prepared to go and see his own Bronze Sparrow Tower. How much space can it hold? How many women can it accommodate? When Hanabi heard this, interest showed on her face, and she immediately hung on Liu Yun. "Brother-in-law, I want to go too." Liu Yun nodded. Her sister-in-law was going to see the new house, so how could her brother-in-law not agree to her? "Come on, I'll show you our new home. Brother-in-law is so nice." Hinata was tidying up the furniture in the house when she heard the noises of Ryun and Hanabi, a slight smile adorning her lips. Hanabi hurried over again and pulled Hinata's kitchen skirt. "Sister, I'm out looking at a new house." Hinata rubbed Hanabi's little head and smiled gently. "You guys go ahead. I'll clean up at home." Hanabi was helpless because her sister liked quietness and was not the type of person who was particularly curious. "Then my brother-in-law and I will go." Hinata nodded. "You and your brother-in-law should go out and have fun." "No." Hanabi left behind a sound and ran out like a deer. Hinata looked at Hanabi and Liu Yun walking away hand in hand outside the house, smiled slightly, and continued to wipe the wooden table carefully. Hanabi has also changed. She is no longer as serious as before, but has become childish and full of energy. Hinata suddenly remembered what she had just said and her face turned red. Hanabi got used to calling Liu Yun brother-in-law, and she gradually accepted this title. She then shook her head, and suddenly her eyes caught a glimpse of golden hair. Then a woman wearing brown ninja armor jumped down from the eaves. Tamari folded her hands, looked at Hinata, and whispered, "Hyuga Hinata." Tamari. Hinata recognized the Chunin exam participant. Tamari looked at the layout of the room and did not see Liu Yun. "Where's Liu Yun? Where did he go?" Hinata asked. "Do you have anything to do with Liu Yun?" Tamari was stunned. Why did she come to find Liu Yun? She just wanted to sneak a peek at Liu Yun's shadow in the dark and say a few sarcastic words to him. Advertisement, but how could she reveal her little thoughts? She immediately displayed the aura of the desert princess. "I want to ask where he plans to take San Shinobi. Where are the others?" Hinata pointed outside the village and said, "Liu Yun said his platform was repaired and he took Hanabi to visit it." HMPH, Tamari snorted, then looked at Hinata seriously. "The intelligence said that Liu Yun captured you two sisters, so it seems that you followed him on your own." Hinata didn't know what was going on. Tamari suddenly turned his fire on her. Hinata's silence made Tamari think that she agreed, and Tamari suddenly felt a little jealous. "Damn man, there is such a beautiful woman hiding in the house." "Humph. Your man is not as honest as you think." Tamari snorted, left a few words and ran out of the village, leaving Hinata a little confused. Liu Yunsho's illegal building is not in San Shinobi's village, but outside Yishinshin. Liu Yun's palace is bigger than San Shinobi, and San Shinobi is so small that it cannot accommodate it at all.
Although they are said to be two buildings, they are actually one city, the Forbidden City. The city gate is towering, carrying a sense of ancient vicissitudes and the supremacy of imperial power. Liu Yun nodded and said to the cannon beside him, "Yes, it has the demeanor of a king. Let's go and see the Golden Palace." Hanabi looked at the tall ancient city with great interest. "Brother-in-law, you are really capable. You can actually build such a tall city wall." Liu Yun smiled and said, "Brother-in-law has many more abilities. You will find out later, Hanabi." Entering the city gate, there are many soldiers wearing heavy armor, all of whom are shadow clones of Liu Yun. Hash plus hash equals cannon explained. Some shadow clones wanted to experience what it was like to be an ancient soldier, so they joined the royal guards. Liu Yun nodded, then pointed at some shadow clones holding whisks and said, "Do they want to experience what it's like to be a eunuch?" Cannon laughed and said, "Yes, these shadow clones like two empty ones." Liu Yun shook his head. He was addicted to palace dramas in the past, and would even speak in a eunuch's tone when being silly. These shadow clones should have inherited this trait. Liu Yun and Hanabi walked and stopped along the way, admiring this enchanting ancient city. Dapao acted as a tour guide. That is the Imperial Garden, where flowers bloom all year round. That's Wying Hall, which contains various documents of the ninja world. That is. Hanabi watched with great interest, and when she was satisfied she clapped her hands and said it was spectacular. Liu Yun was bored. No matter how beautiful the scenery was, it could not be as fragrant as a beautiful woman. Advertisement. When Dapao saw Liu Yun's boredom, he immediately understood what he meant. "Boss, let's go to the harem." Liu Yun's interest immediately piqued. Walk. The harem is located behind the Golden Throne Hall. After passing the Qianqing Gate is the messy palace for concubines. This place also belongs to the Bronze Sparrow Tower, where Liu Yun will lead hundreds of millions of elite troops in the future. There is a small bridge, flowing water and the fragrance of bamboo. The plaque on the palace reads, Jinlan Palace. Jinlan also means sisters. Liu Yun pointed to the largest palace and said, "Hanabi, this will be your and your sister's home from now on. How about it? Do you like it?" Hanabi looked at the luxurious and beautiful palace and clapped her hands non-stop. "It's so beautiful, brother-in-law, you are awesome." Liu Yun smiled. Dapao took Liu Yun and Hanabi to visit other buildings. "Let's go to the Golden Palace to hold a court meeting. Ask the Sand Shinobi people to come along. We will discuss the important matters of the talent show." Hanabi held Liu Yun's hand, a little confused. "Brother-in-law, what does the talent show mean?" Liu Yun argued cunningly. "It was Xuanshuer's idea. The harem needs Shuer's martial arts." Oh, Hanabi seemed to understand. Liu Yun smiled and said, "A talent show, to put it in a more vulgar way, is like the emperor wanting to have S**X with PR* street youths, and he's snatching women openly." Humph. It doesn't sound like a good word. A snort was heard, and Liu Yun and Hanabi turned around and saw that it was Tamari. She was holding her hands and mocking Liu Yun. Hanabi asked in confusion, "Brother-in-law, who is she?" Tamari felt uncomfortable hearing Hanabi addressing Liu Yun. Even her brother-in-law has been called. It seems that Liu Yun is really in love with the eldest daughter of the Hyuga family. Liu Yun gave Dapao a wink. Dapao understood immediately and lied to Hanabi. "Hanabi, the boss wants to discuss an important business. Let's not disturb him. Let's go look somewhere else." Hanabi looked at Liu Yun with contempt. "You just promised me this morning, and now you want to go back on your word. Brother-in-law is such a big liar." Liu Yun rubbed her head and said, "Brother-in-law is a man who does great things. He can't let his career be affected by his love affair. He will definitely not regret it next time." "It's a deal." Hanabi believed Liu Yun's lies again. Dapao came forward and said, "Let's go to Julongtang. It's the royal bathhouse and it's very big." Alright. Chapter 311. Earthworms cut vertically, eggs shaken into pulp. Silver Palace. At this moment, Liu Yun's mind is full of philosophy. Liu Yun thought about the past and the future, then murmured, "Am I a little too lustful?" A voice came from outside. "Boss, the people from Sand Shinobi are here. The daimyo and nobles of Wind Country have been kidnapped and are waiting for your decision." Liu Yun smiled and said, "Well, it's time for me to have my own empire." Tamari wondered, "What do you want to do?" Liu Yun walked straight out of the house and then appeared in the Golden Palace. Once he sits on the dragon throne, he is truly the supreme ruler. Yeah, the two mascots, Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick, act as stone lions, standing at both ends of the dragon throne to guard the flowing clouds. On both sides of the hall, there are Cao Dongjia, Dr. Snake, Shueba. They are all loyal ministers and brave generals who followed Liu Yun to conquer the world. The cannons were placed beside the dragon throne, and they shouted in a voice like a drake, "The Emperor is here. Long live His Majesty." The shadow clones bowed in unison. The people at Sand Shinobi were a little confused. They had no idea what Liu Yun was doing. "Your Majesty? Is that a title for the daimyo?" The Sand Shinobi elders didn't care about the amount of people, they just licked them and congratulated Liu Yun together. The other group of Sand Shinobi looked at Gaara, waiting for his response. Gaara remained silent, folding his hands and silently looking at Liu Yun. Ha ha ha, Liu Yun kept laughing and suddenly choked. Cough cough cough. Cao Liu Yun quickly stood up and said, "Your Majesty, please pay attention to the dragon's body." Advertisement. Liu Yun took 2 breaths and became a little too proud of himself.
He glanced at Cao Liu Yun with appreciation. Thank you for your concern, Cao Qing family. Well, I know my own body. My dear ministers, what do you want to report? Kankuro jumped out and said, Liu Yun, what on earth do you want to do by calling us here? Liu Yun Longyun was furious. He grabbed Wolong next to him and pinched the bear's butt. Da Pao observed Kankuro's expression and immediately scolded him. How disrespectful. Your Majesty is the supreme ruler of the world and the ruler of Kyushu. If you call him by his name, you should be executed. Someone, come. Take this lunatic out and feed him to the dogs. The people from the Sand Shinobi elders also jumped out. Kankuro, do you still think you are the brother of the Kazekage? Things are different now. Woof. 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 A group of shadow clones came out with a dozen dogs and directly surrounded Kankuro. Kankuro takes out the crow. Who is afraid of whom? Kankuro, drink dew when I am thirsty in the desert and eat grasshoppers when I am hungry. I am definitely not someone who is afraid of being scared. Da Pao shouted, this is rebellion. Come, kill all his clans, chop the earthworms in his house vertically, and shake all the eggs to yellow. Let's see who dares. A kunai flew in and stuck in front of Kankuro. Tamari walked in with her arms folded in a cold face, glaring at Liu Yun. Are you planning to raid my house? Liu Yun smiled awkwardly and waved his hand, ending the farce. The elders jumped out. An old man jumped out, pointed at Tamari and cursed. Tamari, you are so bold, do you know where this place is? How can you, a woman, speak? The elders looked at Liu Yun and stuck out their tongues. They thought they should give him some bones this time. Liu Yun leaned horizontally on the dragon chair, treating it as a sofa, and rolled up the wolong into a round shape to use as a pillow. He sneered at the elders. They were just a bunch of fish he kept to trouble the waters. When had they ever dared to point fingers at his food? Liu Yun gave Da Pao a look, and Da Pao nodded and waved his whisk. Advertisement, come on, dog. Drag him out and let him eat sand in the desert for the rest of his life. The Sand Shinobi elder who jumped out was a little proud, but suddenly he realized that the dogs were rushing towards him. The dogs pounced on the man, who was quickly dragged out. As he left, he shouted, Your Majesty, I am innocent, I am innocent. The only one left was Tamari, who was holding her arms and smiling faintly. The elders were shocked and thought to themselves that the Sand Shinobi princess was climbing very fast and might have already crawled to the pillow of this master. No, we can't fall behind. Tamari stood next to Gaara, grabbed Kankuro's ear and scolded, You idiot, don't you want to live? If I was a step later, you would have been chewed into mud by a dog now. Kankuro chuckled and obediently accepted Tamari's scolding. Gaara glanced at the clouds above, then looked at Tamari beside him and asked curiously, Sister, why does he give you such a big face? Nothing, nothing. Fengshu climbed into Liu Yun's arms and competed with Wulong for favor. Liu Yun smacked his lips and asked, My dear ministers, do you have anything else to say? Cao Liu Yun stood up and bowed. Your Majesty, please move the temple to the Temple of Supreme Harmony and announce to the world that you will establish an empire, call yourself the Son of Heaven, claim to be the only one who has the right to rule, bring glory to the orthodoxy, and unify Daxia. To be an emperor, there must be a process. No matter how difficult it is, I care about the form, after all, it is a big deal. In ancient times, Zhao Kuangyan launched a military coup at Chenchao and established the Song dynasty, which lasted for more than 300 years. Recently, 8 mercenaries led by Li Chengfu established the Wanshan kingdom, but they were wiped out by 3 public security police officers, alas. From this it can be seen that whether being an emperor for fun or to go to jail, one must go through the process. Liu Yun stood up and said, Let's go. Liu, will go and worship the heavens right now. Your Majesty is welcome to come. A group of people walked out of the hall in a hurry. The people of Sand Shinobi were confused. What was he going to do? Some of them couldn't follow Liu Yun's jumping thoughts. Chapter 312 Ascension Kankuro couldn't keep up with the actions of Liu Yun and his shadow clone, and whispered to Tamari, Sister, is that man mentally ill? Tamari pondered for a moment. Maybe. Several people followed behind and soon arrived at a temple platform on a high platform. Liu Yun lit 3 incense sticks and bowed to worship heaven and earth. Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick each hold a plate, which is a sacrifice to God. Epsilon. Wolong couldn't control his mouth and secretly ate the offerings from God. Boom boom. Suddenly there was a loud thunder and the sky turned from sunny to cloudy, as if it was foreshadowing something. Wolong. It quickly put back the offering from God and pretended to be an innocent bear. Liu Yun kicked over the altar and pointed at the sky full of lightning and thunder and cursed. Damn God, how dare you not give me, Liu Yun, face. Boom. A bolt of lightning struck down from the sky and hit Liu Yun directly. The power of the thunder was not half as strong as that of the flowing cloud, but it still made him look a little embarrassed, and his face was half burnt. Liu Yun was furious. As the saying goes, when the emperor is angry, the common people suffer. In the world of ninjas, who wouldn't offer him a cigarette when seeing him? Okay. You dare to go against me, Liu Yun? Even if you are the top of the starry sky, I will blast you to pieces. Death Gate, open. Liu Yun opened the gate of death, and the chakra in his body surged. All his strength turned into light, and the enormous pressure directly crushed the surrounding buildings into pieces. Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick could not stand this powerful pressure and transformed into golden mode one after another. The shadow clones scattered. Oh no, the boss is going to use the royal bomb. Everyone, run. I can't take it, I'm running away, I'm running away. The surrounding Sand Shinobi elders were in even greater disarray. They were forced to kneel down under the pressure of Liu Yun chakra, surrendering to this divine power. Gaara gritted his teeth and insisted, looking at Liu Yun with disbelief. This kind of chakra? Gaara has been with one tail for many years and is extremely sensitive to the chakra of the tailed beast. The danger that Ryun's chakra brings to people is far greater than that of the tailed beasts. Advertisement: the strength is dozens of times that of it. Is this his full strength? The flowing clouds above the platform turned into a ray of light and flew towards the sky where thunder was flashing. Oh my god, can you afford the king bomb? Boom 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 boom. After a roar that shook the 9 heavens, a huge explosion sounded in the sky. The powerful shock wave from the sky was like a typhoon passing through, rolling up the desert sand, kneading it into a ball, and making a pancake. After 2 breaths, the sky cleared up again. It seemed that even God had to succumb to the wrath of the clouds. Mount Myoboku. The old toad slowly closed his eyes. Forget it, the story has come to an end, and any changes are just side issues. After Liu Yun was resurrected, he changed into a black robe with the pattern of 9 dragons fighting for a pearl. With a wave of his sleeves, a sandstorm instantly rose up in the desert. Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick transformed back into normal form and continued to steal the tributes. Yeah, the shadow clones below took their positions one after another. The Sand Shinobi also stood up convinced. After seeing Liu Yun's full strength, except for Gaara who was still struggling in his heart, everyone else gave up resisting. Kankuro almost peed himself. He seemed to have spoken a little loudly to Liu Yun just now. Would this affect his reincarnation? The cannon said loudly beside him, the name of the country with the wind. A group of people tied up the daimyo and nobles of the Wind Kingdom. Without the protection of the Sand Shinobi, these guys were like lambs to be slaughtered. Even after being tied up, the daimyo of Wind Country did not forget his status as a monarch. He pointed at Liu Yun and cursed. I am the daimyo of Wind Country, boy, why don't you let me go? My uncle is the daimyo of Fire Country, and my cousin is the daimyo of Earth Country. If you move me, you will be going against the 5 ninja nations. Let me go, and I can make you the general of the Southern Kingdom. Liu Yun's shadow clones seemed not to have seen him. A lamb used for sacrifice will not be pitied by anyone no matter how much it cries. A shadow clone came up with a big knife in his hand. The sharp blade reflected the sunlight, and the daimyo of the Wind Country screamed wildly. Are you serious? Hey, Dad, don't kill me? The cannon yelled, sacrifice. Shadow clone touched the neck of the daimyo of Wind Country, which was extremely stiff. Look at his 1.5 acres of land, it is filled with fairy air and steaming hot water. I was scared to death. The executioner shook his head, then swung his knife across. The knife was like falling snow, stained with blood, and cut off the head. This advertisement. Tamari clenched her fists and stared at the Wind Country daimyo's eyes in shock. He just died like that. Gaara watched silently without saying a word. Even though this daimyo had caused him a lot of trouble, he was still his monarch after all. No matter how noble one's status is, it can't stop the power of God. Gaara looked at Liu Yun seriously, and then murmured, Naruto, can you be a glimmer of hope to defeat him? He then shook his head. With Liu Yun's godlike power, he didn't know who could be his opponent. The executioner slaughtered the nobles of the Kingdom of Wind one after another, and finally died the Temple of Tehi Scarlet. Dr. Snake came up and asked Liu Yun, do you want to start a live broadcast to announce it to the world? Liu Yun. Dr. Snake smiled and said, this is the remote projection technique I developed based on the slide body technique. No matter how far away you are, as long as you have enough chakra, I can project it to you. Liu Yun waved his dragon robe and said, live broadcast, the title is, I want to be the emperor. Good. Dr. Snake made the seal and started the live broadcast. In an instant, a huge picture could be seen overhead wherever there were crowds of people. A man wearing a black dragon robe and with silver hair looked down at the ninja world coldly. Konoha. Tsunade was taking a bath with Shizune, and Shizune suddenly looked out the window in a daze. Tsunade wondered, and also turned her gaze to the window. Damn, someone is peeping. Naruto and his gang were chasing after Sasuke, when suddenly Ino's exclamation caught everyone's attention. Look, it's that handsome guy from that day. Everyone looked up and saw the huge light curtain illusion. Naruto recognized Rukumo immediately. It's him. What does he want? Huh, Gaara. Naruto saw Gaara's figure in the illusion, located below the flowing cloud, and seemed to be its vassal. Great, Gaara is not dead. Shikamaru's eyes were fixed on the blonde girl, and he breathed a sigh of relief. I lost my appetite last night because I was worried about Temari's danger. Now that I see she is safe, I finally feel relieved. The first thing Kakashi observed was the bodies lying in front of the steps. The picture was a little unclear. He raised his forehead protector, revealing the Sharingan. That's the daimyo of the Wind Country. What? Chapter 313 Liu Yun live broadcast. Rock Shinobi. Onoki frowned and was the first to see the body of the daimyo of the Land of Wind. What does this kid want to do? Why does the fight between ninjas involve the daimyo? Does he want to go against the entire ninja world? Cloud Shinobi, the fourth Raikage, was most concerned about this ninjutsu, and asked Mabui beside him. What is the principle behind this? How could the things in the wind country be spread here? Ma Bui shook his head and guessed. Maybe it's a change in the form of chakra light. Mist Shinobi, after a tiring day, Terumi Mei stretched lazily, revealing her charming curves, and then stared at the sky in a daze. Alas. I'm not young anymore, it will be too late if I can't find a man. Oh God, please give me a handsome guy. Just then, a huge illusion of flowing clouds appeared in the sky. Terumi Mei was stunned for a moment. The heaven responded to me. It was Liu Yun's first live broadcast and he was a little uncomfortable, but with a thicker skin than the wall, he quickly adapted to it. He coughed and began to give his speech upon ascending the throne. Hello fellow ninjas, I am Liu Yun, a ninja trainee who has been training for 2.5 years. Everyone, look at me. I have something to announce. The daimyo of Wind Country has just abdicated to me, allowing me to inherit his dream and rule the ninja world. I have accepted his commission. From now on, I am the master of the Kingdom of Wind. By the way, I want to abolish the daimyo system and re-establish the emperor. From today on, I will ascend the throne and be called the Son of Heaven of the ninja world. My next step is to sweep across the 4 countries and unify the ninja world. My friends who support me, please follow me and click 3 times in 1 click. Everyone, I'm done. Do you have any questions? There was silence all around. It turned out that Liu Yun didn't turn on the barrage. He gave Dr. Snake a wink. Dr. Snake nodded. The 8G projector, which is more powerful than 5G, has been developed. It is easy to open a barrage. There are just too many people speaking, so some of the extras should not come up. After Dr. Snake's operation, words soon appeared on the illusion. Open black lens bracket Tsunade. Damn you. You just love to make trouble. Now I have to work overtime again. Close black lens bracket. Konoha. Shizune suddenly pointed to the sky and reminded Tsunade. Master Tsunade, look, your words are engraved. Tsunade took a look and said, holy crap, it really is like that. Open black lens bracket Tsunade. Damn, it's true. Close black lens bracket Tsunade quickly covered her mouth and dared not say anything more. Advertisement. This is a global live broadcast, and her every move represents the reputation of Konoha. Everyone in the ninja world saw Tsunade's words, and they were all wondering why there was a message on it. Onoki. That's weird. Ouch, my words went up there too. Open black lens bracket 4th Raikage. What a fuss. Close black lens bracket, Uzumaki Naruto. What's the principle here? Look, what I said also went up. Open black lens bracket Uchiha Sasuke. Sly trick. Close black lens bracket, Naruto. Sasuke, it's you, where are you? Sasuke. HMPH, I don't want to bother with you. Itachi, are you there? If you are, tell me your location and I'll take your head. Itachi. My stupid Odo, I'm in the Uchiha clan's territory, come and kill me if you're a brother. Sasuke. Wait, Suigetsu, Kirin, let's go, Suigetsu. Sasuke, what about the global live broadcast? We should keep a low profile. Sasuke. As someone who bears the name of Uchiha, I don't care about the gazes of mediocre people. Liu Yun looked at the barrage and asked again. I want to unify the 5 major ninja countries. Who agrees? Who opposes? Onoki. Boy, the one with the short legs is the daimyo of Wind Country. You are so brave that you dared to kill him. The daimyo of our country has asked me to mobilize the army. If you know what's good for you, send your head here quickly, otherwise you will be killed by our rock shinobi army. Open black lens bracket 4th Raikage. Me too. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket Tsunade. I just received the news too. Open black lens bracket Terumi Mei. My dear boy, I'm sorry, but the daimyo also asked me to dispatch troops immediately. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket 4th Raikage. Wait, I don't deserve a name. My name is asterisk asterisk asterisk. Shit, it's blocked. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Liu Yun. Just based on you guys, to be honest, I don't even care about you, Hokage, and Mizukage, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Tsunade. Boy, you don't take me, Sanin Tsunade, seriously, wait. Open black lens bracket Terumi Mei. He, handsome boy. Open black lens bracket Hanabi. Brother-in-law, are you worthy of my sister? Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Liu Yun. Hanabi, don't be angry. Brother-in-law is just joking. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Hyuga Hiyashi. Hanabi, did Liu Yun bully you 2 sisters? Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Hanabi. My brother-in-law treats me very well, so my father doesn't have to worry about me. Close black lens bracket. Hinata. Father, I'm sorry. Open black lens bracket Hyuga Hiyashi. Alas, it's my fault too. I can't do anything about the branch house system. It's better for you to leave. Liu Yun. Listen to me. If you ever let Hanabi and Hinata down, I will. Onoki. Don't take up your seat, you little rascals. We are discussing military and national affairs. Open black lens bracket 4th Raikage. I propose to form a ninja coalition to fight Liu Yun together. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Tsunade. Agreed. Close black lens bracket, Terumi Mei. +1. Advertisement. Killer Bee.
I suggest that Big Brother become the commander-in-chief of the coalition forces. Open black lens bracket 8 tails. Agreed. Close black lens bracket, Darui. Agreed. Terumi Mei, ouch. Onoki. Rakage, listen to my advice. The position of commander is too virtual. You can't handle it, let me take over. Open black lens bracket Tsunade. He. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket Liu Yun. You guys don't give me gifts or like my posts, but you still hold a meeting in my livestream room to mess with me. You have such a bad conscience. Onoki. Boy, your ninjutsu is quite interesting. Keep it on all the time. It will make it easy to communicate, saving me the trouble of running around. Liu Yun. Is my chakra worthless? 9 tails. Hey, I can actually speak. Wow. Can anyone come and save me? I'm in Naruto's stomach. I'll give my chakra to anyone who can save me. The establishment of the global live broadcast room immediately brought the people in the ninja world into the WeChat era, and everyone who could make the list came in and spoke out. Liu Yun's system kept ringing, feeding back endless emotional energy. Ding. Emotional energy collected 20,000 points. Liu Yun is no longer the kind of person who goes around looking for people to kill, and no amount of experience points can arouse his interest. He almost forgot the existence of the system. After all, the child has grown up and can leave his father's protection. Liu Yun waved his hand and said, since we have announced it to the world, let's close the light curtain. Dr. Snake suddenly passed a message to Liu Yun. The light curtain can monitor the entire ninja world. Liu Yun ordered. Make it a chat interface and let them chat to their heart's content. Dr. Snake nodded. Okay, the ninja world version of Cloud Q is online. Soon, the light screens around the world turned into a chat interface, with the leaders of various forces speaking on it. Onoki. Kirin, the daimyo of the land of Earth asked you why you didn't let him speak. Do you look down on him? Liu Yun smiled. Kaido, I just looked down on him. Kuretsuchi. Old man, I have led my army across the bird country. What should I do next? Onoki. Stupid granddaughter, doesn't everyone know what I'm saying here? Liu Yun. Haitu, I am Baiyun. Do you have the heart to send troops to attack me? Kuretsuchi. I don't care what you say. Surrender now. We rock shinobi will treat our captives well. Open black lens bracket Liu Yun. Little girl, by then we won't know who will capture whom. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Hanabi. Brother-in-law, I think you want to do something to let me down again. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Liu Yun. Absolutely not. Close black lens bracket, Didera. Hey. This thing is good. Interesting. Interesting. Mr. Onoki, I saw your message. Liu Yun is a member of our organization, don't touch him. Onoki. Humph. No wonder, the people of Akatsuki are not good people. Didera. Liu Yun, do you need me to help you beat the old man? Open black lens bracket Liu Yun. No need. Close black lens bracket chapter 314 Nagato turns evil. Liu Yun ignored Onoki's roaring output. He stepped out, and felt that Dr. Snake's projection still needed some optimization, so he suggested, to preserve privacy, just turn the phone into a ninjutsu. Okay. Let's go back to the palace. Let's continue the court meeting. The cannon shouted. Get going, Rain Shinobi. A huge light curtain was across the sky, on which were the words of 4 shadows vying for the commander. Nagato looked out the window with a pale face, puzzled by Liu Yun's actions. What is this? Liu Yun's move is really hard to understand. Conan snorted coldly. He just wants to be in the spotlight. Nagato glanced at Conan, and her words showed disdain for Liu Yun, as well as a deep familiarity. Nagato probed, Conan, have you known Liu Yun for a long time? Conan shook his head. No, what's wrong? Oh, Nagato nodded. Conan then approached Nagato and said in a serious tone, Nagato, I have found out the identity of that mysterious man. He is. A vortex then appeared and Obito slowly emerged. Nagato and Conan became alert. This was where Nagato's real body was hiding, and they didn't expect to be found by Obito. This means they are always under Obito's surveillance. Conan looked at Obito coldly. Uchiha Obito, don't hide it. I already know your identity. You want to use this Akatsuki to make the whole world daydream. It's wishful thinking. Obito did not get furious when his identity was revealed. He gently took off his pumpkin-like mask, revealing a face with half of it intact and the other half scarred. I'm sorry for deceiving you all this time with Uchiha Madara's identity. After all, Obito is just a nobody and Madara is the hero of Sengoku. Nagato's 6 paths of pain surrounded him unconsciously, and he became confident, staring at Obito coldly. I don't care who you are not allowed to use Akatsuki again in the future. I will never agree with your daydreams. Obito spread his hands and said, that's not a daydream. That's a peaceful and beautiful ideal world where humans will no longer have wars and children will no longer need to hone their killing skills. Conan's paper release struck out like a lion majesty, sharper than a blade, and pierced through Obito in an instant, but all she hid was a shadow. Conan took a fighting stance. Don't lie to us anymore. We will never trust you again. Tell me, did you have anything to do with Yahiko's death? Conan instinctively realized that Yahiko's death was not simple. Nagato's Rinnegan was discovered, and she was captured alive by Hanzo. Advertisement everything seems to be controlled by a big hand behind the scenes. Obito showed the Scarlet Sharingan. So what?
Thunder flashed outside the house, reflecting Obito's terrifying face. Now that his identity has been revealed, Obito simply stops pretending. I, Uchiha Obito, am revealing my true colors. I am the mastermind behind all this, and I won't pretend anymore. You? Nagato's eyes widened and he glared at Obito. Yahiko's death was the most painful thing in his life, and what was even more painful was that the person who designed all this was taking advantage of him. Obito admired Nagato's hateful face. He folded his hands and smiled faintly. Nagato, do you really think that you are a child of destiny, so the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths will choose you? Nagato clenched his fists, his chest rising and falling with anger. What do you mean? Obito said slowly, your eyes belong to Madara. Konan laughed disdainfully and said, impossible, Uchiha Madara died a long time ago, in the Valley of the End. Obito smiled, Madara didn't die, he survived, and also fused with the power of the Senju, gaining the Rinnegan that could change fate. Nagato, you are just a sacrifice, maintain the Rinnegan, or become a sacrifice to revive Madara. Nagato sank. Me? Obito laughed and said, the day you were implanted with the Rinnegan, your fate was already determined. The death of your parents, the death of your dog, and the death of your companions. Only by understanding pain can you grow. Nagato, these are your words, right? Now, do you feel the pain of being caught in the spider's web? Konan looked at Nagato, whose face was changing from gloomy to happy, and her face flushed with excitement, as if she couldn't believe that her tragedy was designed by fate. So all this. Nagato, Konan tried to persuade Nagato to cheer up. But Obito suddenly turned his fire on her. And the woman next to you, do you think she is still the White Lotus? She was still lying in Liu Yun's arms this morning. Konan glared at Obito, a-hole. Nagato's face turned blue and red, becoming extremely ugly. His kidneys were already in poor condition, and the combined force of these blows weighed heavily on him, knocking Nagato's head blank. Konan quickly reminded Nagato. Nagato, are you okay? Nagato. Nagato suddenly raised his head, and looked at Konan with his ruthless Rinnegan, suppressing the anger that was like a wildfire. Advertisement, Konan, is he right? You. Konan fell silent. She could neither explain nor refute. Konan's silence was an admission. Nagato suddenly burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Fake. Everything is fake, including me in this world. Konan has also changed his heart. What else is worth remembering in this world? Obito watched silently, then raised his lips. Yes, this is an illusory world. Nagato, join hands with me. Let's create a beautiful dream together. Cough cough cough. Nagato suddenly coughed up red blood. Konan went forward to wipe the blood off him, but was stopped by Tendo. Nagato raised his head stubbornly and wiped the blood from his mouth. Since this world is illusory, then I will destroy it. At that moment, Nagato's expression was synchronized with Tendo pain, becoming superior and inhuman. At this moment, Nagato turned completely evil. Nagato, what do you want to do? Konan asked. Nagato made a seal and suddenly disappeared along with his pain 6 paths. Nagato, Konan shouted anxiously. Obito was a little confused, and Afei jumped out and said happily, it's screwed. Nagato is now obsessed with destroying the world. Obito calmed down and said, don't panic. Don't worry about what he does. We want the Rinnegan. How long can his body hold out? Wait for his final madness. After the madness, he will be preyed upon by the vultures. Obito turned into a shadow and slowly disappeared into the air. Konan was the only one left there, feeling lonely and desolate. Nagato, what do you want to do? Roar, a thunderous roar resounded through the drizzling village, and then a huge black shadow taller than the tower appeared in the village. It was a wooden brown color with a white cloth tied around its head. Konan's pupils shrank slightly. Ghetto statue. Nagato stood weakly on the ghetto statue, with pain 6 paths protecting him beside him. Facing the village he had always protected, Nagato's face was full of indifference. Destroy it. Chapter 315 I will fight in the form of Tiga. Jiraiya is gathering information in Rain Shinobi's village. He was holding a handgun in one hand and a wineglass in the other, looking very happy. Suddenly, a roar like thunder shook the whole village. Jiraiya quickly stood up and looked out the window. The brown demon was like a tall tower, emitting extremely powerful destructive power. What's this? Jiraiya then looked closely. There was a figure in a wheelchair above the golem, with dark red hair, pale skin, and an upper body so thin that only ribs were left. Jiraiya vaguely recognized the figure, Nagato. He rushed out of the tavern, making a seal as he moved, summoning technique. A big purple toad emerged from the white smoke, and Toujien made his grand appearance. One man and one clam ran towards the huge demonic shadow. Forbidden City, Hall of Supreme Harmony. Liu Yun listened leisurely to the national affairs below. After arguing for an hour, they finally decided on the name of the country, Liu Yun Empire. Next is the year number. Cao Liuyan talked about Jinan, and Shadow Clone talked about Zhengguan, and they were about to fall into a long-distance quarrel again. Liu Yun quickly stood up and said, the world has been at war for too long, I cannot bear it. I wish for peace in the country, so let's call it a day. A Shadow Clone stood up to flatter him. Your Majesty is wise. The end of the halberd means the end of war. Your Majesty cares about the people of the world, and you are truly a sage king. Liu Yun waved his hand. Thank you for the compliment. The reign title was soon written down by historians, that is, the year when Liu Yun ascended the throne, which was called the first year of Jiba, meaning to reduce the number of weapons. Seeing that it was getting dark, Da Pao came out and said, "Your Majesty, the royal family is in decline and the population is sparse. I suggest that you recruit beautiful women from the people to increase the prosperity of the royal family." Liu Yun was very pleased. The chief artillery officer has sharp eyes and can find this great threat to the country. Good, I will recruit many beautiful girls to fill my harem. Tamari listened silently. Liu Yun and the shadow clones spoke in an ancient tone and she could not understand some of the nonsense they were talking about. But for this last piece of advice, Tamari, out of a woman's natural vigilance, asked, Liu Yun, are you trying to steal the woman from Sanagakure? Liu Yun's little secret was exposed and the emperor became furious. How can a girl like you have the right to comment on national affairs? The harem is not allowed to interfere in government affairs. This is the rule of all dynasties. You should return it. Tamari was furious and pointed her finger at Liu Yun. You. Before she could say a few words, she heard an uproar in the court. Everyone, look at the light curtain outside. When everyone looked outside, they saw a brown demon beating a purple toad. There were also confetti flying all over the sky, and explosions occurred from time to block the golem's attack. Advertisement. Dr. Snake adjusted his glasses frame and glanced at Liu Yun. Liu Yun stood up and received the information from Dr. Snake. The skylight curtain monitored the ninja world and also monitored the changes of Rain Shinobi. Obito spilled the beans. Nagato couldn't bear it, and Conan's change of heart dealt him a heavy blow. Nagato turned evil and wanted to destroy the whole world. Dr. Snake, live broadcast worldwide, everyone stand back, I'm going to show off. Liu Yun activated the Flying Thunder God technique and jumped directly to the Rain Shinobi village. The fierce battle in Rain Shinobi village was broadcast live to the entire ninja world, and all the forces immediately walked out to watch the battle. Konoha. Tsunade stared straight at the six figures surrounding Nagato, fixing his gaze on their eyes. Rinnegan, Onoki, Rinnegan? Am I seeing things? Nine Tails. Yes, this is the old man's eyes. I never thought that his descendants would inherit them. Onogi. Nine Tails? Nine Tails. HMPH, can't I speak? Open black lens bracket fourth rakage. Hey, didn't you get the point? The Rinnegan is wearing Akatsuki's clothes, which means Rain Shinobi is the headquarters of Akatsuki. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Chirumi Mei. Rakage is indeed as ugly and meticulous as the rumors say. Rain Shinobi does have a lot of problems. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Tsunade. Hey, why is he attacking Rain Shinobi? Jiraiya is protecting Rain Shinobi, and the Akatsuki member next to him is also fending off the golem. What's going on? Close black lens bracket. Onoki. I'm afraid there's an internal conflict within the Akatsuki organization? Deidara was leading Obito to attack Sasuke, when suddenly Obito lost his mind and stared blankly at the light curtain in the sky. Rain Shinobi is under surveillance. Deidara turned around, also stunned. Who is that skinny guy in the middle, and why is the heavenly Tao protecting him? Sasuke was also puzzled. Why was the enemy above him in a daze? Are you going to fight anymore? Jiraiya controlled Gamekin to attack, with Conan assisting. The two cooperated very well, but they still couldn't resist the Geto statue. Geto statue pushed Gamekin forward. Jiraiya stood on Gamaken's forehead and called out to Nagato. Nagato, what are you doing? Nagato said nothing, still looking at the world coldly. Conan explained nearby. Teacher Jiraiya, Nagato is crazy and he wants to destroy the world. Jiraiya asked, what's going on? You. Conan felt a little guilty. It's all my fault. I betrayed him. Advertisement. Conan gave up on defense and flew up alone, blocking the Geto statue with his body. Nagato, if you want to kill someone, just kill me, don't joke with the village. Nagato didn't hold back at all, and the giant hand of the Geto statue swung down mercilessly. Jiraiya's eyes widened and he shouted, Conan, hide. Conan closed his eyes, recalling the friendship of the trio in the first half of his life, and then recalled his encounter with Liu Yun. Liu Yun. A voice sounded from nowhere. I will fight in the form of Tiga. The BGM prelude began, an array of light enveloped the entire world. Conan opened her eyes and saw a huge giant's face. She was now in the giant's palm. Liu Yun. It's you? Tiga nodded, put Conan on the ground, stood up, and his 100-meter tall figure was level with the Geto statue. The scene in the Rain Shinobi village spread across the world, a brown golem representing darkness, and a purple and red giant representing justice. In the entire ninja world, whether they were daimyo or commoners, whether they were eating or squatting on the toilet, their eyes were fixed on the light curtain in the sky. Especially the children, their saliva was almost drooling when they saw Tiga. Onoki. Who is this guy in a leather suit? Nine Tails. The golem is the Geto statue from the Sage of Six Paths era, but I don't know about this giant. Dr. Snake. Let me explain. This is Ultraman Tiga, a super ancient warrior from 10,000 years ago. He is a warrior who fights for justice. Open black lens bracket Tsunade. Ancient warrior. 10,000 years ago. Ultraman Tiga? Why'd I feel like he's just an enlarged human wearing a suit? Close black lens bracket. Dr. Snake. Damn it, you don't believe in light, you evil Yabo. Roar, Gedo statue kicked Gamekin and Jiraiya away and yelled at Tiga. A demon and a special person began to confront each other. The Gedo statue gathers the power of the seven-tailed beasts. The earth-shaking chakra makes people extremely uncomfortable. Ordinary people will feel dizzy if they stay next to it for even 1 second. Tiga is essentially just a coat worn by Ryun, but its chakra has also caught up with the Gedo statue. Ha! Tiga shouted, pulled out a shadow and attacked the Gedo statue, and a heavy punch with the sound of wind hit the golem's head. Nagato's 6 paths pain didn't just sit there and watch. Tiandao stretched out his hand and said coldly, Shinra Tensai. A powerful repulsive force hit Tiga's fist, causing him to pause. Gedo statue took the opportunity to punch him, but Tiga did a somersault to avoid the attack. The beast Dao clapped his hands together, summoning technique. Chapter 316. Tiga. Please give me some light in an instant. Several huge summoning beasts appeared beside Tiga. There are lobsters, chameleons, rhinos, hellhounds, and there is also the Yatagarasu in the sky. This bird is a little naughty and its eggs can explode. This group of monsters makes the onlookers worried. Can the righteous Tiga defeat these ugly monsters? Tiga was not fake. The crystal on his forehead turned purple and he switched to aerial form. Ha! With a leap, Tiga chopped off the Yatagarasu in the sky with one move, and crushed its eggs at the same time to prevent the opponent's egg-exploding attack. After getting rid of the egg-exploding bird, Tiga transformed into a red powerful type, grabbed the rhino's horn with one hand, and directly stuffed 1,000 years of death into the hellhound. With a sudden force, it hit the bull's eye. Woof. The hellhound was barking madly, its eyes almost popping out, and it was so anxious that it was almost speaking human language. The audiences were all disappointed, feeling that this Tiga was a little too social. The adults quickly covered the children's eyes to prevent them from learning bad things. Dr. Snake quickly called Liu Yun and said, Boss, please fight in a civilized manner and don't ruin Tiga's reputation. The children are watching us. Liu Yun nodded, restrained his gangster temperament, and began to play the role of a partner of justice. After that, he fought fairly well and took care of all the summoning beasts released by the animal path in just a few moves. Roar, the Gedo statue came running like a bull, and its strong body instantly restrained Tiga. Tendo Pain raised his hand and attacked Tiga with Shinra Tensai one after another. The other 5 paths were not idle either. The Shira path transformed into a war machine and fired dozens of missiles at Tiga. Hungry Kido flew over Tiga's body, absorbing his chakra. There is also the human path, and the only thing missing is the virgin path to seduce Tiga. 6 paths pains exerted their strength together, and Liu Yun's suit could hardly hold on. He used Tensagen, and a small golden wheel Tensai explosion shot out from his eyes, sweeping away all the restraints on his body. Tiandao frowned, then flew above Tiga, reciting the lines. I have to carry a bag of rice to several floors. A bag of rice has to be carried to 2 floors. I washed so much mud for a bag of rice. Every grain of rice has mud on it. Who cares about your bag of rice? Alright. Add more water. The whole world was plunged into light again, and Pain Tendo launched the Super Shinra Tensai. Advertisement: this attack can destroy the entire Rain Shinobi village, and as Tiga, Liu Yun must stand in front of it. Tiga opened his arms and transformed into a huge shadow, blocking the entire Rain Shinobi village. At that moment, Tiga really turned into light, like the guardian of justice reflected in the light curtain, making many drooling children look worried. When the light faded, Rain Shinobi village was intact, but there was a large pit underneath with Tiga lying inside, the crystal on his chest glowing red. The power is out. Conan felt distressed and flew to Tiga's side, asking worriedly, Liu Yun, are you okay? Tiandao above saw that Tiga was not dead yet, frowned and was about to use his ultimate move. The other 5-6 paths of pain lay unrestrained, and all of Nagato's chakra was concentrated on Tendo Pain. Obito transferred back to Rain Shinobi, with Zetsu beside him. He looked at Nagato coldly. After using this move, Nagato will be at his weakest. That's when you can strike with a dazzling move. New. Planetary devastation. Tendo Pain quickly condensed a small black ball, which flew towards the sky with extremely strong gravitational force. The tall tower below broke uncontrollably, flying upwards section by section. And Tiga was still lying in the pit in a miserable state, and countless children were worried about it. Tiga, get up. Defeat him, Tiga. I'll charge you money, stand up now. Dr. Snake read out in the live broadcast room. Friends in the ninja world, Ultraman Tiga needs your light, please give your light. Onoki. How can there be light in the middle of the night? I have a flashlight, but I can't shine it through. Open black lens bracket Sao Liu Yun. Idiot, what Tiga wants is truth, goodness and beauty, the light in people's hearts. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket 4th Raikage. Is that so? Come on, Tiga, why are you not reacting? Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Tsunade. How can there be light in an adult's heart when it's rotten? Let the children come. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Hanabi. Tiga, come on, sister, look, light is coming out of me. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Hinata. Really? Close black lens bracket. A golden light appeared on Hanabi's body and flew straight towards the light curtain. Dr. Snake. I am opening up global authority. Children, dedicate your light. All the children in the ninja world shouted towards the sky. Advertisement, Konohamaru. Come on, Tiga. Ah, I turned into light. Mo Huang. Come on, Tiga. Me too. Open black lens bracket Wang Tianba. Come on, Tiga. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Liu Huachang. Come on, Tiga. Close black lens bracket. The endless light was absorbed by Tiga, and now, the light of righteousness shone on Tiga. Amidst the golden flash, Tiga stood up and turned into shining Tiga. Ha! Tiga put his hands together, and light like the starry sky gathered on his hands. Zappelio ray launch. A ray composed of light particles flew into the sky and shattered Tendo Pain's planetary devastation with one strike. The ghetto statue rushed over with a roar, and Tiga's whole body became like lava, and a red light bullet condensed out. Ultra-high heat explosion. The red light bullet rushed out and hit the ghetto statue's body, and the high-intensity heat hit the ghetto statue's body all at once. The ghetto statue stopped instantly and Nagato fell from the air. Obito yelled, now! White Zetsu was like a lion majesty hiding in the bushes, and scooped up Nagato in one fell swoop. To Obito's horror, the ghetto statue spewed 7 huge rays of light from its mouth, and the 7-tailed beasts escaped from the ghetto statue. Shukaku trembled all over when he saw the tall figure of Tiga. Brothers, we'll meet again. It ran away after leaving a few words behind. The other tailed beasts were not to be outdone and they fled in all directions as fast as they could. Obito cursed. Damn it, I've been working so hard for nothing. He glared at Tiga hatefully, but there was nothing he could do. He didn't know much about this super ancient warrior, and the opponent's strength was beyond his imagination. HMPH, I have the Rinnegan in my hands, it won't take long to recapture them. Dai-Tu snorted coldly, transformed into an Uzumaki and left. But the message board on the screen exploded. Chapter 317 Nagato's Pain. Onoki. The 4 tails and 5 tails from our village have all escaped. Kuretsuchi, Kuretsuchi, are you there? If you are, lead the army to capture them. Open black lens bracket 4th Raikage, Killer B, stop singing. Let's take action and catch the 2nd tail. Close black lens bracket. Terumi Mei. 3 tails and 6 tails belong to our Mist Shinobi, please don't get involved. Danzo. Huh, what a joke. Is your village's name written on the tailed beast? Onoki. Danzo, what do you mean? Danzo. Nothing special, at Tsunade. Hurry up and take people to help them catch the tailed beast. Shibuki. Everyone, I am the leader of Takigakure village. We will handle 7 tails on our own. We won't bother you for help. Onoki. Hee, open black lens bracket 4th Raikage. Hee, close black lens bracket. The ugly faces of the major ninja villages were vividly displayed in the live broadcast room, causing many people to roll their eyes. Now the children believe in Tiga even more. The villagers of Rain Shinobi village looked up and shouted, Tiga, thank you. Tiga struck a pose and flew straight into the sky. This is a warrior of justice. The 4 major ninja villages are all a bunch of hooligans. Dr. Snake closed the live broadcast room of Rain Shinobi village and accidentally connected to a signal, which was Deidara's. Hey, brother Liu Yun, help me start a live broadcast. I want to perform my art in front of Uchiha and let everyone see what eternal beauty is. Dr. Snake agreed, and switched the scene to the one where Deidara and Sasuke were fighting. As for Liu Yun, he flew into the air and then changed back to his original form and returned to Rain Shinobi village. Conan put pen 6 paths in a corner with a look of dejection on his face. She saw Liu Yun and ran up with a pleading look on her face. Liu Yun, go and save Nagato, he has been captured by White Zetsu. Jiraiya came out from the side covered in dust, and when he heard Nagato was caught, he asked without a word. Where is he? I'll go save him. Conan shook his head, indicating that he didn't know either. Liu Yun placed 2 fingers on his forehead, carefully sensing Nagato's chakra. Advertisement in the forest a few dozen miles southeast of Rain Shinobi village. Liu Yun sensed Nagato's chakra. Nagato's chakra is very faint, like a candle flame. Ryun activated Flying Thunder God and soon appeared at Nagato's place with Conan and Jiraiya. In a very dark forest, Nagato's Rinnegan had already been taken away, and his chest was pierced by a sharp tree trunk. It was extremely bloody. Conan's eyes widened, covering his face with disbelief. With tears in her eyes, she took unsteady steps forward and lifted up Nagato's horrified face. Nagato, Nagato, don't scare me, don't scare me. Jiraiya injected all of his chakra into Nagato's body, but the other party's body was already frozen and could not absorb any chakra. Nagato moved his fingers and smelled Conan's scent. He said in a trembling voice, Conan. Conan's face was full of tears. Nagato, stop talking. I will definitely find a way to heal you. Tsunade, yes, let's go find Tsunade. Nagato's voice was so thin that it was impossible to hear without listening carefully. Goodbye, I can't do it anymore. I'm sorry, before. I actually wanted to hurt you. Conan's voice trembled. Nagato, stop talking, ahem. I can't actually bear the weight of the Rinnegan, After all, these eyes don't belong to me. Ahem. Looking back on my life, it's such a tragedy, but my greatest happiness is meeting you and Yahiko, and teacher Jiraiya. Nagato's hand reached forward. Jiraiya reached out and held Nagato's hand that was like a dead branch. Nagato said with some self-mockery. I'm sorry, Mr. Jiraiya, I disappoint you. I am not the child of prophecy as you said. I am just the tragedy of a small country. Jiraiya kept comforting Nagato. Stop talking. Stop talking, it's all in the past. I won't care about what you and Konan did. Haha. Teacher Jiraiya, you are still so tolerant. Nagato turned his empty face to Liu Yun. Liu Yun, you are a very mysterious person. I haven't even figured out your origins yet, but there is no time. Little. Konan is now in your hands. She is the greatest support for Yahiko and I in this life. You must treat her well and don't let Konan cry. Otherwise, I will not let you go even if I become a ghost. Konan kept crying, Nagato, don't go, don't go. Advertisement. She turned her face to Liu Yun and kept begging, Liu Yun, please save Nagato. I know you have a way. Save him quickly. I will agree to whatever you ask for in the future. Liu Yun instantly perked up, and seeing that Nagato was on his last breath, he put one hand on Nagato's head. Nagato, wait, dry. Nagato's voice became thinner and gradually turned into silence. All the vitality in Liu Yun's body was injected into Nagato's body, and a green halo appeared around him. The strong vitality is like the arrival of spring, and many dry branches are sprouting new buds. Nagato's body, which was only left with bones, began to slowly turn around. He was about to step into the gates of hell but was pulled back by Liu Yun. The vitality flowed through Nagato's body, and Nagato's breathing became longer and longer. Liu Yun destroyed the thorns on his chest with one hand and injected wood-style chakra into it, and Nagato's bloodhole slowly closed. Under the surprised gaze of Konan and Jiraiya, Nagato's condition is getting better and better. His white hair started to turn red and his chest gained some flesh. Liu Yun's face turned a little pale, as he had just fought and had not yet recovered, but he gritted his teeth and got through it. In order for Konan to unlock new poses, he has to try his best, since he can be resurrected infinitely anyway. Liu Yun directly increased the power to save Nagato. Nagato's dry hair turned a bright red, and his pale skin returned to normal with blood coursing through it. Nagato could feel his vitality returning. He turned his head and sensed Liu Yun, whose face had turned pale, and the vitality in his body was somewhat diminished. Liu Yun, you, don't talk, I'll give you another big gift package. Liu Yun touched Nagato's eye sockets with one hand, like the finishing touch. 2 eyeballs appeared in Nagato's empty eyes, and Nagato saw the light of the world again. Liu Yun's face turned pale, and he waved his hand and fell down. I'm going to sleep for a while, don't disturb me. Liu Yun. Chapter 318. Nagato is going to retire. The sky in the rain country was deep at night. Liu Yun lay in Konan's arms, and he and Konan admired the moon quietly. Konan ruffled Ryun's hair and looked at Jiraiya and Nagato who were having a heart-to-heart talk nearby. Konan gently pinched Liu Yun's face and said gratefully, Liu Yun, thank you. Liu Yun smiled and said, don't forget what you promised me. Konan asked, what do you want to do? Liu Yun grabbed Konan's neck and let him come closer. Konan's face turned red at Liu Yun's whisper. The other party kept pinching Liu Yun's shoulders and asked, were you just waiting for me to beg you? Liu Yun denied. How is it possible? I am such a kind person. How can my heart be so evil? Do you know how much I have suffered in order to save Nagato? Konan's voice weakened. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have questioned you. Did you pay with your lifespan? Liu Yun lied immediately. Yes. Nagato is on the verge of death. To save him, I have to use my lifespan. I spent 60 years of my life to pull him back from the brink of death. Konan now realized the seriousness of the matter. In other words, Liu Yun rubbed Konan's hand and said calmly, I can only live for 10 years, so can you always tolerate me in the days to come? Konan nodded firmly, tears in his eyes. I will always be with you, don't worry, I will find a way to restore your lifespan. Konan believed Liu Yun's lies, because Liu Yun did not reveal his ability to resurrect infinitely in front of her. Jiraiya and Nagato had a heart-to-heart talk, and the two masters and apprentices talked about the hardships they had experienced over the years. Jiraiya patted Nagato's shoulder and said, I know everything. I didn't expect your Rinnegan would have such a story, it's lost now. If you want to wear the crown, you must bear its weight. You are an introvert, and the mission imposed by the Rinnegan is not something you can bear. Advertisement. Nagato nodded. By the way, Mr. Jiraiya, the mysterious man behind the Akatsuki is called Uchiha Obito, do you know him? Jiraiya was shocked. Uchiha Obito? Minato's apprentice. Didn't he die in the Battle of Kanabi Bridge? How did he become the mastermind behind the Akatsuki organization? Nagato shook his head. I don't know either. Jiraiya was a little puzzled. This is really getting weirder and weirder. Nagato, what do you want to do in the future? Nagato looked at the bright moon and thought to himself. The reason why he and Konan collected the tailed beasts together was for the peace of the ninja world, but now that he found out that collecting the tailed beasts was a scam, he has stopped working on it. In fact, Nagato did not have a strong belief in peace in the ninja world. He just inherited Yahiko's last wish. This time he also realized that peace in the ninja world was not something he could pursue, so he just had to leave it to others. I want to go out and travel around the ninja world. Nagato, are you leaving Rain Shinobi Village? Nagato's words happened to be heard by Konan and Liu Yun. Konan took Liu Yun's hand and walked forward and asked. Nagato looked at Konan and Liu Yun holding hands.
Even though he agreed with Conan and Liu Yun's relationship in his heart, he still felt a little jealous. He felt relieved in an instant. Liu Yun risked his life to save Conan. What right did he have to be jealous of others? Nagato nodded. I've thought about this a long time ago. I've been in poor health for years, my legs are paralyzed, and I've wasted Conan's best years. Now thanks to Liu Yun for helping me recover, I want to take this opportunity to travel around the genin world. Jiraiya patted Nagato's shoulder and said, that's good. Go out more and see the scenery of the ninja world. Maybe you can even meet a beautiful girl, ha ha ha. Jiraiya laughed like a wolf, embarrassing Nagato and Conan. Conan asked Nagato, what will happen to Rain Shinobi Village if you leave? Nagato laughed at himself, I almost destroyed Rain Shinobi Village, the villagers must not like me. Conan explained. Nagato, advertisement. Nagato interrupted, don't say anything, Conan. Rain Shinobi Village will be handed over to you from now on. There might be some troubles later. The 4 major countries will denounce us, but you have Liu Yun by your side, I believe you will handle it. Nagato looked at Liu Yun, who nodded. Don't worry, go on your way. I'll take good care of Conan. Nagato smiled and said, you have the Tensagen. Perhaps the burden of peace in the ninja world needs to be borne by you. Nagato then looked at the light curtain in the sky. Deidara was having a fierce battle with Sasuke, it was so exciting. Save Deidara when you can. Although this kid is a little bit stupid, he is very sincere and will get on the right path if he is guided. Liu Yun nodded, and wanted to give Deidara a hand when he wanted to help him fight the Black Soil. Seeing Nagato about to start his journey, Conan said, help Yahiko get off the ground, it's time for him to rest. Nagato nodded. Soon they arrived at the village, and despite the protection of Liu Yun, Rain Shinobi still suffered 10% ground loss. Moreover, the Gedo statue is also missing, most likely it was summoned back by Obito who equipped the Rinnegan. Liu Yun suggested, why don't we merge the Rain country into my country? This will also help relieve Conan of the pressure. Nagato nodded. That's good, the Rain country lacks sunshine, and the Wind country lacks water, so they complement each other perfectly. Conan had no objection either. Jiraiya had some opinions, but he didn't say it out loud. After all, the other parties still belonged to the Konoha camp. The reason why I can stand with Liu Yun now is because of Nagato and Conan. Several people found the body of Pain's 6 paths. Liu Yun looked at the beast and saw that it was a man. Chapter 319. Farewell is a song of homesickness. After digging a few pits and burying several Pain puppets, Liu Yun and others went to a place. Hundreds of miles away from Rain Shinobi is where Jiraiya taught Conan and the other 2. That is where all dreams began and where they woke up. The night had faded, and before dawn the cabin was surrounded by the colorful rings of the sun. Outside the cabin, Liu Yun dug a hole and buried Yahiko. Then he condensed a dozen shadow clones to perform rituals. Some were dancing to God Tier, some were crying sadly, and it was obvious that they were all very professional. Under the painful gaze of Nagato and others, Yahiko was finally laid to rest. Liu Yun carved the tombstone and looked at the 3 silent masters and apprentices, using silence to comfort Yahiko's soul in heaven. Nagato sighed, looked at Yahiko's grave and said, Yahiko was a natural leader. He was kind, just, and had a positive force. Jiraiya clenched his fists. Danzo. He learned the truth from Nagato that it was Danzo and Hanzo who teamed up to kill Yahiko. But what can Jiraiya do? Find Danzo to settle the score. The other party is an elder of Konoha. What's wrong with dealing with someone from the Rain country? And it was the Rinnegan. No matter what, Danzo had a reason to deal with Akatsuki at that time. Liu Yun said calmly, don't worry, I will put Danzo's head here when the time comes. Nagato thanked him. Thank you very much. Jiraiya wanted to say something, but couldn't open his mouth. He now seemed to be caught between Konoha and his enemies, caught in a dilemma. Liu Yun naturally saw Jiraiya's embarrassment, patted him on the shoulder, and called a few shadow clones to take a few pictures. Come on, look at the camera. Jiraiya looked at Liu Yun, who was arm in arm with him, in confusion, and then looked at the photo of Shadow Clone. Photographing. What is this for? Liu Yun smiled and said, nothing? He wanted to trick Jiraiya. What would happen if the people of Konoha saw him hanging out with the people of Akatsuki? They would definitely be interrogated and monitored. Then they walked into the small wooden house next to them. This place has been old for a long time and many parts are moldy. Advertisement. Liu Yun summoned Shadow Clone to clean the house, replace some new furniture, and make breakfast. Several people were quietly savoring the food at the table, as if they had returned to the old days. After eating, Jiraiya put down his bowl and chopsticks, looked at Liu Yun and said, it would be great if you were Yahiko. Liu Yun Kaido. Why, did I disturb your master-disciple reunion? Jiraiya shook his head and looked at Conan, who was sitting side by side with Liu Yun. Such a beautiful lady has fallen into the hands of an outsider like you. Conan smiled. Jiraiya then said to Liu Yun, you are not kidding if you want to unify the ninja world and establish an empire, right? Liu Yun chuckled. I never joked. I said I would rule the ninja world, so I will rule the ninja world. Jiraiya had no choice but to persuade Liu Yun to give up that dangerous idea. Once the war starts, I don't know what will happen. Liu Yun quickly stopped Jiraiya. Stop talking, my peace is unity. Besides, I won't allow others to snore beside my bed. Jiraiya frowned and was about to say something profound, but Conan quickly stepped forward to stop him. Stop talking, don't let external affairs disturb this reunion. Jiraiya nodded, he finally saw it clearly. If Nagato wanted to use the power of the tailed beasts to end the war, then Ryun wanted to completely eliminate all factors that could cause war. In contrast, Liu Yun's is more extreme, and the war he launches will encompass the entire ninja world. Jiraiya was worried. Nagato had just been persuaded to return to the right path, but in the blink of an eye, a greater danger came again. Conan walked to the place where there were several frog-head wooden signs and turned Yahiko's sign back to red, meaning that the other party had returned home. She whispered, "Maybe one day, we will all come back here." The early morning sun was red. Nagato packed his luggage hastily and said goodbye to a few people. He hugged Conan and then separated, blessing her. "Conan, I wish you happiness." Conan nodded and warned, "Nagato, be careful on the road." Jiraiya walked up and tapped Nagato on the shoulder. "Nagato, Yuzu has to go home eventually, come back here if you're tired outside." Nagato nodded, "Got it, Jiraiya-sensei." Liu Yun saw that Conan and Jiraiya had said their farewell words, so he definitely couldn't be left behind. He walked up to Nagato, put his arm around his shoulder and said, "The journey will eventually reach its end, there's no need to rush." Nagato nodded. "Thank you, advertisement, see you later, everyone." Walking on the morning dew in the early sun, Nagato began his own journey. The three of them watched Nagato leave quietly until his bag disappeared into the forest. Conan is a little worried. Nagato knows so many secrets of Akatsuki, how can Obito and the others deal with him? Without the Rinnegan, Nagato is not as strong as before. Liu Yun held Conan's hand tightly, "Don't worry, I'll watch over him. As long as there are people in the ninja world, they are under his surveillance, and Nagato's actions are also in his sight." Jiraiya walked over and coughed twice. Liu Yun knew from his expression that he was going to lecture him again. He rushed into the sky with Conan in his arms, leaving a message to Jiraiya. "Jiraiya, just leave me alone and go back to your village. Tell Tsunade that I will be visiting Konoha in half a month, and please give me some more fun then." According to the plot, during this time, Jiraiya will be killed by Nagato and Conan. Half a month later, Akatsuki invaded Akatsuki, and at the same time, Naruto returned from his training in Sage Mode, marking the beginning of the Ninja World War. But now it's different. Liu Yun has changed the plot so badly that even the Great Toad Sage is confused. Liu Yun is going to guest star as Nagato and play a game. Jiraiya stood there, and Liu Yun's words made him feel a little distressed. The ninja world is going to be in turmoil again. After thinking for more than 10 seconds, Jiraiya also picked up his bag and headed towards Konoha. As for Deidara, after meeting Sasuke, it was like a wolf meeting a sheep. The two of them had a great fight during the live broadcast, it was so exciting and satisfying. At the same time, Deidara also hated Sasuke. "Itachi bullied me and looked down on me, and you, Uchiha, also looked down on me, baka." Furious, he unleashed C4 Garuda, causing all the creatures in the forest to disintegrate, and Sasuke turned into a pile of dust. Deidara laughed at the sky. "See, this is art. Even the famous Uchiha will be defeated by my art." Kuretsuchi. "Brother Deidara, behind, Onoki. Idiot, Uchiha Sasuke is not dead yet." Deidara was still enjoying himself when a knife jumped out from behind like a snake. At the critical moment, Deidara rolled backwards and avoided Sasuke's cold knife. After he stood up, he glared at Sasuke, who looked indifferent. "Good boy, you actually attacked me by surprise." Chapter 320. Deidara is obsessed with the art of nuclear bombs. Sasuke swung his sword and a faint aura spread around. "You are a rat that can only dream of flying. Your fate was sealed the moment I opened my Sharingan." Deidara gritted her teeth. Damn it, he couldn't stand people showing off in front of him, whether it was Itachi or Sasuke. He tore open his shirt, revealing a mouth on his chest, which gave Liu Yun, who was hiding in the dark, more time to think. Deidara has a mouth on his hand and a mouth on his chest, making a total of 3 mouths. Anyone who follows him will be so happy. Sasuke ignored the other's incompetent rage and continued to ask, "Where is Uchiha Itachi?" Deidara put the clay in his hand into his chest and laughed, "Now I'll show you real art." Sasuke frowned and asked, "What do you want?" "I'm going to self-destruct and turn you into ashes." Black lines appeared all over Deidara's body, and he looked extremely ferocious. "Hey, Deidara, I have something good for you." A voice came from the forest, and then a young man with sky-blue pupils and silver-white hair walked out. "It is the Flowing Clouds." After bringing Conan back to the palace, he rushed to the place where Deidara and Sasuke were fighting, just to save Deidara's life. Deidara saw Liu Yun coming out and shouted, "Liu Yun, get out of here quickly. My C0 self-destruct has a 10-kilometer explosion range." Nagato was right, Deidara was a good companion, at least he wouldn't stab you in the back. He originally rebelled against Rock Shinobi because Iwagakure did not approve of his art. Liu Yun smiled, flashed to Deidara's side, and handed him a blueprint. Deidara was puzzled by Liu Yun's behavior, but still took it politely. He was fascinated as soon as he saw it. Nuclear bomb? One can destroy a city. Oh my god, what kind of art is this? Deidara was completely immersed in the peak of the hot weapons era. Looking at the blueprint was like looking at a beautiful woman, and he completely forgot about Sasuke, whom he hated just now. His behavior made the readers confused. "Haitu,
Brother, what are you doing? It feels like something very scary. Onoki. This kid loves to set off bombs, it must be a powerful explosive. Advertisement, 6 tails. Come and save me, I'm being chased by the golem. Shukaku. Damn, is it that powerful? The golem is starting to catch the tailed beast. Open black lens bracket 6 tails. Yeah, this new Rinnegan host is awesome, wait, close black lens bracket. Shukaku. Brother, 9 tails. Stop talking, he's already dead. Shukaku. What should I do now? Gaara, come save me. Open black lens bracket Gaara. HMPH. Close black lens bracket, Rain Country. Obito put down the hand seal, and the Rinnegan in his pupil looked at the ghetto statue indifferently. The second one, Ju, the next one. Okay. After Obito transplanted the Rinnegan, he discovered that this eye was highly compatible with him, even surpassing Nagato, and was able to drive the ghetto statue at will. After the ghetto statue became highly mobile, Obito worked non-stop to capture the tailed beasts. Even though the tailed beasts run very fast, how can they be faster than his Kamui? He glanced at Liu Yun, who was leisurely, and Sasuke, who was alert beside him. This guy, is he trying to use Sasuke? No matter what, I have to quickly catch the escaped tailed beast while he's still relaxed. Liu Yun and Sasuke stood on each side, each doing what he wanted and not caring at all. He is aloof and cold, but in fact he is secretly wary of all Liu Yun's actions. The readers discovered a feature. Onoki. Damn, these two people have such similar temperaments. They both make me want to beat them up. Open black lens bracket 4th Raikage. I have one too. I won't say any more. I'm going to catch the second tail. Close black lens bracket. Sasuke showed the 3 Tomo Sharingan and looked at Liu Yun coldly. Tell me, where is Uchiha Itachi? Liu Yun pointed to the sky. Sasuke looked up and saw Uchiha Itachi's words appear on the sky screen. The other party reported his position and was waiting for Sasuke to cut him. Sasuke snorted, sheathed his ninja sword and walked towards the place. But there were flowing clouds blocking his way. Advertisement. Given Urzuzi's youthful vigor, how could he possibly take a detour? Sasuke crossed his arms over his chest and snorted at Liu Yun. Get out of the way. Liu Yun smiled. This young man's personality was indeed very similar to his. He even thought that it was he and Mikoto who ejaculated. Liu Yun also folded his hands and squinted his eyes and said, Are you teaching me how to do things? Deidara suddenly yelled, Oh no, the self-explosion can't be stopped. Liu Yun, run. Black lines flowed through Deidara's body, moving towards a small black ball on his chest, which contained unimaginable power. Liu Yun smiled helplessly, made way for Sasuke, walked to Deidara's side, condensed lightning attribute chakra in his hands, and accurately destroyed his technique. After a few seconds, the abnormality in Deidara's body stopped and returned to normal. Deidara breathed a sigh of relief. I don't want to die before I see new art. He is now completely conquered by the nuclear bomb art and is just waiting to replicate this art. After Liu Yun made way, Sasuke left in a flash. Liu Yun followed, and Deidara followed too. He said beside Liu Yun, How do we perform this nuclear bomb ninjutsu? Liu Yun thought for a moment, and then he produced a book and handed it to Deidara and said, As long as you study this ninjutsu scroll thoroughly, you will be one step closer to this super explosive ninjutsu. Oh, Deidara took the book from Liu Yun and looked at the title. Junior High School Physics, I have never seen this kind of ninjutsu secret book. Liu Yun said nonsense. This is a very niche ninjutsu. The knowledge of ninjutsu is very profound. You must be prepared for a protracted battle. Also, the ninjutsu manual I gave you is an introductory version, and there are many advanced versions later. Deidara scratched his head and said in annoyance, I didn't expect that nuclear bomb ninjutsu would be so difficult to learn. Liu Yun lied, of course, it's a ninjutsu that can destroy an entire planet. It would be a shame if you could learn it so easily. Deidara nodded, and then showed a determined look. No matter how difficult this ninjutsu was to learn, he had to master it. Because he likes art. Deidara opened Junior High School Physics and was overwhelmed by the first chapter. FK. The Sound and the Phenomenon. Sasuke soon reunited with his 3 followers, and Naruto and his group also found Sasuke. Naruto yelled at Sasuke, Sasuke, follow me back to the village. Little Sakura also looked at Sasuke lovingly. Sasuke, come back. Sasuke frowned, thinking to himself that it was troublesome. Chapter 321 Wing Chun Yi Liu Yun, please teach me, snap, snap, snap. Liu Yun clapped his hands and walked out with Deidara. He smiled faintly and said, Nice to meet you again, everyone from Konoha. Naruto looked at Liu Yun with wide eyes, It's you, the one who attacked the village. Kakashi stepped forward and held Naruto behind him. What do you want to do, Akatsuki? Are you planning to capture Naruto? Although Liu Yun is a member of the Akatsuki organization has now split. Most of them belong to Obito, and Liu Yun only got a silly kid, Deidara. By the way, there is also a rich woman, Konan. Deidara looked at Junior High School Physics and kept rubbing his head. It's so difficult. What's uniform linear motion, variable speed linear motion, flowing cloud? I've never learned this kind of ninjutsu. Are you kidding me? Liu Yun patted Deidara's shoulder and said, Look, you can't even pass the first level, how can you learn nuclear bomb ninjutsu? What a joke. How can such a small difficulty stump my Madara? Madara was aroused by the desire to win and continued to read the book. It was obvious that Liu Yun and Madara didn't take everyone seriously. Inuzuka Kiba rushed out with the dog, and he yelled at Liu Yun, "Where did you take Hinata? Return it to me now." Liu Yun glanced at him, then glanced at Akamaru. Akamaru seemed to be targeted by some ferocious beast, so he quickly tightened his legs and hid obediently behind Inuzuka Kiba. Liu Yun said to Inuzuka Kiba coldly, "Be careful, I have eaten dog meat before." Inuzuka Kiba's eyes widened and he took 2 steps back in fear. You actually ate a dog?" While Naruto and his group were chatting with Liu Yun, Sasuke quietly slipped away with his companions. Naruto and the others wanted to chase after them, but Liu Yun blocked their way and spread his hands. "I will attack your Konoha in half a month, now come and see how much fun you can bring me." Naruto stopped and clenched his fists as he looked at Liu Yun. "You be asterisk 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 D." Before he could make a move, a pink figure rushed forward. "Go to hell." Little Sakura's most powerful punch even has a rustling sound on its fist. She punched Liu Yun with a fist that could almost knock down a small hill. Liu Yun stretched out a hand and blocked her fist. Advertisement Little Sakura's face was full of disbelief. Her strongest punch was actually blocked like this. Liu Yun threw her back and clapped his hands, saying, "You gave me a punch of super strength, and I will give you a punch of super strength in return." Liu Yun took a deep breath, and all the muscles and bones in his body began to sing. The blood and energy surged in his body like a raging sea. He punched the ground hard. Boom! The deafening sound spread all around, and the earth was directly shattered by the flowing clouds, like a piece of thin paper scattered all over the place. Madara screamed and quickly made flying clay to fly above. Naruto and the others also used their own special skills to avoid the sinkhole. Multiple shadow clone technique. Naruto formed hundreds of shadow clones and used them as a human ladder to rescue his companions who had fallen into the pit. Sai summoned the Black Eagle to catch everyone. After a series of thunder and lightning, the forest with a diameter of 5 kilometers was turned into ruins with pits and holes by Liu Yun's punch. Naruto and the others stood on the Ink Eagle, looking at the ruined forest below in shock. Little Sakura was so scared that she was shaking. This. Even Sannin Tsunade wasn't so exaggerated, and little Sakura also discovered that Ryun's way of exerting force was a supernatural way of exerting force. She immediately guessed, he copied my strange power. Even though the enemy was as tall as a mountain, Master Ming didn't frown and just clasped his hands together. Multiple shadow clone technique. His huge chakra surged, instantly splitting into thousands of shadow clones that attacked the flowing clouds below like meteors. Madara waved his hand in the sky and said loudly, "Liu Yun, do you want my help?" Liu Yun waved his hand and then smiled faintly. Once upon a time, he also relied on the tactics of human wave to conquer the world, and gradually forgot those golden years when he was in a high position. Liu Yun also clasped his hands together, multiple shadow clone technique. Bang 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 bang, white smoke filled the whole world. Countless flowing clouds dressed in military uniforms walked out in formation. They were the mechanical army, firing guns and firing cannons. There were probably tens of thousands of people in total, forming a huge square formation and firing towards the sky. In just a moment, all of Naruto's shadow clones were shot into sieves, and Sai also controlled the Ink Eagle to flee in a panic. Yamato looked at Liu Yun in horror. His chakra has surpassed the tailed beasts. Advertisement Kakashi put on the forehead protector, revealing his Mangekyo, and cursed inwardly. The Akatsuki organization is really outrageous. There are all kinds of gods and men. Kamui. A space Uzumaki appeared behind Liu Yun with a huge pulling force. Under normal circumstances, Liu Yun should dodge, but dodging seems a bit uncool. So Ryun Tenseigan and Kakashi looked at each other, and in an instant forced the other to turn off the Sharingan. Kakashi took a sharp breath and said weakly, "No, his eyes are too strong. They can suppress my Sharingan." Sai warned, "Be careful, the enemy's second wave of attack is coming." The mechanical army set up anti-aircraft artillery and fired indiscriminately into the sky. Madara watched with great interest, praising loudly, Art. Liu Yun is indeed an artist." Naruto felt like a target in the air, so he jumped down. He sent out hundreds of shadow clones to provide cover while he attacked Liu Yun. Liu Yun folded his hands and looked at him calmly. Naruto still has some strength. Although his brain is not very good, he has a strong fighting talent. He killed all the shadow clones around Liu Yun, then punched Liu Yun in the face with his fist. A hole. Liu Yun took a stance, ready to try out some physical skills with Naruto. Naruto punched him, but Liu Yun swung his hands and knocked his fist away with one hand, then kicked Naruto 7 meters away. Naruto quickly stood up and looked at Ryun, who was posing with his fists. Wing Chun. Yi Liu Yun, please teach me. Naruto separated Shadow Clone, rubbed out the Rasengan and rushed forward. Liu Yun retracted his stance and cursed, "Young man, you have no martial ethics. We were sparring in physical skills but you insisted on using ninjutsu. If that's the case, don't blame me for being a god." Full form Susanoo. A fiery red shadow appeared out of nowhere and easily blocked Naruto's Rasengan. Naruto looked up and swallowed stiffly. Susanoo is 100 meters tall, wearing a Karasu Tengu mask,
looking down at the earth coldly, like a giant spirit god. At this moment, Naruto and the others froze on the spot, like ants looking up to a god. Deidara's face was full of excitement, and her face flushed with excitement. Art. Art. What a perfect work of art. It would be even more perfect if it could explode. Liu Yun stepped on Naruto like he was stepping on an ant. Chapter 322 Deidara, the East Factory needs talents like you. Naruto broke free from his brief fear and shouted loudly. Dozens of shadow clones jumped out from his side, all pressing against the soles of Susanoo's feet. Kakashi and the others did not watch in vain. With some magical operations, Sai broke through the mechanical army's firepower defense line and flew close to Susanoo's crystal. Kakashi covered his Sharingan and released Kamui the moment he got close to Susanoo. An extremely powerful tearing force engulfed Liu Yun's arm, making him stunned for a few tenths of a second. Naruto also took the opportunity to break free from Susanoo's feet. And Naruto summoned 2 more shadow clones, rubbing Rasen Shuriken together. Kakashi and the others bought time for Naruto. Watch my fist, you be asterisk 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 D. Little Sakura jumped into the air and punched the crystal of the flowing cloud. Secret technique. Insect Jade. Shino released the insect ball, and the black insects devoured the chakra on Susanoo's arm. Yutanya. Kiba takes Akamaru and uses Kiba Ga, hitting Susanoo's chest like a tornado. Wood style King Kong move wood. Yamato used the wood style and tied Susanoo's legs with wood from below. Reikari. Kakashi was a little weak, and 2 Kamuis made him use up all his mana, but he still squeezed out all his energy to perform Reikari. Ninjutsu. Super Beast transformation. Everyone in Konoha used their special skills together to buy Naruto some time. He held up the Rasen Shuriken and looked at Susanoo's huge figure with confidence. The Spiral Shuriken is his most powerful move, and he doesn't believe that he can't deal with Liu Yun's turtle shell. Watch out, Wind-style Spiral Shuriken. All the moves were used together on Liu Yun's Susanoo, especially the final Wind-style Spiral Shuriken. An extremely powerful storm was generated, with a diameter of 100 meters, and it almost covered Susanoo. Deidara was flying in the sky with a worried look on her face. With so many powerful attacks, even the 1,000-year-old turtle didn't dare to block them. Where did Liu Yun get the courage? The storm brought up thick smoke and dust, obscuring the scene. Naruto and his group gathered together, watching the movement in the smoke with caution. Apparently they don't know the law of no harm from smoke. Susanoo waved her hand, the smoke and dust dissipated, and Liu Yun walked out intact. He stood in the crystal with his hands folded, overlooking the people of Konoha below, with a faint aura of the 2 pillars filling the air. Naruto, is this all you can do? As expected, the last one gets the last one. Naruto jumped up in anger after hearing Ryun's taunting. Advertisement, a-hole, what are you talking about? Liu Yun dispersed his fire to other people. Kakashi, Reikari can't cut through my shell. Watch less, intimate paradise, and rush less. Kakashi tried to retort weakly, but his physical weakness prevented him from saying anything. Liu Yun pointed Susanoo's sword at little Sakura. Your super strength is indeed inherited from Tsunade, but you didn't inherit Tsunade's heart after all. Damn it. Little Sakura was even more angry than Naruto. She gritted her teeth and treated Naruto as a punching bag, beating him non-stop. Liu Yun pointed the knife at Yamato again. Is that your wood style? First generation wood style is Sengoku. Your wood style can only grow crops, go back to being an old farmer. Yamato's face darkened. Liu Yun's mouth was really irritating. Ryun then taunted everyone in Konoha one by one, and finally pointed the katana at Aburame Shino. Liu Yun thought for a long time, and finally shook his head. Forget it, you have nothing to say. Shino. TT. Everyone has said it except him. Does he really think that Aburame's people are nothing? Shino decided to break the silence and asked Liu Yun, give me some comments too. Liu Yun glanced at Shino for a moment longer. I won't. Shino felt uncomfortable. Even if Liu Yun scolded him, it was really unpleasant to be ignored like this. Liu Yun held Susanoo's 40-meter sword horizontally, and everyone in Konoha was alert to ultimate. Liu Yun suddenly put the sword back. Naruto and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately Liu Yun did not show any murderous intent and only had a playful attitude. Liu Yun suddenly released a look, Rinnegan illusion. In an instant, Naruto and the others were all tied up and couldn't move at all. Kakashi tried various methods to break the illusion, but none of them could break the Rinnegan illusion of Ryun. The clouds dispersed and Susanoo jumped down from the sky, followed by Deidara. He boasted to Liu Yun, your illusion is so powerful that even Nine Tails Jinchuriki can't stop it. Liu Yun smiled and then looked at the people of Konoha who were bound. Deidara laughed beside him and said, that's good, Nine Tails has been caught. The only one left is Eight Tails. Liu Yun patted Deidara on the shoulder and told him a fact. Akatsuki has split up, and Nagato has packed his bags to become the big brother. Deidara was shocked. What? What happened when Rain Shinobi Village was attacked before? Liu Yun then told him everything. Deidara was stunned for a few seconds, then said angrily. Okay, Ah-Fei is lying to me, I thought he was a newcomer. What should I do now? The leader is gone. I will have to wander around and beg for food. Advertisement. Liu Yun patted Deidara on the shoulder and said, follow Brother Daeun from now on. My East factory has a bright future and needs talents like you. Deidara nodded. Okay. After the organization split, he had nowhere to go, so he simply followed Liu Yun, not to mention that the other party was an artist. Deidara then looked at Konoha and the others. What about them? Liu Yun was ready to let go, but fighting with him would always mean some disadvantages. He walked up to Kakashi. Kakashi looked at Liu Yun with a withered look, his dead fish eyes looking lifeless. Kill us if you want, don't try to insult us. Liu Yun patted Kakashi's face and laughed. I didn't expect you to be so tough. Do you know Obito? He is still alive and is the mastermind behind the Akatsuki organization. Kakashi's pupils instantly stopped shrinking and became bright. Are you serious? Obito is not dead. Liu Yun didn't answer, but took off Kakashi's ninja tool bag and threw it to Deidara. Deidara rummaged through the contents and pulled out a red novel. Innocent Paradise? What kind of book is that? He threw it away after reading only 2 pages and said disdainfully, it's simply the scum of art. Liu Yun walked in front of Naruto again. Naruto stared at Liu Yun with eyes that seemed to want to eat him. If you have the guts, let me go and I'll fight you for 300 rounds. Liu Yun patted his face like a gangster. Do you have the strength to fight me, Liu Yun? Ryun's Tensagen suddenly noticed a crow in Naruto's body, which was Itachi's backup, Shisui's Mangekyo. The Ryugumo Tensagen emitted a blue light and instantly sucked the crow out of Naruto's body. Gah! 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 The crow cawed, wanting very much to escape from Liu Yun's palm. Naruto looked at him in confusion. Crow, there's a crow in my body, it was at that time. Ryun pinched his hands, dispelling the crow illusion and revealing a Mangekyo Sharingan. Liu Yun wondered in his heart, what use were the distinguished heavenly gods to him? Ryun instantly absorbed Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan, and in the blink of an eye, he mastered the power of the distinguished heavenly gods. With the wood style in his body, he can now influence other people's thoughts at will. Liu Yun then pulled out Naruto's toad wallet, shook out the coins that jingled inside, and tossed it to Deidara. Naruto's face was full of tears. *I, that's all my belongings. Liu Yun walked to the side of Lil Sakura, who glared at him. I warn you, don't do anything excessive to me, or I will make you pay for it. Chapter 323 Uzumaki Pinju Chapter 323 Uzumaki Pinju. When Liu Yun heard this, he immediately became angry and cursed. You green tea, I think Urtsutsu ignores you because you were too young. You. Little Sakura stared at Liu Yun. Liu Yun didn't care about her gaze. Naruto has been chasing you for over 600 episodes and still hasn't caught up. Even idol dramas wouldn't dare to act this out, Pinduoduo wouldn't dare to cut things like this, and even football wouldn't dare to be played like this. Liu Yun became furious when he thought of this and felt really sorry for Naruto. He directed Deidara. Hurry up and move the Nine-Tails kid over here. Deidara was confused. What, to facilitate a marriage? Oh, Deidara didn't understand, but still dragged Naruto over obediently. Naruto glared at Liu Yun and cursed, what do you want to do? Liu Yun patted his face and said, the most important secret to chasing girls is to be thick-skinned. What do you want to do? Naruto still questioned. Liu Yun controlled little Sakura to lie on the ground, and slowly used the force field to levitate Naruto. Little Sakura's eyes widened, and she kept cursing at Liu Yun. Hole, what are you doing? Nonsense. Ryun snorted, letting Naruto kiss little Sakura. Konoha and the others also widened their eyes, especially Kakashi, whose dead fish eyes were almost rolled back. Liu Yun clapped his hands and smiled. I have already thought about your future children. The boy will be named Uzumaki Pinju and the girl will be named Uzumaki Pinru. Okay, no need to thank me. The illusion will be lifted in an hour. Have a nice day. Deidara, let's go. Good, advertisement? Woof, woof, woof. Deidara picked up Inuzuka Kiba's dog and said, Hideo, follow me from now on. Inuzuka Kiba was full of anger. Hole, give my dog back to me. Deidara patted his head and said, a prisoner still has so many requests. Not chopping off your head is a mercy to you. He summoned a clay bird and jumped on it with Liu Yun. The two waved to the people of Konoha and flew away. After Liu Yun and Deidara left, Kakashi thought to himself as his eyes looked at the intimate paradise that fell to the ground. Naruto, if this doesn't work, you'll have to spend your life reading books with me from now on. Naruto didn't know what he was feeling. There is excitement. I am worried that little Sakura's powerful punches are not to be trifled with. I feel guilty and always feel sorry for Sasuke, who I have been chasing after. I still have a little sense of responsibility. Don't worry, little Sakura, I will be responsible for you in the future. The light screen in the sky changed, now showing the scene of Sasuke and Itachi confronting each other. At the same time, a piece of news was also interrupted. A Liu Yun in a suit was holding a script and reading from it. Recently, our station discovered that Konoha Village's Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto and 5th Hokage's direct disciple Haruno Sakura were hugging and kissing passionately in public. There is also a picture attached, which shows Naruto hugging little Sakura and kissing her passionately. The internet was just launched these days, and no one knows anything about PS technology, but they all believed it. Hinata, who was far away in Sunagakure, watched and fell silent, then finally laughed. Naruto has also found his happiness. Ino. What's with the wide forehead, doesn't she like Sasuke? Open black lens bracket Konohamaru.
Brother, you are awesome. You finally got this girl. Close black lens bracket. Sasuke was glaring at Itachi. I was stunned for a moment when I heard the host's words. Little Sakura and Naruto were together. What's going on? Sasuke stopped thinking about it immediately. He wasn't interested in women anyway, so he continued to focus on killing his brother. Advertisement Madara carried Liu Yun into the air, and the two soon arrived at the ancient land of the Uchiha clan. From below came the sounds of fire-style burning and shurikens flying. It was Sasuke chopping his brother's live. Madara rubbed Akamaru's dog head and asked Liu Yun, what do they care about? Liu Yun smiled and said, I am not concerned about the two brothers, but Orochimaru on Sasuke's neck. The empire is just established, and I need talents like Orochimaru to join the East Factory. Madara snorted, Orochimaru is a stinking snake that can't be tamed. Be careful he swallows you. Liu Yun said indifferently, I am looking forward to him having such ability. Liu Yun noticed Chiwon. Tears filled the dog's eyes, as if it was begging Liu Yun to send it back. Liu Yun softened his heart immediately and criticized Madara. You brought the dog back, but the relationship between the family and the dog is still there, you can't separate them. Woof, woof, woof. Akamaru nodded happily. Liu Yun snatched Akamaru back and waited. It's not light yet, Madara, boil some water and have dog meat hot pot tonight. Wow. Upper right quadrant circular arc DO. As soon as the Rinnegan illusion expired, little Sakura used a Sakura flower charge to send Naruto flying into the sky. Naruto relied on Shadow Clone in the air to land safely. He said shyly, Little Sakura, I didn't mean it, but don't worry, I will be responsible for you. Little Sakura glared at Naruto. You are dreaming, I will never talk to you again in my life. After she finished speaking, she left in a few seconds, leaving only Naruto who was still trying to stay. Little Sakura. Little Sakura. Kakashi dusted off the PN book and slowly approached. Naruto was a little sad. Teacher Kakashi, little Sakura won't talk to me anymore. Kakashi, who has read dozens of pornographic books and considers himself an old hand in love, said without hesitation. Don't worry, little Sakura is just saying that out of anger. They've been kissing for an hour. Even a pig would have feelings, let alone you. Teacher Kakashi, really? Of course it's true. Come and read this book more. It contains many techniques for teasing girls. Oh, chapter 324 Why doesn't the wind blow me Orochimaru? Sasuke's battle with Itachi reached a climax, and a pitcher plant quietly appeared underground. Obito is also determined to obtain the second pair of Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Fire Style. Great Dragon Fire Technique. Sasuke performed advanced fire style, and a fire dragon roared into the sky. 1, 2, 3. The high concentration of fire style formed dark clouds in the sky, and there was a faint sound of thunder. Madara looked at the sky in confusion. It's going to rain. Liu Yun put on a mischievous smile and waved his hand gently. A gust of wind appeared in the sky and blew away the dark clouds. Sasuke raised his right hand confidently from below, and Chidori chirped. Itachi, with the thunder. He was immediately stunned. Why is the sky clear now? Where are my thunderclouds? Ahem, Itachi coughed twice, and also followed Sasuke's eyes to look up at the sky, and found Ryun and Madara standing on the big bird. He frowned. Even though he had a good understanding of the world, he still couldn't understand Liu Yun. The actions are disorganized and random, as if they are just here to play. Sasuke was a little panicked. He had very little chakra left, and his trump card was Kirin's ultimate move. Now that the thunderclouds have been blown away, where can he get help from the thunder? Suddenly, there was a loud thunder in the sky. Sasuke showed a look of joy. It turned out that Thunder God was still on my side. The chirping bird in his right hand continued to sing, resonating with the thunder in the sky. Lightning style Kirin. Sasuke shouted loudly, and the nine heavens' divine thunder was guided by his duck wings. In an instant, a golden thunder beast appeared in the sky, roaring, Pika Pika. Pikachu roared and rushed downwards, but before he could get far, he turned into thunder and dissipated. Sasuke was completely stunned. How did my Kirin turn into a yellow mouse? God is playing tricks on me, ahem. Itachi coughed up a mouthful of blood. He looked at the scarlet in his palm and realized that he had reached the end. Sasuke, I will eliminate your last hidden danger. Susanoo. Itachi used up his life force to cast Susanoo, and a layer of red skeletons appeared around him, emitting red chakra. The skeleton is wearing Karasu Tengu armor again, which is Susanoo's third form. Advertisement with Itachi's almost broken Mangekyo, this was already the limit. Madara yelled, damn, Liu Yun, look, that's the move you just made. Liu Yun smiled and said, mine is much bigger than his. Sasuke was completely frightened and stood there in a daze, almost forgetting who he was. He had never seen this kind of ninjutsu. Itachi was clearly at the end of his strength, so how could he still perform this kind of ninjutsu? Itachi drove the Susanoo and walked towards Sasuke step by step. The steps are weak, but the determination is evident. Sasuke staggered back, still chanting, don't come over here, don't come over here. Suddenly, something strange happened to the curse mark on his neck. It became hot and fiery red, and the head of a giant snake jumped out from the seal. It is as big as a cow, has sharp fangs, and is extremely ferocious. And that's not all. Then the second giant snake, the third giant snake. Finally 8 giant snakes appeared. Deidara shouted again, Yamada no Orochi, it's Yamada no Orochi. Liu Yun stroked Shiwan's dog head and watched quietly. The Yamada no Orochi is a forbidden technique that Orochimaru secretly learned. It has an unknown origin and is extremely powerful. Susanoo's battle with the Yamada no Orochi was like a reenactment of Japanese mythology. All myths follow one principle. Those who are ugly have a smaller chance of winning. This was indeed the case. Itachi Susanoo drew out the ten-fist sword and chopped off all 7 heads of the Yamada no Orochi with just a few slashes. Only the last white-scaled snake head was left. The white-scaled snake opened its huge mouth, and a pale and greasy figure crawled out from it. It was Orochimaru, who had been offline for a long time. As soon as Orochimaru came out, he laughed evilly, retched, and pulled out a Kusanagi sword from his mouth. He smiled at Itachi while holding the sword. Sasuke's chakra used to suppress me has been depleted, so this body is mine now. Itachi, thank you so much. Orochimaru is now very confident because he sees that Itachi is lacking in energy. Damn it, after watching you perform for so long, it's finally my turn, Orochimaru, to dance. A huge flaming sword came forward like lightning and pierced through Orochimaru's intestines. Orochimaru didn't care at first, but then his eyes widened. This is the ten-fist sword. The Totsuka sword is a sealed sword also known as the Sakakurita sword. It is said that anyone stabbed by this sword will be pulled into the dreamlike world of drunkenness and be sealed there forever. Seeing that Orochimaru was about to barbecue, Liu Yun opened his palm and a strong suction force emanated from his palm, sucking Orochimaru out of the restraint of the ten-fist sword. Advertisement. Itachi looked at him weakly. His body was already weak and he had no strength left, so he didn't care anymore. He dismissed Susanoo and staggered towards Sasuke. Sasuke. Orochimaru's spirit escaped from the restraints of the ten-fist sword, and his mood went through a big turn from low to high. I, Orochimaru, am indeed the man of destiny. Liu Yun looked at the little snake in his palm, which was the form of Orochimaru's spirit. This guy's soul has even changed. In other words, he has become a demon. Orochimaru looked at Liu Yun with his red snake eyes. Who are you? Why did you come to save me? Orochimaru was filled with doubts. He has few allies in the ninja world, digs up people's ancestral graves everywhere, and has many enemies. It was quite unexpected that I was rescued today. Deidara laughed beside him. Orochimaru, you have come to this day too. Then he introduced Liu Yun. This is Liu Yun, the host of Tenseigan and the organization's newest recruit. As for why I saved you, of course it's because I think you, a stinking snake, are of use to me. Orochimaru breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that. He didn't care about Deidara's sarcasm. He was a human being. What's wrong with being thick-skinned? The reason Orochimaru felt relieved was that Liu Yun would use him, which also dispelled the anxiety in Orochimaru's heart. Orochimaru's attitude improved a bit. Thank you for your help. I, Orochimaru, am loyal and brave. I will definitely listen to you in the future. Please feel free to use me. What's wrong with being used? Many people don't even have the qualifications to be used. As long as they stay quiet for a while, they will rebel against Liu Yun and be the master of their own house. Liu Yun smiled. He understood Orochimaru's psychology very well and knew that he couldn't believe even a single punctuation mark in the words of this scoundrel. But Liu Yun is not afraid of Orochimaru's betrayal and will eat the snake till death. After Liu Yun finished thinking, he said to Orochimaru, from now on, you will be the second chief of my East Factory. Orochimaru nodded. Don't worry, I will do my best. Well, can you find a body for me? I feel a little uncomfortable like this. Body? Liu Yun looked around and finally focused his sight on Akamaru. Akamaru. Woof. Orochimaru also became anxious. No, I don't want to be a dog. Liu Yun was helpless. There is no other way. I will use yin-yang escape to make a body for you. Liu Yun condenses chakra and calls upon the yin and yang in the body. Sage of 6 paths can use yin-yang release to separate 10 tails and create life. As a Taoist priest of Hongyun, Liu Yun would certainly not be bad to him. A black and white yin-yang pattern appeared in Liu Yun's palm, revealing the true meaning of the world. Orochimaru watched greedily, and felt more and more that Liu Yun was no ordinary person, as he could actually master such a magical ninjutsu. Chapter 325 Snake Loli and Weasel Crow. Orochimaru then found himself covered by a layer of magical chakra, and his spirit entered a place similar to the mouth of a pot. He slowly opened his eyes and found Liu Yun and Deidara looking down at him. At the same time, Orochimaru also felt that he had lost something. Ha ha ha, Deidara pointed at Orochimaru and laughed crazily. Orochimaru, you were neither male nor female before, but now you have become a woman. No, a little girl. Orochimaru was shocked and looked at his arms. They were white and tender, like those of a 7 or 8-year-old girl. Liu Yun handed over a mirror and said, this body is no different from your previous one, just a little smaller. Orochimaru looked at himself in the mirror. She has emerald green hair with 2 buns tied at the back and a pair of golden eyes, which makes her look extremely cute. FK your mother. Orochimaru was furious. It's okay to turn me into a woman, but please don't turn me into a girl. But he didn't dare say it out loud and could only accept his body. Liu Yun, I, Orochimaru, have taken note. I will dissect your body 10,000 times. Liu Yun immediately gave Orochimaru another name. Don't call me Orochimaru, it sounds like Ergo. From now on, you should be called by Sujun. Not only did you insult my name Orochimaru, but you also gave me a feminine name, Liu Yun. I will dig up your ancestral graves. Orochimaru greeted Liu Yun's immortal in his heart, but smiled on the surface. Thank you for the name, Liu Yun-sama. Why did Liu Yun turn Orochimaru into a loli? I originally wanted to become a woman, but I was afraid that I would commit a crime if I became too beautiful, so I just became a loli. The fundamental reason was that he couldn't stand Orochimaru's previous gloomy look. Anyone who saw him would say that he was a villain, which damaged his personal image. After taking care of Orochimaru's transformation, Ryun was going to turn his attention to his suffering brothers below. Itachi fell to the ground, his mouth full of blood, and he used all his strength to crawl forward. His eyes were dim, and he could vaguely see Sasuke's shadow. Sasuke has grown up, but he still does things in a very immature way. Sasuke. Sasuke backed away frantically, hitting a wall, and watched Itachi's 2 fingers approach his eyes. Advertisement incredibly, the 2 blood-stained fingers simply touched his forehead. The man murmured faintly, but Sasuke didn't hear it clearly, but his intuition told him that it might be Itachi's final farewell. Itachi is dead. Tick tick tick. It started to rain lightly, bathing the earth. Sasuke leaned against the wall alone, letting the rain hit his face. Although his revenge was achieved, he still felt a little empty inside. It seemed as if something extremely important in his life was gone. Orochimaru didn't care about the sincere feelings in the world. He glanced at Liu Yun and challenged him. Sasuke is at his weakest moment now. I will go get his Mangekyo Sharingan and give it to you. Liu Yun shook his head. No, I have enough eyes, and I know your little tricks. Once you get their brother's Mangekyo, you will run away halfway. Orochimaru quickly shook his head. How could it be? Can I, Orochimaru, be such a person? She was unwilling in her heart, and Liu Yun's eyes seemed to be able to see through her soul. Suddenly, a vortex appeared out of nowhere below and sucked Sasuke and Itachi's body in. Orochimaru cursed wildly. Damn it, who is it that wants to steal something I like? The Tensaken of the flowing cloud emits a faint blue light. In Tensaken's world, he saw the space passage where Obito took the Uchiha brothers. He found another soul shadow below. Itachi? The flowing cloud leapt from the sky and fell below. Itachi's spirit stared at the disappearing Sasuke in a daze for a long time, and then looked at the flowing clouds that appeared out of nowhere. The sky-blue eyes seemed to see him. Can you see me? Liu Yun nodded and asked, are you still attached to the ninja world? Itachi nodded. Sasuke is such a gullible kid, I'm afraid he'll be taken advantage of. Liu Yun smiled and said, the Sharingan is a sharp blade. No one can underestimate it, let alone the eternal Mangekyo. Itachi was silent. Perhaps this ending was a calculation, and Sasuke could never escape the circle of fate. Liu Yun asked, do you have any other wishes? If so, I will help you realize them. Itachi asked, why? Why are you helping me? Advertisement. People need a purpose for everything they do, of course a dog in human skin doesn't count. Liu Yun blurted out, just think of it as your stepfather's pity for you. Stepfather? Itachi wondered. Liu Yun quickly explained, I feel sorry for you 2 brothers, and I am kind-hearted, so I can fulfill one of your wishes. Itachi said no more, and after a long silence, he said, can you let me stay with Sasuke as an inhuman being? I want to make up for the guilt I have felt towards him over the years. Liu Yun nodded slightly and asked again, is that all? Don't you have any further needs, such as resurrection? I have. Itachi interrupted Liu Yun before he finished speaking. He said self-deprecatingly, what right does a person who slaughtered his entire clan have to survive in this world? All I hope for is Sasuke's happiness. Liu Yun shook his head. Uchiha Itachi is like this, he likes sweet things in his heart, but his fate makes him suffer. Okay, I'll grant your request. Ryun began to perform yin-yang escape, consuming a huge amount of chakra to help Itachi escape from the Pure Land, allowing him to survive as an inhuman being. After Orochimaru's experiment, Liu Yun gradually became proficient and in a short time he turned Itachi's spirit into a crow. The jackdaw squatted in Liu Yun's palm, looking at the rainy day with a pair of red eyes, as if no waves could attract his attention. Liu Yun said, well, your request has been fulfilled. I have also copied a pair of Mangekyo for you so that you can have the power to protect yourself. Itachi glanced at Liu Yun. The gifts that Liu Yun gave him sound simple, but each one was beyond the comprehension of ninjutsu, so it was no exaggeration to say that they were the means of an immortal. Itachi bowed. Thank you. Please let me know if you can use me in the future. Liu Yun waved his hand. By the way, I have another suggestion. I can turn you into a girl, so that you can have a fight with your brother. I'm sorry. I have to go now. Before Liu Yun could finish his words, Itachi flew away, and the speed seemed like he was fleeing in desperation. Orochimaru and Madara jumped down, and Madara asked, what's so special about that crow? Liu Yun smiled and said, that's Uchiha Itachi. Madara took one look at Orochimaru, who was less than 1.5 meters tall, and understood immediately. Orochimaru laughed, she was still a human after all, while Itachi turned directly into a crow. Uchiha Itachi, I have the upper hand over you after all. Let's go, follow me back to the palace. Chapter 326 The Temptation of Returning to the Village. As the sun sets, a gentle breeze blows through the village of Yamanaka. Naruto's team was extremely awkward along the way, with everyone attacking Lil Sakura and Naruto back and forth. Naruto tried to ask for Sakura's forgiveness several times, but he ran away whenever he approached Sakura. Little Sakura is in a very complicated mood now, only the shadow of Naruto suddenly appears in Sasuke's heart. After going around in circles along the way, everyone slowly returned to the village. Hokage Tower. Tsunade and several elders listened to Jiraiya's report and gradually learned about the past and future of Akatsuki. Everyone turned their eyes to Danzo. Danzo didn't care about the scrutiny from everyone, instead he explained, he's from an enemy country, so I don't think it's a problem for me to deal with him, not to mention he has a very dangerous Rinnegan. Jiraiya scolded, stop explaining, you just want to take the Rinnegan for yourself. Danzo snorted, so what? With the Rinnegan, I can protect Konoha better, but you, Jiraiya. You discovered that Nagato's Rinnegan was not only concealed and not reported, but you taught them ninjutsu, causing great harm. Can you give us an explanation? Jiraiya seemed to be choked, his face turned red and he didn't say anything. Coincidentally, the light screen outside the window was playing another piece of news, which gave Danzo an assist. Our station reports that Sannin Jiraiya of Konoha village is in good talks with Akatsuki, and they seem to have reached some agreement. There was also a picture attached, showing Liu Yun and Jiraiya arm in arm, smiling happily. Next to them were Konan and Nagato, both wearing Akatsuki uniforms. The scene was as if the Nobel Peace Prize winner and Lee Saigao from northern Myanmar were arm in arm, laughing and chatting about the ups and downs of life. Jiraiya thought he was being set up and quickly stepped forward to explain. That's not me, that's my brother, I'm going too. Danzo sneered, you think I will believe you, Jiraiya, what else do you have to say now? Colluding with the Akatsuki organization, selling village intelligence, any one of these charges can make you unable to turn over. Tsunade quickly stepped forward to save Jiraiya's life. Just a picture cannot define Jiraiya as colluding with Akatsuki. After all, there is also a transformation technique in ninjutsu. Jiraiya's eyes lit up and he quickly said, yes, that's what they did using the transformation technique. They just wanted to frame me. Snort. Danzo snorted, not expecting Tsunade's mind to work so quickly. Advertisement. He stood up, pointed his cane at Jiraiya and cursed, no matter what, you have nothing to do with the Akatsuki organization. The village must keep a close eye on you. Udatane Kaharu and Mitokado Homura also stepped forward to help. Jiraiya, there's a major suspicion on you. The village will temporarily detain you for 2 days until the results of the investigation come out. Jiraiya stood up and wanted to yell at them, but Tsunade pulled Jiraiya back. Jiraiya, don't say anything for now, just reflect on yourself for 2 days. Jiraiya had no choice but to accept the decision to be put in solitary confinement. Danzo saw this and smiled secretly. Jiraiya is Tsunade's biggest supporter, and this blow to his prestige is also a blow to the prestige of the Hokage. It wouldn't be long before he could bring Tsunade down. An angry curse came from outside. Don't you guys have brains? How could pervy sage collude with Akatsuki? Naruto opened the door and walked in angrily, wanting to stand up for Jiraiya. Behind him was Kakashi, who was touching his forehead and looking like he had a headache. It is against village rules to barge into a high-level meeting without permission. Udatane Kaharu frowned and glanced at Tsunade. Tsunade, is this the ninja you were looking for? Lawless, daring, and totally uneducated. When Naruto heard that she had no upbringing, he instantly got angry and approached Udatane Kaharu and cursed. Old woman, if you have the guts, say it again, who has no upbringing? Jiraiya pulled Naruto back and kept apologizing to Udatane Kaharu. Sorry, Naruto is a little out of his mind. Udatane Kaharu snorted and said no more. Tsunade looked at Kakashi and asked, how's it going? Did you bring Sasuke back? Kakashi shook his head, no, we were stopped by Liu Yun halfway and we fought him. What happens next? Tsunade continued. Kakashi's face was covered by the mask, but he was not afraid of embarrassment and said, the whole army was wiped out. Danzo sneered, that guy is so strong, you guys can't do anything to him? Kakashi nodded, he has reached the ultimate ninja level in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu, and has chakra that exceeds that of the tailed beasts. We are no match for him. Tsunade was suspicious. Then how did you escape? Kakashi replied, he didn't seem to have any intention of killing us. He just teased us and took a dog and left. Inuzuka Kiba cried beside him, yes, Hokage-sama, a member of the Akatsuki organization stole my Akamaru. Can you send someone to help me get him back? Tsunade was a little embarrassed. At this time, I'm afraid your dog is only left with bones. Advertisement. Inuzuka Kiba's face was full of tears. Impossible, I won't believe it until I see Akamaru's bones. Danzo, regardless of the Inuzuka family's lingering friendship, questions Kakashi's mission report. Impossible. Uzumaki Naruto is 9 tails Jinchuriki, how could the Akatsuki let him go? Kakashi was also confused. I don't know either. Anyway, that's all they did. Let me say it. Jiraiya stood up. He said, in fact, the Akatsuki organization has now split. One faction is the Tenseigan led by Muruyan, and the other is the Rinnegan led by Uchiha Obito. Jiraiya gradually revealed the inside story of Akatsuki. Danzo found another point to pour cold water on them. The Uchiha are indeed a bunch of ungrateful wolves. That Obito seems to be the apprentice of the 4th generation. Hiruzen's heroes are all like this. Orochimaru,
Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Sasuke. Princess Tsunade, I will report this to the Hokage. The Hokage line cannot continue to act lawless. Tsunade frowned. This old guy is always thinking about the position of Hokage and wants to discredit her position of Hokage at any time. Tsunade said loudly. Stop arguing, now we should think about how to deal with Liu Yun's invasion in half a month. As soon as Tsunade finished speaking, the room fell silent. Danzo stopped arguing. Although he said that he looked down on Liu Yun, he was still very serious about Liu Yun's strength. A single fire-style cannon shot wiped out decades of his roots. He still feels sad when he thinks about it now. The room was quiet for a long time, and suddenly a cloud of white smoke burst out. Everyone became alert instantly. The white smoke dissipated, and two light green toads appeared before their eyes. Jiraiya was shocked. Fukasaku Sennin, Shima Sennin, why are you here? Sennin Fukasaku said calmly. Jiraiya, the fate of the ninja world has changed dramatically. In the master's dream, you are already dead during this period of time. What? Jiraiya was shocked. Fukasaku Sennin continued. The elder master said that he saw Naruto training at Mount Myoboku in his dream, so we are here to pick up Naruto. Naruto pointed at himself. Me? Sennin Fukasaku nodded. Yes, kid, it's you. Only you can save Konoha now. Jiraiya was a little skeptical. Can it work? I have learned fairy arts for decades and I still can't do anything to Liu Yun. How much can Naruto learn in just a few days? Fukasaku Sennin shook his head. I don't know. In the master's original dream, it was your death that inspired Naruto's growth and allowed him to successfully master the perfect sage mode. Chapter 327 Liu Yun is no longer acting, Shima Sennin suggested to Jiraiya. How about this, Jiraiya? You die in front of Naruto now. This way Naruto will have a greater chance of mastering sage mode. Jiraiya curled his lips and said, Shima Sennin, look at what you said, is this human language? Shima the immortal croaked, I am a toad, what human language can I speak? A ninja suddenly shouted. Everyone, look, it seems that something appears on the light screen. Everyone looked toward the window. A notice appeared on the screen. When the empire was first established, His Majesty was worried about the peace of the world and spent more time than working, so that the royal family was left alone. Alas! Hereby, the empire announces, a large-scale selection will be held in the ninja world. The concubines are His Majesty's companions, protected by the empire, and enjoy the fortune of the country. The specific requirements for the concubines are regular facial features, big breasts, long legs, and can meet any requirements of His Majesty. Everyone in the ninja world frowned as they read. It was so cryptic that only some people who had read books could understand it. Naruto's head hurts after seeing this. What does this mean? As a novelist, Jiraiya could understand what he was saying, and he shouted angrily, good fellow, this guy wants to start a harem. He wants to collect all the beautiful women in the ninja world into his harem and become a stud. At this moment, Liu Yun finally stopped pretending and told the ninja world clearly that he wanted to steal the woman. Jiraiya cursed again. Conan misjudged him. This damn pervert finally showed his true colors. Tsunade spat. Akatsuki is a bunch of psychopaths, Deidara is an explosive, Scorpion is a corpse-stitching monster, and this guy looks handsome, but I didn't expect him to be a pervert. Then another article appeared on the screen. Your Majesty has long admired the following female ninjas. These female ninjas have been included in the list of beautiful women in the empire and can enter the palace without taking any examinations. I hope the ninja village will pack them up and mail them to the Liu Yun Empire, otherwise the emperor will be angry and use weapons to lead them. The female ninjas mentioned above were all furious when they saw this. Great, this pervert had his eyes on them. Bang! Tsunade was so angry that she smashed the wooden table in front of her with a slap, and the people around her quickly moved away from the female Tyrannosaurus. Tsunade read out the words one by one. Little devil, you were still here when Tsunade, was at war. How dare you take me into your harem? How dare you do that? Shizune next to her blushed because her name was on the list of beauties. Being seen by everyone in the ninja world, Shizune felt like he was being teased by Ryun. Jiraiya was so angry that his face turned green. Tsunade has been craving for it for so many years but still hasn't gotten it, and he didn't expect that someone would be eyeing her. Still a young boy. Advertisement, my beautiful disciple Conan followed you, but you are still not satisfied and you are coveting my sweetheart. It's totally unjust. Danzo found another righteous reason and jumped out, pointing at Tsunade and said, it seems that Liu Yun wants you and your female ninja now. You guys are the ones who provoked him. If we can't stop him, Tsunade, what do you say we should do? Danzo was almost about to tell Tsunade and the others to be sent to Ryun, and told him not to target Konoha anymore. Not only can he drive Tsunade away and become the Hokage himself, but he can also dispel Liu Yun's covetousness for Konoha. What a wonderful thing. Tsunade's face hardened. What do you mean, Danzo Kaido? What do I mean? I am still thinking about Konoha. Can you stop that kid? Since you can't stop him, why not? Jiraiya stood up and said loudly, don't think of those ways to compromise. This is Konoha. Konoha with the will of fire. We will never betray our compatriots. Yes, we must not give in to that pervert. We must fight him to the death. That's right. If we don't put an end to his ambition, he will steal our wives one day. A group of people also stood up and echoed Jiraiya. They are all men, and the brave men with dicks sent a woman out to stop Liu Yun, and the one they sent was the Hokage. How will they output in the future? You can't get through with a spineless person. Danzo snorted and stood up. It's up to you. Anyway, I want to see how you can stop Liu Yun when the time comes. He left a cold remark, pushed the door open and left. Jiraiya patted Naruto's shoulder. Naruto. The fate of so many other female compatriots in Konoha depends on you. You must learn Sage Mode. Naruto touched his head, a little distressed. This. Jiraiya whispered in his ear. Although Lil Sakura's name is not on the list of beautiful girls, you still have to be careful. That guy might snatch your Lil Sakura away one day. Naruto glanced at Lil Sakura, who snorted and turned away ignoring him. Naruto's fighting spirit was instantly aroused. No, we can't let him take Lil Sakura away. Yes. You have to stand up and learn Sage Mode in half a month, then defeat him in one fell swoop. Jiraiya encouraged Naruto. Naruto pumped up his fist. Yeah, I must defeat him. Advertisement. He walked firmly in front of Lil Sakura, and became a little shy again. Little Sakura, will you cheer for me? Little Sakura wanted to walk away, but she saw everyone's eyes were on her, all signaling her to encourage Naruto. Little Sakura sighed and looked Naruto in the face. Naruto, come on. Jiraiya walked up and patted Naruto's shoulder and said, Naruto, it's up to you. Naruto nodded. Fukasaku Senin nodded. In that case, Lil Naruto, come back with us to Mount Myoboku. Okay. Two green toads jumped onto Naruto's shoulders and disappeared in the blink of an eye. After Naruto left, Tsunade couldn't expect him to master Sage Mode perfectly. She said to Shizune, go contact the other 3 ninja villages. It's time to form a ninja coalition. Shizune nodded. Yes, Master Tsunade. San Shinobi, Forbidden City. You pervert, isn't it enough for me to follow you? And you still want to mess with so many women? I'm going back to the Rain Country now. Conan cursed Liu Yun. Liu Yun kept denying. I didn't write that. It was done by shadow clones. It has nothing to do with me. Conan grabbed Liu Yun's ear and yelled, don't lie to me. Does your shadow clone have nothing to do with you? I can't stand your philandering. I'm going back to Rain Shinobi. Seeing that Conan was about to run away, Liu Yun quickly used distinguished heavenly gods to influence Conan's will and let her tolerate Liu Yun's lust a little. Distinguished heavenly gods is very useful, and Conan gradually began to understand Liu Yun. She found that she could not live without Liu Yun in this life, and if she left, she would lose her support. Conan sighed, his anger slowly subsiding. I don't care about your business anymore, but you have to remember to come to my room every night. Liu Yun smiled and nodded. Conan's IQ is indeed below average. You silly girl, you are still completely at the mercy of me, Liu Yun. Chapter 328 Hinata Liu Yun. After coaxing Conan, Liu Yun went straight to the small courtyard where Hinata lived. Hanabi was standing outside the door with a broom in her hand. When she saw Liu Yun, she curled her lips and snorted, brother-in-law, you are such a playboy. Liu Yun wiped his mouth and smiled, then instantly picked up Hanabi. Children should not interfere with adults' business. Hanabi pouted, my brother-in-law only knows how to bully me. Why don't you go and comfort my sister? She has been so stupid and silent the whole time. Liu Yun put Hanabi down and tiptoed into the inner room. There was no light in the room, and in the dimness there was a sense of young girl's sadness. Hinata hugged her legs and looked at the pattern on the bed expressionlessly. Liu Yun felt heartbroken seeing this. The person he felt most sorry for was Hinata. A girl's heart is very fragile and she needs others' care the most. But there was nothing he could do. Because of the addiction, Hinata's weak body can't bear it. Liu Yun shamelessly pushed the door open and walked into the room. Hinata's ears moved and she could smell the scent of the flowing clouds, but she still buried her head in her legs, acting like an ostrich. With the experience, Liu Yun became familiar with it. He slowly sat down next to Hinata, moved closer to the girl, and experienced loneliness with her. The two of them spent every minute in this silent environment. After a long time, Hinata broke the silence, her eyes like white clouds looking directly at the flowing clouds. Advertisement. Hinata became angry for the first time and bit her lip. Why? Why did you mess with me? Liu Yun said bluntly. Because I like you, your character, your appearance, and your pure heart. I can't give up on these. Hinata gradually understood Liu Yun. You are just a simple lecher. Liu Yun smiled and said, you guessed it right, I am lustful. I am Shaoji Lust. Liu Yun opened his heart so Hinata could see it clearly. Hinata fell silent, then lowered his head again and returned to his previous state. She thought she had moved into Liu Yun's heart, but found out that this was a residential area, and she didn't know how many other women were sharing Liu Yun with her. Seeing Hinata turned into an ostrich again, Liu Yun approached her with heartache. Hinata, it's all my fault. Whatever you want, I can satisfy you. Hinata remained silent out of spite. Finally, I heard her scolding, I will not share you with anyone else. I will take Hanabi home and never talk to you again. As long as we can have a conversation, it'll be fine. If I keep holding it in, I'll become a hatchet, Liu Yun thought. He gently picked Hinata up and let her collapse in his arms. Open, Hinata wanted to struggle, but with her limited strength, she probably couldn't even peel off Liu Yun's skin. Hinata turned her head away from looking at Liu Yun. With her personality, she would not argue, so she could only remain silent. Hanabi was walking back and forth outside the door, with her hands behind her back like a little adult,
and a worried look on her face from time to time. Advertisement. She rubbed her head, and then saw two iron-eating beasts in the corner of the yard. Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick are doing their homework attentively. Hanabi walked over board and watched the two panda babies studying hard. His handwriting looked somewhat like a human being. Hanabi stroked Wolong's fur and asked, "Tell me, can my sister and brother-in-law ever get back together?" "Yeah," Wolong called out, and his bare eyes signaled Hanabi to play guy. "It is now a bear that is trying to learn." Hanabi shook her head dejectedly. She suddenly heard a slapping sound, and it came from Hinata's room. Liu Yun put on a smile and hugged Hinata in his arms. "Hanabi is so clever. She will definitely be a troublemaker in the future. Don't let her run around randomly in the future." Hinata secretly grabbed Liu Yun's soft flesh and scolded in a low voice. "It's all because of you, a big hooligan." Liu Yun ruffled Hinata's hair and smiled. "How is it?" Hinata fell silent. A faint smell of distinguished heavenly gods affected Hinata's judgment, and Hinata began to feel that she could not satisfy Liu Yun. "I will no longer be involved in your personal affairs, but please don't let them bully me." Liu Yun nodded. "No, if anyone dares, I will knock her out." Hinata slowly leaned into Liu Yun's arms and said softly, "Liu Yun." Chapter 329 Live broadcast. Liu Yun saw Hinata fall asleep, so he put on his clothes, tied his belt and walked out of the room. He ordered the two shadow clones to prepare a tonic meal and replenish Hinata's body when she woke up. Hanabi was working on the wooden golem stake in the small courtyard. Liu Yun looked at it for a while. Hanabi glanced at Liu Yun, stuck out her tongue, and made a disgusted face. She still couldn't forgive Liu Yun's fickleness. Liu Yun smiled and slowly walked out of the courtyard. "When I passed by Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick, I took a closer look and saw the two iron-eating beasts were studying with great enthusiasm." Liu Yun was shocked, and the two lazy bears also began to work hard. Liu Yun walked in the village of San Shinobi. He could clearly feel the change in the atmosphere here. It no longer had the previous feeling of poverty and desolation, but now had a prosperous atmosphere. Liu Yun seized all the nobles of the Kingdom of Wind and concentrated the country's economy here. Some merchants are still afraid to move in due to Liu Yun's tyranny, but they will eventually come. Liu Yun passed by a melon stall. Watermelon is very common in the Kingdom of Wind. After all, it is a fruit that can relieve heat. He stepped forward and asked, "Boss, are your melons ripe?" Swoosh, Liu Yun's ears moved and he heard the sound of shurikens flying. He shook his hands and caught two shurikens that appeared out of thin air. In just a moment, Liu Yun shouted at the shadow clone patrolling around. "The Emperor has been assassinated," blocked the entire area. The street was instantly in chaos, and Boss Gua didn't bother to pick a fight with Liu Yun, so he quickly slipped away. Tamari crossed her arms and looked at Liu Yun coldly, cursing. "Mew Liu Yun, what do you mean by the list of beautiful women you posted?" Liu Yun smiled and instantly carried Tamari on his shoulders. Tamari kept hitting Liu Yun on the back. "You big rascal, let me go, or I will make you pay." "Stop it." Liu Yun went to the Hall of Supreme Harmony, sat on the dragon throne and listened to his subordinates' work reports. Advertisement. Da Pao pinched his orchid fingers and said softly, "Your Majesty, the list of beautiful women has been announced, but there seems to be no response from the people." Liu Yun slapped the dragon chair after hearing Da Pao's words and said angrily, "How can this be absurd? I am as handsome as Panin and as virtuous as Lao Ai. Why hasn't anyone signed up to enter the palace? Someone, come. Pull the cannon out and let it dry in the sun for 3 days." "Your Majesty, please don't." A green-haired loli with a snake-like tongue stuck out was standing below, secretly staring at Liu Yun. Orochimaru sneered in his heart. "I thought you were so high and mighty? Turns out you were just a simple pervert." "Humph. Women can only hinder the ninja's way of ninja, boy. You just wait for the day when you will die on a woman's belly." "Wait. This guy feminized me. Will he ever want to take advantage of me?" Orochimaru felt a chill in her heart. Every move made by the chess player was worth pondering. Liu Yun's turning her into a woman seemed to have an ulterior motive. "No, I have to find a way to change back." Deidara was bubbling with boredom on the side, squatting down to tease Akamaru. "Shu go, show me how to break a rock with your chest." Akamaru buried his head and ignored Deidara, and it seemed that he had noticed. All of them here are its kind, except for one human. Finally someone stood up. Gaara, with short red hair, stood up. He coughed and tried to adapt to the officialdom of the empire. "Your Majesty, I have something to say." Liu Yun looked at Gaara, who lowered his head. This boy finally lowered his head. Gaara was no fool, he saw the changes in San Shinobi. Although Liu Yun is not a human, what he does is barely human. San Shinobi was thriving, and he would be really stupid to stand in the way. What's more, Liu Yun has now tied the Kingdom of Wind to his chariot, and Gaara can't just stand by and do nothing. He secretly studied the imperial official language for 2 days and managed to get a general idea of it. Liu Yun waved his hand and said, "My dear, please speak." Gaara said, "Your Majesty, Feng. The entire Liu Yun Empire is covered with yellow sand. The people of the Empire have been suffering for a long time. Your Majesty, please condescend to your dragon body and use the power of wood style to alleviate the poverty of the Empire." Liu Yun nodded and said, "You are right. We must improve the soil and water of the Empire. I will send 3,000 wood style troops to improve the soil. In addition, the Rain Country is also under my jurisdiction.
Isn't it wonderful to have the two places reconciled? The shadow clones and the sand shinobi all bowed in admiration. Your Majesty is wise. Advertisement Orochimaru watched quietly and learned silently in his heart. He is now the second in command of the East Factory and needs to understand the ways of people like Liu Yun. After studying for a while, I think it's quite useful. Liu Yun chuckled. Cannon. Write it down quickly, cannon? Sao Liu Yun reminded. Your Majesty, the artillery chief is being hung on the city wall. Oh, I understand. Then, Snake Lord, Orochimaru was called and immediately bowed. Your Majesty. Sasuke woke up from the nightmare and immediately saw a man with a yin-yang face, half intact and half broken. Who are you? Obito pointed at himself, revealing his Rinnegan as well as his Mangekyo. A tragic Uchiha. Since Obito's identity has been exposed, he simply stops pretending. Sasuke snorted, playing tricks. Obito smiled and didn't care about Sasuke's ridicule. Instead, he crossed his hands and prepared to deceive. Lead Sasuke onto the road. Uchiha Sasuke, how does revenge feel? Sasuke fell silent. How does revenge feel? All he felt was emptiness. In the words of Liu Yun, it's like smoking a cigarette and becoming a saint after taking a shot, always feeling that you have seen through everything. Besides that, Sasuke felt a deep sense of doubt. Why was Itachi smiling before he died? Why would a man smile? When Sasuke calmed down, he realized that his hatred was filled with too many designs. Even if Konoha pulled harder, it would be impossible for Itachi to wipe out the entire Uchiha clan alone. Could it be that there is another hidden story behind this? Obito smiled at Sasuke's contemplation. What he didn't know was that he and Sasuke were being broadcast live to the entire ninja world. A crow looked at the light curtain and murmured, Sasuke, what choice will you make knowing everything? Chapter 330. Urtsutsu was fooled. Obito said slowly, in that case, let me tell you the truth about the Uchiha genocide. Sasuke clenched his fists, his eyes sparkling with an eagerness to know the truth. Tell me now. Obito coughed and began to tell Sasuke the truth about the Uchiha genocide. After the Nine Tails attacked Konoha, the Uchiha were relocated to the edge of the village, and there were Anbu watching over them. The people in the ninja world stared at the light screen with great interest. Many people still had deep doubts in their hearts about the sudden annihilation of the largest ninja clan in the ninja world. Onoki. I bet 50 that it has something to do with Danzo. Open black lens bracket fourth Raikage. What's so good about this? I hope the light curtain will pay attention to me. I will show you a melee Nekomata. Close black lens bracket. Shukaku. Are there any brothers still alive? If so, please let me know. Open black lens bracket 9 tails. G. Close black lens bracket, Shukaku. Kurama, come and save me. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket 9 tails. Hang. Close black lens bracket. The Konoha leaders are worried about the Uchiha and their eyes. The Uchiha are also dissatisfied with the decision of the leaders. A coup is brewing within the clan. Obito slowly told the forgotten history. Sasuke lowered his head and looked at the quilt silently. Itachi, innocent? Obito nodded. Yes, he was just a pawn between Konoha's high-ranking officials and the Uchiha family. Danzo ordered him to slaughter the Uchiha family, and Itachi accepted. At the same time, his condition was to keep you as the last Uchiha. The three Magatama in Sasuke's eyes slowly connected into a dart, and he slowly said, Konoha, Danzo. Obito's truth shocked everyone. It turns out that the history of the Uchiha clan's demise was not caused by Uchiha Itachi alone, but was followed by a dirty power struggle. Konoha. Danzo looked at him coldly without saying a word, but he knew in his heart that he couldn't go out during this period of time. Humph. The Uchiha are a bunch of ruthless people, they should all be killed. A ninja who had been fooling around during this period pushed the door open and said, Danzo-sama, the Hokage-sama is calling you. Danzo knew that Tsunade was definitely going to trouble him about the Uchiha matter. Advertisement. A pink-haired girl swung her feet with a melancholy look on her face and glanced at Sasuke in the sky. She read out, it turns out that Sasuke's brother was wrongly accused. How pitiful, both Uchiha and Sasuke and his brother. Then little Sakura looked at Sasuke's beautiful face in lust again, and recalled the 1-hour-long kiss with Naruto. This B************** D has a foul mouth. Mount Myoboku, Naruto's face was covered with a pig's head after being beaten. He waved his hand to stop Fukasaku Sage and looked at the light curtain in the sky. After looking at it, Naruto was a little shocked. Konoha. Actually. Unexpectedly, the peaceful and prosperous village in the past was buried with such darkness, and the third generation, who was like a kind father, could tolerate such bloodshed. Fukasaku tapped Naruto on the head and taught him, Naruto, the troubles of growing up are nothing more than this. The adult world is more complicated than you think. Naruto looked at Sasuke's lonely figure, and his attachment to little Sakura disappeared. He clenched his fists and said, Sasuke, wait, I will bring you back. Fukasaku Senin nodded. That's the fighting spirit. Sasuke showed his bloodshot eye and said coldly, I will destroy Konoha, I will destroy that disgusting village. Obito smiled and said, why? What did Itachi get in return for all the infamy he carried? The criminal was in a high position, and the clowns enjoyed the peace he brought, but what about him? He doesn't even have a hero's tombstone. Sasuke clenched his fists, his voice full of determination and deep hatred.
White Zetsu burst in, shouting, "Oh no, Obito, your conversation with Sasuke was broadcast live." Obito's face was stunned, and then he cursed, "We're being watched again." He looked towards the top of the cave. If that is the case, then everyone in the ninja world, Uchiha Obito, will initiate the Fourth Ninja World War. Itachi sighed, his red eyes revealing a sense of loneliness. Sasuke was just as he thought, simple-minded and easily led by others. With just a few words from Obito, he was led into a situation against Konoha. A pangolin jumped out from the tree trunk nearby. "Uchiha Itachi, what are you going to do?" The Itachi looked at the pangolin in surprise. Advertisement. Pangolin reported where he came from. The Empire's second special agent, Pangolin number 2. Itachi then realized that it was the power of the Ryun. He looked up at the sky and fixed his gaze on Sasuke's head. "I'm going to lead Sasuke onto the right path." Pangolin number 2 responded. "Even if you have Mangekyo, you are no match for Obito's Rinnegan." Itachi shook his head. "That's not what I'm considering. I can't watch Sasuke being used by Obito." Pangolin number 2 handed over a piece of paper. "Join the KGB, we will help you." Itachi took it, looked at it for a while and nodded. He especially needed the power of Liu Yun right now. "Sign it. From now on, your codename is Black Crow." "Good." Liu Yun asked Dr. Snake to close the live broadcast room and suddenly felt a little bored. "Dr. Snake, help me check on the showgirl under surveillance." "Okay." Dr. Snake called up a virtual image with dozens of segmented screens, each of which represented a beautiful heroine. Tsunade, Shizune, Kuroto, Terumi Mei. Liu Yun noticed Haidu, who was leading her army to encircle Four Tails Sun Wukong. The name Haidu is a bit rustic, and makes people think of Zhao Benshin for no reason. But she is a beautiful female ninja with fair skin, beautiful face, and most importantly, a pair of slender and white thighs. Liu Yun's eyes were fixed on Kuretsuchi's thighs. As expected of the woman known as the Leg Shadow in the Boruto legend, her legs were already showing their potential. Orochimaru smiled at Ryun's absent-mindedness. This lustful man had set his eyes on Tsuchikage's granddaughter. She stood up and said in a tone that was neither positive nor negative, "Your Majesty, Onoki is ambitious and disrespectful to the Emperor. I suggest sending troops to the land of Earth to pacify the northern part of the ninja continent in one fell swoop." Liu Yun wiped his saliva and asked Dr. Snake to change the virtual image to map mode. He nodded. Snake Lord is right. The Empire is next to the Rain Country, and behind the Rain Country is the Earth Country. Obito just announced the Fourth Ninja World War. Let's declare war too. First we'll take the Earth Kingdom, then the Lightning Kingdom, and finally the Water Kingdom, to complete the siege of the Fire Kingdom. The ministers bowed in admiration. Your Majesty is wise. Liu Yun laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. Chapter 331 I am Black Soil, she is White Cloud. After Obito launched the Fourth Shinobi World War, the Ryukumo Empire in the south also declared war. Since I founded my country, I have been worried inside day and night, often alone thinking about the peace of the ninja world. The 5 major countries have relied on military force and have not done justice. For a long time, there has been constant war. There is no peaceful place in the ninja world. I am worried about it. For the peace of the world, I have decided to join the Fourth Ninja World War. I hope that all countries will kowtow and submit. Liu Yun's declaration of war spread throughout the ninja world in an instant, immediately igniting this powder keg. All major ninja villages knew that a major chaos was about to happen. At the same time, a title appeared on the screen. Can I destroy the Land Kingdom in 1 hour? In the picture, the wind is whistling and the Yi River is cold. A warrior wearing red armor from the Sengoku era is flying in the sky on the wind and clouds, heading towards the land of Earth in the north. Onoki immediately commented, 1 hour? Little brat, do you think the land of Earth is your father and can only last this long? Open black lens bracket Didera. Old man, how long has it been? Close black lens bracket, Onoki, humph. Four Tails Son Goku, a tailed beast with fire and earth attributes, can perform a large-scale lava style and is a tailed beast with greater lethality. But the worst thing about this tailed beast is that it is too ugly. With red fur, a green body and a ghost head, from a distance it looks like a fierce ghost named Prajna, who simply wants to take advantage of Monkey King's popularity. This tailed beast fled for its life as soon as it was released from the ghetto statue. Its destination was the volcano in the land of Earth, which was its home ground. Unfortunately, they encountered the Rock Shinobi army halfway, although Four Tails resisted with all their might and strongly condemned the human beings' brutality towards the tailed beasts. But the people of Rock Shinobi could not understand its monkey language, so they threw mud at it and tried to capture it and bring it back to the village. A group of volcanoes within the borders of the land of Earth. About 500 Rock Shinobi surrounded Four Tails, serving them with continuous Earth-style attacks. Kuretsuchi is dressed in a black and red ninja outfit, looking heroic and having a spirit that is no less masculine than that of a man. She opened her mouth and spurted out white lime water, lava-style lime condensation technique. Lime combined with water to form cement that quickly spurted onto Four Tails' body, restraining the behemoth in the blink of an eye. A confident smile appeared on Haidu's lips. Four Tails' son Wukong is nothing more than that. Her father Kuretsuchi responded from the side. Kuretsuchi, don't underestimate the power of the tailed beasts. As soon as he finished speaking, Four Tails roared, and fiery red magma flowed around his body, melting the limestone in the black soil in the blink of an eye. Huang Tu looked solemnly at the angry Four Tails. Without large-scale control ninjutsu, it was impossible to restrain Four Tails. The most effective large-scale control ninjutsu is the wood style. Advertisement rock shinobi doesn't have it, but earth style isn't weak in control either. Huang Tu clapped his hands, and his chakra was reduced at a geometric rate. He shouted, Earth style Tushan technique. Sachiya technique, a large-scale earth style ninjutsu. In the original work, Huang Tu even used this move to briefly suppress 10 tails. Four Tails had just broken away from the black soil and concrete when two small hills level with it suddenly emerged and clamped Four Tails. The rock shinobi looked at Huang Tu in admiration, and two small hills formed out of thin air. Huang Tu was worthy of being the #1 ninja under Tsuchikage. Huang Tu stood up and took a weak breath, then looked at the wild monkey tied up by the earth hill, and yelled at the rock shinobi who were still cheering around him. Don't be in a daze. The earth mountain can't be controlled for long. Everyone, take action and capture Sun Wukong. There was an immediate response. Oh, suddenly, a red figure appeared above Four Tails' head. What followed was a curtain of light in the sky, behind which lay the gazes of the entire ninja world. The rock shinobi people discovered Liu Yun, who had silver hair and blue eyes, and was as aloof as an eagle. They were horrified. It's Liu Yun. We were just about to go look for him. We didn't expect this guy to come to our door on his own. Be careful, this guy wiped out the entire Sunagakure by himself. Humph. What are you afraid of? This tyrant has indulged himself too much. I wonder how weak he is. Liu Yun folded his hands and smiled faintly, looking down at all the people of Rock Shinobi, and said faintly, Rock Shinobi, I am here to destroy your country of Earth. When these words were spoken, everyone became angry. The Rock Shinobi are even more united than Konoha, believing in the tenacity and perseverance of the soil. They will never succumb to any external force, nor will they tolerate any insults. Kuretsuchi stood up, frowned, pointed at Liu Yun and cursed. Liu Yun, you underestimate us Iwagakure. Liu Yun turned his gaze to Haidu, the coldness in his eyes faded, and he responded with a smile. Haidu, you have also made it onto my list of beautiful ladies. I am here to take you home today. Liu Yun's rogue words immediately annoyed Haidu. She angrily scolded Liu Yun. You tyrant, don't try to hit on me. I tell you, Haidu, don't like men like you. Onoki. You little brat, you want to marry my granddaughter? Just dream on, Yellow Earth. Hold on until I come to you. I'm going to kill this brat. Liu Yun touched his face and responded to Haidu. Tume, what's wrong with brother Yun? Why do you look down on me like that? Advertisement Liu Yun was puzzled as he and Haidu's names matched well. Haidu folded his hands and glared at Liu Yun. Although you are handsome and my type, you are too fickle. Which woman can accept a scumbag like you? Liu Yun suddenly realized that she thought he was a scumbag. Liu Yun then smiled at Haidu and said, Haidu, I'm not negotiating terms with you. Haidu was furious. You are trying to rob me. Liu Yun nodded. Yes, it is a robbery. Today, the Land Kingdom will be regarded as your dowry and belong to me. Liu Yun's unbridled brutality caused people in the ninja world to have complaints. The crazy fans love his domineering nature, the smart ones think he is too unreasonable, and the people around him jump out to scold him. While Liu Yun and Rock Shinobi were wasting time, Four Tails was trying to break free from the dirt hill and finally managed to break free. The lowest mountain shattered, Four Tails roared, and a violent figure slowly emerged from the dense smoke and dust. It noticed Liu Yun, who was lying motionless on its forehead with his hands folded, and it immediately became angry and shook its head hard, trying to shake Liu Yun off. But its attempts to shake its head were in vain. Liu Yun seemed to have glue on the soles of its feet, firmly fixed on Four Tails' head. Four Tails yelled, Human, get off my head. Liu Yun's gaze slowly shifted and slowly fell on it. Are you teaching me how to do things? Those star-like eyes slowly stared into Four Tails' huge pupils. Four Tails' pupils slowly contracted. It still had a certain degree of vision and recognized Otsutsuki Himura's eyes. Tensagen. You. Four Tails panicked, then said honestly, I'm sorry, my voice was a little loud just now. The period of time he was imprisoned in the ghetto statue by the Akatsuki organization. Four Tails summed up one thing, that is, when you are a tailed beast, don't be arrogant, be timid when you need to be timid, there are too many gods, and it is difficult to be a tailed beast. Seeing Four Tails give in, Liu Yun smiled and said jokingly, you must hate Rock Shinobi after being locked up for so long, come and be my dog. I will help you conquer the land of Earth. Four Tails angrily scolded Liu Yun. Dog, do you think I'm a? Tensagen of Liu Yun glanced downwards, and Four Tails got scared again. Woof, 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 master, help me get revenge. Chapter 332 Black Earth's Legs. Haidu shouted, Liu Yun, watch out, she just opened her mouth wide and spurted out a lot of concrete. Four Tails is very good at being an animal, and he wants to make a contribution as soon as he becomes Liu Yun's dog. It flapped its tail and blew back the black soil sprayed out by lava style. Liu Yun teased Haidu, my little beauty, are you going to drown me with your water? Hateful. Haidu gritted his teeth and hated Liu Yun to the core. Huang Tu stretched out his big hand and said, brothers, go ahead. Suddenly, all the ninjas of Rock Shinobi rushed towards Liu Yun with red eyes. For the sake of the ninja world, charge, down with Liu Yun, down with this tyrant. Rock Shinobi shouted the ninja slogan very enthusiastically, and it seemed that he had seen through Liu Yun's sinister intentions. Rock Shinobi may not know anything else, but he is quite good at Earth-style ninjutsu. Joint ninjutsu Earth-style Yellow Spring Swamp. A dozen Rock Shinobi Jonin formed seals at the same time, and a brown swamp with a diameter of 100 meters appeared under Four Tails. Four Tails slowly sank in. It wasn't very smart and started struggling when it touched the swamp. The more it struggled, the deeper it sank. Rock Shinobi pursued the victory, and another 7 or 8 Jonin performed ninjutsu. Earth-style tooling Dango. They all lifted up balls of earth that were several times larger than themselves, and with a strong push, they launched the earth and rocks towards Four Tails' head, aiming at Liu Yun. Liu Yun folded his hands, without a trace of panic on his face. The entire ninja world is watching. The more times like this, the more you have to pretend to be awesome, pretend to impress the whole world. Liu Yun was thinking about how to block to show his unfathomable level. Gentle fist revolving heaven, it's not loud enough. Advertisement Susanoo, it is very stylish, but I feel annoyed when I use it like that all the time. Then let's go with wood style. Just as Liu Yun was thinking, a dozen tooling dumplings came closer and surrounded him. Damn it, I was careless. It turns out that being distracted during a battle is like having to poop while riding a horse with a gun. You're just too idle. All the tooling dumplings smashed down at Four Tails and Liu Yun. There was a loud rustling sound, and in the blink of an eye, all of it covered Four Tails' head, and rolled up huge amounts of smoke and dust. Oh, wow. Four Tails screamed in pain and tears came out. Haidu chuckled and said disdainfully, that's all. Oh. A faint voice sounded in Haidu's ears, and at the same time, a masculine aura hit him. Haidu reacted instantly and quickly rolled over and ran away. But as soon as she landed, Liu Yun appeared in front of her with a smile. Haidu shouted, little thief. She kicked Liu Yun at a tricky angle, hitting Liu Yun's crotch. She seemed to want to get rid of Liu Yun's tools and turn Liu Yun into her good sister. But Haidu kicked in vain and couldn't even catch a shadow. She quickly looked around and found that Liu Yun was right behind her. Haidu turned around and missed again. Liu Yun was like a ghost, Sero was beside her, and Haidu could not catch his shadow at all. Another sidekick missed, and Haidu screamed in anger. Ah, Liu Yun, stop right there. Suddenly, Liu Yun approached the black soil like a ghost, with his face only a millimeter away from it. Wah. You be asterisk 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 D. I want you to die. Haidu stretched out his legs, lifted them upwards, and used the egg-crushing attack. Liu Yun moved as fast as lightning and grabbed Haidu's calf in an instant. Advertisement. Haidu's eyes were full of anger. You be asterisk 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 D. She opened her mouth, formed a seal with one hand, and sprayed out a ball of lime. Far away, Four Tails, with only his head sticking out of the swamp, kept calling out to Liu Yun. Master, save me. Huang Tu saw that Four Tails was tightly tied up and clapped his hands in satisfaction. He then looked for Liu Yun's figure. Captain Huang Tu, look at your daughter. Huang Tu looked back and was immediately shocked. From afar, Liu Yun held Haidu in his arms and kissed him passionately, and Haidu did not resist. The two of them looked like a passionate young couple. Haidu's chakra was gradually running out, and Liu Yun was still fine after eating so much of her lime condensation. Haidu finally realized that the other party was not a human being, but a simple beast. Old Taishan of Yellow Earth wanted to break up the couple, and people shouting Rock Shinobi rushed over. Liu Yun saw it, opened his mouth, and carried the black soil space to another place. Liu Yun felt his stomach solidify slightly, and soon he solidified into a statue, still in the posture of a thinker. Even if his Otsutsuki sage body was otherworldly, drinking that much concrete would have had an impact. When Haidu saw Liu Yun turned into a stone sculpture, he covered his stomach and laughed. Ha 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 ha. Liu Yun, this is the consequence of you kissing me for so long. Suddenly, the statue transformed from the flowing cloud changed from a thinker to a discus thrower, naked. Haidu blinked, suspecting that he had seen it wrong. The moment she blinked, the discus thrower turned into a flowing cloud with broken arms. Haidu was immediately furious. Liu Yun, you are playing tricks on me. Liu Yun returned to his original state and smiled mischievously. With you still want to hurt me. Haidu was about to stand up and hit Liu Yun, but he found several wooden vines coming out from the side and tied Haidu up. Haidu stared at Liu Yun fiercely. You damn rascal, let me go now. Liu Yun squatted down, pinched Haidu's watery face, and said with a smile, my little beauty, live with me from now on. Kuretsuchi threatened. Hole, let me go. My grandfather is the Tsuchikage, be careful or he will use dust release to decompose you. Liu Yun said disdainfully. With Oanoki, I can drown him with just my saliva. Chapter 333. Someone, stew my old Taishan for me. Four Tails' head was about to sink into the swamp, and the dog that Liu Yun had just raised could not be caught by Rock Shinobi. He patted Haidu's face and said, be good and lie down, I will take you back to the palace after I have dealt with your dowry. Haidu cursed Liu Yun again. You damn rascal, you stinking rascal, just wait for me to decompose you into air. Liu Yun smiled, and his figure flashed and appeared above Four Tails' head. Weizhuang Susanoo. Liu Yun's Susanoo was put on four tails, instantly giving it the power to sweep across mountains and rivers. Four tails roared, and suddenly climbed out of the swamp, sweeping away the dirt and rocks that were bound around it. Huang Tu looked at it and felt worried. The energy body on Liu Yun's body is really frightening, as if it has the power to destroy the world. Liu Yun folded his hands and looked down at Rock Shinobi, saying indifferently, "Since you are fellow countrymen of Haidu, I, Liu Yun, will spare your lives. Hold your heads where you are, otherwise you will die." A hot-tempered Rock Shinobi ninja can't stand Liu Yun, especially his reptilian gaze. Liu Yun, who do you think you are? How could so many of us be afraid of you? All the Rock Shinobi ninjas gathered around. Yes. If each of us throws a piece of mud at you, we can pile you up and kill you. How can you have the courage to threaten us? Liu Yun looked around, carefully counting the number of Rock Shinobi. Then he smiled faintly. Human with tactics. What a joke, do you want to compete with me in terms of number of people? Liu Yun's Susanoo was seen separating from Four Tails' body, rising higher and higher, completing its complete form. Susanoo formed a tiger seal with her two big hands, and a steady stream of chakra was released. The golden chakra connected directly to the clouds above, disrupting the celestial phenomena. Multiple shadow clone technique. In an instant, clouds of white smoke exploded out of nowhere and enveloped the entire world. A gust of wind blew away the smoke, and all the ninjas of Rock Shinobi were instantly chilled to the bones. Because the whole world is filled with flowing clouds, vast and boundless. Some were dressed in military uniforms and carried guns. Some wore armor and rode war horses. Some drove tanks and rubbed the gun barrels. You can see the flowing clouds of various arms and even the military band. Even more outrageous are some of the messy combinations. Advertisement: there are Avengers, Autobots, Decepticons, Armor Heroes, Men's Football. Anyway, everything you can think of and cannot think of can be found in Liu Yun's shadow clone. Liu Yun was resurrected from the collapse of chakra, and just now he even opened the death gate to release chakra. I don't know how many shadow clones there are in full power mode, but there are definitely more than 50,000. Liu Yun looked at Rock Shinobi, who was surrounded by the army, and asked again, "Rock Shinobi, do you still think you have the advantage in numbers now?" It was a silent scene, no one was talking, and the ninja from Rock Shinobi kept looking around. They were already frightened by Liu Yun's army, because all these shadow clones were real entities, not a single one was an illusion. Not only were they frightened, but everyone in the ninja world was frightened. Tsunade almost peed herself, looking at the light screen with excitement. This. She then asked Shizune. Shizune, am I seeing things? So many shadow clones. This guy can actually gather so many shadow clones? And he still has the strength to speak. How much chakra does he have? Shizune also stared blankly at the light screen, his heart still in shock. He didn't expect that a shadow clone technique would bring such a huge visual impact. Liu Yun stretched out his hands calmly and said, "Who can stop me with this power? From now on, my words are the law of nature. Anyone who dares to disobey me will get down on the ground." Fourth Raikage. I'm so angry. This kid is too arrogant. Onoki, are you there yet? Go and teach him a lesson. Onoki. Yellow Earth, Black Earth, you guys bear with it for a while, I'll go back to the village to get help. Deidara. Oh, the old man is scared and doesn't dare to rush. Onoki. This is just a temporary solution. Onoki felt something was wrong the first time he saw Susanoo in the flow of clouds. He had been taught a lesson by Uchiha Madara before and had a deep impression of Susanoo. This thing was not something his dust release could handle. Then the flowing clouds condensed into the boundless shadow clone, and Onoki was completely scared. With his shrewdness, he naturally knew that a single ninja village could not deal with Liu Yun unless they had ninjas like Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Otherwise, there is only one way, which is to unite with other ninja villages and form a ninja coalition to deal with Liu Yun. After a heart-wrenching struggle, Onoki had no choice but to make a decision that went against his ancestors, which was to give up his son and granddaughter first. After returning to the village, they moved their position and joined forces with other ninja villages to rescue them. This is the best solution at the moment. After living for so many years, Onoki knows very well that one should not act on impulse and should not follow the example of young people who rush forward and gamble all their wealth. The Rock Shinobi ninjas surrounded by Liu Yun all saw Onoki's retreat. They knew in their hearts that this was the reason why Liu Yun was so strong, but they also felt a sense of being abandoned. Advertisement: the Shadow Clone Army swarmed forward and tied up all of Rock Shinobi's ninjas. Then Liu Yun ordered the army to head straight to Iwagakure and take over the entire land of Earth. Huang Tu was tied up with ropes, but Shadow Clone, who still ignored Liu Yun, snorted. Don't think about making me succumb to your power, that's impossible. Oh, you are so brave. A Shadow Clone stepped forward and put the muzzle of the gun to Huang Tu's head. Do you know what this is? This is AK, my ninja master? The age of ninjas is over. Now is the age of AKs. A random shot can blow your head off. Do you still dare to say anything? Huang Tu remained silent, still staring coldly at Shadow Clone. Shadow Clone was furious. Liu Yun suddenly appeared, kicked Shadow Clone away, and untied the ropes tied around Huang Tu. How can you talk like that? This is my old Taishan, watch your words. The Shadow Clones all put on their faces again. Sorry. Those who offered cigarettes, those who smiled, smiled, and those who apologized, apologized. Huang Tu naturally disliked Liu Yun and said coldly, Liu Yun, just give up, I will never hand over Haidu to you. Liu Yun was furious. Come here, stew my old Taishan for me and make soup. The shadow clones hurriedly dissuaded Liu Yun. Your Majesty, don't act on impulse. Without old Taishan, Haidu will ignore you forever. Liu Yun's energy slowly dissipated and he glanced at the Lois. How could a stupid man like you give birth to a girl as beautiful as Haidu? Did your wife cheat on you? Wang Tu was an honest man and was instantly provoked by Liu Yun. Impossible. Kuretsuchi is my daughter. Okay, it's your daughter. Liu Yun persuaded earnestly. Wang Tu, join us. If Haidu becomes my concubine, how about I make you the prime minister? Pooh, The shadow clones pulled Liu Yun away again, telling him not to kill old Tarzan. Liu Yun snorted, you don't know how to appreciate my kindness. I will destroy your country of Earth right now. I wonder if you still have the courage. All troops, listen to my order, march quickly and capture the Land Kingdom. Understood. Chapter 334 Black Soil and Flowing Clouds. The army marched northward, and wherever they went, not a blade of grass grew, not even a chicken or a dog was left. A large red sedan chair carried by 8 people was located in the center of the military formation. It was as big as a boat, with red lanterns hung around the outside, expressing the festive atmosphere and the joy of the whole family. Liu Yun was lying on the couch in the sedan chair, leaning sideways and looking at Haidu with his head tilted. Liu Yun pointed to his side and said, come here. Haidu turned his head away and ignored Liu Yun. Liu Yun raised his hand and released a universal pull. Suddenly the black soil was sucked in uncontrollably and tightly surrounded the edge of the flowing cloud. You damn rascal. Haidu had a very stubborn temper and refused to yield to Liu Yun. He punched Liu Yun's chest with both fists and kept beating and scolding him. Liu Yun paid no attention to Haidu's small fist attacks, instead he looked at the little temper on her face with great interest. I didn't expect you to be so unique when you get angry. Haidu glared at Liu Yun and said, you be asterisk 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 D. Just give up on this idea. I will never yield to you. Haidu saw that Liu Yun had been punching for a long time without frowning, so he immediately changed his fighting style. Tyrant, I will bite you to death. Haidu's eyes narrowed, and then he bit Liu Yun on the chest. Even though the black soil had an amazing bite force, Liu Yun didn't frown at all. Liu Yun yawned, put his hands behind his head, and looked at Haidu's useless work with a leisurely expression. Haidu still didn't say anything, and was determined to bite Liu Yun until he bled. Liu Yun smiled mischievously, and chakra circulated rapidly in his body. Advertisement. Haidu immediately became angry. You are playing tricks on me again. A feminine voice of respect came from outside the dragon sedan. Your Majesty, Iwagakure has arrived. New. Liu Yun nodded, slowly stood up, glanced at Haidu, coughed, and changed his voice to an imperial tone. My beloved, dress me. Roll. After busying around for a while, Liu Yun came out wearing Pinru's clothes. It is a black and red Han suit, full of the majesty of the emperor and the charm of the Book of Songs. The eunuch next to him was tactful enough to hand over a cigarette and light it. Liu Yun puffed out smoke and spit out a gray smoke-shaped heart, which slowly floated towards the black soil. Haidu slapped away the smoke that Liu Yun had exhaled, and continued to hold his hands and puff out his chest. She raised her voice and asked, Liu Yun, are you so overbearing to invade other countries out of thin air? Liu Yun flicked the ash off his cigarette, pointed at the desolate land of the Land of Earth, and sneered. Look, all around is bad land. Even a dog would shake his head when seeing it. Do I, Liu Yun, have nothing to do? I have come all the way here to invade you? Haidu retorted. You are talking nonsense. What do you mean even dogs shake their heads when they see it? Liu Yun turned around and pointed at the shadow clone dog fighting brigade in the army formation. Look. Haidu looked in the direction Liu Yun pointed. The group of dogs shook their heads at the Land of Earth, saying that this place was not even suitable for use as a doghouse. Haidu curled her lips and turned her head away, ignoring Liu Yun. Liu Yun waved his hand towards the sky, and the shadow clone army immediately responded. Besiege the village. Advertisement. Looking down from the sky, the huge flow of people split into 2 groups and quickly surrounded the entire Iwagakure. Iwagakure is surrounded by high mountains and rocks, with a monotonous color, and is so poor that almost only rocks are left. Not only do dogs shake their heads when they see this place, but birds also don't want to poop when they see it. Liu Yun gave a look and a shadow clone walked out of the army formation, shouting into a loudspeaker. Onoki, you are surrounded. If you know what's best for you, surrender now. Onoki was so anxious in Tsuchikage's office. He had just arrived at the village when Liu Yun's army arrived. What should I do? What should I do? Onoki thought in distress. He is no match for Liu Yun on his own, and would only be defeated if he went out to fight. However, as a Tsuchikage, he cannot just surrender. Onoki had no choice but to seek a solution from the sky light curtain outside the window. Onoki. Shadows, come and save me, 4th Raikage. I can't leave. I still need to capture the 2 tails. Wait. Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Obito appear. They want to grab the 2 tails. Terumi Mei. I can't help it. The whole village of Mist Shinobi is looking for 3 tails. But where did this turtle go once he swam into the sea? Onoki could only ask the Hokage for help now. He said anxiously. Hokage, your village is the only one that has time to spare. Please send troops to rescue us rock shinobi. Tsunade was sitting in the Hokage's office and was really in trouble because Liu Yun's huge army were all ninjas. Unless she really has big breasts and no brains, it is impossible to send a Konoha shinobi to deliver her. But as an excellent politician, Tsunade also knows the principle of mutual dependence. Once Liu Yun takes over the Kingdom of Earth, he will basically complete the semi-encirclement of the Kingdom of Fire, and the destruction of their country will not be far away. What to do? At this time, a man with a watermelon head and wearing green clothes volunteered. Master Tsunade, let me go. Chapter 335. Back off, my brain is going to degenerate. Guy? Tsunade looked at the youthful might guy. She shook her head and said bluntly. You are no match for him. Guy said with full fighting spirit. How do you know if you don't try? He is also a human being. He can't be so strong that it can break through the sky. Tsunade still shook her head. No, I can't joke with your life. Guy was a little discouraged, his youth was instantly half-soaked, and he returned to the team covered in gray. Shikamaru of the Ino Shika Cho team stood up and said, Master Tsunade, we must send reinforcements no matter what, otherwise the Ninja Alliance will never be established. The four Kage have basically discussed the formation of the Allied Ninja Army, and have even preliminarily drawn up a preliminary plan for the Alliance structure, and are just waiting to select the Commander-in-Chief of the Alliance. Tsuchikage requested reinforcements. As the largest village in the ninja world, if Konoha didn't show any response, it would mean that it was afraid of Ryun. It is not okay to be afraid before the battle. Tsunade also knew this, she nodded and said, we need to send reinforcements, who should we choose? Shikamaru clenched his fists and looked at Tsunade firmly, Hokage-sama, I request to fight. Shikamaru. Shoji and Ino were both surprised. Is Shikamaru busy crossing the Neihi Bridge to reincarnate? There is no chance of winning between him and Liu Yun. Tsunade frowned and asked, why? A smart person has a reason for every action he takes, it is impossible for him to just sit there and do nothing. Shikamaru shook his head, no reason. He was still thinking about the blonde girl from San Shinobi. Was she coerced by Liu Yun? How was she doing now? Shoji stepped out and landed behind Shikamaru. In that case, I will also act together with Shikamaru. Shikamaru looked at the fat man next to him. You. Shoji smiled and said, we are a team. Ino also stepped forward, standing with Shikamaru and Shoji. Don't forget me. Guy jumped out and said youthfully, Master Tsunade, let me be the captain and lead them. Lee followed closely behind, that's right, Master Tsunade, let us go too. Then Neji and Tenten expressed their willingness to fight. Advertisement, da. Tsunade tapped the table lightly, making a tapping sound, as she considered. As Hokage, every decision is related to the fate of a ninja and cannot be made casually. At this moment, the door to the Hokage's office was pushed open. Danzo walked in with two advisory elders and was aggressive as soon as he entered the door. Princess Tsunade, Rock Shinobi is requesting support, where is your reply? Tsunade responded, I'm the Hokage, there's no reason for me to report to you. Danzo snorted, then glanced at everyone in the office. Humph. The village itself is no match for Liu Yun, and you still want to send people to provoke him. Along with Utatane Kaharu and Mitokado Homura. Yes, Tsunade, you have also seen the strength of that guy. Even if Tobirama-sensei and the first Hokage were reborn, they would not be his match. The most important thing now is to negotiate with the other side and try to dispel their ambitions. Tsunade frowned, stood up and slammed the table. Negotiation. That guy is a tyrant who invades other countries at the slightest disagreement. This is a village with the will of fire. I will never allow such a person to act recklessly. Danzo snorted, so what are you relying on, Nine-Tails boy returning from sage mode? Tsunade said in a righteous voice. Yes, I look forward to the results of Naruto's training. Before the victory over the tyrant is decided, Konoha must not retreat even a single step. Snort. Danzo snorted, pulled a letter out of his pocket and threw it on the desk. This is a letter from the daimyo. I hope you will consider it carefully. Princess Tsunade, Konoha is not yours to decide on alone. Danzo finished speaking and walked out the door alone. Tsunade picked up the letter from the daimyo, pulled open the envelope, and read it carefully. The more she read, the more shocked and angry she became, as if the content was unbearable to read. Tsunade's momentum trembled, and the chakra of a cage-level strong man reverberated in the office, blowing the documents on the desk into all directions. I will never agree to such a request. Tsunade pulled with both hands and tore the daimyo's letter into pieces in an instant. Utatane Kaharu frowned. Tsunade, watch your words. This is the decision of the daimyo, and it is the tacit consent of the entire country. Sacrificing them to dispel Liu Yun's greed is the most effective way at the moment. After all, you are not on the list, so the daimyo should still give you some face. As soon as Utatane Kaharu said it, the curious people guessed it. It's nothing more than a list of beautiful girls above his head. Liu Yun wants to grab all the women he likes into his harem. It seems that the daimyo of the Fire Nation is also afraid. Liu Yun's martial arts skills have reached the level of a land immortal. Advertisement Daming would rather worship him, burn incense and call him ancestor, so how could he have the courage to go against Liu Yun? Bang! With a loud snap, the desk in front of Tsunade broke in two. No one dared to underestimate that white and tender hand, because a slight blow could have such power. Tsunade kneaded her hands together, cracking bones. She said coldly, I am the Hokage, the 5th Hokage of Konoha village. If I can't even protect one of my compatriots, then I will be the most cowardly Hokage. How can I face the previous Hokage? I will not agree to the daimyo's request. Before I have decided the outcome with Liu Yun, I will never sacrifice anyone for a compromised peace. Udatane Kaharu angrily scolded Tsunade. Tsunade, you are going against the daimyo's decision. Tsunade Kaido. I have no intention of going against the daimyo's decision. I am the Hokage. I think the matter is still open for discussion. I will write to the daimyo and tell him so. Mitokado Homura raised his glasses and said, the war is imminent, and the daimyo doesn't have that much time to argue with you. Tsunade said proudly, this is none of your business, go back, I will be ready to deal with Liu Yun. Humph. I hope you don't drag the entire Fire Nation into this. Udatane Kaharu snorted, then walked out the door with Mitokado Homura. After the two left, Shizune said in distress, Master Tsunade, you broke another table. Your salary is not much, and you are in debt. Tsunade spread her hands, feeling a little tired. Ah. Being a Hokage is such a hassle. I shouldn't have agreed to Jiraiya in the first place. By the way, where is Jiraiya? Shizune replied, Tsunade-sama, have you forgotten? He is in detention right now. Oh. Tsunade nodded. Based on her understanding of Jiraiya, he would definitely not be so honest and would definitely be hiding in the village and doing wild things. Shizune then asked, Tsunade-sama, the daimyo, are you really going to give up on us? As soon as the name of the Fire Country was mentioned, Tsunade frowned and wanted to curse. The damn old guy seems to be scared to death. He wants to give all the girls in the capital to Liu Yun as tribute. Everyone was silent. Everyone knew that the daimyo was a waste. But such a waste as their leader. We have to say that the first generation's dual jade politics is simply shit, and even dogs don't want to eat it. Shizune asked again. So what should we do next? Tsunade consoled him, don't worry. I won't send you to that tyrant. Even if I do, I will accompany you and stoop to him. There is still hope. There are still so many ninjas in Konoha village, and Naruto has the help of Mount Myoboku. We haven't lost yet. Tsunade thought about all the help for the comeback and spoke slowly. The worry on everyone's faces slowly eased as they were infected by Tsunade's confidence.